Mo Qianqian, having perished from an all-night gaming binge, opened her eyes only to find herself transported to a primordial beastly realm. To make matters worse, she discovered that she had inherited the identity of a notorious female, and the beast god had thoughtfully paired her with 5 exceptionally handsome male companions, each one a formidable villain, no less, and she had managed to offend them all prior to her arrival. The game began at a hellish difficulty level, and thus, Mo Qianqian's journey of survival in this foreign world commenced with the daunting task of resolving these 5 perilous marriages. Chapter 1. Rebirth. Mo Qianqian had spent several sleepless nights striving to complete her game. As the glaring words "failure" flashed across the screen, she leapt up in frustration. What a ridiculous game! Completing a level is harder than ascending to the heavens. Tossing her iPad aside, she clenched her jaw in irritation. Just as her words faded, darkness enveloped her, and upon opening her eyes, she found herself in the depths of night. Unsteady, she tumbled down from her bed. Hey, ugly female, wake up. If you keep pretending to be dead, I swear I will kill you." Mo Qianqian felt a sharp pain in her face, as if it had been struck by a heavy object. Voices buzzed around her like annoying mosquitoes, refusing to dissipate. "Be quiet. I want to sleep." She furrowed her brow and swatted away the hand that was causing her distress. Ha! The youth beside her scoffed, delivering a merciless kick to her abdomen. Mo Qianqian awoke, clutching her stomach in pain, only to find the man who had struck her coldly observing her, his gaze filled with disdain, as if she were mere refuse. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with the sight of a man with a bare upper body and chiseled abs. As her gaze traveled upwards, a strikingly handsome face came into view. For a fleeting moment, awe flickered in her eyes before returning to calm. No matter how handsome he had struck her. What good could he possibly be? Rubbing her sore abdomen, she retorted, "What gives you the right to hit me?" The malevolent female before her widened her eyes in anger, glaring at him. The youth could not suppress a cold laugh. "Caring for you, my dear female lord. Are you dead or not?" "Female lord?" Mo Qianqian was utterly bewildered. What kind of title was that? She scanned her surroundings with confusion. She was situated within a sizable cave, transformed into a stone dwelling. Aside from herself, only this unfamiliar youth remained. She lay atop a thick bed made of hay and covered with animal skins. Seeing her bewildered expression as she looked around, his disdain deepened. What a hideous and malicious female, pretending to be innocent. Were it not for his knowledge of her wickedness, he would have left her stranded in the cave. "Huh!" He snorted again. After surveying her surroundings, Mo Qianqian turned her attention back to him upon hearing his voice. It was then she noticed that the youth was clad in unfamiliar attire, wearing a skirt made from the hide of an unknown beast. Mo Qianqian shook her head and lay back down. "I must have woken up incorrectly. I must be dreaming. I need to sleep a little longer. When I wake up, everything will be fine," she murmured to herself. Seeing her close her eyes again, the youth could no longer contain his pent-up frustration. "Mo Qianqian, how long do you plan to keep this up? Surprised to see me back, are you?" Mo Qianqian opened her eyes and pinched her arm, feeling the flesh there. "Ouch!" she gasped, realizing this was indeed no dream. What on earth was happening? Had her excessive gaming caused her to hallucinate? As she pondered her predicament, a voice suddenly echoed in her mind. "Welcome, host, to the new world." "Who?" she exclaimed, bewildered. Upon hearing her voice, the youth's eyes seemed to blaze with fury. He strode over to her bedside with long strides. "My dear female lord, have you forgotten who I am after selling me?" Mo Qianqian looked up at the nearly 6-foot-tall youth, her eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. Such an innocent expression only served to further infuriate the youth before her. He reached out, gripping her slender neck with one hand. "Does this jog your memory?" Alarm bells rang in Mo Qianqian's mind. She forced a smile. "Handsome, let's talk things over, shall we?" She attempted to soften her tone, fearing to provoke his ire anew. "Handsome?" Qianyi did not comprehend her meaning, but sensed her submission to in truth. He was furious and wanted to intimidate her. After all, if she were dead, he could not survive either. Mo Qianqian's instincts and the residual pain reminded her that she had already been struck once, and as a defenseless individual, showing weakness was to her advantage. Her life was at stake. The voice in her mind spoke again. Host, this is the beast realm. You are his female lord. Command him to leave, and he cannot disobey. Qianqian contemplated this newfound power, wondering why she had not been informed sooner. I am the new system, just matched with the host, and was loading the initial data for this realm. The youthful voice replied. A hint of a smile graced Qianqian's lips. You should leave. Let's discuss this tomorrow, shall we? The youth, however, had no desire to leave, but as the female lord assigned to him by the beast god, he was naturally compelled to obey her command. The closer he was to her, the stronger the compulsion became. Thus, against his will, he turned and exited the cave. Qianqian touched her neck, her heart still racing. Her life was spared. She sighed in relief. Why was he so handsome, yet so fierce? Did he harbor a grudge against her? She recalled their first encounter. The system immediately clarified in her mind. Host, this body is not their first meeting. Qianqian paused, then quietly inquired. Why did I hear him call me by my name? The voice responded, tinged with amusement. Host, I am within your mind. We can communicate through thought. Male beastmen have keen hearing. Understanding dawned upon her, and she swiftly asked in her mind, how did I end up here? What happened to my body? As she thought of her body, she scrutinized the form that was clearly not her own. The frame was small and slender, overall rather weak, but most importantly, why was she as dark as coal? She longed to see a mirror, but alas, none was present. Host, do not worry. The original body is quite beautiful. Qianqian was deeply skeptical of its aesthetic judgment. She inquired, what is the name of the youth outside? Why does he look as if he wants to kill me, yet cannot? He is called Qianyi, your beast husband. He is a Black Panther beast man. The original body sold him to a male for a few attractive animal skins. No wonder he despises me. But how could she bear to sell such a handsome beast man? Qianqian was taken aback, because he's a male her sister did not want. Is a younger sister picking up the discarded men of the elder sister? Qianqian confirmed with disbelief. The system replied, indeed. To be precise, it was the work of the beast god's matchmaking. So the soul is mine, but the body is hers. Where has her soul gone? Your body remains in the original world, deceased. As for the original soul, I do not know. Qianqian was momentarily stunned. Will she return? The system assured her, no, it has detected that her soul has completely dissipated. Why did you choose me? Qianqian pressed. Well, that is a profound question. I shall tell you after I level up. Qianqian felt exasperated, a rather dismissive excuse. Fortunately, the original owner will not return, and there is no one to compete with her for the rights to this body. Although the circumstances surrounding the original owner's death remain a mystery, this body now belongs to her. She desires to live, and in order to do so, she must continue to exist in the place of the original self. Qianqian quickly came to terms with the reality and inquired, please enlighten me about the rules of the beast world. The system responded with eagerness. Welcome to the primitive beast world, where females are scarce and revered. Upon reaching adulthood, the beast god matches every mature female with 5 male beastmen. Once matched, the male beastmen cannot break the contract, regardless of their consent. Unless the female voluntarily dissolves the bond, they are bound to their female master for life. Qianqian stroked her chin thoughtfully. It sounds akin to a curse. The system replied, if the beast god did not enforce this, female beastmen could face extinction. After all, the abilities of male beastmen far surpass those of their female counterparts. Qianqian nodded in agreement, finding this reasoning sound. She speculated that these abilities might resemble martial arts or a similar practice. She then asked, you mentioned I have 5 beast husbands? The one I encountered earlier was one of them. What are the remaining 4? She couldn't help but wonder, would they all harbor such ill feelings toward her? Chapter 2. Hell from the Start. Qianqian's bright almond-shaped eyes widened in anticipation of good news. The system hesitated, finally stammering, the original self let them go. Let them go? System, I advise you to be honest and not conceal anything, Qianqian urged. The system fell silent for a moment. With a sigh, Qianqian insisted, within 3 minutes, provide me with their complete profiles. Understood, the system replied obediently. Outside, Qianyi sat upon a stone. Watching the sun descend slowly, he clenched his fists and then relaxed them. Remarkably, The wicked female had refrained from striking or scolding him this time. Previously, she had either beaten him mercilessly or subjected him to humiliation and torment. Her calm demeanor was exceedingly unusual. Upon seeing him return, she displayed neither surprise nor fear, nor did she disdainfully tell him to leave. His purpose for returning was straightforward: to have her dissolve their match. She had sold him, yet she stubbornly refused to sever the bond, insisting on subjecting him to inhumane humiliation. How infuriating! Striking one's female master was forbidden in the beast world. For every blow dealt, the assailant would suffer equal or even greater backlash. Should the female master perish, all those bound to her would meet the same fate. Thus, upon his return, no matter how he called out to her, she ignored him. When he checked her breath, it was faint, and aside from being unable to awaken her, he might have believed that the wicked female was on the brink of death. He had expended considerable effort escaping the clutches of a lustful male serpent beast man. Ironically, since being matched with Qianqian, Qianyi had never received even the slightest benefit from her spatial abilities, and his own powers fluctuated uncontrollably. Thinking of the lecherous, grotesque smile of the male serpent beast man who had nearly captured him, he slammed his fist into the ground. Once he regained his peak strength, he would have to kill him, and that wretched female inside. Qianqian, now fully aware of the original self's actions, felt her face twitch uncontrollably as she heard the system's description of her 5 beast husbands and the inhumane deeds attributed to the original self. Oh my. Did she lose her mind? Now, all the matched ones detest her, loathe her. What benefit could this possibly bring her? Even if she were to immediately dissolve the match, they would surely not let her off lightly. Allow me to remind you, host, you are now her. The corruption levels of your 5 beast husbands are considerable. You must act swiftly to reduce their corruption to 0. Should any one of them reach 100, your soul will be utterly extinguished, unable to reincarnate. Qianqian held her forehead, exclaiming, "How ruthless!" Her head throbbed. Hell from the start. Not merely a life-threatening situation. She raised her gaze to the outside, catching sight of Qianyi's silhouette, a stream, and vast expanses of dense primordial forest. Hearing the system recount her grievances with them, her headache intensified. She understood now. Serpent beastmen were inherently cold-blooded and depraved, and even when matched with a female, the female would fearfully seek to dissolve the bond. Immediately, over time, the status of serpent beastmen in the beast world diminished further. The lower they sank, the more perverse their clan became. They were either seizing the females of other tribes or coercing some beautiful yet low-ability male beastmen into unspeakable acts. Such behaviors were scorned by most beastmen. Yet, the original self had thrown Qianyi into a den of wolves for the sake of a few fine pelts. Now that he had escaped and returned to her, it was likely for revenge. What was she to do? Oh, the abilities system. What abilities do I possess? The system stammered, females in the beast world only. Possess spatial abilities. Spatial abilities? What can they do? Qianqian asked with delight. They allow the female master to cultivate or nurture certain things. The matched ones can enhance their abilities through the food produced by the female master. Qianqian could only lament, "Oh, I am merely a useless caretaker. System, upon bringing me here, did you not bestow any golden fingers upon me? Host, perhaps you should first examine your own space?" The system quickly diverted. Qianqian was taken aback, a foreboding feeling flickering in her heart. Her space could not possibly be wretched. Could it? Heeding the system's guidance, she entered the space inherent to every female. As expected, her fears materialized. Upon entering the space, she could not help but curse, "Is this my space? Do not tell me this desert-like land, barren and devoid of life, is my space. It would be a miracle to cultivate anything in such a space, let alone raise livestock." Indeed, host of Qianqian despaired. I might as well give up on life. I should just die. System, what will happen to you if I die? No, don't. There is still hope. I have put so much effort into selecting you. Don't give up so easily. I beg you. I'm on my knees. The system grew desperate. If Qianqian perished in this world, it too would vanish. Qianqian, resigned, asked, "What do you propose? As long as you can reduce their corruption levels to 0, your space will gradually recover." System, are you joking? Qianqian frowned. This was a hellish joke. The actions of the original self were unacceptable even to her, let alone to the 5 major antagonists of the beast world. Yes, no. Host, I can see their corruption levels. I will assist you. You finally have some use. By the way, what is your name? Host, you can call me baby. That name. Qianqian's expression was somewhat difficult to describe. She seriously doubted its intelligence. If it were artificial intelligence, why did its name suggest a lack of intellect? Baby, in a tone seeking praise, exclaimed, "What do you think?" Host, my name is fierce and powerful, right? Hee hee, what a misunderstanding of fierceness. Qianqian silently cursed. Please do not be a hindrance. What is Qianye's corruption level now? The system baby replied, 90%. So high. If it reaches 100, what will happen? Host, that is one way to interpret Qianqian sighed. Suddenly, a thought struck her. System, why has my space become like this? Please call me baby. Do not mind the details. Just tell me about my space. Host, your space was destroyed by the original owner's sister, and Qianqian was speechless. I now command Qianyi to destroy her space. Could that be 2 birds with 1 stone? The system replied, no, male beastmen will also suffer backlash if they attack other females. Oh dear. If that cannot be done, and that cannot be done either. System, why don't we just die? What meaning is there in living so pitifully? Host, do not despair. We. Outside, Qianye's voice echoed. Wretched female, are you hungry? Shall I go hunting? The closer he was to her, the more impossible it became for Qianyi to refuse Qianqian's commands. Now, he found himself unable to enter the cave without her. Orders as night fell. She had no desire to eat, yet he still felt the need to nourish himself. Upon hearing this, Qianqian instinctively replied, all right, Qianyi, go early and return soon. Be cautious. It was the first time she had expressed concern, albeit in a venomous tone. Qianyi felt a discomfort in his heart akin to swallowing a fly. What trick was she trying to play? If it weren't for the fear of her starving, he might have succumbed to his own demise. He truly did not wish to inquire further. Turning to observe her face, dark as coal, he detected a hint of wariness in her eyes. Qianqian, noticing his skepticism, understood everything. She forced a few laughs and said, well, Qianyi, you should go quickly. I'm hungry and will wait for you at home. Qianyi scrutinized her with suspicion. Don't wander off or attempt any clever tricks. I'm leaving. Chapter 3. Good sister. Qianqian watched as Qianyi stepped into the thicket ahead. She promptly leapt from the bed. Examining her arms, she rubbed them vigorously, revealing a large clump of black mud. A foul odor assaulted her senses, and she nearly gagged. Hastily, she raced to the stream not far from the cave. Arriving at a relatively calm section of the water, she used it as a mirror to inspect her face. As expected, it was just as dark. The system hesitated for a moment. Qianqian twitched her lips and glanced around. No one was in sight. She promptly unfastened her hide skirt and stepped into the stream, baring her body. With determination, she scrubbed her skin and washed her greasy hair repeatedly. If only there were soap or something, she lamented. The system cheerfully interjected, Host, as long as you reduce the beastman's dark value by 10 points. This baby can upgrade to a resource exchange system. Qianqian vigorously continued scrubbing her hair, replying, in that case, I'll wait for Qianyi to return. After a lengthy wash, she sniffed her body to ensure there was no lingering odor before rising to don her hide skirt. Gazing at the somewhat dirty appearance of the skirt, she frowned. Where had the new hide gone? She had not seen any replacements, and lacking the habit of being unclothed, she could only endure the disgust of putting it back on. Her hair still dripped with water as Qianqian sat on the riverbank, basking in the evening breeze, waiting for it to dry before returning to the cave. She felt troubled by her entirely darkened appearance. Upon close inspection, her face was indeed attractive, yet her skin was as dark as the bottom of a pot, rendering her features indistinguishable. She communicated with the system. System, is there any hope for my dark skin? Host, you are actually poisoned. Who did this? Is there a danger to my life? Qianqian pressed anxiously. There is none. Aside from your dark skin, you have no other issues. Qianqian scoffed. Not only has she ruined her space, but she has also disfigured me. What tremendous enmity must exist? System, who poisoned me? It was also your sister. The system replied. Mo Qianqian facepalmed. Her again. What is her name? Mo Shan. 1 year your senior. Matched with your current beastman last year. Mo Qianqian, running her fingers through her almost dry hair, inquired. Why did she completely terminate the match? I find Qianyi quite handsome. It shouldn't be for that reason. The system was about to respond when Qianyi emerged from the forest. Mo Qianqian looked up at him. He held a creature in his hands. One she could not identify, resembling a pig, but not entirely so, weighing around 100 pounds. At the sight of Mo Qianqian, a flash of hatred flickered in his eyes. Female master, why are you out here? He approached the stream to clean his catch. Mo Qianqian replied, I came out to bathe. Noticing his stoic face and reluctance to engage further, she thought to herself. For the sake of material exchange, she was determined to make an effort. She began to ingratiate herself, praising him. Wow, Qianyi, you are amazing. The prey you caught is quite large. Qianyi, focused on cleaning the creature's insides, was taken aback by her praise, his expression turning wary. What scheme was she concocting? Immediately, the system sounded an alarm in her mind. Qianyi's current dark value is 95. Mo Qianqian's expression froze. Could it be? Had she erred in complimenting him? The dark value had risen. This terrified her. Seeing Qianyi's watchful demeanor, Mo Qianqian forced a smile. Qianyi, I mean no harm. Qianyi continued his task without interruption. Female master, please return to the cave. I will call you when the meat is ready. Mo Qianqian had no choice but to comply. She walked back to the cave in a daze. In her mind, she began to complain to the system. System, is the original host so detestable? Qianyi is overly cautious of her. The system replied helplessly. Host, she often oscillated between sweet words and harsh reprimands, making them wary. The kinder you are to him, the more vigilant he becomes. All right, it seems to be completely counterproductive. What a disaster. His personality had shifted so rapidly that he no longer trusted her. She could only take it slow, sighing softly to herself. Just a few minutes after she settled onto the stone bench in the cave, a group of laughter approached from behind. Mo Qianqian looked up to see a tall, voluptuous, wheat-skinned female and 2 robust male beastmen, all gazing at her. The system clarified, this is your sister, Mo Shan. Seeing Mo Qianqian alone in the cave, Mo Shan feigned surprise. Sister, where have your beastmen gone? How could they leave the female master alone at home? It's so dangerous. Her words dripped with concern, yet her eyes gleamed with malicious delight. Today, she had brought 2 beastmen with her solely to witness Mo Qianqian's humiliation. The tribe was neither too big nor too small. Everything Mo Qianqian did was within her sight. Those 5 beastmen had long been swept out by Mo Qianqian. Mo Qianqian, sensing the malice in her eyes, pointed towards the distance. There, my beastman is over there. Are you blind? Mo Shan paused, then turned to look towards the stream. In the dim light, only the male beastman was discernible to them. The 2 beastmen behind her whispered, It's Qianyi. Mo Shan exaggeratedly called out, attempting to ensure Qianyi could hear. Oh dear, sister, did you not sell him? Is he still here? Qianyi had sensed their arrival long before, but he had no intention of drawing their attention. After all, that vile female often insulted him in front of Mo Shan, even striking him with a whip whenever she appeared. Hearing Mo Shan's words directed at him, Qianyi's muscles tensed. Did she intend to humiliate him once more before Mo Shan? Mo Qianqian, unaware of Qianyi's expression, said to Mo Shan, You are mistaken. Qianyi is such a good man. How could I possibly sell him? The malice in Mo Shan's eyes deepened as she tossed a few unidentified green plants onto the table, claiming them as her space's produce. The females, are very worried about you, so I brought you some food from her space. Your space is broken. If you don't eat something, you might starve. Mo Qianqian glanced at the wilted leaves on the table. Staring at Mo Shan, she swept everything she had thrown onto the ground. Oh dear, sister. Is this rotten stuff your spaces produce? Has your space become as ruined as mine? You. Mo Shan glared at her. Seeing her speechless with anger, Mo Qianqian added, Sister, I have a beast man who is currently preparing food for me. Please take your garbage and leave. Safe travels. Mo Shan's face flushed with rage. Even though those items were merely foraged from the jungle, she felt profoundly insulted. She uttered, without even glancing at the objects. On the ground, Qianqian, I shall await your arrival to plead with me. Qianqian rolled her eyes in response. Qianqian, fuming with anger, departed alongside her beastly companions. Upon witnessing their departure, Xian Ye's eyes betrayed a tumult of complex emotions beginning to swirl within. Chapter 4. Dissolving the bond. As the figures of Qianqian's malicious sisters faded into the distance, Xian Yi felt a flicker of surprise and confusion within him. Why did she not act as she had before? Yet, he refrained from pondering it further. Even if she were to behave in the same manner, he would merely endure another beating. He returned to the cave, clutching the freshly cleaned prey. Qianqian observed him with curiosity, for there was nothing in the cave to kindle a fire. How would he manage it? Noticing her gaze, Xian Yi awkwardly reassured her, "Do not fret. It will be ready shortly." With that, a small flame flickered from his fingertips, and he arranged the cleaned prey upon a makeshift grill of twigs. He then deftly ignited the kindling with the tiny flame. It was Qianqian's first encounter with the demonstration of supernatural abilities, akin to the opening of a door to a new world. The fire-related powers were indeed impressive and remarkably practical. Xian Yi sprinkled a handful of coarse salt onto the meat, attentively monitoring the heat while rotating the grill to ensure even cooking. Qianqian felt a twinge of boredom. Xian Yi seemed somewhat pleased with her earlier performance, no longer hurling harsh words at her as he had at the outset, yet he remained quite unapproachable. She found herself in quite the predicament. At that moment, the system in her mind urged her, "Host, seize this opportunity to get closer." What a splendid chance! Qianqian retorted, "I cannot overpower him, nor can I flatter him. If I attempt to get closer, what if he succumbs to darkness again?" The system's voice softened. "He spoke to you kindly just moments ago. We should press our advantage." As she gazed at the firelight illuminating his face, she noticed the long shadows cast by his delicate eyelashes. Upon closer inspection, his prominent nose, soft red lips, and impeccably defined jawline were all flawless, complemented by his skin as smooth as white jade. Truly a beauty that transcended gender. She swallowed hard. Such an attractive beast husband surely must have a mind that was quite muddled. Xian Yi could not ignore her intense gaze and calmly inquired, "Mistress, may we dissolve our bond?" Qianqian was taken aback. Dissolving the bond was not an issue, but with his high level of darkness, who could guarantee he would not turn violent one day? Having just died and traversed into the beast realm, she could not afford to perish so soon. After careful consideration, she replied earnestly, "Yes." Xian Yi turned to her in astonishment. He had merely been testing her, never expecting her to agree so decisively. The swiftness of her consent stirred a subtle discomfort within him. In a low tone, he stated, "Speak, what are your conditions? I overheard that your space was destroyed, so I presume you cannot provide me with energy." His implication was clear. She should weigh her words wisely. Qianqian hesitated, then replied, "If you make me sufficiently happy, I will certainly dissolve our previous bond." Xian Yi raised an eyebrow. "Is it really that simple?" Qianqian nodded, "Indeed. However, her notion of making herself happy was merely a guise. Her true intention was to lower his darkness value to 0 before dissolving their bond, lest she put her life at risk, leaving herself vulnerable. After all, taking her life could be accomplished through various means, without necessitating his direct involvement. Currently bound by this relationship, he would not dare to act against her. This was more advantageous than detrimental. The system within her mind cheerfully remarked, "Host, you truly are clever." Qianqian smirked slightly, replying, "Be quiet." The system fell silent with a nervous chuckle. As he adjusted the grill, the food began to sizzle, releasing an enticing aroma. Qianqian's nose twitched. "It smells delicious. May I eat?" Previously, when she plotted her schemes, she would not have exhibited such gentleness, reminded of her past deeds. Xian Yi suppressed his sudden revulsion and replied, "It will be ready soon. Mistress, please wait a moment." Qianqian swallowed hard. It had been far too long since she had eaten, and she was now ravenous. She fixed her gaze on the food in Xian Ye's hands, urging, "I wish to drink water. please boil some for me. I will keep watch here. Qianyi stood up, and in that moment, Qianqian noticed the many small scars and whip marks on his back, pale and barely visible unless one looked closely. She quickly questioned the system. Were those scars on him? The system promptly replied, "You did that." Qianqian sighed. "Great, back to the original owner." Qianyi observed her sudden expression of distress, and concern flickered in his eyes. "Mistress, are you unwell? I shall fetch some water at once. Please wait." Qianqian shook her head. "I am fine. You may go." As he turned to the stream, his expression grew cold. No matter what, he would act until she was satisfied. Qianqian watched him depart, mentally communicating with the system. Is there any other rapid method to lower their darkness value to 0 aside from my spatial abilities? Her spatial powers could not hunt or protect her. Even if she successfully dissolved all bonds, the perilous situation for females in the beast realm necessitated finding other beast husbands for protection. The system responded no. The only method is to lower their darkness values to 0. Qianqian smiled wryly, realizing her naivety. Upon returning with a jar filled with water, Qianyi found her staring blankly at the Duda beast. He quickly inquired, "Mistress, I have returned. The Duda beast is ready." Qianqian looked up at him. "Yes." "Boil the water. I wish to drink." Qianyi placed the jar on the ground and set the food on a large leaf, then positioned the jar over the charcoal. Using a bone knife, he cut the meat into bite-sized pieces, offering, "Mistress, please eat." With that, he turned and exited the cave, sitting down with his back to her. Qianqian hesitated, contemplating whether to invite him to dine with her. Surely, he would refuse. It would be better to wait until she was full before calling him. Without chopsticks, she disregarded the heat and began to eat. After a quarter of an hour, she let out a contented burp, wiping her greasy hands on the underside of the leaf. With a hearty appetite, she consumed nearly 2 pounds of meat and could eat no more. She called out to Qianyi at the cave entrance, "Qianyi, come here." Qianyi, with his back to her, furrowed his brow tightly. When he turned to her, his face wore a gentle smile. Upon entering, he asked, "Mistress, is there something you need me to do?" Qianqian said, "I cannot finish this. Please take it away." Qianyi replied, "Of course, I shall do so immediately." He believed Qianqian had undergone a transformation, but he soon realized that aside from appearing slightly more amiable, she was fundamentally unchanged. In the past, no matter how much prey they brought back, she would eat only a few bites, often ordering them not to eat or forcing them to kneel and eat from the ground, relishing in their discomfort. She would frequently toy with them for amusement. This was still a mild version. If they were injured, she would not allow them to seek the shaman for treatment, insisting they endure until their wounds festered and scabbed over. Reflecting on this, he silently took the food and exited. Once out of Qianqian's line of sight, he examined the food several times, finding no issues. His stomach began to rumble, and after a moment's thought, he sat down and devoured the meal hungrily. Chapter 5. The useless female beast Qianqian. After finishing his meal, Qianyi returned to the entrance of the cave, leaning against the doorway to rest with his eyes closed. Meanwhile, Qianqian was engaged in a conversation with the system, strategizing how to align with her malicious female persona to persuade one of her beast husbands, Qianyi, to lower his darkness value. The charcoal fire in the cave slowly extinguished, and Qianqian gazed into the ominous, darkened cave, asking the system, "Did the original self ever bond with these beast husbands?" The system replied, "No, the original host despised them and would never allow them to touch her, let alone approach her. Moreover, they were all male beastmen rejected by Qianqian." Qianqian inquired, "Why do you think Qianqian rejected them?" She recalled having asked this question previously, but was interrupted, and she now sought an answer once more. The system briefly responded, "Your 5 beast husbands have a rather unfavorable reputation, and their abilities appear quite ordinary. Qianqian is rather haughty, believing they are unworthy of her. No wonder." Qianqian wholeheartedly agrees. Uncertain how much time has passed, Qianqian gradually fell asleep. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted, and a bolt of lightning cleaved the night sky, illuminating it as brightly as day. Qianqian awoke with a start from her dream. hearing the thunder followed by a torrential downpour. Qianqian's golden eyes were fixed on the raindrops cascading down upon him. He rose to close the cave door before returning to his seat. Qianqian was taken aback. Why did he close the door without coming in himself? The system responded, the original self never allowed them inside at night. Qianqian was at a loss for words. Such heavy rain, leaving them outside to get drenched? Indeed, that was rather unkind. If he were to enter directly, Qianyi might not agree. It seemed she needed to devise a plan. After pondering, she rose and opened the cave door. Qianyi's ears twitched, and he closed his eyes, pretending not to hear her footsteps. Qianqian glared at the doorway, where Qianyi stood and commanded, "Come in, it's raining. The cave is damp and cold. Start a fire for me." Qianyi opened his eyes and observed her as he stood. All right. The rain had barely begun, but Qianqian noticed that Qianyi's fur skirt was already half-soaked. Qianyi sensed her gaze upon his lower half and awkwardly clenched his fist. She wouldn't be thinking. Qianqian turned away, no longer looking at him, and ordered, "You will stay in the cave tonight. The fire must not be extinguished, understood?" Initially, Qianyi felt somewhat anxious, but now he was filled with a sense of disappointment. He was puzzled by his sudden lack of resistance towards this female, and strangely, there was a flicker of anticipation within him. Even if she desired to mate, it wouldn't be unfeasible to dissolve the match. Unbeknownst to Qianqian, he was lost in thought. After instructing Qianyi to start the fire, she lay down on the bed. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in with delight. "Congratulations, host. Qianyi's darkening value has decreased by 1 point. 1 point. Qianqian couldn't muster a smile. She stole a glance at the stoic and silent Qianyi, diligently tending to the fire, unable to comprehend why his darkening value had suddenly diminished. It seemed she hadn't done anything noteworthy, unable to fathom it. Qianqian set the matter aside and drifted into slumber. A few minutes later, Qianyi heard her steady breathing and cast a surprised glance at her. Had she begun to trust him so readily? As dawn broke, Qianqian awoke feeling quite refreshed. She stretched. The rain had ceased. Qianyi was no longer in the cave. Rising, she opened the cave door and discovered that the night's rain had swollen the stream, rendering it murky. She gazed at the enlarged river, pondering how to wash up with such dirty water. Before long, Qianyi emerged from the thicket, carrying food wrapped in a large leaf. Likely fresh provisions. Qianqian watched eagerly as he approached. Noticing Qianqian at the entrance, her hair neatly tied up with a slender stick, Qianyi found her appearance much improved compared to her previous disheveled state. He initiated the conversation. "I gathered some fruits. I believe you females will enjoy them." He placed the fruits on the cave's only table. Qianqian saw the fruits, red and about the size of a fist, round and delightful. She picked one up, inhaling its sweet fragrance, reminiscent of peaches she had eaten before. She then set it down again. "Wanye, assuming herration signifiet dissatisfaction." Hastily offered, "Do you wish for meat, female master? I can hunt right away." He turned to leave. Qianqian quickly interjected, "No, Qianyi, could you make a water basin to hold water? I wish to wash up." "A water basin? What is that?" He looked at her in confusion. Qianqian crouched down, retrieving a piece of charred wood from the extinguished fire and briefly sketched the shape of a water basin in the dirt. Qianyi nodded. "All right, I'll make one." "Would stones work?" Qianqian smiled. "That works." Qianyi ventured back into the forest. Qianqian glanced around the cave entrance. The heavy rainfall had rendered the ground muddy. Squatting at the doorway, she ate fruit while daydreaming. Not long after, several individuals approached. Qianqian did not recognize them, yet they drew nearer. The system promptly exclaimed, "Host, they are buyers." "Buyers? Please clarify." Qianqian was speechless. The group of male beastmen peered into her cave, asking curiously, "Qianqian, where has your beast husband, Qianyi, gone?" Qianqian mentally inquired, "Did they purchase Qianyi, the serpent beastman?" Before the system could respond, the 3 serpent beastmen, seeing the cave empty, harbored ill intentions. With wicked expressions, they said, "If he is not here, why not play with us? Consider it compensation for buying the beast skin and taking Qianyi away." The other 2 beastmen laughed heartily, as if they had heard a joke. Qianqian warned, "No, My beast husband is nearby. If I call, he will arrive immediately. One of the male serpent beast men sneered. Little female, you lie. Who doesn't teen know you've driven all your beast husbands out of your home? No waities. We don't mind that you're dark and ugly. Come to our tribe. All our beast men will surely treat you well. They laughed arrogantly. Qianqian glared at one of them. Who said that? My beast husband is nearby. If you know what's good for you, leave quickly. Besides, do you think our tribe has no one? Upon hearing this, their laughter grew louder. You, a female with a destroyed space. Who would want you? Who cares about you? They would rather see you disappear. Qianqian, now truly loathed Qianqian. Why the urgency to turn against one another? She had said everything to the beasts outside. Chapter 6. To place one in desperate situations before rebirth, as Qianqian saw them drawing closer, spouting lewd remarks, she felt a surge of urgency and anger. How could she rid herself of them? The system advised, call Qianyi back quickly. Qianqian hastily asked, can Qianyi defeat them? The system replied, he cannot. Qianqian felt a lump in her throat. If he couldn't win, what was the point of summoning him back? Would they all be delivered as vegetables? Tears welled in her eyes. The three male serpent beast men, noticing her attempt to evade them, grew increasingly brazen. Just a bit of fun. The three of us will ensure you experience both joy and despair. They leered down at the petite Qianqian. Her face was too dark to discern her expression. It was undeniable she was a genuine female. Even if her space was broken, she could serve as amusement, satisfying their needs. She was indeed a rare, fitting choice. Qianqian's mind raced, devising a seemingly effective plan. She raised her head, exposing her white teeth, and declared, word by word, you worthless male trash. You aren't even worthy to carry my shoes. How dare you fantasize about me? I advise you to leave quickly. Otherwise, when my beast husband returns, he'll turn you into mush. Suddenly insulted, the three male serpent beast men were momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. One of them grinned wickedly. When the three of us partake in you together, I hope you maintain that vigor. I love this boldness. Another exclaimed excitedly. The last male, with his large hand reaching towards Qianqian's fur skirt. Qianqian swiftly crouched down, grabbing a handful of dirt mixed with sand and throwing it into their eyes. The beastmen were caught off guard, blinded by the dust. My eyes. It hurts. Damn female. How dare you ambush us? Taking advantage of their momentary distraction, Qianqian dashed into the thick forest. She vowed, in her past life, she had never run this fast. She didn't dare to look back at them. The beastmen rushed to the stream to wash their eyes, feeling considerably better, only to see Qianqian's figure already disappearing into the thicket. She cannot escape for long. Hurry. Pursue her. Once we catch up, we shall make her experience our might. Yes, capture her and torment her, as long as we do not kill her. The punishment from the beast god shall not fall upon us. The three male beastmen hastened towards Qianqian's fleeing direction. At this moment, Qianyi, concealed within the shadows of the forest, was already aware of their approach and stealthily followed, unnoticed. As Qianqian ran, she scanned the surroundings for dense thickets to hide in, panting heavily and drenched in sweat. The three beastmen tracked her scent relentlessly. Turning her head, she saw they were drawing closer, and panic seized her. Run faster, legs. Just then, the system prompted, run east. Qianqian pivoted and sprinted eastward, quickly emerging from the jungle. Before her lay a small expanse of flat grassland, and beyond that, a cliff. Tears threatened to spill as she lamented the path the system had directed her to. There was no place to hide. Overwhelmed, she paused to catch her breath, anxiously watching the three male snake beastmen close in behind her. They bore no sweat despite the chase, indicating they had not exerted their full strength from start. Their intent was to toy with her. The three male beastmen loomed over her, grinning maliciously. Why have you stopped running? Were you not so capable? One taunted. By the way, didn't you say your beast husband was nearby? Call him out. Qianqian smiled faintly. Look, they are right behind you. The three beastmen turned around, only to find nothing but emptiness behind them. Little female, you dare to play us for fools. I hope you have enough strength left to scream beneath us. The three snake beastmen advanced menacingly, while Qianqian retreated step by step. A glance behind revealed the cliff, shrouded in mist, obscuring the depth below. She hesitated, torn between jumping or not. The system had guided her this way, so there must be a chance of survival. After all, if she perished, the system would also cease to exist. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes and decided to take the risk. Qianyi, hidden in the shadows, observed Qianqian and noticed her inclination to leap. His brow furrowed. He could not allow her to die. If she perished, he too would meet the beast god. Just as she was about to jump, the next moment, Qianqian felt herself enveloped in a warm embrace. Looking up, she was astonished to see Qianyi. The three snake beastmen were momentarily stunned by Qianyi's sudden appearance, then erupted into laughter. Heaven has a path, yet you do not tread it. Hell has no door, yet you choose to enter. Little Qianyi, it has been a while. We have missed you dearly. One snake beastman hissed. Today is a good day. We have two plump lambs. Their raucous laughter echoed. Qianyi frowned, tightening his grip on Qianqian's arm, causing her to feel a slight tremor. Enough of this nonsense. If you dare, come and fight. He then turned to Qianqian. Step aside for your safety. Releasing her, Qianqian moved further from the cliff's edge. Qianyi immediately unleashed his abilities. The three snake beastmen were at the third tier, and Qianyi feigned exhaustion from his powers. As Qianqian watched Qianyi being forced towards the cliff, she rushed forward to shield him. What are you doing? Don't bully Qianyi. The three snake beastmen sneered as they approached. She dares to ask what we are doing. Soon you shall find out. Qianyi appeared utterly drained, and Qianqian whispered, Qianyi, are you afraid? Let us jump off the cliff. Qianyi was taken aback. How could this treacherous female have no means of self-preservation? She intended to leap. He glanced at the cliff, recalling having seen small creatures dwelling below, climbing up via vines that were sturdy enough to bear several individuals. He could not reveal his true powers, especially not before Qianqian. Nodding, he said, let us jump together. No sooner had he spoken than Qianqian felt an unexpected surge of strength as he embraced her and leaped off the cliff. The three snake beastmen were momentarily stunned. They jumped together. One of the beastmen, trembling with fear, exclaimed, it's over. Even if Qianyi is fine, Qianqian is a female. The beast god shall not spare us. We are doomed. Another beastman, regaining some composure, remarked, not necessarily. I will take a look. Cautiously, he approached the cliff's edge and peered down, but there was no sign of them. The white mist swirled, obscuring everything below. The three snake beastmen, unwilling to accept their fate, waited for some time, but when Qianqian and Qianyi did not resurface, they had no choice but to leave, crestfallen. At the cliff's edge, Qianyi clung desperately to the vines, with Qianqian in his arms. She glanced below and said, Qianyi, there's a large tree beneath. We can descend. They had found a sturdy tree to land on. Qianyi feigned a recovery of strength and told Qianqian, they have left. Let us go up. Soon, they reached the flat ground above. Mistress, are you all right? He inquired. Concern etched across his face as he reflected her darkened visage in his eyes. Qianqian, seeing him unscathed, felt a flicker of doubt. Emerging from his embrace, she brushed off the dirt and debris, stating, I'm fine. Let us go home. Qianyi scrutinized her closely and noticed the crimson stains at her feet. You are bleeding. Qianqian was taken aback, looking down to see numerous blisters on her feet. In her frantic escape, she hadn't felt the pain. Now, the gravity of her injuries set in. She sat down to meticulously pick out the debris embedded in her soles. Wanye, seeing her soiled feet riddled with wounds and her hands scratched from grasping the vines, felt an unusual tightness in his chest. He knelt beside her and said, get on. I will carry you back. There is no water here to clean the wounds properly. Chapter 7. Redemption. Qianqian regarded his broad back and decided against pretense, climbing aboard. Her feet indeed throbbed painfully. Avoiding walking was preferable. As she lay on his back, observing his sleek black hair, she engaged the system in conversation. Earlier, you mentioned I have a beast husband named Hubai. whose beast form is white, correct? Yes, host, the system replied. How many tails does he possess? 9. 9. That must mean he is quite formidable. Can he defeat Sean's beast husbands, like those snake beast men? Host. The reason villains remain villains is due to the trials they endure, which darkens their hearts. Their cultivation levels are low, and they have faced humiliation. Understood? They have not yet grown. They will gradually become stronger. As Qianyi carried Qianqian, he noticed her unusual silence, and a sense of guilt welled up within him. She must have been terrified today. She had not uttered a single harsh word against him. Had it been the old her, she would have screamed for him to save her, never standing in front to protect him. If captured, she would surely betray him again. Her actions today inexplicably made him feel guilty for not rescuing her sooner. Their thoughts diverged as they returned to the cave in silence. He gently placed Qianqian on the stone bench, then filled a large jar with water from the stone tank, kneeling at her feet. Qianqian was taken aback. I can manage. Today has been quite unfortunate. I encountered them before even stepping outside. They were here for you. In the future, be more cautious when you venture out. Also, regarding what happened earlier, I apologize. Qianyi, I am sorry. Can you forgive me? Qianyi did not raise his head. He was utterly astonished. According to his understanding, Qianqian had not apologized to anyone, especially in the beast realm, where it was utterly ludicrous for a female to apologize to her beast husband. Therefore, her utterance of an apology left him in disbelief. Qianqian, would actually apologize? Observing him maintain his previous stance without moving, and noting that the system had not indicated a decrease in his darkening value, she surmised that even her humble apology had gone unacknowledged. With a gentle sigh, she remarked, I was at fault before. As long as you fulfill the requirements I proposed earlier, I will definitely terminate our match. I am Qianqian. Always keep my word. Qianyu was uncertain whether she was toying with him and lifted his gaze to meet hers. Upon seeing the sincerity in her eyes, his heart fluttered. Congratulations, host. Qianya's current darkening value has decreased significantly. It will soon reach 0, and that day is not far off. Please continue your efforts. Qianqian felt a surge of joy. It was effective. Just as she was about to say something, her stomach protested with a loud growl. Embarrassed, she said, Qianyi, I'm hungry. After being chased by the snake beast man for quite some time and dangling over the cliff's edge, her stamina had been severely depleted. Qianyi nodded and focused intently on washing the sand and sharp thorns from the soles of her feet. The wounds are treated, he said, before going off to hunt. Don't worry, I will remain nearby. Qianqian earned some points and felt elated, her smile becoming genuinely sincere. Qianyi, you are wonderful. Wanya posit. His voice devoid of discernible emotion. This is what I ought to do. Any other beast husband would do the same. Before long, he had cleaned himself up and stepped outside to fetch water. Qianqian smiled and asked the system, have you upgraded? Are there any items available for exchange now? The system promptly manifested a redemption button beside her personal space, displaying various products on a transparent shelf. Below each product was the required points, and she noticed the total score displayed in the lower right corner, 11 points. Scanning the second row, she saw vegetables, eggs, and meats, with the minimum required points starting at 10. Looking at her hard-earned 11 points, she suddenly felt they were not as enticing anymore. The highest tier products reached a staggering 100,000 points, but their identities remained obscured. She glanced at the bottom shelf, where a 5-point soap featuring a combined function for bathing and hair washing was displayed, and decided to redeem it. In an instant, the soap appeared in her hands, leaving her with about half of her points. Feeling a pang of regret, she encouraged herself that there would be plenty of opportunities ahead, so what was there to fear? Sensing her reluctance, the system kindly informed her, host, look here, as long as you redeem a product once, it can be used indefinitely, and subsequent uses will not consume any points. Qianqian focused intently and noticed that a new soap had reappeared in the spot where the previous one had been placed. Identical in every respect. She smiled, pleased with the redemption system's efficiency. Gently, she placed the soap beside the bed. Unfortunately, her points were insufficient. She still desired a beautiful beast skin skirt. The one she was wearing had already begun to emit an odor. After all, she had endured a challenging day. and the sweat had made her less than pleasant. Qianqian was in the river catching spiny beasts, and the water had risen significantly by the time he waded in. Reaching his waist, he casually tossed his beast skin skirt onto the shore before plunging into the water with a fork, feeling the creatures stir beneath him. With a swift motion, he struck down and successfully caught two spiny beasts with his speed and perception, then tossed them onto the shore before gradually making his way back. Just as Qianqian stepped down from her stool and opened the door, she was suddenly struck by a shock. Qianqian, completely unclothed, emerged from the water. Her eyes involuntarily zeroed in on his well-defined abdomen. The moment Qianqian saw her open the door, he understood. He remained unfazed, believing his physique was commendable and that it wouldn't matter if the female host saw him. To his surprise, he heard Qianqian's shrill scream as she covered her eyes and exclaimed, "Ah, Qianqian, why are you not wearing clothes?" From a distance, Qianqian noticed the flush on her ears and shook off the droplets of water before donning his beast skin skirt. He felt that his masculine dignity had been slightly wounded. Qianqian was completely oblivious to his thoughts, having been a naive girl before her journey. She had never encountered such sights in reality. Peeking through her fingers, she saw Qianqian put on the beast skin skirt, and she felt relieved. Qianqian silently cleaned the spiny beasts before returning to the cave. Qianqian watched as he carried two large fish, each weighing about 30 pounds. She swallowed hard, feeling hungrier. Observing her ravenous expression, Qianqian felt a sense of accomplishment arise within him. The previous annoyance dissipated. With a slight smile, he said, "Host, wait a moment. It will be ready soon." Qianqian nodded quickly. "Okay, I'm not in a hurry." "Qian, you place the fish on the grill to cook." Qianqian, observing his focused expression, asked Qianqian, "Can you help me make a new beast skin skirt?" Qianqian looked at her and replied, "I can, but tanning the skin into a skirt will take a few days." Qianqian felt a twinge of disappointment, but did not show it, as long as it was possible. That was sufficient. She nodded, "All right." In Chapter 8, heartfelt yet unaware, Qianqian watched him grilling the fish and asked, "Qianqian, what level is your ability now?" Qianqian responded, "Second tier. I couldn't defeat the snake beast man today on my own." Although she did not ask him why he hadn't come to rescue her sooner, he instinctively provided an explanation. Qianqian furrowed her brow and inquired, "Is the spatial output from other females useful to you?" Qianqian's lips pressed together slightly as he replied, "No, only the spatial output from my matched female host is useful. However, the spatial output from a matched female's mothers is also beneficial." Qianqian sighed inwardly and asked the system, which confirmed that the mothers of her 5 beast husbands would no longer provide spatial outputs for them. Moreover, a male beast who had been married off was like water poured out. They would not receive any maternal spatial outputs. The antagonists, who were all unloved and uncared for, could forget about receiving even a sliver of maternal spatial output. Perhaps before they were matched with her, they had some, otherwise they would not have developed their abilities. Yet their low levels indicated that their mothers had provided little output. This she did not voice to the system. Qianqian glanced at her in surprise, thinking she would continue to probe about his mother. But instead, she seemed lost in thought, not speaking. Qianqian felt the heat of his gaze and turned to him, saying, "I originally intended to get some spatial output from my mother, but it turns out it is useless." Qianqian instinctively wanted to comfort her, but suddenly realized that he might have developed different feelings toward Qianqian. He found it difficult to accept in that moment, his expression cooling significantly. He then shifted his focus back to the spiny beasts. Qianqian inexplicably sensed a drop in the cave's temperature. How strange. It felt a bit chilly. Unaware of the reason behind Qianqian's sudden silence, she said, "Qianqian, can you boil some water for me later? I want to take a bath." "Oh, it would be best to make a large wooden tub, not too big, something like this." She gestured with her arms to indicate the size. Noticing Qianqian's gaze shift from the fish to her, she quickly pulled a piece of charcoal from the firewood pile and sketched out the shape of the tub. With a wooden tub, she could bathe in her room at any time without needing to go to the stream, which would be much more convenient. Qianqian nodded in acknowledgement and continued to silently turn the fish. Qianqian stared at his face in confusion for a few seconds before looking away. She could not fathom what had gotten into him. The unpredictable shifts of weather are indeed perplexing. It is often said that a woman's heart is as unfathomable as the depths of the sea. However, she has come to realize that the male orc is equally enigmatic. After grilling the fish, Qianqian silently removed the bones and placed the tender meat upon a fresh, clean leaf. Qianqian fixated on the roasted fish, its enticing golden hue and crisp exterior promising a delectable feast. Observing her gaze, reminiscent of a feline orc's yearning expression, Qianqian's heart softened as he spoke. "Mistress, the spiked beast is ready. I shall fetch a water bucket now." Noticing Qianqian's unwavering attention on the fish, he could not help but feel a twinge of self-mockery. Realizing she was oblivious to his presence, her mind solely occupied by the prospect of food. Thus, he refrained from further conversation, turned to close the cave's entrance, and ventured into the forest. Qianqian cast a brief glance at his departing figure before indulging in her meal. The flavor exceeded her expectations. She savored each bite, contentedly releasing a satisfied burp. In the meantime, she filled a small jar with water, placing it atop the extinguished charcoal. Subsequently, she settled comfortably on a stone bench, leaning against the wall. Meanwhile, Qianqian, now in the forest, transformed his arm into a claw, effortlessly cleaving a large tree capable of embracing two people, hollowing it out into the shape of a bucket. Just as he planned to carry it back, the image of Qianqian's injured foot flashed in his mind. After a moment's thought, he set the wooden bucket aside and sought a type of soft yet resilient grass within the woods, suitable for weaving into shoes. Though inferior to those crafted from bee skin, these would suffice for daily wear. As he wove, he found himself pondering why Qianqian was so different from other females. Her feet appeared excessively delicate. It was rare for other females to wear shoes unless the tribe was on the move. Before long, he had completed the shoes. With one hand holding the footwear and the other bearing the wooden bucket, he made his way toward the river. Just as he was exiting the forest, his ears perked up at the sound of an approaching presence. Sniffing the air, he recognized a familiar scent. Sensing no hostility, he proceeded toward the stream without looking back. After smoothing the wooden bucket, he washed it in the water before returning to the cave. Upon opening the cave door, he found Qianqian leaning against the wall, her mouth slightly ajar in peaceful slumber. He instinctively quieted his footsteps. Glancing at the water in the stone vat, he noted it was just enough to fill the bucket. He carefully lifted the vat, constructed a simple yet sturdy support at the entrance, and placed the vat upon it before igniting a fire for boiling water. Qianqian, in her drowsy state, absently touched her face, wondering why it felt damp. Upon opening her eyes, she realized she had simply succumbed to exhaustion. Wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand, she looked up to see Qianqian squatting at the entrance, seemingly tending to something. Retracting her gaze, she noticed a pair of grass shoes at her feet. They appeared rather small, likely not belonging to Qianqian. A smile crept on her face. It seemed Qianqian possessed a surprising amount of thoughtfulness. Without hesitation, she slipped on the shoes, which fit her perfectly. With a beaming smile, she approached Qianqian and said, "Thank you, Qianqian. The shoes fit wonderfully." Qianqian straightened and replied, "Mistress, I am glad you like them. The water is boiling. I will bring it inside for you." Qianqian's smile brightened even further, her white teeth contrasting sharply against her dark complexion as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." Closing the cave door, Qianqian dutifully stepped outside, standing nearby. After enjoying a refreshing wash with the newly acquired soap, Qianqian felt no desire to don the filthy bee skin skirt again. Instead, she wrapped herself in a smaller piece of bee skin that she had laid on her bed. She then opened the cave door. Instantly, Qianqian was enveloped by a faint yet alluring fragrance that was distinctly different from that of the other females, fresh and enticing. "Wanya, please help me pour out the water from the bucket," she requested. Qianqian, glancing at the petite female before him, momentarily perceived her as merely a fragile being. He quickly examined the bee skin she had wrapped herself in, nodded, and carried the bucket outside, taking Qianqian's previous skirt along with him. Unbeknownst to her, she pondered in her mind, does the system have any needles or threads? I wish to exchange for them. The system responded, host, upon assessment. The requested materials are not your most pressing needs and cannot be exchanged. Montag Qianqian, resigning herself to the idea that the dirty beast skin skirt could still be washed and worn. However, upon glancing at the ground, she found no trace of the skirt. Did Qianyi discard it? After emptying the water from a bucket, Qianyi washed Qianqian's beast skin skirt several times before using his fire ability to dry it and return to the cave. Qianqian felt a twinge of embarrassment upon seeing the skirt in his hands, saying, Qianyi, I intended to wash it myself. Qianyi's lips pressed together slightly. It is clean now. You can wear it for the time being. I shall go hunting tonight and bring you a new one. Chapter 9. A fortuitous opportunity. Qianqian nodded in agreement. All right, please be careful. Qianyi said nothing further as he exited the cave. To her surprise, he did not return that night. The following morning, upon awakening, Qianqian opened the door only to find no sign of Qianyi outside. Furrowing her brow, she inquired of the system. System, Qianyi hasn't returned all night. Could something have happened? The system replied earnestly. Do not worry, host. He is safe. However, another beast husband is nearby. Qianqian's eyes widened in astonishment. Which beast husband? The system clarified. Host, he is approaching. Panic set in as she thought. He isn't here to harm me, is he? The system reassured her. No, that only occurs after a match is dissolved. Qianqian placed a hand on her forehead. With Qianyi's darkening value reduced only slightly, another beast husband was already on the scene. Truly, as one wave recedes, another rises. After lingering at the entrance for some time, without encountering any beast husband, Qianqian decisively washed her face and brushed her teeth. Enjoying the fruits Qianyi had previously gathered. Just as she was savoring the sweet flavors, she suddenly felt her head grow heavier. Darkness enveloped her vision, and with a thud, her forehead collided with the table, causing her body to tilt. In the next moment, a male orc sauntered through the cave entrance. He looked disdainfully at the fallen Qianqian before roughly grabbing her by the neck, forcing her face to meet his. Still as ugly as ever. That Qianyi fellow must have lost his mind to take an interest in you. Though she appeared slightly more tolerable than before, she remained painfully unattractive. However, her scent and demeanor had shifted. Could it be that her essence had changed? He pinched her face, inspecting her from various angles, while Qianqian lay unresponsive, akin to a marionette. Just then, seeming to grow bored, he snapped his fingers. Qianqian slowly stirred awake, startled to find a handsome face looming before her. She struggled, exclaiming, "What do you want? Let me go." The man promptly released his grip on her neck, causing her rear to collide with the hard ground. "You," she exclaimed, indignant. "It was you who compelled me to let go." The man, slightly older than Qianyi, raised an eyebrow at her. If looks could kill, Qianqian would have slain him with her glare. In her mind, she frantically shouted, "System, come forth. Who is this beast husband of mine? How infuriating. Just because he is handsome, does he think he is something special?" The system quickly replied, "Host, he is the nine-tailed fox I mentioned to you before. Why has he returned?" She wondered. Perhaps it is also to dissolve the match. If that is the case, why toy with me? She huffed. The nine-tailed fox regarded the fallen Qianqian with a mock smile, saying, "Dear mistress, the ground is cold. Do rise quickly. I know you are delighted by my return." Qianqian retorted internally, delighted. My foot. Dusting off her behind, she stood, only to discover a throbbing pain on her forehead. Rubbing it, she realized it had swollen. "Did you do this?" The nine-tailed fox settled onto a stone bench, chuckling. "Which pair of eyes saw me do it?" The smile could hardly be described as pleasant. He reached out and seized a piece of fruit from the table, taking a bite. "Qianyi, this fellow knows how to please you." Qianqian walked over and snatched the fruit back. "Qianyi gave it to me. If you want some, go pick your own." "Who by?" Having finished the fruit in his hand, scoffed, stingy. Qianqian fixed her gaze on his face and asked, "What brings you back?" Hubai smiled lightly. "Naturally. I miss the female master, quite intensely. I thought I would see you since the task remains unfulfilled." "Task?" Qianqian quickly inquired in her mind. "System? What did the original self send him to do?" The system, sensing Qianqian's forgetfulness, promptly replied, "To the northern lands, to steal treasures from the Fox Beast clan. Qianqian clenched her teeth inwardly. Damn the original self. With Hubai's meager abilities, who can he defeat? If he wanted him to perish, he could have just said so. The system responded matter-of-factly. Her actions aligned perfectly with her malicious nature. What is his current corruption value? 85 points. Monta Qianqian pondered, realizing it was less than Qianye's, and thus perhaps easier to reduce his corruption value. She contemplated and spoke to Hubai. Are you also here to dissolve the match with me? Hubai paused, asking with certainty. Qianyi he is as well? Qianqian nodded. Exactly, I won't waste time with unnecessary words. For fairness, my requirements for you both are the same. As long as you make me happy, I guarantee the dissolution of our match. Hubai stood up. Are you treating me like that simple-minded, strong, but dull-witted Qianyi? The mirth in his eyes vanished as he regarded Qianqian's obviously forced calm demeanor. Qianqian felt helpless. She had thought his lower corruption value would make him easier to deceive, only to find she had hit a wall. She looked at him with resignation and said, I don't care whether you agree or not. I treat you both equally. Qianyi has already accepted my terms. If you don't wish to dissolve, then so be it. We can remain like this for a lifetime. Oh, and I forgot to mention, my space has been destroyed. Hubai furrowed his brow, yet found it amusing. The malicious female had suddenly grown clever, which intrigued him. He had intended to use his powers to charm her into dissolving the match, but unexpectedly, her changed temperament suited his tastes. Playing with her for a while might be entertaining. Thus, he smirked. No worries, I agree. I will win your favor, just like Qianyi, and then we can dissolve the match. Agreed? His lack of further argument made Qianqian uneasy. Indeed, the fox was cunning. Although she was the dominant female master, she felt more like his toy. This unsettling feeling made her uncomfortable. Yet, she replied, All right, it's settled. Seeing her reluctant agreement, Hubai said nothing more. Qianqian stared into his eyes and asked, Have you seen Qianyi? Why didn't he come back with you? Hubai looked at her with amusement. Can't you tell? You seem quite concerned about him. Qianqian felt inexplicably guilty. Of course. Now tell me, what happened to him? Hubai raised an eyebrow. He went to see the shaman. Qianqian's voice rose in concern. What? Is he all right? We should go find him quickly. Did he get hurt while hunting last night? As she spoke, she urged Hubai to hurry and fetch Qianyi. Hubai, half smiling, replied, All right, let us go get him. Qianqian thought to herself that having reduced Qianyi's corruption value a little, his injury was indeed a rare opportunity. She must act quickly to enhance her favorability. Chapter 10. Unlocking new attributes. Qianqian eagerly anticipated showing her affection for Qianyi at the shaman's place. Hubai's lips curled slightly. He was curious to see what this malicious female intended to do. He had observed for several days. Noting that Qianyi treated her rather well, almost submissively, he wondered how this plain female had suddenly gained the ability to make Qianyi serve her. He was exceedingly intrigued. On the surface, it appeared that Qianqian had instructed him to go to the northern lands, but in reality, it was the result of his charming her with his powers. He had business there. It was inconvenient to act without her assistance. The moment Qianqian stepped out of the cave and noticed Hubai leisurely following her, showing no urgency, she turned sharply to him. Hubai, you wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? She squinted, scrutinizing his expression. Hubai flashed a broad smile. Noble female master. I would never dare to do such a thing. A chill ran down Qianqian's spine, and she rubbed her arms, shaking off the goosebumps as she remarked, Hubai, don't the bees say your smile is quite terrifying? Hubai paused, taken aback. Terrifying? As the most handsome male of the Fox Beast clan, which female beast man would not be enamored by his beauty? Bowing before his beast skin skirt, he tugged at the corner of his mouth, feigning disappointment. Female master, you're the first to say such a thing to me. I am quite saddened. You have wounded my heart. He posed dramatically. Even though Qianqian knew he was acting, she couldn't help but be captivated by his charm. A moment of infatuation flashed in her eyes. But she quickly regained her composure. I don't care. You lead the way. Let us hurry to the shaman. Hubai chuckled, stepping forward to guide her. Please. Noble female master, stay close. Qianqian felt a surge of joy. She was not the original self and did not actually know where the shaman lived, nor did she have any other nominal family members. Hubai, however, found it a bit strange, as a fox beast man naturally endowed with charm. It surprised him that Qianqian only remained enamored for a few seconds before snapping back to reality, making him question whether his charm had failed. Walking ahead, he displayed broad shoulders and a slim waist, his long legs and well-defined muscles glancing impressively. Qianqian occasionally stole glances, treating herself to a visual feast. Hubai, aware of her gaze, turned his head and extended his hand, his long fingers elegantly articulated. Female master, the ground is slippery. Would you like to hold onto my arm while walking? Qianqian, lacking the courage to match her thoughts, replied, No need. You leading the way is perfectly fine. Hubai retracted his hand, feigning the demeanor of a rejected beast. He lengthened his strides. Qianqian queried the system in her mind. System, I feel like Hubai knows something. The system responded. He doesn't seem to, otherwise why wouldn't he use his charm to make you submit entirely? Qianqian inwardly agreed. The system had a point. She then asked, Do you think Hubai seems a bit too fragrant? The system replied, Host, I am not human. I have no sense of smell. Well, she had asked in vain. Hubai deliberately quickened his pace, and Qianqian's previously injured foot, not fully healed, began to ache. She complained to Hubai, Could you slow down a bit? I can hardly keep up. Hubai halted and looked at her all right. He slowed his pace to walk alongside her. Qianqian sighed in relief, revealing a bright smile. Let us go, Hubai. Hubai took a winding route into the gathering place of the tribe, where beast men often congregated. It was Qianqian's first time seeing beast men other than Qianqian and her beast husband. Some retained their beastly forms, such as two long, furry rabbit ears or robust tails. She found it intriguing and wondered about Qianyi and Hubai's appearances. She had yet to see their beast forms. Observing her fascination with the male beast men, Hubai frowned slightly. They were merely ordinary, unattractive males. What was there to look at? Could they compare to his own beauty? Unaware of his thoughts, Qianqian felt Hubai tugging on her arm. We're almost to the shaman's place. It's crowded here, so stay close. With that, his hand rested on her shoulder. Qianqian turned her gaze to him. Okay, let us hurry. Seeing that she did not resist his proximity, a smile involuntarily crept onto Hubai's lips, unnoticed by himself. Qianqian focused intently on her path, while other beastmen cast glances her way. One of them remarked, Isn't that Qianqian? Another replied, Indeed, she's so dark. Apart from her, who else in the tribe looks that unattractive? A third beastman chimed in, Really? I think she smells quite fragrant, and she seems to have become more appealing. Upon hearing this, the others began to sniff the air. Perplexed, it truly did possess a subtle, enchanting aroma. They wondered what it would be like to mate with her. Their conversation was clearly overheard by Qianqian and Hubai. Hubai shot a glare at the male beastman who expressed a desire to mate with his mistress, causing him to lower his head in submission. From that moment on, they dared not speak ill of Qianqian. Qianqian raised an eyebrow, considering that the soap produced by the system was not bad, even though she didn't find it particularly fragrant. Thus, she inquired within her mind, Is there something special about this soap? The system responded, Host, let me conduct a quick analysis. Please hold on. Soon after, the system joyfully announced, Congratulations, host. Qianqian sighed internally. System, can you be more considerate and not speak in half measures? What is the source of this joy? The system replied with a hint of grievance. I am a new system, and your points are too few. Occasionally, there may be delays. I have detected that the soap has activated your charm attribute. To be precise, aside from cleansing function, it has added an allure attribute, causing any male beastman who catches a whiff to feel an inexplicable fondness for you. Is that so? Qianqian exclaimed with delight. This means I can further diminish their negative sentiments. The system confirmed, Yes, congratulations, host. She then asked, Will other females experience this effect from the soap? The system, after processing data, replied, Other females will not. With this reassurance, Qianqian felt somewhat relieved. At that moment, Hubai tightened his embrace around her shoulders, saying, Mistress, do not fear. I shall protect you. Mo Qianqian's excitement had caused her body to tremble slightly, which Hubai misinterpreted. She lifted her head and assured him, "I am not afraid. Let us go and fetch Qianyi." The two navigated through the crowd, and after several minutes, they arrived at the entrance of cave. Mo Qianqian gazed at the stone house carved from a cave, which was several times larger than her own dwelling, her astonishment evident. Hubai released his hold on her shoulders and approached to knock on the door. A weary voice from within called out, "Coming." As footsteps approached, the cave door swung open. Mo Qianqian looked down at the female beastman who opened it. She was at least half a head shorter than Mo Qianqian, her face lined with wrinkles, a diminutive elder. No, an old female. Chapter 11. The crying child receives nourishment. Hubai greeted the old female. "Witch doctor, we have come to see Qianyi." Mo Qianqian regarded the only high-ranking female beastman in the tribe, realizing she was indeed the witch doctor, albeit aged. The witch doctor glanced at Hubai, then at Mo Qianqian, her expression revealing a flicker of disdain as her brow furrowed upon observing Mo Qianqian. She beckoned, "If you seek treatment, come in. If not, I shall summon your beast husband immediately." Mo Qianqian peered past her. Inside lay an assortment of unidentifiable weeds cluttering the room, the door ajar. Another room appeared to be hers, firmly closed. In the main hall, several beastmen sat, engaged in a conversation that seemed to escalate into an argument, though she could not discern their words. Mo Qianqian shook her head and said, "We shall wait for him here. Please inform him to come out." The witch doctor stared at her in surprise, pondering how she had changed. She seemed much calmer than before. She recalled the incident when Mo Qianqian's space was destroyed, and in her plea for help, she had lost control, berating her and wreaking havoc on all her belongings. The precious medicinal herbs she had collected over the years were all destroyed. Her life's work. They could have saved many beastmen. She had nearly been driven to despair. Had it not been for her status as the chieftain's daughter, she might have resorted to poisoning her, for with her space ruined, she had no value left. Mo Qianqian sensed the witch doctor's peculiar gaze, tinged with subtle hostility. Just as she was about to speak, Qianyi approached. "Mistress, what brings you here?" He seemed surprised to see Hubai. Noting that her presence was no longer required, the witch doctor closed the cave door and returned to her own. Mo Qianqian appraised Qianyi from head to toe, asking, "Qianyi, are you well?" He paused. "I am fine. Why do you ask?" "I am relieved to hear that. Hubai mentioned you came to see the witch doctor, and I feared you had been injured while hunting," she replied. Hubai glanced at the packages of medicine and beast skins in Qianyi's hands, suggesting, "Shall we return home to discuss?" Mo Qianqian nodded. "Yes, let us return first." The three of them made their way toward Mo Qianqian's cave. Upon reaching the plaza crowded with beastmen, someone called out, "Sister, sister, you've come. Monta Qianqian found it." Following the voice to see Mo Qianqian and a middle-aged female beastman beside her, who regarded Mo Qianqian with visible disdain. Not wishing to engage with this green tea sister, Mo Qianqian turned her head and continued walking. Mo Qianqian's voice grew louder, tinged with feigned grievance. "Sister, if you do not wish to see me, at least come to greet mother." Hearing this, the surrounding beastmen fell silent, their expressions eager for entertainment. Though Mo Qianqian initially intended to ignore her, the mention of her original body's mother piqued her interest, prompting her to halt. Hubai and Qianyi followed suit. Mo Qianqian thought to herself, "No wonder this woman looks somewhat familiar. She bears a resemblance to the original body." However, to be certain, she asked in her mind, "System, is that old female beside Mo Qianqian truly her mother? Why does she seem so unpleasant?" The system quickly responded, "Host, the original body was too dark. Her mother is aesthetically inclined and find her a source of embarrassment. Moreover, with the original body space destroyed, she regards her as a useless female, unworthy of being her daughter. No wonder." Mo Qianqian observed Mo Qianqian's pause and continued, "If you simply apologize to mother and make amends, she will surely forgive you. Since your space has been ruined, you must have had a difficult time lately. Do not worry if you acknowledge your mistake. Mother may even grant you some of her space's yield." Her eyes glittered with a malice that was palpable, as she sought to publicly provoke Mo Qianqian into a fit of rage. Qianqian's dark lips broke into a smile, revealing her white teeth, only serving to further disgust her mother. She tugged at Qianqian, saying, "She is unworthy of receiving any yield from my space. I am already a mistress. How could I continue to benefit from mother? Do you not feel ashamed? Do you not have any sense of dignity?" Qianyi, standing beside Qianqian, cast a worried glance her way, concerned about whether she could withstand Qianqian's public taunts. Meanwhile, Hubai remained unfazed, arms crossed, confident that Qianqian would not allow herself to be wronged. He surveyed the beastmen, eager to witness her embarrassment, certain they would be disappointed. Qianqian fixed her gaze on Qianqian, stating, "Did you not say last time that mother had given me some of her space's yield? Does that mean what I consumed was all a lie? Qianqian, you are quite bold to deceive mother." Montag Shansan Forza, recollecting the last time she had provided her with the wild herbs she had gathered from the roadside. Their mother furrowed her brow at Qianqian, understanding that her daughter had privately sought to humiliate Qianqian. Even if she had not sanctioned it, she felt that Qianqian had done well. She, too, despised this daughter and regarded her as a source of shame. She shot Qianqian a glare, exclaiming, "Wretched child, your sister, with her kind heart, has generously gifted you my spatial production. Yet how could you dare to slander her in such a public setting? Hurry forth and bow an apology to your sister." Upon hearing this, Qianyi clenched his fists and quietly inquired, "Qianqian, just give the order, and today I shall make an exception to strike a female." At this proclamation, Hubai raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at Qianqian. In a hushed tone, Qianqian replied, "There is no need for violence. I do not regard them at all." Their voices were muted, inaudible to the females, but distinctly heard by the male beastmen. The 5 beast husbands of Shan quickly relayed the message to her. Shan's gaze bore a provocative challenge. Could the 2 worthless beings beside Qin truly pose a threat to her? What a jest! Hearing this, the matriarch furrowed her brow and reiterated, "Qian, did you hear? Come here immediately and bow an apology to your sister." Qian was both furious and amused. No wonder the original body was so malicious. The roots of this malice lay before her in the form of the matriarch. She was well aware that Shan was lying, yet chose to shield her, attempting to trample Qian's dignity into the ground. In the next moment, Qian performed an astonishing act that left the crowd of beasts dumbfounded. She burst into tears, exclaiming, "Matriarch, I know you have despised me since childhood because of my appearance, which has brought you shame. But I am your daughter. I, too, yearn for your love. Why do you bestow all your affection upon my sister and refuse to cast a glance in my direction? My spatial production has been destroyed. Cannot you spare a bit of love for me and provide me with some of the spatial output, even if it is just a fraction of what you give to my sister?" Her cries were heart-wrenching, evoking sympathy from onlookers. The beastmen, apart from Shan and her ilk, felt a surge of compassion for her plight. Indeed, a female without space was hardly a complete being. Her matriarch was excessively biased. The spectators cast disapproving glances at Shan and her companions. They were momentarily stunned. How had the situation devolved into this? Chapter 12. Sister Special Care. Qian's tears flowed freely, her words tumbling forth with remarkable speed, leaving Qianyi and Hubai momentarily speechless. Hubai surveyed the surrounding beastmen, noting their apparent sympathy for Qian's plight. The tide had turned dramatically. Hubai mused, "How intriguing. This little female, Qian, is quite the character." Qianyi shared a similar sentiment, with an added tinge of concern for Qian. The destruction of her space was not her fault, yet both her matriarch and biological sister harbored a particular disdain for her, making the beast perceive her very existence as a mistake. A female devoid of space, without a mate, and lacking a formidable matriarchal lineage would lead a life fraught with difficulties. As she wept, Qian keenly observed the expressions of Shan and her entourage, finding their bewildered and incredulous faces quite amusing. Nearby, A beastman remarked, "Indeed, Qianqian's space has been destroyed, but as her family, particularly the matriarch, why not lend her a bit of spatial output?" Another added, "Exactly. It is one thing not to assist her, but why bully her?" The chorus of voices grew, with many beasts expressing their indignation towards Qianqian's matriarch and Shan. The matriarch, named Piao Piao, felt her face flush with rage. Shan was equally incensed. The mother and daughter exchanged glances, acutely aware that their reputations had been trampled underfoot by Qianqian if they did not intervene. The situation would only worsen. Moreover, with the new chieftain's return imminent, they could not afford to provoke him, lest they face dire consequences. Thus, Piao Piao stifled the fury boiling within her and forced a smile that was more grotesque than a frown. She strained to soften her expression, attempting to appear benevolent. "Qianqian, do not weep. Both you and Shan are my daughters. I care for you both. Do not cry. Seeing your tears pains my heart." She patted her chest, feeling a modicum of her anger dissipate, her countenance appearing somewhat more genuine. Shan adopted an innocently bewildered expression as she gazed at Qianqian. Receiving her matriarch's affectionate gaze, Qianqian felt a chill run down her spine, though she maintained an appearance of meekness and vulnerability, asking, "Matriarch, is that true?" Piao gently pinched her palm and replied, "Of course. Look at your face. Crying only makes it look worse. This is a family matter. Let us discuss it privately, away from prying eyes." Shan quickly chimed in, "Indeed, dear sister. The matriarch often speaks of your difficulties in my presence, urging me to take care of you." Qianqian nearly burst into laughter. The last time this so-called care nearly cost her life at the hands of a snake beastman. What a joke this so-called sister was. Through her tears, Qianqian said, "In that case, matriarch, please present me with some of your spatial output in front of everyone." She then turned to Shan and added, "Sister, my beast husbands are not as formidable as yours. They have been injured while hunting. Please provide me with some meat and animal hides. Look at how tattered my skirt has become." The surrounding beasts regarded Qianqian, noting that her animal hide skirt was indeed quite worn, a stark contrast to the luxurious garments of Shan and Piao Piao. The animal hides in Xian Ye's possession appeared inadequate for crafting a skirt. Moreover, with who buys two-tier abilities, the disparity in strength compared to Shan's husbands was glaring. Thus, they urged, "Quickly produce it. We are all watching." Shan and Piao Piao's expressions soured immediately. The tribe's beastmen were largely gathered here. If they did not comply today, tomorrow, the tales of their mistreatment of Qianqian would spread throughout the entire tribe and even to others beyond. They could not afford to lose face. Shan and Piao Piao clenched their teeth, retrieving meat, animal hides, and spatial output from their respective spaces and laying them on the ground. A considerable quantity indeed. Qianqian's tears transformed into smiles of relief. Her expression one of gratitude as she exclaimed, "I knew it. The matriarch and sister do care for me." She then instructed Hu Bai and Xian Yi to collect the offerings. Piao Piao and Shan felt their hearts bleed. Yet they dared not reveal their true feelings, merely responding, "As long as you understand." Shan glanced at the animal hides she had set aside for crafting a skirt, once a source of pride, now wasted on Qianqian. And her heart brimmed with regret. Qianqian felt elated, expressing her heartfelt thanks to those who had stood up for her. As many beasts realized they had made the right choice and discovered that the seemingly malicious female was merely a pitiful creature lacking maternal affection, a little female with a rather irritable temperament. Subsequently, Qianqian decided to depart at the peak of her triumph, bidding farewell to Shan and her companions. The surrounding beastmen began to disperse, leaving only Piao Piao and Shan, their eyes fixed on Qianqian's retreating figure, their chests tight with indignation. Once she had left entirely, Piao Piao turned to Shan and said, "From now on, behave yourself. Do not disturb your sister again. I shall return to rest." Shan understood her mother's frustration. After all, The matriarch had lost a significant amount of spatial output, and Qianqian's husbands would likely confront her about it. Suppressing her anger, she replied, "Understood, matriarch. I shall arrange to meet you another day to view some fine items." Piao departed, while Qianqian, fuming, led her husbands away. Meanwhile, Qianqian skipped ahead of Xianyi and Hu Bai, unable to contain her joy. Indeed, nothing tastes sweeter than something given freely. I can only imagine how furious Qianqian and the others must be. Ha ha ha. Her radiant smile, despite her darkened complexion, was infectious. Xianyi joined in her laughter, while Hu Bai wore a subtle smile, finding the little female before him rather endearing. Qianqian felt a significant alleviation of her pent-up frustrations, and as she walked, her steps felt lighter. She was just about to inquire about Xuanya when the system's voice echoed. The blackening value of Hu Bai has decreased by 5 points, currently standing at 80. Congratulations, host. Keep up the good work. Qianqian was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Hu Bai. It seemed she had done nothing, yet Hu Bai's blackening value had inexplicably dropped. What a delightful surprise. Hu Bai, noticing her gaze, remarked, "What's the matter, my esteemed mistress? Have you discovered my beauty?" Qianqian rolled her eyes and turned away, thinking to herself, such narcissism. Xuanya chuckled lightly. "Mistress, I have brought you some medicine from the shaman. Let us see if your wound has healed. Are there any scars?" "Medicine for her?" Qianqian observed the bundle in his hands and replied, "My foot is fine now. You should keep the medicine for yourselves." Chapter 13. Testing the waters. Despite Qianqian's insistence that she didn't need it, Xuanya still tucked the medicine away, fearing that she might require it in the future and would need to seek the shaman again. He fiddled with the animal skins in his hands, saying, "Mistress, these animal skins are meant for the shaman. If she doesn't want them, I'll take them back. The quality is average, but they are good for making shoes. I'll prepare them for you in the coming days." Qianqian smiled. "All right, Xuanya, do as you see fit. By the way, with the newly acquired animal skins, could you help me make a skirt?" Xuanya nodded in agreement. Hu Bai, observing their harmonious interaction, looked at Qianqian with a puzzled expression. "Mistress, is there anything you need me to do?" Qianqian glanced at the items they were holding and said, "Hu Bai, you will be responsible for cooking. You can cook, right?" Qianqian asked with a hint of uncertainty. Hu Bai raised an eyebrow. "Cooking? Which male beastman can't cook? To win a female's heart, one must learn to please her palate. Cooking is an essential skill for every male beastman, taught by their fathers long before matching." He replied confidently, "All right, I will cook. I promise to satisfy my mistress." Qianqian responded, "Once Xuanya is done, you two can take turns cooking. Arrange it as you see fit." Xuanya nodded, agreeing that this division was clear and fair. Hu Bai had no objections. Qianqian smiled with satisfaction as they returned to the cave. In her mind, she asked the system, "What is the name of the original body's mother? Is her beastman father still alive?" The system quickly responded, "Her name is Piao. And as for your biological father, he has been dead for a long time. He was the former chieftain of the tribe." Qianqian stroked her chin, pondering. Did he die of illness, or was he harmed? The system replied, "The records indicate he was severely injured during an accidental hunt and died shortly after returning to the tribe." Qianqian engaged in casual conversation with the system, while Xuanya and Hu Bai merely saw her staring blankly. By noon, Hu Bai had prepared a meal from the food Qianqian had acquired, enough for 3. He recalled that on the day he was matched with Qianqian, he heard reports that she had gone mad with rage, scolding her sister, and was subsequently chased out by her sister's new beastman partners. He hadn't expected to have such a connection with the sisters. When Qianqian learned he was a beastman of ordinary ability from the Fox tribe, she met him only once and canceled the match. He felt indifferent towards Qianqian. Even after hearing she was the tribe's beauty, he found her rather ordinary. In terms of beauty, their Fox tribe had countless stunning females and males, and she certainly did not rank among them. Qianqian observed the busy duo and said to the system, "What do you think we can reduce their blackening values to 0? It's quite troubling." The system reassured her, "Don't worry, host. The blackening values of the remaining 3 beastmen have not shown any significant increase, so we still have time and opportunities. Montag Qianqian seit invertly. With 2 of my beastmen unsettled at home, I wonder how the 3 outside are faring? The system replied, Host, focus on overcoming the 2 at hand. Once you level up, I'll be able to show you their images, and the higher your level, the more functions we can unlock, including teleportation. Montag Qianqian was astonished. That's impressive. System, you're quite remarkable. The system puffed up proudly. Of course, I'm quite formidable. Qianqian smiled. All right, brilliant system. May I ask if the items I collected today can be exchanged for resources? The system replied, Host, I advise you not to get your hopes up. Qianqian sighed in resignation, realizing their worthlessness. After enjoying Hu Bai's meal, Qianqian found it inferior to roasted meat, lacking in flavor. Noticing her reluctance to eat, Hu Bai began to doubt his culinary skills for the first time. Mistress, is my cooking that unpalatable? Qianqian forced herself to swallow a dry piece of meat and replied, Perhaps the meat given by Qianqian was just too tough? Xuanya, glancing at the meat stew, agreed, it's not very tasty. Hu Bai shrugged. All right, I'll go hunt and get some fresh roasted meat. Qianqian nodded and then looked at Hu Bai. How about you both join me tonight for a task? Xuanya and Hu Bai exchanged glances, wondering what it could be. Montag Qianqian explained, Hu Bai, you missed the last encounter with the snake beastmen who nearly put me in a dire situation. Hu Bai raised an eyebrow at Xuanya. Is that true? Xuanya, how did you protect the mistress? Xuanya lowered his gaze. There were 3 of them. Their abilities were higher than mine, and I was not present at the time. Hu Bai's mouth twitched. Who would believe him? It was clearly intentional. Qianqian continued. They thought I was dead and fled, but there's a significant issue. Don't you find it a bit too easy for them to enter our tribe? Xuanya paused. Hu Bai interjected. Was it Qianqian who let them in? Qianqian nodded. Exactly. Xuanya frowned. When you exchanged animal skins, did they know where you lived? He refrained from mentioning that he had been sold out by Qianqian. Qianqian quickly clarified, I never disclosed that information. I only met them through an intermediary beastman. Hu Bai concluded, it must be Qianqian. He then posed another question. Why does she despise you so much? What have you done? Qianqian wished to know as well. So she asked the system, but it could not provide clarity. It only knew that Qianqian had destroyed her space, but the specifics were unknown. Qianqian shook her head. I don't know. She has disliked me since childhood. I often try to please her, yet she remained hostile towards me. Over time, I grew to dislike her as well. Xuanya and Hu Bai exchanged glances. Hu Bai remarked, My abilities might be of help to you. That was precisely what she had been waiting to hear. Qianqian said, There is something I wish to tell you. My space was destroyed by her. What? They exchanged shocked looks. Xuanya hesitated. Could it be a misunderstanding? Hu Bai found it surprising at first, but upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. If he hated someone, he would naturally destroy something they cherished most. And what could be more important to a female than her space? Every female beastman was born with their own space, each with varying capacities. The energy of the food produced could differ, and, as one leveled up, the space could expand, allowing for more cultivation or planting. Qianqian confidently asserted, I am certain it was her. Hu Bai replied, Let us investigate tonight. Xuanya nodded. She has indeed gone too far. Chapter 14. Who was behind her? On a moonless night with a howling wind, it was the perfect time to stir trouble. Montag Qianqian, Xuanya, and Hu Bai made their way towards Qianqian's cave. Once a female reaches adulthood, she separates from her mother's household and establishes her own home within the tribe, where her matched beastmen would arrive from their respective tribes, guided by the beast god to the location of their mistress. The homes in the caves were constructed by male beastmen from the tribe. Qianqian was unaware of Qianqian's location, but it didn't hinder her beastmen, who knew well. She feigned difficulty in navigation, urging Xuanya and Hu Bai to lead the way ahead. From the very beginning, Hu Bai harbored suspicions that she had changed her core, and now he was increasingly convinced of his conjecture. However, he found it irrelevant, as he was certain he would ultimately sever the match. A female whose space had been destroyed held no value for him and would only serve as a burden. Thus, he took the initiative to advance ahead of them. Qianyi felt a twinge of confusion, but complied, allowing Mo Qianqian to hold his hand as they walked. Mo Qianqian shook her head, indicating that it was unnecessary. Qianyi did not press her further. After about 20 minutes of walking, they finally arrived at the entrance of a cave. Upon seeing the cave, Mo Qianqian smiled. She thought to herself how audacious Mo Qianqian was, choosing a cave so distant from the other beastmen. Knowing that any adept in abilities could easily enter and give them a beating, and it would take a considerable time for any cries for help to be heard. She chuckled softly. The location of this cave is truly exquisite. Qianyi, perplexed, wondered where the excellence lay, as it seemed there were no beastmen residing near the female master's cave. They were quite similar. Hubai smirked and remarked, "Indeed, female master, you are correct." He then turned to Qianyi and said, "I'll go take a look. You all stay back to support me." Qianyi nodded and took Mo Qianqian's hand. Cautioning her, they possess formidable abilities. Do not wander off. Mo Qianqian nodded in agreement. Qianyi led her to a concealed spot where they could see the entrance to Mo Qianqian's home perfectly. Mo Qianqian watched as Hubai knocked on the door. The first knock went unanswered. He continued to knock insistently several times. In the next moment, female beastmen opened the door angrily, shouting, "Who is it? Why are you knocking on our door in the middle of the night?" As they opened the door, Hubai swiftly sidestepped and launched an ability attack at them. His ability was to confuse enemies with a stunning effect. Although he appeared to be at the second tier, he could catch the fourth-tier beastmen off guard and incapacitate them. The four beastmen, taken by surprise, collapsed one after another. Mo Qianqian gasped in astonishment. No wonder. The last time the system informed her of another beast husband outside, she could not see him. It turned out he had already fallen victim to Hubai's ability. Hubai beckoned them, and Qianyi led Mo Qianqian over. Hubai moved with a silence akin to a shadow, stepping ahead while Qianyi and Mo Qianqian followed closely behind him. Mo Qianqian's cave was divided into two stone rooms, significantly larger than Mo Qianqian's cave. Within one room, ambiguous sounds echoed, accompanied by the uncontrollable moans of a female and the heavy breaths of a male. Qianyi's face flushed slightly, while Hubai raised an eyebrow, understanding why the four male beastmen had emerged in such a foul mood. They were pitifully cast out by the female master, unable to engage in deeper interactions. Mo Qianqian, intrigued, leaned forward, and as the door was ajar, she caught sight of the passionate scene within. Who would have thought that Mo Qianqian could be so fervent? Her remark went unnoticed by those inside. But Hubai swiftly covered her eyes, whispering, "Female master, do not be naughty. Be cautious of what you see." Mo Qianqian protested, patting his hand. "A quick glance won't hurt. Are we not trying to lure them out?" Before Hubai could respond, Qianyi whispered urgently, "There is someone outside. The footsteps are approaching. I will distract them." Hubai nodded, and Mo Qianqian quietly advised, "If you cannot fight, retreat. Prioritize your safety." Qianyi nodded and soon disappeared from sight. After Qianyi left, Hubai frowned and directed an ability attack towards the individuals inside. Mo Qianqian and the male beastman halted, staring vacantly at them. Unable to bear the sight of their naked forms, Hubai manipulated them to dress. Mo Qianqian widened her eyes in astonishment. Hubai's abilities were truly terrifying. Hubai paid no heed to Mo Qianqian's thoughts as he guided the two individuals out of the room. He was met with a sickly sweet scent from within, mingled with various unpleasant odors that made him distinctly uncomfortable. Mo Qianqian gazed at the male beastman beside Mo Qianqian, exclaiming in surprise, "This person is not Mo Qianqian's beast husband." Qianyi took a closer look and also noticed the discrepancy. Casually glancing at the male's lower half, he remarked, "He is a snake beastman." Mo Qianqian was taken aback. She had not expected Mo Qianqian to associate with a snake beastman, and moreover, not her husband, while engaging in such activities. She found it difficult to comprehend. Was it not said that snake beastmen held a lowly status? How could someone as proud as Mo Qianqian be attracted to him? Hubai fixed his gaze on the snake beastman and inquired, "What is your relationship with Mo Qianqian?" The snake beastman replied, "A transaction." Mo Qianqian was taken aback. wondering what kind of transaction would lead to such intimacy. It was utterly baffling. Hubai frowned and pressed further. What kind of transaction? The snake beastman's expression twisted in pain, as if he were struggling. The moment he resisted, Hubai's face turned pale. This is bad. He must have been cursed by another beastman of higher cultivation. I cannot break it. Hearing this, Qianqian hastily suggested, forget about him for now. Let's question Shan. Hubai retracted his control over the snake beastman and asked, what do you wish to inquire? You may ask. Qianqian nodded. Shan, I ask you, did you poison me? Shan's expression was filled with pride and delight as she replied, indeed, it was I, but not entirely. The Lord provided me with the poison. Hubai glanced at Qianqian in surprise. She had been poisoned? When did this occur? Qianqian frowned and continued, is there an antidote on you? The smile on Shan's face widened almost to her ears. There is no antidote. Qian deserves this. Why should she have everything from birth? How could Qianqian, who had everything, be unaware of this? Qianqian asked her next question. Was your space also created by you? Shan's expression morphed into one of exaggerated madness. Indeed. Who told her to compete with me? Qianqian was speechless. What had she competed for? Observing her incredulity, Hubai interjected, female master, she, being merely a female, lacks the power to destroy space. You should quickly inquire who assisted her in this. My abilities are waning. Qian hurriedly asked, speak. Who helped you destroy my space? Shan responded, it was the Lord. What is his name? His name is suddenly. Shan coughed up a mouthful of blood. Chapter 15. A night without return. Hubai, quick on his feet, pulled Qian aside, just in time to prevent Shan's blood from splattering onto her. Witnessing Shan spew forth a crimson stream, she appeared markedly weakened. Hubai furrowed his brow and asked, female master, do you wish to destroy her space? In his lexicon, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth was the most equitable approach. Since Shan had destroyed her space, he believed that pursuing this idea would not only facilitate Qianqian's swift severance from him, but also enhance his standing in her heart. Monta Qianqian Zeit. Reflecting that the original soul had no idea where its essence had drifted, having survived in its stead, she naturally sought to avenge it. Thus she nodded, commander. As soon as the words left her lips, Hubai immediately instructed Shan, self-destruct your space now. Although Shan was under his control, her subconscious resisted. She understood the significance of space for a female beastman. Her brow furrowed as if she could crush a fly, blood still lingering at the corners of her mouth as she fought against the command. Observing her struggle, Hubai raised his eyebrows and intensified his control. Shan's gaze became increasingly vacuous, as if she were a marionette, and upon entering her space, she prepared to destroy it. Unexpectedly, her space appeared to sense impending doom and began to resist. Qianqian watched as the muscles in Shan's face twitched inexplicably, which was quite eerie. With a loud bang, Shan suddenly rolled her eyes back and collapsed, unconscious. Hubai exclaimed, strange. Female master, let us return to deliberate. Her space is peculiar. I cannot destroy it at this moment. Qianqian felt a sense of regret. Such a golden opportunity had slipped away. However, Hubai's life was also at stake. So the two departed together. As soon as they departed, the snake beastman beside Shan abruptly awoke, shaking his head, feeling a sense of disorientation. His gaze fell upon a figure lying on the ground, a pool of blood staining the earth. Impatiently, he nudged Shan, inquiring what transpired. Why are you in such a state? Shan, regaining consciousness, replied with a bewildered expression, I cannot recall, my mind is a blank. The snake beastman felt a surge of irritation. The precious time he had managed to carve out was utterly disrupted without his knowledge. After a brief moment of contemplation, he asked, where are your beast husbands? Shan rose to her feet, and the two of them exited the room, only to find her beast husbands sprawled together in a heap. The fury within her surged like a scorching wave, nearly consuming her. She yelled, delivering swift kicks towards them. Still not up. How long do you intend to sleep? Wasn't I clear about guarding properly? Who told you to sleep, huh? As her beast husband stirred, a flicker of confusion crossed their faces. Had they not left through the door just moments ago? Why did they not recall what had happened afterwards? Seeing their perplexed expressions, Qianqian's chest heaved with anger. If you fail to capture this unexpected beastman today, you will all return to your respective tribes tomorrow. Do you understand? Reluctantly, her beast husbands rose and promised to capture the beastman, vowing not to return without success. Qianqian's rage slightly subsided, and she forced a smile towards the snake beastman, saying, "Do not be angry. I have reprimanded them. Now, let us continue with our previous discussion, shall we?" She reached out to embrace his arm, but the snake beastman coldly brushed her off, stating, "How disappointing. Manage your beast husbands properly. I have matters to attend to. We shall speak another time." With that, he strode towards the exit. Qianqian followed closely behind, whispering sweet words, which softened his expression considerably, yet he ultimately departed. After his departure, Qianqian glared at her 4 beast husbands, who stood frozen in place, scolding, "Why are you still here? Go find him. By the way, where is Lao Wu? Where'd he go?" The 4 beast husbands exchanged glances, and one of them spoke. He said he went out for some fresh air, and we 4 stayed here. Later, while you were occupied, someone knocked on the door. After we opened it, we lost track of what happened. Qianqian, feeling exasperated by their inefficiency and excuses, shouted, "Get out! Quickly go search for him." The 4 beast husbands rushed out without delay. Qianqian, filled with frustration, struck the table, wincing in pain as her anger flared once more. Meanwhile, Qianqian and Hu Bai returned to the cave, only to find that Qianyi had still not returned. Worry etched across her face as she asked, "Qianyi has been gone for so long. Could something have happened?" Hu Bai pressed his fingers to his brow, responding, "He should be fine. I will go find him. Be cautious and do not venture outside." Qianqian nodded, and Hu Bai vanished into the night. The events of the day had left Qianqian's mind in turmoil. She had not anticipated that there were others plotting against her. And this time, it was a particularly formidable beastman, whose abilities were likely superior to those of Qianqian's husbands. Currently, Qianqian's husbands possessed abilities at the 4th low tier, while the 2 she had encountered were merely at the 2nd tier. Although Hu Bai's performance had impressed her, she could not be certain it was not mere luck. The snake beastman she had met in Qianqian's cave appeared to be at the 4th mid-tier. So, who exactly wished to harm her? Unable to deduce an answer, she turned to the system, asking, "System, who is the person behind Qianqian?" The system replied in a meek tone, "Host, I'm uncertain of their identity." Qianqian rolled her eyes in frustration, saying, "System, if you do not know who our greatest enemy is, how are we to navigate the days ahead? The enemy lurks in the shadows while we remain exposed. How do we evade them?" The system innocently replied, "We simply need to reduce the dark value of your 5 beast husbands to 0. Moreover, I'm a new system. Many features are yet to be unlocked, so I cannot possess extensive knowledge." Sighing, Qianqian lamented that her meager points were insufficient to upgrade the system. She then asked, "Can you sense if this person will suddenly appear to pose a threat to me?" The system analyzed, "I do not believe so. If that were the case, you have perished long ago." Qianqian facepalmed, "But the original host died before I came here." This time, the system fell silent. Qianqian realized that blaming it was futile. They were both in the same predicament. If she perished, it would not survive either. As night deepened, her mind raced with thoughts, leaving her unable to sleep. She glanced towards the cave entrance intermittently, anxiously awaiting their return. By the time dawn broke, Qianqian could no longer resist the urge to sleep and succumb to slumber. When she awoke again, she found someone lying beside her. Upon closer inspection, it was Qianyi. She quickly scrambled to her feet. Qianyi's brow was furrowed tightly, and the wounds on his body were wrapped in clean animal hides. Looking up, she noticed Hu Bai's complexion was somewhat pale. He was propped up with his hand on his head, resting against the stone table with his eyes closed. Understanding that they had endured a difficult night, she decided to let them rest a while longer and quietly descended from the bed. Unexpectedly, she startled Hu Bai awake. He looked at her wearily and asked, You're awake? Chapter 16. Qianqian's severe injury. Qianqian felt a twinge of guilt, saying, "Did I wake you? You do not look well. You should rest a bit longer." Hubai hesitated, seemingly at a loss for words. Qianqian, observing him, sat down on a stone bench and quietly asked, "How's Qianyi?" Hubai replied, "We should discuss this outside." Nodding in agreement, they both exited the cave. Qianqian gazed up at Hubai, who appeared quite handsome when he was not being self-effacing. His features were striking, with silky silver hair and deep blue eyes that seemed to hold the vastness of the cosmos within them. One could easily become entranced by merely looking at him. Noticing her daze, Hubai waved his hand, teasing, "My dear, have you fallen for me?" Qianqian snapped back to reality, retorting, "What nonsense! Now tell me about Qianyi. How is he doing?" Hubai responded, "Not well. His external injuries appear minor, but internally he is at the end of his tether, urgently requiring an infusion of energy from his abilities. Otherwise, within a month, he will be rendered completely useless." In truth, he was puzzled as to how Qianyi had sustained such severe injuries. His abilities did not seem to align with the extent of his wounds. Qianqian anxiously inquired, "Useless? What does that mean? Will he die or be disabled?" Hubai shook his head. "It would be worse than death. To transform a being with abilities who can cultivate into one inferior to a female beast is more torturous than killing him outright." Qianqian fell silent for a moment, realizing that her spatial resources had been destroyed, leaving her with nothing to offer unless it came from his mother. "Can we ask his mother for assistance with spatial resources?" she hurriedly suggested. Hubai looked at her with a knowing smile. "While I am uncertain if Qianyi can accept help from his mother, needing his mother's support while having a female partner is quite humiliating for any male beastman in the beast world." Qianqian felt helpless, so I had to watch him perish. At that moment, the system whispered, "Host, new discoveries in material exchange." Qianqian's eyes widened in surprise. "System, wait a moment. Let me check." Hubai noticed her lowering her head in silence and gently ruffled her hair, saying, "It is not your fault. If Qianyi awakens and can accept it, I can go to their tribe to seek his mother's aid. If he cannot accept it and wishes to die, I can also grant him that wish." Qianqian sighed. "What exactly did you all encounter last night? You do not look well either." Hubai paused. "I am fine. I just expended too much energy. A few days of rest will suffice." Last night, Qianyi led Qianqian's beast husbands away. When I arrived, her husband's abilities suppressed Qianyi's, and he was being overpowered due to the difference in their levels. He was masked, not wanting that beast man to discover his identity, which left him at a disadvantage. Seeing he could not escape, I used my abilities to restrain that individual and managed to escape by chance. However, the mistress can rest assured, we are exceedingly cautious. Qianqian and her companions will undoubtedly not suspect us. Qianqian looked up at him and said, "Fortunately, you all returned home safely. For the next few days, I will take care of the cooking, so please do your best to rest well." Hubai gazed at her in astonishment. In this world, a mistress had never prepared meals for her beast husband, let alone, could her cooking be edible? Noticing his doubtful yet surprised expression, she asked, "What? Do you not wish to eat?" Hubai chuckled and replied, "How could that be? Even if the mistress were to poison us, we would still partake." Qianqian could not help but roll her eyes and retorted, "Who would poison you for no reason? I assure you my cooking is quite delectable. Stop underestimating beasts. Just wait and see." Hubai smiled. "Very well, then I shall trouble the mistress." Qianqian responded, "Not all." She then inquired, "But what about Qianyi? When might he awaken?" Hubai replied, "If all goes well, in 3 days. If not, perhaps 10. Qianqian remarked, "That is quite a while. When the time comes, you will need to change his bandages and clean him." Just as Hubai was about to nod in agreement, a thought struck him. Cleaning him? They seldom bathed. Qianqian explained, "He's been lying in bed for so long. It would be improper not to clean him." Hubai did not fully comprehend, but nodded nonetheless, understood. As the night wore on, Qianqian, sporting dark circles under her eyes, glared furiously at the 5 kneeling beast husbands before her and exclaimed, "Did you not find anyone? What have you been doing all night? You cannot even locate a single person." The 5 beast husbands dared not breathe, fearful that she might utter the words to sever their match. Mo Qianqian's anger intensified as she observed them bowing their heads nearly to their chests. They had driven away the person she had painstakingly invited, and one of them was severely injured. When she entered her space yesterday, she noticed something was amiss. The once vibrant green leaves and fruit trees appeared sickly, and upon inspection, the energy contained within had diminished by more than half. This filled her with dread. Was her space deteriorating? She needed to apprehend that individual. If it were not for him, how could her space have changed so drastically? And these 5 beast husbands were truly infuriating. Entrusted with guarding, they still managed to falter. They were nearly capable of sending her to the beast deity at this rate. With a stern expression, she demanded, "Last night, did you engage in combat with that person? Do you recognize who he is?" The injured beast replied, "I did not see his true face. He employed a remarkable disguise. However, I can assure you, his injuries are far more severe than mine." Mo Qianqian furrowed her brow and asked, "What is his ability level? What tier?" At this point, he hesitated. "He is at the 2nd tier." "What? You at the 4th tier could not defeat a 2nd-tier individual and ended up severely injured. How could you not have perished in shame? If I were you, I would have dashed into a wall and ended it all." Montauk Qianqian exclaimed in fury. The beast, chastised, saw the mocking smiles of the other 4 male beasts and broke down. They were 2 against 1. They did not abide by the rules of combat. "You mean there were 2 of them?" Montauk Qianqian inquired urgently. Her beast husband nodded. "Yes, mistress. I almost captured that person, but suddenly another appeared, employing some strange ability. It was quite uncanny. When I regained consciousness, I found myself gravely injured." Mo Qianqian asked, "Did you see his face?" He immediately shrank back, shoulders drooping. "No." "I am sorry, mistress. I am too weak." As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Qianqian kicked him in the chest. With a cold expression, she glared at him like a dog. "Get out. Do not let me see you." He dashed outside, aware that Mo Qianqian was in a foul mood and that he could not confront her directly, seeking refuge in the direction of the shaman's home. Mo Qianqian placed a hand on her chest, calming herself. "You all continue to observe in the coming days. If you suspect anyone from our tribe, inform me immediately." Her beast husbands replied in unison, "Understood, mistress." Seizing the opportunity while Hu Bai tended to Xianyi, Mo Qianqian entered her space. The space remained as barren as ever. Chapter 17. Supplementing energy, a new item had appeared on the transparent shelf for material exchange beside the space. Mo Qianqian knew that exchange materials would only manifest items she currently needed most. What could it be? She leaned closer to examine. 10 points for 3 green vegetables? Is this lettuce? Unwilling to believe her eyes, she scrutinized it closely and asked, "System, this looks like ordinary lettuce. Why is it so expensive? I barely have any points left. After purchasing this, I will only have 1 point remaining." The shelf typically required a minimum of 5 points. What could 1 point accomplish? Montauk Qianqian sighed in resignation. The system quickly responded, "Host, do not lose heart. I have tested it. This batch of vegetables contains energy, and quite a substantial amount at that." Mo Qianqian exclaimed in delight. "Is that true?" "System, do not deceive me." The system chuckled. "Host, take it out and see for yourself." Mo Qianqian scrunched her nose. "System, please do not fail me at this critical moment." She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Selecting the lettuce, she pressed the exchange button with vigor. The lettuce instantly appeared in her hands. She inspected it thoroughly once more, finding no discernible difference, and expressed her dissatisfaction. "System, you would not be deceiving me, would you? I warn you, if you continue to be unreliable, I shall take matters into my own hands. Let the task be given to whomever. I shall not serve." The system, flustered, replied, "Host, I assure you, I would never deceive you. It is only effective for male beastmen and holds no value for you." Mo Qianqian was taken aback. "Are you saying that I spent 10 points on something that is useless to me?" The system's survival instincts kicked in. "Host, Xianyi is injured. This would be beneficial for him or Hu Bai." Mo Qianqian brightened. "That is more like it. The way to consume, it should be similar to how I did in my previous world, right?" The system confirmed. "Indeed, host." Mo Qianqian cheerfully carried the lettuce back to the cave. Hu Bai was in the midst of wiping Xianye's hands when she called out to him. "Hu Bai, look what I have obtained." Hu Bai, perplexed, turned to glance at her, and then resumed tending to Qianqian's other hand. Say, mistress, is that a wild grass you picked by the roadside? It looks rather peculiar. Qianqian smiled. Never mind, it is nothing. I shall begin cooking. Please start a fire for me. Hubai tossed the beast hide in the pot and retrieved 2 brownish-yellow stones from his pocket, saying, use these. I lack fire abilities and typically use these to make fire. Qianqian accepted them, surprised. Hey, this appears to be flint. Excellent. In case I do not match with a beast husband soon, I can manage on my own with this. As Hubai began to explain how to use them, she had already commenced starting the fire. The firewood in the cave had been gathered by the 5 beast husbands at her request, and a good amount remained, neatly stacked in the corner. Once the fire was lit, she placed the cleaned meat and water into a stone pot, which resembled a cauldron and was quite convenient. While Hubai continued to wipe down Qianyi, he observed Qianqian's actions. She appeared to be quite adept, a rarity among females. Qianqian sensed his occasional glances and asked after washing the lettuce, Hubai, do you have a bone knife? May I borrow it? Hubai rummaged in his pocket and tossed her a bone knife, saying, here, mistress, catch. Qianqian received it, spread a large leaf on the table, and chopped the lettuce into small pieces, setting them aside. After cleaning the bone knife, she said, here, I return it. Hubai had finished cleaning Qianyi and changing his bandages. He shook his head and said, no need, consider it a gift. Upon hearing this, Qianqian did not refuse and accepted it. Looking at the bubbling pot, she declared, I will step out for a moment to gather some items. It is nearby, so please keep an eye on the fire. Hubai nodded and said, mistress, do not wander too far. Keep the door ajar, preferably within my line of sight. Qianqian affirmed, recalling that she had discovered a handful of wild onions in the grassy thicket by the river, which was not too distant, allowing her to be seen from the cave. Thus, she walked to the river, gathered a small bunch, and washed them before returning. The pot was boiling vigorously, and after she adjusted the fire, she cleaned a flat piece of wood and used it to skim the froth from the broth, discarding it. After waiting for about 10 minutes, she added the chopped lettuce and wild onions to the pot. After stirring for a few minutes and adding salt, the dish was ready. She wished to add other seasonings, but regrettably found none, so she resigned herself to the simplicity of the dish. Hubai inhaled the aroma and remarked that it smelled delightful, observing that she had seemingly discarded some wild grasses, wondering if they were edible. Never mind. If it turned out to be unpalatable, he could feign eating a little to spare her feelings. It was her first attempt at cooking, and he did not wish to dampen her spirits, lest she become upset and refuse to dissolve their bond, which would lead to complications. Qianqian served 2 bowls and called out, Hubai, come and eat. Hubai approached, peering into the bowl filled with vibrant green herbs, his brow furrowing. He had never consumed grass throughout his life, yet here he was. Qianqian blew on the soup and took a small sip, exclaiming, it's truly delicious. Hubai, you must try it. As Hubai met her expectant gaze, he unhesitatingly took a generous gulp. Surprisingly, it was not as distasteful as he had anticipated. In fact, it was refreshingly fragrant. He continued to drink several more sips, feeling a warmth rise in his stomach that brought forth a long-forgotten sense of comfort. What was this? Energy. He was not mistaken. The soup indeed contained energy. He eagerly consumed several bowls in quick succession. Qianqian, taken aback, cautioned, slow down, don't drink too fast. Aren't you afraid it will burn you? Hubai replied, I'm not afraid, mistress. Your soup is extraordinarily delicious. I wish to have more tonight. Qianqian smiled, yes. There is more here, just one more. Ube finit surprise, wonderful. Mistress, may I inquire where you found it? Qianqian furrowed her brow. She could not disclose that it was sourced from her space, and even if she did, he might not believe her. Thus, she answered nonchalantly, near the jungle. But not many. I picked them all, perhaps they will sprout again in a few days. Hearing this, Hubai felt a tinge of disappointment, saying, mistress, let me handle such menial tasks in the future. Qianqian licked her lips, realizing that Hubai was indeed overly clever. He had discovered the secret of the lettuce so quickly. She beamed, all right, once they sprout, I will let you know. Knowing full well they would not grow outside at all. A smile spread across Hubai's face. He felt the energy he had expended rapidly replenishing, and he might be restored in a couple of days. He actually wished to consume everything in the pot, but feared drawing too much attention, alerting Qianqian. Noticing he had stopped drinking, Qianqian quickly prompted, "Hubai, be sure to share some with Xianyi." Deep down, Hubai was reluctant. He could easily finish it all himself. Yet, since Qianqian had requested it, he complied. Watching as the bowl emptied, Xianyi's expression improved significantly. Qianqian felt quite satisfied, for they had transformed into this state for her sake. She could not neglect them. Chapter 18. Hubai departs after the meal. Qianqian felt her stomach settle and her mood uplifted. The food she had previously acquired from Qianqian was dwindling. Observing the scarcity, Hubai decided to venture out to hunt. In the end, only the slumbering Xianyi and Qianqian remained in the cave. She addressed the system. System, Hubai has discovered the secret of the lettuce. What excuse should I devise when I wish to retrieve it in the future? The system replied, "No need for an excuse. He will soon leave this place." Qianqian was taken aback. What? Why? The system continued. Do you remember that the original body sent him to the northern lands? Qianqian nodded. Yes, wasn't he instructed to steal some treasure? I spent several days with him and found no sign of any treasure on him. Do you think he either kept it all for himself or never acquired anything? The system replied, he previously used his abilities to manipulate the original body, intending to go to the northern lands. As for what exactly he planned, I cannot ascertain. Qianqian sighed. If you cannot find out, then so be it. As long as he does not pin the blame on me for any failures, it is acceptable. She then inquired, so, upon his return, was it solely to dissolve our bond? The system answered earnestly. Indeed, he lacks the space production of a female. Naturally, he wishes to dissolve the bond as quickly as possible. Qianqian frowned, pondering his intentions. Her space had been destroyed, and he could use his abilities to compel her to dissolve their bond at any moment, yet he had not done so. The system was equally perplexed. Qianqian chose to dismiss the thought. As long as he was not immediately seeking her demise, she would cherish each day she could live. While Qianqian enjoyed her peaceful existence, Qianqian found herself in a quandary. Her wounded beast husband had sought medicine from the shaman, who had not asked many questions, assuming he had been injured while hunting. Suddenly, he recalled that if those two individuals were members of the tribe, aside from the shaman, who else could they approach for assistance when injured? He then subtly inquired of the shaman if any severely injured individuals had sought medicine in the past few days. The shaman, unsure of his motives, thought back and shook his head. Having garnered no useful information, Qianqian's husband returned home with the medicine provided by the shaman. On the way back, he encountered several other beast husbands of Qianqian, who also had nothing to report, and they returned to the cave together. Upon their return, they recounted the events of the entire day to Qianqian. She furrowed her brow tightly. So you found nothing at all? The atmosphere in the room grew tense and heavy, her 5 beast husbands anxiously stealing glances at her expression. Qianqian pondered before suggesting, perhaps those two are not from our tribe at all. If they are not, then it simplifies matters. Listen closely. If you discover suspicious individuals from other tribes, eliminate them discreetly. Understand? The 5 beast husbands exchanged glances and replied in unison, Understood, mistress. Do not be upset. It is all our fault. As they observed Qianqian's demeanor becoming calmer, they began to shower her with soft words of concern. Qianqian felt gratified. Having matched with these beast husbands for merely 3 months, they were adept at pleasing her, and their abilities in the tribe were commendable. Thus she was satisfied and would not replace them for the time being. After all, once the bond was dissolved, the beast god only granted females 1 opportunity to bond with a beast husband per year, and the waiting period for dissolution was considerable. These 5 beast husbands were also quite content with her. In the world of beast kind, the beast god matched them with a female, an opportunity they could not refuse, and they could end up with any sort of mistress. Encountering a poor match simply indicated bad luck, while a fortunate match was a blessing that could not be overstated. Internally, they harbored their own thoughts, but Qianqian's space was exceptional, and the goods produced were of great assistance to them. Before the match, they had been at levels 2 or 3, but after consuming her space's output, They had all reached level 4, a feat they had never even dared to dream of. Therefore, as long as Qianqian did not act too excessively, they generally chose to turn a blind eye. As dusk descended, Qianqian observed Hu Bai dragging a particularly large prey, resembling a pig, weighing over 200 pounds. He approached the river to begin processing his catch. Fortune favored him this time, for he quickly hunted a doo-doo beast, plump and robust, sufficient for several days of sustenance. Qianqian closed the cave door and approached. Hu Bai, this doo-doo beast is enormous. Can we finish it? Should we save part of it? Hu Bai replied while cleaning the entrails. We can roast it all tonight and finish it by tomorrow. Qianqian frowned, thinking that even a week's worth might not suffice. Never mind. He had caught the prey. He could manage it himself. Qianqian once again found herself by the riverbank, where she plucked a handful of scallions. Lacking other ingredients, she thought that pairing the scallions with lettuce and meat would suffice. She planned to wait for Qianyi to awaken before venturing into the forest in search of edible vegetables and seasoning plants. Hu Bai, noticing the wild greens in her hands, inquired, "Mistress, how did you come to know that these weeds are edible?" Qianqian paused momentarily, letting out a dry chuckle as she replied, "When I was a child, I was mischievous and angered my mother. She refused to feed me, so I randomly picked and tasted some plants, only to discover they were quite palatable, and I remembered them." Listening to her half-truths, Hu Bai ceased to ponder and remarked, "Mistress, you have indeed turned misfortune into fortune. These weeds do have a delightful flavor." Qianqian, correcting him, said, "They have a name. It's called Yi Tsong, and both its fruits and leaves are delicious, especially when paired with meat. It's exquisite." She swallowed hard at the thought, unable to contain himself. Hu Bai chuckled. Qianqian, observing his sudden mirth, complimented, "Hu Bai, when you genuinely smile, you look truly captivating." But as soon as she spoke, Hu Bai's expression shifted, the smile vanishing into silence. Feeling awkward, Qianqian scratched her head, wondering if she had said something amiss. She found Hu Bai to be far more perplexing than Qianyi. The atmosphere grew strangely quiet, with Qianqian at a loss for words to break the silence, while Hu Bai showed no inclination to speak. At that moment, a series of urgent squeaks pierced the air. The two turned their gaze towards the sound. A few hundred meters away, a red fox was anxiously calling out. Qianqian intended to approach, but Hu Bai interjected, "Do not go over there. That is a messenger fox from my tribe. It has something to convey to me, so please stay here." Qianqian nodded, and Hu Bai set down his catch by the riverbank before walking over. The red fox's tone was sharp and frantic, as if it had encountered some dire situation. Qianqian could not comprehend their animal language, so she busied herself washing the wild scallions she had just gathered. By the time she had finished cleansing them, Hu Bai returned, the red fox having vanished without a trace. Hu Bai addressed her, "Mistress, there is a matter at home that requires my immediate attention." Qianqian nodded. "If there are matters at home, then you should hurry back. I am fine. Home affairs take precedence." Hu Bai furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing. "Mistress, I will take the Duda beast back. You can eat this for the next few days. Xian, you should awaken in a few days." After delivering this message, he gathered the food and headed towards the cave, with Qianqian following closely behind. As he turned to leave, he paused again. "How would you like to handle this meat?" Qianqian glanced at the meat on the table. "Hu Bai, just cut the Duda beast into pieces for me, and fill the stone jar with water." Hu Bai swiftly accomplished the task, cutting the meat and fetching water from the stream before hastily departing. Qianqian sighed in relief as she watched his retreating figure. Hu Bai had finally left. The cave was now left with just her and Qianyi. She employed her previous technique of rendering oil, producing a large jar of lard. There were numerous jars of various sizes in the cave, and this time she salted the remaining meat and placed it into the jars. Some would be used for roasting that night, while she chopped a bit to cook with the lettuce for Qianyi to eat later. After finishing her meal, she began to feed Qianyi, spooning the food into his mouth until the very last bite was consumed. She wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth and set the bowl aside. Looking outside, she saw that night had fully descended, leaving her in darkness. She tossed the bowls into the pot, planning to wash them in the morning. The cave had only one bed, which could accommodate 2 people with some space to spare. After closing the door, she lay down on the bed, the remaining fire still simmering water. The flames illuminated the cave, casting elongated shadows of the two. After glancing at him, Qianqian drifted off to sleep. Unexpectedly, not long after she closed her eyes, Qianyi began to thrash in his dreams, nearly kicking her off the bed. Startled, Qianqian heard him mumbling incoherently, unable to decipher his words. She sighed, realizing that Qianyi had a habit of sleep-talking. She adjusted his position, but the next moment, Qianyi rolled over and pinned her beneath him. Qianqian exerted all her strength, but could not budge him, exclaiming, "Oh dear, you are so heavy. You're going to crush me." She patted his arm. Qianyi, wake up. You are making it hard for me to breathe." It seemed he heard her, as he obediently turned over. Qianqian felt an immediate sense of relief. Just as she intended to distance herself, Qianyi's arm encircled her waist. Facing him directly, she struggled to pry his arms off her waist, but to no avail. Feeling helpless, she consoled herself. He is an invalid. It's best not to hold it against him. Seeing no way out, she resigned herself to sleep, but to her astonishment, she noticed a pair of black, rounded, short ears sprouting from Qianyi's head, and then a black tail wrapped around her calf. The natural leopard ears were so tempting. Qianqian felt an irresistible urge to touch them. Without hesitation, her hands began to stroke one ear, finding it soft and plush, even more delightful than a stuffed toy. Unbeknownst to Qianyi, he must have dreamt something, as he leaned in closer and nuzzled Qianqian's face. She froze, initially fearing a reprimand, only to realize it was a reward instead. After indulging in her delight for a while, she fell asleep contentedly. The following morning, as Qianyi opened his eyes, he found himself staring at a dark face, framed by long, thick eyelashes and a pair of dusky lips. He attempted to shift away slightly, but in the next instant, he froze. Qianqian's hands were playfully tugging at his ears, murmuring, "So adorable, I love to touch." "Don't go." Qianyi stood there in shock, having never anticipated that after his injury, his beastly ears and tail would emerge uncontrollably. Speaking of injuries, he felt unfortunate. He had no idea how his cultivation had faltered that day, leading to being injured by Qianqian's beast husband. Now, as he awakened, his tail had inexplicably coiled around Qianqian's calf, causing his face to flush crimson. The troublesome female in his embrace, with her scent enveloping him, made him feel increasingly intoxicated. Qianyi could not comprehend why he suddenly felt parched. Qianqian slowly opened her eyes to find a face filled with confusion and conflict staring back at her, with her mischievous hands still gripping his ears. Her mind momentarily blanked. "Qianyi, let me explain." "No, wait. I was just terrified." She quickly withdrew her hands. Yet, a sudden wave of inexplicable disappointment surged within Qianyi. He distanced himself from her by half an arm's length, saying, "Mistress, I am fine now." Qianqian forced a laugh. "As long as you're all right, that's good. Are you hungry? I can cook something for you." In moments of awkwardness, people often appear overly busy. Qianqian slowly backed away, casting cautious glances at him, fearing that Qianyi might be offended and retaliate. In the next moment, Qianyi's tail wrapped around her waist. Qianqian found herself suspended in midair, realizing that without Qianyi's tail, she would have surely fallen. Feeling embarrassed, she ruffled her hair. "Thank you, Qianyi. How does your body feel now?" Qianyi set her down on the ground, rising as he replied, "Much better, except I still can't exert any strength." Qianqian, perplexed, thought to herself, "Can't exert strength? Last night, he nearly crushed me, unable to escape at all." Qianyi, feeling somewhat embarrassed as well, retracted his beast ears and tail. Otherwise, Qianqian would have definitely noticed his flushed ears. He approached the foot of the bed, saying, "Mistress, you should rest a little longer. I will prepare breakfast." Qianqian observed that aside from some fatigue, he seemed to be in good spirits, and she nodded in agreement. "All right." Qianyi then exited the cave. Qianqian suddenly had a moment of clarity, rubbing her forehead as she recalled how much meat Hubai had left yesterday. There was simply too much to consume. How could her mind have gone blank? When Qianyi opened the door, he was immediately confronted by one of Qianqian's beast husbands. This beast husband had harbored some doubts about whether Qianyi was responsible for previous events, but he could find no evidence, and before he knew it, he had walked right up to him. Qianyi furrowed his brow and asked, "Do you need something?" The beast husband found himself momentarily stunned by the cold light in Qianyi's eyes and blurted out, "I'm fine, what about you?" Qianyi looked at him as if he were mentally challenged and retorted, "Nothing, just scram." Upon hearing this, Qianqian's beast husband, feeling indignant, retorted, "I was passing through here. Do you have a problem with that?" Qianyi, uninterested in engaging, turned to leave. The beast husband blocked his path, demanding, "Where were you the night before last?" Qianyi replied flatly, "None of your business." At this, Qianqian's beast husband became furious. Transforming his hand into a claw, he attempted to crush Qianyi's neck. Qianyi quickly dodged to the side, questioning, "What's your intention?" Without a word, the beast husband unleashed his fourth-tier abilities from his palms, forcing Qianyi to defend himself. In mere minutes, they exchanged blows dozens of times. "Wanye, ikaspirated, iklamit. Enough already. Coming here to cause trouble early in the morning? Let us go to the chieftain and settle this." Chapter 20. Confession. Qianqian's beast husband remained silent, only continuing his assault. Qianyi, still recovering from serious injuries, found himself struggling. Hearing the sounds of fighting, Qianqian hurried outside. Upon witnessing the clash between Qianqian's beast husband and Qianyi, she noted that Qianyi's abilities were inferior, and given his recent injuries, he would likely still be bettered if not for the lettuce she had exchanged. As she saw Qianqian's beast husband about to inflict further harm on Qianyi, Qianqian shouted, "Stop! Why are you attacking him for no reason? What has my Qianyi done to you?" She dashed in front of Qianyi, attempting to shield him from the onslaught. Fearing accidental harm to the female and subsequent punishment from the beast god, Qianqian's beast husband halted his attack, retorting, "I'm merely sparring with Qianyi. What are you worried about?" Standing between them, like a protective hen, Qianqian pointed a finger at Qianqian's beast husband, chastising, "You're a fourth tier, and Qianyi is only at a few tiers. How dare you bully a beast? This is disgraceful. I'm going to the chieftain to report you. You'll regret this." Seeing her determination, Qianqian's beast husband lamely replied, "I was just sparring. Qianyi didn't say anything, and now you're getting worked up? This is ridiculous. I must be unlucky." With that, he turned and fled. Qianqian, filled with anger, spat at his retreating figure, "Shameless scoundrel." She then turned to Qianyi, who towered over her, and patted his shoulder, saying, "It's all over now. Let us return to the cave. Hubai left us plenty of meat yesterday, so we don't need to hunt for now. Your body needs proper rest." Qianyi looked down at the petite female before him, his emotions a tumultuous blend of gratitude and confusion. Never before had a female stood before him to protect him, not even his own mother. After a moment of hesitation, he managed to utter, "Why are you so kind to me?" Seeing the uncertainty in his eyes, Qianqian replied, "You are my beast husband, at least for now. If I don't treat you well, who should I treat well?" She dismissed the notion lightly. In the next moment, Qianyi suddenly embraced her, his deep voice filled with emotion as he whispered in her ear, "Mistress, I think I have fallen for you." Qianqian was taken aback by the sudden hug and his unexpected confession, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Just then, the voice of the system chimed in. "Congratulations, host. Qianyi's darkening value has decreased by 10 points. Current darkening value, 79 points. Please continue your efforts." Qianqian felt a rush of joy. 10 points. This was quite an achievement. She longed to see what resources the system could exchange. Overwhelmed with emotion, she returned Qianyi's embrace, saying, "Qianyi, we haven't spent enough time together for me to reciprocate your feelings. You still have options. If you ever wish to end this match, I will agree." She gently patted his back as Qianyi released her waist, replying, "Understood." Qianqian's smile brightened, revealing her pearly white teeth. Though her appearance had not changed, Qianyi found her suddenly breathtakingly beautiful. He was momentarily entranced before saying, "Mistress, you need not feel any burden regarding ending our match. There is no rush. It would be best not to dwell on it," he thought silently. Having never experienced love in her past life, Qianqian was unsure of what it meant to like someone. She simply enjoyed admiring beautiful people, scenic views, and delicious food. Thus, she could not discern whether she liked Qianyi. Finally, she replied, "All right, let us go cook." Qianyi nodded and inquired, "Mistress, where has Ubai gone?" As they walked toward the cave, Qianqian answered, "He mentioned he had urgent matters at home and needed to return. I let him go." Qianyi said nothing more, silently following her. Meanwhile, Qianqian's beast husband made his way home. He had felt Qianyi's weakness during their fight, but it did not seem like the weakness of a severely injured beast. If he had been the one to fight Qianyi last time, he would not have recovered so quickly. He muttered to himself, "Could it be that I was wrong to suspect him? If not him, then who? Moreover, where has Qianqian's other beast husband disappeared to?" Qianqian was waiting for them outside, ready to prepare breakfast. Seeing her beast husband return empty-handed, her brows furrowed in frustration. "Didn't you go to pick fruits? Did you not find any?" Her beast husband, slapping his forehead, exclaimed, "Oh no, how could I forget about that?" He approached her with a sheepish grin, saying, "Mistress, I forgot. I just went to Qianqian's house." Qianqian's brow furrowed deeper. "What were you doing at her house?" Stepping closer, her beast husband whispered in her ear, "I suspect that the one who ambushed us last time was from their side." Qianqian's eyes widened in shock. "Are you sure?" He shook his head, and Qianqian shot him an exasperated glance, retorting, "If you're not sure, don't tell me. Otherwise, you won't get a single ounce of my spatial production this month." He responded helplessly, understood. Yet in his mind, he thought about how Qianqian, with her petite frame, had stood in front of Qianyi to protect him. A sudden wave of envy washed over him for Qianyi. Qianqian placed the marinated meat before Qianyi. He inhaled the aroma and was astonished to find it did not smell foul. With a shocked expression, he exclaimed, "Mistress, how did you manage this?" In the beast realm, aside from winter, any meat left over from hunting would spoil quickly. It was well known that meat would develop a foul odor if not consumed in time. Now, in autumn, while daytime temperatures were warmer, nights were cooler, and meat would typically have a slight odor by the next day. Yet the meat Qianqian had preserved remained fresh. Qianqian smiled, "I didn't do much. I just rub a little salt on them. So we won't need to add more when cooking." As she took out a bone knife to slice the meat, Qianyi stopped her, saying, "Mistress, you rest. I'll handle this." Seeing his insistence, she relented. "All right, you do it. Slice it up so we can stir-fry it later, along with this." Qianyi looked at the wild herbs she had gathered and asked, "Can we eat this?" Qianqian, displeased by his skepticism echoing Hubai's doubts, replied, "Of course. It tastes quite good. Trust me." Qianyi shook his head internally. A handful of wild herbs wouldn't cause any harm, so if she said it was edible, he would go along with it. Once all preparations were complete, Qianyi asked, "Mistress, how do you plan to cook it?" Qianqian smiled slightly and replied, "Let us make something different. You start the fire, and I'll handle the cooking." Qianyi obediently kindled a fire, then watched as Qianqian scooped an unknown substance from a jar with a wooden ladle and tossed it into the stone pot. After a while, she added some meat, and he caught a whiff of a savory aroma. After 10 minutes of stirring, she tossed in some wild greens. 2 minutes later, she nodded with satisfaction and said, "All right, let us eat." Qianyi hurriedly extinguished the fire and placed a jar of water on the stove. The stone table was adorned with the freshly prepared meat paired with vibrant green herbs, quite appetizing. Qianqian gazed at him with eager eyes, and he slightly furrowed his brow, picked up some herbs, and immediately swallowed them. To his surprise, a warm current surged within him. It was actually energy, and quite a considerable amount. In disbelief, Qianyi quickly grabbed a few more pieces to consume. His instincts were not mistaken. It was indeed energy. He looked up at Qianqian in astonishment and asked, "Is your space restored?" Having never heard of space being destroyed and then restored, Qianyi felt a twinge of skepticism in his heart. However, the only source of energy that could replenish him, aside from that produced by his female space, was Qianqian before him. Qianqian hesitated for a moment, carefully considering her words before replying, "I suppose so. But the output from my space is quite limited. there aren't too many of them. She could not disclose the existence of the system to any beastman, for even if she did, they might not comprehend it and could even label her as a monster. Therefore, she opted to say it was a product of her space to avoid the need for furtive transactions every time. After all, one lie requires countless others to uphold, which is rather troublesome. Seeing Qianqian concede, Qianyi quickly said, "It's all right, my female, you must keep this matter secret from others. Especially Qianqian." Qianqian, noticing the seriousness in his eyes, nodded, "Aside from you, no one else knows." Qianyi breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good." The two fell into silence, quietly enjoying their meal. In truth, Qianqian wished to have some staple food, but was uncertain whether such things existed in this beast world. Moreover, Qianyi needed ample rest to recover from his injuries, so she planned to propose a trip to the jungle in a few days. 3 days later, with the energy replenished by Qianqian's fresh greens, Qianyi had fully recovered, and he vaguely sensed that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Qianqian, noticing the healthy color returning to his complexion, felt delighted for him. She pondered for a moment and asked, "Qianyi, do we have any millet or wheat around here?" Qianyi looked at her in confusion. Qian gestured animatedly with her hands and feet. After some thought, Qianyi replied, "I think I've seen what you're talking about. It's one of the favorite snacks of the avian beastmen." Upon mentioning the avian beastmen, he continued, "Speaking of which, do you remember you have a Phoenix tribe avian beast husband?" Qian hurriedly inquired of the system, "What is his name again?" The system responded, "His name is Qianqian, a phoenix possessing the bloodline of the king of birds." Wien sudendi realized. Wanye. "You're talking about Qianqian. It's been so long since I last saw him. I wonder how he is doing." In the 100 Birds tribe's territory, Qianqian sneezed fiercely, wondering, "It's not even winter yet. How did I catch a cold?" Qianyi nodded, "Yes, it's him. There's a place in the jungle where you should find the millet you desire. Shall we go take a look?" Qian exclaimed in delight. "Great. I wanted to explore there for a long time. Today, show me around." Wanya nodded. In the next moment, he transformed into his beast form, a sleek, glossy black panther, approximately 3 meters tall. Qianqian's mouth fell open in awe. "Wow. Qianyi, your beast form is stunning." Qianyi's dark face flushed slightly as he replied, "My female, hurry and get on. The road ahead is not short." With that, he lowered his body, signaling Qianqian to climb aboard. She struggled to clamber up, not expecting his beast form to be so high even when he crouched down. After ensuring she held on tight, Qianyi took off running. Qianqian watched the scenery around her whizzing past. After an undetermined duration of running, Qianyi finally halted in a small valley. Qianqian looked around at the valley filled with the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers, exclaiming, "Qianyi, this place is beautiful." The valley was not large, featuring a small expanse of unknown flowers, where butterflies danced gracefully. The millet grew among them, and being autumn, the grains were golden and ripe. Qianyi looked down at Qianqian before transforming back into human form and said, "Once we harvest the millet, let us also pick some flowers." He knew that some females adored such vividly colored little things, and he presumed Qianqian would likely enjoy these flowers as well. Qianqian vigorously nodded. "Let us hurry and cut down these millet, then gather flowers." Qianyi replied, "My female, you can pick the flowers while I harvest the millet." With that, one of his hands transformed into a claw. Qianqian observed his sharp claws and agreed. "All right." Qianyi promptly entered the millet field, using his claws to cut down the stalks of millet. Meanwhile, Qianqian delightedly picked flowers and even crafted 2 flower crowns, one large and one small. She placed the smaller crown atop her head, intending to gift the larger one to Qianyi. As Qianyi finished harvesting the last stalk of millet, he stood tall, just as Qianqian, wearing the flower crown, walked slowly toward him. With a beaming smile, she said, "All done? Here, this flower crown for you." Qianyi looked at the crown in her hand and lowered his head. "My female, please help me put on." Qianqian smiled gently as she placed the crown on his head, finding it perfectly fitting, and nodded in satisfaction. "It looks wonderful." Qianyi replied, "My female, You look beautiful too. Qianqian touched her face, saying nothing. In her mind, she asked the system, what can I exchange for 10 points? Is there an antidote? It's so uncomfortable with this dark face. The system quickly replied, Host, yes. It's exactly 10 points. Qianqian sighed. It was once again 10 points. She had just obtained them, and it hadn't been long. Wanye, noticing Qianqian deep in thought, quickly added, My female, to me, you are truly beautiful. His serious yet slightly anxious demeanor made Qianqian unable to suppress a chuckle. Seeing her smile, Qianyi couldn't help but grin as well. Fortunately, there was not much millet. Qianyi secured the harvested stalks to his back with resilient grass. The two wandered around the jungle for a while, and Qianqian gathered quite a bounty. She found chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, and the fruit of the pepper tree, gathering them all and wrapping them in large leaves. Qianyi was unaware of what these little items were, but seeing her so delighted, he didn't suggest she discard any of them. As night fell, Qianqian climbed onto the beast form of Qianyi and headed toward the cave. Once back in the cave, after Qianqian had finished organizing her finds, the system suddenly sounded an alarm. Host, there's trouble. In the Wang Su Hai. Your merman beast husband's corruption value has reached 98 points and is about to turn dark. Please hurry to Wang Su Hai. Chapter 22. The journey. Qian's expression of joy and satisfaction froze on her face. She asked, System, what is his name again? The system quickly replied, His name is Ting Shi, and he is currently at the first level of ability. Qianyi looked at her with confusion and asked, My female? What is wrong? Has something happened? Qianqian placed the seasonings and other items on the table, signaling Qianyi to sit down. Qianyi took a seat on the stone bench, his brow slightly furrowed. Qianqian felt a wave of agitation. She had hoped for a few peaceful days. But unexpectedly, another beast husband was in trouble. Although the root cause was the original owner, she inhabited this body, and if she didn't act, she would soon meet her demise. With a sigh of worry, she said, Qianyi, I need you to accompany me to a place. Qianyi promptly replied, Wherever my female wishes to go, I shall accompany you. Qianqian nodded. I must go to Wang Su Hai. Ting Shi is in danger, and I sense his life is hanging by a thread. We must leave immediately. Qianyi remained silent for a moment before saying, Wang Su Hai is about 5 days away from here. If we travel day and night without rest, we can reach in 3 days. Mo Qianqian hastily inquired, What do you mean? Is there a problem? Please, speak freely. Qianyi replied, To reach that place from here, we must traverse jungles, grasslands, deserts, and finally the ocean. It is relatively safe during the day, but perilous at night. My abilities are not sufficiently developed. If I were to venture alone, I could manage my own safety, but if you accompany me, the danger doubles. Especially at night, with the presence of wild beasts. The risks are unpredictable. Understanding his concerns, Qianqian recognized that for her own survival, she must undertake this journey, regardless of the dangers that lay ahead. Thus, she responded, Let us travel during the day and find a safe place to rest at night. Would that be acceptable? Qianyi, taken aback, had not expected Qianqian to be willing to go to such lengths for someone she had previously deemed the most useless among the 5 beast husbands. After some contemplation, he replied, Let us give it a try. There will be dangers, but if we remain cautious, it is not impossible. Moreover, I sense a potential increase in my abilities. Perhaps during our expedition to Wang Su Hai, I might advance to the 3rd or 4th level. Having consumed Qian's green herbs, rather lettuce, every day, he felt invigorated and close to regaining his previous powers. Perhaps this outing would allow him to ascend further. Qianqian, pleased with his agreement, said, Very well, we shall depart at dawn. Let's rest early tonight. A night devoid of dreams passed, and Qianqian was awakened early by Qianyi's call from outside. In truth, she did not mind Qianyi sleeping inside her dwelling, even on her bed. After all, despite his good looks, she was not tempted in any way, having only lightly touched his abdominal muscles and ears, convinced of her own restraint. Meanwhile, Qianyi found himself developing feelings for Qianqian. as sharing a bed and inhaling her enticing scent made it difficult for him to resist the onset of his mating instincts. Hence, ever since he had awakened from his severe injuries, he had taken to sleeping outside the door at night. After she completed her morning routines, Qianqian packed salt and other seasonings, instructing Qianyi to create a simple bamboo tube filled with cool water. After a light meal, they set off. To avoid encountering the tribe, they navigated through the jungle at the front of their home. In the early morning, the air in the jungle still held lingering moisture as Qianqian sat upon Qianyi's beast form. He ran swiftly, and she could only hear the rushing wind beside her. By midday, under the blazing sun, Qianqian said to Qianyi, "Qianyi, let me down for a while. Do you feel hungry?" Qianyi nodded and released her, transforming back into human form. "Mistress, we are still in the jungle. We should eat something before entering the grasslands tonight." He was not fatigued or hungry. It was evident that Qianqian, being a delicate female, would be both weary and famished. Qianqian replied, "Very well, I need your fire to cook this meat." She had brought flint, but it could not compare to Qianyi's powers. Upon hearing her request, he quickly gathered dry twigs and began to roast the meat she had brought. Once cooked, he sliced it into pieces and placed them on clean leaves. Qianqian swallowed hard and sprinkled the pepper and chili powder she had brought onto the leaves, saying, "Qianyi, try dipping in this seasoning, then wrap the roasted meat in lettuce to eat." Qianyi observed with surprise that the brown and red powders she had been fiddling with were indeed edible. Unable to contain her excitement, Qianqian quickly dipped the meat in the seasoning and wrapped it up. "Delicious. Qianyi, hurry and eat before it gets cold." Watching her relish the food with satisfaction, Qianyi took a bite and felt a tingling sensation on his tongue. He coughed slightly, unable to hold back, and asked, "Mistress, what is this? It feels as though my tongue has been bitten. It is a bit numbing and painful." Qianqian smiled and encouraged him, "Eat more. I assure you will come to love it. Hurry, let us finish and continue our journey." Qianyi noted that beyond the initial numbness and discomfort, a delightful aroma of roasted meat began to arise. This sensation indeed became increasingly addictive. Out of 50 pounds of meat, he consumed 48. As Qianqian watched the last piece of meat disappear into Qianyi's mouth, she licked her lips, marveling at how much he could eat. If her beast husbands were to live together in the future, her modest supply of lettuce would undoubtedly be insufficient, and this thought suddenly filled her with concern. Unaware of Qianqian's musings, Qianyi cleaned up and poured the boiled water into the bamboo tube she carried. Qianqian felt fortunate that although her space was barren, it could still hold some items without issue. She contemplated whether, if her space improved, it might also be able to upgrade like the abilities of male beastmen. Sensing her thoughts, the system promptly responded, "Host, once your space is enhanced, it can indeed upgrade." The initial space for females is level 1, allowing for the cultivation of simple items. However, our immediate priority is to eliminate the darkening value task, which remains a long journey ahead. With a sigh of resignation, Qianqian acknowledged that perhaps she was thinking too far ahead. Once Qianyi was ready, Qianqian mounted his beast form once more. This time, Qianyi sprinted even faster, his feet seeming to glide over the ground. Qianqian leaned forward, gripping the flesh at his neck tightly as she clung to him. The sun continued to blaze, and beads of sweat trickled down Qianqian's face. Fortunately, the dense foliage of the jungle provided relief from the sun's harsh rays. Qianyi ran from day until dusk. They finally halted at the edge of the grasslands. Qianqian rubbed her sore and tired legs and asked, "Qianyi, where shall we stay tonight?" Qianyi scanned the surroundings and spotted a small cave, suggesting, "Mistress, let's check that one." When Qianyi transformed back into human form at the cave entrance, Qianqian gazed into the dark abyss of the cave. Feeling a twinge of fear, "Qianyi, perhaps we should choose another location?" Noticing her apprehensive expression, Qianyi comforted her, "Do not be afraid. I will protect you." Qianqian nodded but hesitated, saying, "This place makes me feel uneasy. Shall we look for another nearby?" Seeing her fear persist, Qianyi agreed, "All right, let us search in the vicinity." He tightened his grip on her hand and walked in a different direction. They were fortunate to discover a smaller, naturally formed cave. Qianqian observed that this cave did not have a deep passage, which reassured her. She declared, "Qianyi, let us stay here, I quite like it." Qianyi surveyed the area once more, deeming the cave safe, and nodded. "Very well, we shall rest here tonight. What would you like to eat, mistress?" Qianqian remembered the meat she had stored in her space and replied, "Let us eat the meat that Hubai hunted. There is still plenty left." Qianyi nodded, and as the night deepened, he casually gathered some branches from a nearby tree and returned with them. Once again, they enjoyed roasted meat together. Qianqian longed for a bath, but with no means to do so, she had to endure. Qianyi said, "Mistress, it will be cold tonight. I will transform into my beast form. You may lean against me to keep warm." Qianqian nodded in agreement. In the next moment, Qianyi transformed into his beast form, causing the cave's space to shrink considerably. Qianqian approached and wrapped her arms around his neck. A delicate fragrance emanated from her, entering Qianyi's nostrils. Unable to resist, he inhaled, drawing her petite form into his embrace while draping his tail over her waist. Qianqian felt the warmth and softness of Qianyi's body and instinctively pressed closer to him. Before long, Qianyi could hear the steady rhythm of Qianqian's breathing. He gently swayed his tail and placed it around her waist once more. "Little female, how sweetly you sleep," falling into slumber within a minute. Qianyi held her close, not only to provide warmth, but primarily to mask her scent with his own. In the wilderness, the presence of a single male beast beside a female is fraught with peril, not solely due to the presence of strange creatures, but also from other male beastmen, such as snake beastmen, who harbor ill intentions. Qianqian could afford to sleep, but he could not. He must remain ever vigilant, alert to his surroundings, ready to flee at the slightest sign of danger. He was unable to reveal his higher abilities beyond the second tier of his powers. Yet his speed surpassed that of many beastmen of the same rank, a natural advantage bestowed upon him as a Black Panther beastman. While Qianqian drifted into slumber, dreaming of lying upon soft clouds, feeling relaxed and free, Qianyi closed his eyes, yet his alertness soared to its zenith. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the jungle, causing the very cave to tremble. Startled by the noise, Qianqian awoke, her eyes still heavy with sleep as she rubbed them, and asked, "Qianyi, did you hear that loud call?" Qianyi replied softly, "It might be a strange beast. Let us remain here and observe the situation." Nodding, Qianqian lamented the pain of waking abruptly in the middle of the night. After waiting for a while without any further sounds, she succumbed once more to the allure of sleep. In the darkness, Qianyi's lips involuntarily curled into a smile as he drew closer to Qianqian. Early the next morning, Qianqian awoke to find Qianyi's golden pupils surrounded by a more vibrant golden ring, intently gazing at her. "You're awake?" She yawned. "Good morning." "Vuanye." Transforming into human form, Qianyi said, "My lady, let us have something to eat before we set off." Qianqian nodded and rinsed her mouth with salt water before partaking in a meal. As they journeyed past a cave they had seen the previous night, Qianqian's gaze fell upon the myriad of corpses surrounding the cave, sending shivers down her spine. Covering her mouth in shock, she asked, "Are there strange beasts inside the cave?" Qianyi replied, "It is unmistakable. Fortunately, we did not choose it as our resting place. Otherwise, last night would not have been peaceful." With a sigh, Qianqian said, "Let's continue our journey." Together, they sprinted towards a grassy expanse. Once Qianqian climbed onto Qianyi's back, they traveled for quite some time before realizing the vastness of the plain before them, an endless sea of green. The grass towered around a meter high. After an indeterminate time, Qianqian could only deduce from the shadow cast by the sun that it was around noon. Sensing the time was right, Qianyi halted and transformed into human form on a relatively flat patch of ground. Qianqian stepped aside for a moment, while Qianyi stood guard nearby. Upon her return, she noticed a small hole beside her, with a head peeking out. Fixing her gaze, she saw the head quickly retreat back into the hole. She eagerly waved to Qianyi nearby, exclaiming, "Qianyi, there's a rabbit here." Confused, Qianyi approached and asked what rabbit. After glancing at the small hole, he suddenly realized, "My lady, you mean the Paji beast?" Qianqian was taken aback. "So that was the name of the rabbit." She replied, "Can we eat it? How about we roast it later?" Qianyi laughed, tousling her hair, of course. "Its meat is tender and succulent. All females adore it." With that, he reached into the hole and pulled out 3 plump rabbits. After enjoying a hearty meal, they planned to continue their journey when a red-eyed beast charged at high speed. It did not choose to collide with the nearest Qianyi, but instead aimed for Qianqian. Poor Qianqian, just as she was about to climb onto Qianyi's back, was struck head-on and knocked to the ground. Qianyi turned in alarm and swiftly wrapped his tail around her, growling, "Beast, you seek death." With a single swipe of his claw, he inflicted a deep gash upon the beast's abdomen. Its eyes turned an even deeper shade of red, and just as Qianyi prepared to strike again, the creature darted into the underbrush, disappearing in an instant. Feeling a searing pain in her back, Qianqian said to Qianyi, "Please check my back. I think I've been injured." Qianyi had intended to finish off the beast, but was thwarted when it escaped. He immediately inspected Qianqian's injury, instructing, "You must remove your bee-skin skirt, otherwise I cannot see." Qianqian quickly shed her skirt, turning her back to Qianyi, asking, "Is it all red?" "It hurts so much, burning like fire." Qianyi observed the redness and swelling on her back, saying, "You are injured. It is somewhat swollen. I have some medicine. It will sting a bit, so bear with it." Qianqian replied, "All right, but it's not serious, is it? We need to continue our journey soon." After applying the ointment, Qianqian felt a cooling relief wash over her burning back. She speculated that it was the medicine provided by the shaman, surprised at the efficacy of the beast world as healers. Once the medicine was fully applied, Qianyi advised her to let it dry before putting her skirt back on. Qianqian agreed, relieved that it was midday and not too cold. Being without one piece of clothing was manageable. However, she could only cross her arms over her chest, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The rustling sound from the grass drew Qianyi's attention, and he instinctively pulled Qianqian into his embrace. Facing him, she saw the source of the noise was merely a Paji beast, posing no threat. Lowering his head, Qianyi reassured her, "It's nothing, just a Paji beast." Initially tense, he suddenly became acutely aware of the softness of Qianqian against him, causing his face to flush crimson. Stammering, he urged, "My lady, please dress quickly, lest you catch a chill." He tilted his head, unable to look down any longer. Qianqian suddenly felt something pressing against her waist and curiously touched it, asking Qianyi, "What is this?" Unable to suppress a muffled groan at her touch, Qianyi felt flustered. Realizing what she had touched, Qianqian hastily pushed him away and donned her bee-skin skirt. Qianyi immediately turned away, unable to look at her again. Once she was dressed, Qianqian noticed Qianyi's ears were flushed with embarrassment. In the beast world, even the friliest females possess considerable allure. She considered her own form quite alluring, save for her dark skin. Qianyi swallowed hard, his atoms apple-bobbing as he asked, "My lady, are you ready?" Qianqian, recalling the urgent need to reduce the darkening value of her beast husband, suppressed the urge to tease him. "Wanye, I'm ready. Let us continue our journey." Qianyi turned to her seriously, saying, "The next area is a desert, perpetually arid, making it difficult to find water sources. We should search nearby to gather some water for storage." Qianqian nodded. "All right, let us hurry, but it seems there are no trees or bamboo around here. How do we store water?" Qianyi replied, "As long as there is a stream, we can hollow out the large stones to store water." He then pressed his ear to the ground, listening intently for a moment. Qianqian surmised he was determining the direction of the water and remained silent. Qianyi soon stood up, declaring, "My lady, we shall head in this direction." Transforming back into beast form, Qianqian climbed onto his back. After running for about half an hour, they stumbled upon a large lake, with a small stream gradually feeding into it, the source of which was a mystery. After setting Qianqian down, Qianyi spotted a massive tree beside the lake, too large to embrace, and promptly cut a segment, hollowed it out, cleaned it, and filled it with water. Qianqian then stored the water in her space. Qianyi observed the situation and said, Mistress, I've delayed a bit today. I will run faster shortly. If you feel unwell, do not hesitate to inform me. Qianqian nodded in acknowledgement. Qianyi transformed into his beast form, carrying her on his back, darting away like a rocket. As they traversed from day to night, Qianqian suddenly felt a chill enveloping her, and her teeth chattered as she exclaimed, Qianyi, it's so cold here. Have we arrived? Qianyi paused, for the temperature difference in the desert was extreme. Many strange beasts emerged from beneath the sand at night, attacking the beastmen in their vicinity. He replied, we are just 100 meters ahead. We will rest nearby tonight. And after sufficient rest, we must not linger during the day. We must hasten, mistress. Can you endure? Qianqian nodded and replied, I can still persevere. Reaching Wang Su Hai will grant Ting Shi a greater chance of survival. Once Qianyi returned to human form, he pursed his lips and asked with confusion, Mistress, why did you come to save him after tricking Ting Shi into that place? Qianqian was taken aback. How could he know the original owner's thoughts? Her mind raced before she replied, I regretted it. He does not deserve death. Is that reason sufficient? Qianyi did not express an opinion but nodded, saying, we will stay nearby tonight. There are no caves in the plains, so let us find a flat area to rest. Qianqian responded, you know this place well. I will follow your lead. Silence enveloped them for a long while until the morning of their departure. From the moment Qianqian stepped into the desert with Qianyi, she felt an undeniable difference. Although it was morning and the sun had yet to rise, there was not a trace of moisture in the desert air, which felt exceedingly dry and somewhat hot. She worried whether it would become unbearably hot once the sun ascended. As Qianyi entered, he instructed, Mistress, hold on tightly. I will exert all my strength. When the sun rises, the ground will become scorching, hindering our progress. Qianqian replied, it's fine, you run ahead, and I will hold on to you. Qianyi immediately accelerated, running even faster and utilizing his extraordinary abilities. Qianqian pressed closely against his neck. Her back wound had significantly subsided, occasionally causing discomfort, but no longer a serious issue. Under the blazing sun, sweat soaked her bee-skin skirt, her hair disheveled, and her face covered in sand. Qianyi fared no better. Despite enveloping his limbs in his powers, he still felt the scorching waves emanating from the ground, causing him to sweat profusely. The moment his sweat hit the ground, it evaporated instantly. Qianqian felt her throat parched, her lips sticking to her teeth. Her voice was hoarse as she said, Qianyi, I'm a bit thirsty. Shall we drink some water before continuing? Qianyi insisted, do not dismount. The ground is too hot. Drink from the bamboo tube I stored. Qianqian complied, filling the bamboo tube with water and gulping it down eagerly. She then filled another tube and offered it to Qianyi, saying, let me feed you. Qianyi was momentarily taken aback, but accepted the water. Once he finished, Qianqian asked, shall I fill another tube? He replied, yes, one more will suffice. As Qianqian's consciousness reached for the space, the system promptly announced, congratulations, host. Qianyi's corruption value has decreased by 20 points. Current corruption value, 59 points. Qianqian paused momentarily before quickly filling another tube and offering it to Qianyi once more. Qianyi expressed gratitude. He had not anticipated she would share her water, especially after warning her about the dangers of the desert and the importance of water. However, Qianqian felt little sentiment. In the desert, Qianyi was her only ally. Denying him water would be sheer folly. Thus, she stated, Qianyi, there is plenty of water left. Do not force yourself if you're thirsty. Qianyi nodded in agreement. After covering a considerable distance, Qianyi suddenly sensed a strong suction beneath his feet. He warned, not good, mistress. This seems like quicksand. I can no longer control my body. In a moment of uncertainty, Qianyi swiftly clamped his mouth around Qianqian, tossing her to safety away from the quicksand. He could free himself from the minor quicksand, but chose to conceal his ability to observe her actions. Qianqian watched in panic as Qianyi's limbs sank deeper, nearly consumed by the yellow sand. Flustered, she pondered how to rescue him without any extraordinary powers. Even though she suspected Qianyi possessed abilities beyond the second tier, his struggle appeared too genuine. Qianyi feigned helplessness, urging her, "Hurry, mistress, do not worry about me." Just as he spoke, Qianqian heard a rustling noise beside her. She glanced up to find her surroundings encircled by a ring of fist-sized venomous scorpions. Qian, you noticed the sand had buried him up to his chest, and he repelled some of the scorpion beasts with his powers. Yet the remaining scorpions converge upon him, an overwhelming nuisance even for him. A wry smile formed on his lips as he remarked, "Mistress, it appears we may meet our end here today." Qianqian urgently called out to the system. System, baby, quickly, what should I do? My life is in jeopardy. Hurry and devise a plan." The system replied hastily, "Rush to Qianyi. Falling will not kill you, but if you separate, you will undoubtedly perish." Qianqian scrambled to Qianyi's side. Qianyi, now buried in sand up to his chin, expressed his astonishment. "Why didn't you run, mistress?" Qianqian forced a laugh. "With so many venomous scorpions, I would perish regardless of your presence. Rather than die apart, we may as well perish together. At least we shall have company." Using his powers, Qianyi freed one hand from the sand's grasp and grasped Qianqian's hand tightly. In the next moment, they vanished from the surface of the desert. The venomous scorpions frantically searched the ground for their lost prey, bewildered by their sudden disappearance. Qianqian felt herself landing in a warm embrace. Qianyi held her tightly, shielding her in his arms. He closed his eyes, enduring the intense pressure of the sand to avoid raising her suspicions. Qianqian dared not speak. She felt her nostrils and ears filled with sand. A whirlwind of motion ensued, and she felt herself collide with Qianyi multiple times before finally coming to a halt. She brushed the sand from her face and cleared her nostrils and ears, opening her eyes to find darkness surrounding her. "Wanya kafud lightly, kach, mistress. Are you injured?" Qianqian felt around and found his face, replying, "I'm fine. How about you?" As he held her, Qianyi had reverted to human form. He recalled the intense pressure from the sand and the pain inflicted on his body as he fell. He grasped Qianqian's hand with one hand while using the other to brush the sand from his face, saying, "Not well. My back and waist have sustained some injuries." Upon hearing this, Qianqian continued to explore, but Qianyi's large hand halted her. Sensing something amiss, she asked, "What is wrong? Is it serious?" Wanya internalisikit. He had refrained from using his powers to make his injuries seem more authentic. He had underestimated the danger concealed in the quicksand, resulting in severe injuries. He felt acute pain in his back and waist, akin to fractures, and noticed the bright red blood gushing forth uncontrollably. Qianqian's panic escalated, her voice trembling. "Qianyi, do not frighten me. Do not forget, we have yet to sever our bond. If you die here, you shall never be free." Qianyi noticed the tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, a pang of inexplicable sorrow gripping his heart, yet he felt utterly powerless. He raised his hand to wipe away her tears, saying softly, "Qian, do not cry." Upon hearing his gentle and indulgent voice, Qian's tears flowed freely, as if they were free of cost. "Qianyi, please don't die." Qianyi, devoid of strength, let his hand fall to the ground, producing a dull thud. In an instant, Qian embraced him, feeling the warm, slick sensation of blood. Clearly, Qianyi had succumbed to unconsciousness due to excessive blood loss. She hastily cleaned the blood from her hands and checked for his breath, relieved to find that he was still alive. In a surge of urgency, she called out to the system, "Quickly, system, check if new points can be exchanged for something to stop the bleeding." Without waiting for a response, her consciousness entered the space. She saw a white pill appear on the exchange system shelf, labeled as Vitality Blood Boosting Pill, limited to one use and once consumed. It cannot be replenished. Glancing at the points beneath it, she realized it matched her remaining points perfectly. Without a moment's hesitation, she pressed the confirm button for the exchange. Subsequently, she placed the pill into Qianyi's mouth. Noticing he had not swallowed it, she quickly took a sip of water and transferred it to him. After feeling his throat move, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. She then entered the space once more to grab a few pieces of lettuce. After anxiously waiting for about 10 minutes, Qianyi felt his head resting between Qian's legs. Seeing her worried expression, he realized she genuinely cared for him. He raised his hand to touch her face and said, "Is it the beast god who has allowed me to wake one last time to see you? I feel that dying now would be worth it." Qianqian could not help but lightly scold him. "Qianyi, don't talk nonsense. I'm here. You will not die." Qianyi smiled faintly. "All right, if you say I won't, then I won't." His hand unconsciously brushed against Qianqian's face. Regret washed over him for not having truly bonded with the female master. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in Qianqian's mind. "Congratulations, host. Qianye's dark value has decreased by 29 points, leaving 30 points remaining." Surprised, Qianqian touched Qianye's wound, which had stopped bleeding. At that moment, she felt that his survival brought her more joy than the reduction of the dark value. Qianyi wished for her not to touch him, fearing she would dirty herself. In the next moment, he distinctly felt his body gradually recovering. The bleeding had ceased. His eyes widened in astonishment. In the darkness, Qianqian could not discern his expression and asked, "Do you feel better now?" Qianyi sat up, replying, "I feel much better now. However, my abilities are nearly depleted." In truth, he was merely pretending. Qianqian, relieved, handed him 3 pieces of lettuce, saying, "Eat these to regain your strength. We must hurry and find a way out." Qianyi brushed off the sand from his hands, accepted the lettuce, and began to chew. Qianqian sighed with relief. "I wonder where we fell. Thankfully, we found this place, or we would have perished." While trapped in the sand, although Qianyi shielded her from most of the harm, she still felt discomfort from the pressure of the sand and the lack of oxygen. Fortunately, this location had sheltered them from the sand, though she worried about the diminishing oxygen supply. With concern, she said, "Qianyi, I wonder if we can escape. It's so dark here, I can't see anything." Qianyi swallowed the remaining lettuce without much chewing, feeling his previously expended abilities rapidly returning. He reached out, patting Qianqian's shoulder, saying, "It's an abandoned stone house, smaller than our cave. Once I recover, we will search for an exit." Qianqian replied, "That's all we can do." After about 10 minutes, a small flame flickered from Qianye's fingertips. Finally, Qianqian could see the conditions inside the stone house. The ceiling had collapsed under the weight of the sand, and they had fallen right in the middle, with sand piled up on the sides in a triangular shape. The house contained simple furniture like tables and stools, indicating it had been there for quite some time. Qianqian asked, "Qianyi, what should we do?" Qianyi stood up and scrutinized the surroundings. Noticing that a meter ahead was the doorway, he approached and pushed against it with all his strength, causing the sand to tumble down, revealing that the exit was blocked by sand. Qianqian inquired, "Qianyi, is that the exit?" Qianyi shook his head. "Let us search for other places and see if there are any gaps." With the flickering flame as their guide, Qianqian gently tapped around the vicinity, pressing her ear against the walls. "Woanya mirurit hedakchens." After a long while, he exclaimed, "Qianqian here. There's an echo." Qianqian joyfully moved closer, tapping again and listening carefully. "There really is. Should we break through here?" Qianyi nodded. "I'll give it a try. Stand behind me and be careful not to get hurt." Qianqian obediently complied. Qianyi gathered his abilities in his palm and struck down, causing debris to cascade down, showering Qianqian. She shook her head, clearing the sand from her mouth, and asked, "Qianyi, how is it? Can we break through?" Qianyi pressed his ear against the surface, listening intently. "Qianqian, cover your mouth and nose. I'll strike again." Qianqian complied, stepping aside. Qianyi exerted all his strength for another strike. With a resounding crash, they finally broke through. Qianqian brushed the sand off her head and hurried to Qianye's side to look at the opening they had created. Both Qianyi and Qianqian stood in stunned silence. Beneath the breached area lay a passage leading to an underground dark river. Gazing at the surging waters, Qianqian pressed her forehead, pondering what to do. Qianyi sighed inwardly. This was their only route. He reached out to grasp Qianqian's hand and asked, "Are you afraid?" Qianqian shook her head, with danger surrounding them. They had no choice but to take a chance. She replied, "I'm not afraid, but I wonder if there are any beasts in the water." Qianyi pulled her into the passage, stating, "Let us take a look before we decide." Qianqian followed closely behind him. The passage was narrow and could only accommodate one person at a time. After a while, they reached the edge of the dark river. She gazed at the water, which flowed swiftly from high to low, with a glimmer of light visible ahead. She exclaimed, "Qianyi, look, there's light ahead." Qianyi nodded but furrowed his brow. He was wary of the water, although swimming itself posed no great problem. The added difficulty of ensuring Qianqian's safety made it much more challenging. After contemplating, he asked, "Qianqian, can you swim?" Qianqian recalled having completed a swimming course in her past life, feeling more competent than a novice. She nodded, saying, "I can, but with the water flowing so rapidly, it might be dangerous." Qianyi picked up a stone from the ground and tossed it into the river, but it made no sound upon hitting the water. Qianqian thought for a moment and took a piece of lettuce from her space, tossing a leaf into the river. Instantly, a swarm of spiky beasts scrambled for the leafy vegetable. Qianqian gasped, "The spiky beasts are fierce. Look how big they are." Qianyi, however, sighed with relief, saying, "Qianqian, it's all right. They don't eat beast men." Qianqian nodded in understanding. Qianyi then found a large stone and threw it into the water, still unable to discern what lay beneath. The water was quite deep, Qianqian mused. Qianyi turned to her, "Hold on to my neck tightly." Qianqian nodded earnestly. Her life was at stake, and she needed to hold on securely. This time, Qianyi did not transform into his beast form. He crouched down, signaling Qianqian to climb on. Without hesitation, she complied. Thus, Qianyi carefully carried Qianqian into the river. Both Qianyi and Qianqian simultaneously gasped. Qianqian felt her lips turn even darker, exclaiming, "Qianyi, this water is freezing." Qianyi utilized his extraordinary abilities to envelop Qianqian in a thin layer of energy protection. Instantly, she felt a warmth permeating her body, alleviating the chill that had gripped her. With gratitude, she expressed, "Thank you, Qianyi. Let's continue our journey." After acknowledging her words, Qianyi cautiously tested the water with his foot and confirmed its depth. He deftly navigated around the submerged rocks hidden beneath the surface. Qianqian's heart raced as the current surged dangerously at times, narrowly escaping collisions with the rocks thanks to Qianyi's quick reflexes. After an indeterminate duration of being swept along by the current, she finally spotted a glaring light ahead. Rubbing her eyes, she called out, "Qianyi, we are almost there." Qianyi smiled and replied, "Indeed, Qianqian." Beside the river lay a lush, primordial forest. Qianyi swam to the bank and climbed ashore, with both of them collapsing onto the ground. Qianqian felt a bit stiff but was filled with joy from their narrow escape. She beamed at Qianyi and said, "This is truly wonderful." Noticing her slightly pale complexion, Qianyi moved closer and suggested, "I will dry your clothes. Once we have rested sufficiently, we shall set off again." Qianqian nodded vigorously, "Loathed." After a while, her animal skin skirt was nearly dry, and Qianyi began to dry his own attire, using his abilities. They rested for a moment when suddenly, a loud gurgle emanated from Qianqian's stomach. Embarrassed, she covered her belly and said, "Qianyi, I am hungry." Chapter 27. Into the tiger's den, Qianyi surveyed the surroundings and spotted a large tree laden with fruit, the very delicacies favored by the females. He turned to Qianqian and said, "Mistress, I shall fetch you some fruit. Please wait." Upon hearing him refer to her as mistress again, Qianqian replied, "You may call me Qianqian instead. It sounds much nicer." Qianyi nodded and proceeded to gather the fruit. Observing him, Qianqian noted that he appeared unscathed and not the least bit weakened, prompting her to inquire with the system, "What level is Qianyi's ability?" The system responded, "Based on the data, he is classified as level 2. Qianqian shook her head inwardly and asked, "In the beast world, what is the highest level achievable by male beast men?" The system replied, "Level 12. By this time, Qianyi had collected dozens of fruits, carefully wrapping them in leaves to bring them back. Qianqian wondered privately why Qianyi concealed his true abilities but decided against exposing him. He washed the fruits in the water and said, "Mistress Qianqian, come." They are clean now. Qianqian devoured 5 or 6 fruits until she felt full. Surprised to see Qianyi not eating, she urged, "You should eat too." "I'm satisfied." Only then did Qianyi begin to eat, finishing all the fruits, yet still feeling hungry. He turned to Qianqian and asked, "Qianqian, do you have any energy supplies left?" She then retrieved 3 vegetables from her space and placed them in his hand. "There are more. Feel free to consume them." Instead of eating them immediately, Qianyi stored them away, saying, "I will eat them later." Qianqian glanced around at the vibrant environment, contrasting sharply with the barren desert, and furrowed her brow. "Qianyi, where are we now? How far is it to Wangsu High?" Qianyi shook his head. "I do not know. Let us explore the vicinity and see if we can find any beastmen who can guide us." Qianqian nodded, accepting this course of action. The two continued along the river for half an hour before finally encountering other beastmen from a different tribe. Qianyi approached them and inquired, "We're searching for family and have lost our way. Do you know the way to Wangsu High?" The beastman, a male with bronze skin clad in a shimmering animal skin skirt of unknown material, pointed in a direction and spoke at length. After expressing his gratitude, Qianyi turned to Qianqian and announced, "Mistress, Wangsu High is not far from here." Qianqian's heart soared with joy. "That is splendid. Qian, you led the way." Sharing what he knew about Wangsu High. It is an island inhabited predominantly by merfolk beastmen who sustain themselves on the spiny creatures of the sea, living there for generations. Qianqian then asked, "Isn't Ting, she also of the merfolk? Which island is he from?" Qianyi paused before responding. "He hails from another island of merfolk and harbors a grudge against the merfolk king of Wangsu High." He lowered his gaze to Qianqian. Qianqian felt speechless, reflecting on her unintentional good deed that had led Ting Shi into the hands of his enemies. Even if it was for the sake of obtaining a unique treasure from them, she forced a dry laugh. Will his family not come to rescue him? Qianyi smiled wryly. His entire family has perished. Qianqian slapped her forehead and complained to the system. "Why didn't you mention this, system?" The system stammered. "Host, if I had told you, would you still have come?" Qianqian retorted. "Wasn't it necessary to come? What is there to be afraid of?" The system fell silent. Qianyi observed Qianqian's expression and suggested, "Let us board the island first and assess the situation for rescue." Qianqian sighed in relief. "All right." The two gathered the 2 beautiful seashells required for island entry and boarded a boat to the island. Upon arrival, they found themselves surrounded by merfolk beastmen, their faces adorned with a shimmering powder that radiated a spectrum of colors. Qianqian gazed around with curiosity, noting that all the merfolk were quite attractive, regardless of gender. Qianyi held her hand tightly. Suddenly, a young female merfolk frowned, then burst into tears, exclaiming, "Mother, she is so ugly and scary." Qianqian, realizing the finger pointed at her, understood immediately. She made a playful face, which only caused the young female to cry even harder. Qianqian chuckled, while Qianyi struggled to contain his amusement. The young female's mother glanced at Qianqian, startled, having never seen a female so dark, resembling charred wood. Displeased that her child was crying, she shot a glare at Qianqian. Qianqian raised an eyebrow, feeling that the critique of her appearance was unwarranted, even if she was a bit darker than average. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out. "The merfolk king has arrived. Please make way." The bustling crowd fell silent, instinctively parting to kneel. Qianyi and Qianqian were pulled to the side by the throng. The merfolk king emerged from a makeshift palanquin adorned with purple pearls and white shells. Appearing around 25 years of age, his face was dusted with golden powder, exuding an air of grandeur, though his features bore a somewhat effeminate quality. After delivering a few words of gratitude for the prosperous times, he returned to the palanquin. Only after his departure did the merfolk rise. Qianqian whispered, "Is he the one holding Ting Shi captive?" Instantly, she sensed a malevolent aura about him, especially when he cast a disdainful glance in her direction, as if her presence sullied his vision. Qianyi replied, "Indeed, he is the youngest king among the merfolk." Qianqian asked, "Where does he reside?" Shall we sneak in and rescue Tingshi? Qianyi pointed towards a resplendent structure in the distance. Over there. Qianqian followed his gaze to the grand house, questioning how he could possibly inhabit such a vast space. Let us first explore the surroundings to find an opportunity to enter, she suggested. Qianyi nodded in agreement. However, as they approached, they attracted the attention of the patrolling guards, who quickly moved to shoo them away. Qianqian and Qianyi were pushed aside, exclaiming in frustration. What should we do? Their defenses are so tight. Qianyi frowned and replied, We shall wait and observe tonight. Finally, night fell. Qianyi found a secluded spot where he could eliminate a guard without drawing attention, donning the guard's attire afterward. Qianqian noted that the uniform fit him perfectly, covering his entire body except for his face. After contemplating, she took out some pearl powder from her pocket and applied it vigorously to his face. This was when Qianyi realized the purpose behind her request to crush the pearls. They circumvented the guards and entered a room with even more vigilant sentinels. Upon spotting 2 guards at the entrance, Qianyi lowered his voice, stating, The master has sent us to relieve you. Upon hearing the exchange, the 2 guards swiftly changed their positions. Once they departed, Qianyi pulled Qianqian into the dimly lit room. A sheer veil obscured the figure on the bed, rendering it impossible to discern their identity. Qianyi gestured for Qianqian to step back and cautiously approached. Upon finally seeing the person, he was momentarily taken aback. In Chapter 28, he was reluctant to leave. Just as Qianqian moved a step closer, Qianyi quickly advised, Qianqian, please keep watch outside for me. Qianqian, astonished, questioned, Is there something I shouldn't see? Qianyi nodded, expressing concern that she might be overwhelmed. Thus, Qianqian stepped out of the room. Qianyi's gaze fell upon Tingshi, who lay curled up on a large shell-shaped bed, his eyes tightly shut, his body marred by wounds and bleeding profusely. His feet had transformed into a fishtail, devoid of the delicate pink scales, the flesh torn and festering in places. His pallid complexion betrayed the absence of blood, and had it not been for the subtle rise and fall of his chest with each faint breath, Qianyi might have thought the beast man was already deceased. The once sleek pink hair now lay in disarray. Furrowing his brow, Qianyi gently shook Tingshi's shoulder, calling out, Tingshi, Tingshi, wake up. Tingshi seemed to hear his name being called from afar, yet his eyelids felt unbearably heavy, refusing to part. Gritting his teeth, Qianyi hoisted him onto his shoulder, realizing that if he did not act quickly, this fish appeared to be on the brink of death. Outside, Qianqian was filled with trepidation. Fearing an intrusion she could not prevent. Hearing footsteps within, she turned to see Qianyi carrying a beast man on his back, the latter's body seemingly devoid of intact flesh. As Qianyi reached the entrance, he declared, We cannot afford to hesitate. We must leave swiftly. Qianqian nodded and followed closely behind. As they proceeded, Qianyi remained vigilant, dodging any patrolling guards. Just when they believed they could exit safely, they were surrounded by a group of guards. Vuan Yifronit, and Qianqian cast a glance at the unconscious Tingshi on his back. He exhibited no reaction. How grave were his injuries? The Fish King emerged from behind the guards, demanding, Who are you to attempt kidnapping within my palace? Is it the beast god that emboldens you? Vuan Yivitortet Koldi. As the Fish King, you hide behind cruelty, torturing a beast man to this extent. Are you not afraid of my revealing this? The Fish King scoffed. He chose to remain. Ask him if he wishes to leave with you. Both Qianqian and Qianyi furrowed their brows. She did not wish to depart. Why? He was in such a state. Qianyi mocked. You have tormented him into unconsciousness, yet you still have the gall to speak. The Fish King's expression darkened quickly. Seize them. I want him alive. Yes, our king. The guards immediately aimed their weapons at Qianqian and the others. Vuan Yihistatit, pondering whether to rescue Tingshi and expose himself. The Fish King's power was not beyond his own, and the chances of victory seemed promising. Notijin Wan Yeise Indigicion. Qianqian glared at the Fish King, recalling the system's earlier revelations about Tingshi's past. You have already slaughtered his family. Why continue to torment and humiliate him? You are utterly cruel. Cruel? The Fish King laughed derisively. Is a life not a life? You are his mate, are you not? You facilitated his arrival here, and now you wish for him to return? Do you think my palace is a marketplace where one can come and go as they please? Qianqian, lacking previous memories, was puzzled by how he discerned her status as Ting Shi's mate. At that moment, Qianyi felt a stir from the unconscious figure on his back. Ting Shi weakly murmured, "Put me down." Qianqian turned to Qianyi, urging, "Qianyi, let him down." Wanye compliet, and Ting Shi nearly toppled to the ground, but Qianyi's quick reflexes steadied him, allowing him to lean against him. Ting Shi faced the Fish King, asserting, "Let them go, I will stay." The Fish King's lips curled into a mocking smile. Ting Shi continued, "You may leave now. I will not depart from here for the time being. Soon, the blood moon will rise," and he had other intentions for remaining in the palace. Moreover, Qianyi's abilities seemed limited. There was no need for him to be lost here. As for Qianqian, she was his mate. If she suffered, they all would. And although he did not harbor affection for her, he could not allow others to harm her. Qianqian, alarmed, urged, "If you do not leave now, do you wish to die?" Ting Shi self-deprecatingly replied, "What difference is there between my current state and death? Do not throw away your lives here. Leave quickly." The Fish King sneered. "Did you hear that? He does not wish to leave." Qianqian gritted her teeth and quietly asked, "Ting Shi, why do you not wish to depart?" Ting Shi closed his eyes, responding, "Mate, regarding the task you mentioned, I cannot fulfill it. Consider me non-existent as your beast man. I must acquire the rewards you promised." Qianyi's brow furrowed even deeper. Why was this foolish fish being so obstinate? Ting Shi then addressed the Fish King. "Let them go. I will remain. Otherwise, you shall never obtain that which you desire." The Fish King coldly replied, "You have no standing to negotiate with me. What are you all waiting for? Quickly subdue them." Qianqian whispered urgently to Qianyi, "What should we do?" Hearing the Fish King's command, Ting Shi's anger flared. "If you do not allow them to leave, I will die right here before you. Should I perish, the thing you seek shall forever elude you." A flicker of internal conflict crossed the Fish King's eyes as he commanded, "Let them go." Qianyi pulled Qianqian away step by step from the Fish King's palace. Once they had left, the Fish King dismissed his guards and gazed down at the prostrate Ting Shi, declaring, "You are an ill-fated beast. All who draw near you shall perish, and everyone in your vicinity will inevitably depart from you, just as your family has." His words echoed like a demonic whisper, resonating painfully in Ting Shi's ears. The Fish King reveled in Ting Shi's suffering, believing he should endure such a life, eternally tormented. As for the object of his desire, he would acquire it in due time. With his hands clasped behind his back, he departed, leaving Ting Shi in agony. Qianyi brought Qianqian to a safe location, stating, "Ting Shi is peculiar. It seems he truly does not wish to leave." "Qianqian, what do you intend for him to acquire?" "I sense the Fish King is wary." Qianqian hurriedly inquired of the system. "Ting Shi's desire to remain here is not due to me, but for what reason? What task was assigned to him by the previous host?" The system promptly responded, "The Heart of the Merfolk, a legendary artifact left by the 12-tiered powerhouses of the Merfolk clan. Obtaining it would allow one to inherit all cultivation." They had fought over this for so many years. The system confirmed, according to gathered data, that is indeed the case. Qianqian sighed, turning to Qianyi, "The Heart of the Merfolk." Qianyi nodded in agreement. "It is as you say." Qianqian was troubled. If they did not rescue Ting Shi, he would remain in the palace, ultimately succumbing to darkness. If she did not seek opportunities to engage with him, how could she lower his corruption value? Thus, she instructed Qianyi, "Qianyi, you must rescue him. I will remain here." Qianyi nodded. "Mate, the Fish King has already been alerted. The guards will likely be on higher alert. Can we not wait a few days?" Qianqian found it. "Can we afford to wait for Ting Shi's corruption value to rise? I fear that if he becomes agitated, it will reach its peak. What if I fail my task and vanish?" The thought was terrifying. As the mate, she could only take Qianyi's advice into account. Therefore, she firmly asserted, "No, you must go to rescue him. This is an order." Qianyi stiffened, taken aback by Qianqian's sudden assertiveness, issuing a command reminiscent of their initial match. Chapter 29. Is he unwell? Qianye's eyes flashed with a hint of intensity. Qianqian, startled, quickly clarified. Qianye, I may have been hasty. I fear the guards will tighten their vigilance, which is why I wish to act sooner. The Fish King will certainly not anticipate our second infiltration. Moreover, Tingxi's injuries were quite severe. I am perplexed as to why he insists on remaining there. Qianye, I implore you to bring him back, please. Hearing her soft plea, Qianye's heart softened slightly. All right. He then instructed Qianqian to remain where she was and departed without a backward glance. Qianqian sighed, realizing he was upset. Without the burden of Qianqian, Qianye concealed his face and swiftly infiltrated the palace. He easily evaded the guards and arrived at the room where Tingxi had been previously confined. The room was devoid of any light, yet Qianye, possessing the extraordinary abilities of a male beast-man, perceived everything as if it were daylight. He quietly approached. Tingxi's ears perked up. Who is it? Qianye hastily covered his mouth. It is I. The mistress has instructed me to take you out. Tingxi climbed up and whispered. Has she arrived? Qianye shook his head. No, do not speak. I will carry you. Tingxi furrowed his brow. His powers have been entirely depleted, rendering him unable to maintain his human form. If Qianye could rescue him, and then Qianqian could replenish his energy, his chances of obtaining that object would significantly increase. Thus, he obediently allowed Qianyi to hoist him onto his back. They then swiftly exited the palace. Tingxi observed Qianye's powers far exceeded the second tier and was not surprised. He had his secrets, as did Qianyi, and there was no need to expose them. Qianyi quickly brought Tingxi before Qianqian, who was in a remote, abandoned house on the small island. Qianqian watched as Qianyi leaned Tingxi against the wall. She stepped forward and asked, Tingxi, are you all right? Tingxi wearily shook his head. Mistress, why did you save me? Did you not say an unworthy beast husband would not be kept? I have not completed the task. He lowered his head, appearing somewhat ashamed. Upon hearing this, Qianqian realized that this beast husband was rather naive. If so, then why was his corruption value the highest among beast husbands? Something was amiss. Far too amiss. Qianqian softly replied. The mission is null. Your life is at stake. Does that even matter? Tingxi, why did you not come with us today? Upon hearing this, Tingxi bowed his head, his voice low. You would not get far with me. A burden. I would only hinder you. He will not spare you. Qianqian inquired. Is that the reason? Tell me the truth. Tingxi shrank back. Mistress, you are quite fierce. He then fainted. Qianqian was momentarily taken aback. He resembled some delicate mermaid, fainting at the slightest provocation. Qianyi cleared his throat. Qianqian, let us tend to his injuries before discussing anything else. Qianqian nodded and retrieved a vegetable from her spatial pouch. Handing it to Qianyi, tend his wounds and give him this. I will wait outside. As Qian approached the door, she pondered. Tingxi is not being truthful. What should she do about his corruption value? The system spoke in her mind. Host, I have a new discovery. Qianqian sighed. What discovery? Speak. The system replied. I have just uncovered some secrets between Tingxi and the royal merfolk family. What secrets? Do not keep me in suspense. Very well, host. Tingxi's family was indeed slain by the royal merfolk, but the royal family was also killed by members of Tingxi's family. Ultimately, it was all for the heart of the merfolk. Legend has it that possessing it guarantees ascension to the 12th tier. Hence, everyone seeks it, while they were originally from the same family. Huh? Killing each other from a common ancestor? Is this not similar to Qianqian being harmed by her own sister? Indeed, host. Most beastmen of the merfolk possess water-based abilities, yet Tingxi does not. Qianqian became intrigued. What is his ability? The system responded. He possesses healing abilities. His blood and flesh can heal, and his regenerative capabilities are formidable. How formidable? Qianqian asked curiously. As long as he has even a sliver of power, he can restore his body. Of course, his abilities can also heal others. Qianqian questioned. Did you not say he was tier 1 before? That was then. This is now. His powers have been exhausted. He cannot even heal himself, the system replied. The lettuce I exchanged should be beneficial to him, right? The system confirmed. Indeed, host. In fact, all vegetables and meats in my exchange system are beneficial to all male beastmen in this world. Qianqian expressed her astonishment. You mean all? Why did you not mention this sooner? The system replied flatly. I only discovered this after you reduced Qian's corruption value further. Monta Qianqian fispalmet. Exasperated with the system. Do you dare have any useful information? Why is your information so delayed and disparate? It was fortunate that she had not given her exchanged items to anyone else. Otherwise, she could have caused significant trouble. Qianqian gritted her teeth. System, do you have any new discoveries? Tell me immediately. The system replied. I swear, there is nothing else. Host, you must trust me. Qianqian could not be bothered to engage further. At that moment, Qianyi emerged, stating, Qianqian, his wounds have been treated. Qianqian nodded. We shall speak once he awakens. The two exchanged silent glances. After a prolonged silence, Qianyi broke it. Qianqian, are you hungry? I will find something to eat. Qianqian nodded. It is safe here. You may go without worry. Qianyi turned and vanished into the night. Qianqian stepped into the room, where the night pearl emitted a faint glow. She observed Ting's long pink eyelashes shading his crystal-like lavender eyes. Noticing his furrowed brow, she could not help but smooth it with her finger. Such a young age, yet so profound. Do you not have me? She whispered softly. She then sat beside him. As drowsiness overtook her, Qianqian closed her eyes, reflecting. This body has such an affinity for sleep and food. After she fell asleep, she opened his eyes. Clarity filled his gaze, devoid of any traces of pain. He glanced at Qianqian, frowning, thinking, what a malicious female. How has she changed so much? Unexpectedly, she returned to save him. In truth, it mattered not if she had come. He would not perish. His proximity to the royal merfolk was merely to uncover the whereabouts of the heart of the merfolk. The footsteps grew closer. It was Qianyi. She promptly closed his eyes. Qianyi entered, carrying items from the palace kitchen, and was greeted by the sight of Qian sweetly asleep against Ting's shoulder. A sudden tightness gripped his chest. He tossed the items onto the table, pulled a chair beside Qian, and cautiously leaned her head against his shoulder. With a rough push, he shoved Ting's head aside, treating him not as a patient but rather dismissively. She was speechless, making no move. He slightly opened his eyes and was taken aback by the sight before him. Qianyi gazing at Qian with an expression of pure adoration. Could he be ill? She was astonished. Chapter 30. His thoughts she found it hard to comprehend. Did Qianyi harbor feelings for her? Was he not only here due to orders from afar? Though she did appear more pleasing than during their initial match. No one responded to his thoughts. Qianyi closed his eyes, intending to take a brief rest. Qian slept soundly until dawn. In the dilapidated room, sunlight streamed through a large hole in the decaying roof, illuminating her head. Qian stirred with a soft moan, awakening to find she had unknowingly fallen asleep on Qianyi's lap. Qianyi simultaneously opened his eyes. Qian, you are awake. I did not wake you last night as you seemed too tired. You do not mind, do you? Qian straightened up, leaning back in her chair. Not at all. I was just wondering how she is doing. Upon turning her head, she found herself gazing into Ting's violet pupils, which were fixed intently upon her. Qian raised an eyebrow. Tingshi, how does your body feel? She replied, feeling aggrieved. My energy is depleted. I cannot exert any strength. Qianqian glanced at the untouched food on the table and the vegetables from her space, saying, you should eat the green one. It can restore your energy. She stared at her in astonishment, incredulously asking, is it produced by your space, mistress? Did you really give it to me? Qianqian frowned, wondering if all the matchers had consumed her space's produce before the original owner's space was destroyed. Seeing the expression on his face confirmed her thoughts. So she promptly stood up and handed the vegetables to him, saying, eat it. Once you finish, you will recover your strength. She immediately stuffed the vegetables into his mouth, his cheeks bulging. Chewing, he gratefully exclaimed, thank you, mistress. You are truly kind. I like you. Were it not for his unchanged darkening value, Qianqian might have believed he genuinely appreciated her, especially with the glistening tears in his eyes and his deeply moved demeanor, appearing quite pitiful with his injured body. Qianqian smiled and said, "Once you recover, we shall return home." Ting, she nearly choked on a mouthful of greens. He swallowed hard and patted his chest, saying, "Mistress, I cannot go back with you yet." He gazed at Qianqian with determination, clearly resolute in his decision. Qian Yi silently observed the two of them. Qianqian crossed her arms and looked into his eyes, saying, "Give me a compelling reason why you must remain here." Ting, she frowned. "The Merman King must die." Qianqian retorted, "I have only matched with you for a few months. You have spent far more time with the Merman King. Now you're barely alive from his torment. What significance is there in staying here?" Ting, she sensed his supernatural powers gradually recovering, and in the next moment, his fishtail transformed into legs. He stood up, nearly 2 meters tall, forcing Qianqian to look up at him. He said, "Mistress, if you provide me with a bit of space produced daily within a month after avenging myself, I will certainly return with you." Qianqian frowned. Killing the Merman King might be a ruse. She speculated that the Merman King possessed something he desired. What was? She could not discern, but she feared that if she rejected him, he might immediately darken completely, rendering her efforts to rescue him futile. After pondering for a moment, she said, "Agreed. After a month, regardless of whether you achieve what you desire, you cannot go back on your word and must come with me." Ting Xi nodded earnestly. Qian Yi, expressionless, looked at them and inquired, "Ting Shi, do you intend to let the mistress stay in such a place for a month?" Hearing Qian Yi's dissatisfaction, Ting Shi secretly wondered if Qianqian had poisoned him. He didn't want her to suffer any grievances. So he replied, "There are my people on the island. We'll tidy up, and then we could go together." Qian Yi nodded, saying nothing further. However, Qianqian was somewhat surprised. Ting, she was under house arrest in the palace. Yet he seemed unhurried, revealing that there were people outside. After the three of them made arrangements, Ting, she led the way to the place he mentioned. Meanwhile, within the Merman Palace, the Merman King sat in a reclining chair, surrounded by kneeling Merman beastmen. His index finger tapped rhythmically on the table. The beastmen below did not dare to breathe, fearing they would be dragged out and executed by the king at any moment. Coldly, he uttered with so many guards, "You say a worthless male beastman who can only crawl has walked right under your noses? Speak, how do you wish to die?" The beastmen trembled and cried out in unison, "We beg the king to spare our lives." The Merman King gathered a blade of water at his fingertips, and the loudest male beastman was struck in the heart, blood spurting forth. With a thud, his body stiffened and collapsed. In an instant, the palace fell silent. They were terrified, not daring to lift their eyes to meet the Merman King's gaze. All ordinary Merman citizens believed their king to be amiable, kind, and gentle. Only those who served as his guards and confidants knew that their king was a wolf in sheep's clothing. He was always hypocritical. Those who defied him had long since met a gruesome end. Only Ting Shi, his cousin sharing the same ancestral bloodline, was not killed outright, but rather subjected to a lifetime of torment, ensuring he could neither live nor die in peace. Now, he had been taken away right under the king's nose, driving him to a furious rage. He glared at the beastmen below and commanded, "Quickly seal off the island. Do not allow any beastmen to enter or exit. Dig 3 feet into the ground if necessary. You must find Ting Shi." Upon hearing this, the beastmen, drenched in cold sweat, shouted, "Yes, our king, we will go at once." They paid no heed to the sweat trickling down their foreheads, scrambling out of the palace, tripping over one another, too frightened to scold, as if their rear ends were on fire. The Merman King watched the mass of heads disappear in less than a minute. Coldly staring into the distance, he muttered to himself, "Ting Shi, do you think you can escape? Oof, naive." Qianqian and Qian Yi followed Ting Shi further into secluded areas, stopping in front of a house that appeared uninhabited. He knelt at the entrance, tapping the ground a few times. In the next second, a semicircular platform appeared before her. After Ting, she gestured for them to step up. He pressed a small dot on top, and they vanished from the entrance. Qianqian felt the platform gradually descend, and when it reached the bottom, a tunnel-like path appeared before them. She stepped forward, saying, "Follow me." After walking for about 10 minutes, they arrived at a house with a pond in front of it. An elderly male merman beast man, around 80 years old, with a head full of white hair, looked at She excitedly. "Young master, you have come. Are these your friends?" She turned and introduced Xianyi and Qianqian. The old merman became even more animated. "This is Elder Yu of our merman tribe," she added. Qianqian quickly furrowed her brow. Was he the external aid? He seemed rather weak. Xianyi remained silent, quietly standing behind Qianqian as a backdrop. Elder Yu, seeing them for the first time and learning they were the young master's friends, welcomed them warmly, particularly offering Qianqian the merman tribe's favorite dried fish, leaving her both amused and bewildered. Subsequently, Elder Yu led them to their respective rooms. Qianqian observed that the rooms were clean and tidy, simply decorated, adequately furnished. Though not large, they shared a meal that evening, and after dinner, Elder Yu went to clear the dishes. Qianqian asked, "Elder Yu, have you been living here alone?" She replied, "Mistress, he hasn't been here long. This place was originally a refuge for others from our tribe. Monta Qianqian found it. I recall your island is not located here." She nodded in response. This place was established to monitor the Merman King, serving as a temporary residence for our tribe's pawns positioned here, having evaded the Merman King's searches multiple times. As darkness fell, Xianyi asked, "Qianqian, do you need a bath?" Qianqian exclaimed joyfully, "Is there a place to bathe here?" She explained, "We mermen usually soak in water, so we do not require baths and lack specialized bathing facilities." Xianyi pursed his lips. "I will find materials nearby to make a tub. Wait a moment. I will be quick." With that, he exited the house. Seeing this, she said, "He is unfamiliar with this place. I will assist him." After saying this, he also left. Qianqian was left alone in the living room, dazed. After a while, Elder Yu returned to the living room, surprised to find her alone. Qianqian felt that the old man had a kind demeanor and took a liking to him. Quickly explaining, "Elder Yu," they went out. Elder Yu responded and sat across from her, saying, "You must be the young master's mistress." Qianqian was taken aback. How did he know? Elder Yu smiled gently, stroking his long, gray beard. "Your appearance is quite unique. I inadvertently heard she mention you after a match." In truth, it was Xiao Tingshi who had complained to him about why the beast god had matched him again with a female who was both dark and unattractive, and moreover, the biological sister of the previous female master. Now, upon seeing Qianqian, though she was somewhat dark-skinned, her clear eyes and kind heart suggested she would make a suitable companion for Tingshi. Qianqian touched her dark face and asked the system, "Is there an antidote? I've been wearing this dark face for too long." The system replied, "Host, there is an antidote, but it is not advisable to use it now. The immediate priority is to reduce Tingshi's darkening value as soon as possible." Elder Yu, noticing Qianqian's daze, continued, "Do not blame this old man for being talkative. Our Tingshi is a good one, albeit somewhat unfortunate. The grievances of their previous generation have dragged him into chaos. He tends to be stubborn and resistant to advice, yet he possesses a good heart." Elder Yu recounted every detail of Tingshi's life, not minding whether Qianqian was listening or not. Initially, she paid close attention, but soon she began to feel drowsy. Unable to stifle a great yawn, she realized her rudeness and apologized. "I'm sorry. I've become a bit talkative in my old age. I hope you don't mind. It would be wonderful for the two of you to get along and have a few offspring." Before Qianqian could respond, Tingshi entered first. Catching the latter part of the conversation, his expression slightly awkward as he glanced at Qianqian. Xianyi followed him, lost in thought. Tingshi addressed Elder Yu. "It's late. Elder, you should rest now. We will take care of things here." Elder Yu stood, his body trembling slightly. He nodded, saying, "All right, I shall rest and will not interrupt your conversation." After he left, Xianyi began to boil water for Qianqian. Tingshi, sitting across from her, asked, "Elder Yu is old and may say some foolish things. Do not take them to heart." Qianqian shook her head and replied, "He has watched you grow since childhood, hasn't he?" Tingxi frowned at her question. Mistress, did you not previously claim to be indifferent to my trivial matters? Qianqian fixed her gaze on his face and asked, now that I care, will you tell me everything? Tingxi, confused, shook his head. Tonight, we will guard your room together. As dawn broke, Qianqian awoke to find Tingxi and Qianyi sitting in the chairs. Qianyi immediately stood and said, Qianqian, I will fetch your toiletries. Upon hearing this, Tingxi wondered why Qianyi was being so proactive, making him appear as an ornament before the mistress. Despite his indifference towards Qianqian, he decided to put on a good show for the sake of space production. He promptly asked, Mistress, what would you like to eat? I will prepare it for you. Qianqian, seeing that his injuries had nearly healed, felt reluctant to let him toil and replied, no need. This is today's output from a space. You should take it to recover. Tingxi eagerly accepted. Thank you, mistress. I will recover my powers quickly. Monta Qianqian Zeit, Tingxi. You are my beast husband. There is no need for such formality. By the way, Qianyi and the others wish to dissolve the match. What do you think? Tingxi was taken aback. If he dissolved the match, where would he find a mistress? Though the beast god matched females once a year, it did not guarantee that all male beastmen would find a mistress. It was quite possible he would wait years for one. Moreover, he felt that Qianqian had become more approachable than before, did not wish to dissolve the match. He hurriedly replied, Mistress, I do not wish to dissolve a match. Are we not getting along well? Do you think poorly of me? He looked at Qianqian with a pitiful expression, making her feel like an utterly despicable female. This tactic worked wonders in front of a handsome man. Qianqian, overwhelmed with maternal affection, replied, How could that be? Tingxi, you are wonderful. Tingxi had a doll-like face, exquisite and adorable, with a hint of softness, entirely different from Qianyi's fox-like appearance. In truth, she quite liked him. Upon hearing her praise, Tingxi beamed. Good. Mistress, you are wonderful too. I like you. Qianqian had heard him express his affection several times, making her feel as though he liked a dish or a cup, which she found rather unremarkable. Soon, Qianyi brought in the toiletries. Qianqian began to wash up, as did Qianyi. Tingxi, seeing them together, wanted to join, but Qianyi coldly remarked, If you want to wash, do it yourself. Tingxi pouted and stepped outside. Just then, Eldiu rushed in, panting. Not good. The people from the Fish King are searching for us. Chapter 32. Seeds of Doubt. Tingxi's brows furrowed immediately. Eldiu, are you saying they have come nearby? This place had been so hidden for years, never once exposed, evading numerous searches. How could they be found just after Qianqian arrived? Could it be that her arrival was merely a ruse to toy with him? It was not unreasonable for him to think this. Qianqian's original self delighted in teasing others, especially those like him, whom she considered mere playthings. He looked at Eldiu, who was calming himself, and inquired, Eldiu, where are they now? As Eldiu spoke, Qianyi hastily wiped his face and approached Tingxi. Qianqian quickly washed her face and joined them. Eldiu wiped the sweat from his forehead and recounted, Today, I went to gather food, as usual. On the way, I saw a group of guards marching ominously with weapons. Fearing to alert them, I took a shortcut. Young master, you and your friends should leave here at once. His anxious gaze fixed on the young master, hoping he would depart swiftly. He believed that in such a secluded, uninhabited area, they would not have been found without someone pointing the way. Tingxi hesitated. Mistress, Qianyi, should we really leave? My powers have not yet recovered, and this entire island is theirs. Where can we escape to? Eldiu smacked his forehead. Oh dear, I forgot. The Fish King has sealed off the entire island today. Those who enter cannot leave, and new arrivals are forbidden. Qianqian turned to Qianyi and Tingxi, asking, Are there many guards? Can you handle them all? Tingxi then inquired, Elder, how do their abilities appear? Eldiu contemplated for a moment and replied, The two leading guards seem to have the highest abilities, likely fourth-tier beastmen. Tingxi and Qianyi exchanged glances. Qianyi declared, Kill them all. Tingxi shook his head. Too many deaths might expose our location. Qianqian furrowed her brow. What if we lure them away and deal with them elsewhere? Eldiu agreed. The mistress speaks wisely. I believe this plan is feasible. Tingxi said, I will draw them away. Qianyi, You handle the ambush from behind. Qianqian nodded and instructed Qianqian, stay here. Do not come out for any reason. We will explain everything upon our return. Tingshi turned to Elder Yu. Elder, you must protect the mistress well. If anything seems amiss, take her through the secret passage immediately without looking back. Elder Yu nodded solemnly. Young master, rest assured. I will protect her with my life. You too must be careful. Tingshi replied, all right. Mistress, stay with Elder Yu and be cautious. We will return. Qianqian looked at them and said, I trust you both. I will protect myself. So do not worry. By the way, this is today's output from the space. Take it with you. She took out 2 cabbages from the space, handing one to Tingshi and one to Qianqian. After they accepted them and tucked them into their leather bags, they turned to leave. Elder Yu felt uneasy but forced himself to remain calm. Please follow me. The key to the secret passage is hidden there. Qianqian followed Elder Yu to a corner of the living room. Elder Yu half-squatted and turned a stone ornament to the left. A wooden box suddenly appeared before her. Elder Yu opened the box and handed a palm-sized key to Qianqian. Qianqian was taken aback. Was this key serious? Weighing around 5 to 6 kilograms. It could easily serve as a formidable weapon. She glanced at Elder Yu's solemn face, her lips twitching imperceptibly. Seeing her accept it, Elder Yu felt relieved and said, the secret passage is beneath the hidden compartment under the young master's bed. It can only be accessed with this key. Qianqian nodded. Meanwhile, Tingshi, accompanied by Qianqian, did not exit through the same entrance but instead took a detour through the woods. Qianqian fixed his gaze on the back of Tingshi's head and asked, Tingshi, what level is your supernatural ability restored to now? Tingshi turned his head and replied, first level. Qianqian frowned, astonished at the rapid recovery of Tingshi's powers, but he wondered if it truly was only at the first level. Sensing his silence, Tingshi continued, let us hurry. At this pace, we might encounter them. Qianqian nodded and inquired, where do you intend to lead them? I think we should split up. It would be advantageous for me to ambush them ahead. After pondering, Tingshi said, there's a cliff to the east known as Yuan. Any beastman who falls there never returns alive. I will lure them there. Qianqian immediately headed east, while Tingshi moved westward. After a while, he finally encountered the guards dispatched by the Sea King. There were about 30 of them, confirming Elder Yu's words. The first 2 were 4th-level beastmen. Tingshi deliberately appeared before them. The guard paused for a few seconds, then exclaimed, he is the beastman our king wants to capture. Quickly, seize him alive. If we succeed, the Sea King will surely reward us generously. Tingshi taunted, come on, try to catch me. With that, he dashed eastward. Most of the guards intended to pursue, but one male beastman with a grim expression and sharp eyes said, his appearance is suspicious. Let us split into 2 teams. One group will follow the direction indicated by the merchant, and the other will follow me. The commotion among the crowd immediately quieted as they swiftly divided into 2 teams. One led by the speaker towards Tingshi, and the other by a 4th-level beastman. As Tingshi walked, he noticed they had not followed closely, so he leaned against a tree with an impassive expression. Upon seeing the pursuing team catch sight of his back, he took off, running again. A 4th-level beastman among the crowd respectfully addressed the one who had spoken earlier. My lord, he is only running and not attacking us. There may be a trap ahead. Should we still pursue? The fierce-looking beastman shot him a sideways glance and replied, I am a 5th-level beastman. Do you think I cannot handle a mere 1st-level beastman? The 4th-level beastman lowered his head and responded, my subordinate spoke out of turn. You will surely capture him alive. The 5th-level beastman smirked with pride. You lead the way. I will stay in the middle of the group. If they have an ambush, I will take action. After instructing his team, the 4th-level beastman called out, did you hear that? Quickly follow me. We must capture him alive. Move. A crowd surged towards Tingshi. Meanwhile, the 4th-level beastman expressed his dissatisfaction to his trusted subordinate. My lord is too unreasonable. He takes the meat while my brothers are left with nothing but broth. Who will want to stay in this godforsaken place? His subordinate sympathized. My lord, should we turn back and pursue? The 4th-level beastman shook his head. No. That person is narrow-minded and unyielding. If he discovers we haven't followed, my brothers will surely face the consequences. Relay my orders to proceed to the designated location. Chapter 33. The secret passage. Qianqian held the brick-like key, her lips twitching. Elder Yu occasionally glanced outside, then lowered his head in contemplation. After a while, he spoke. You are the female master of Tingxi. He has suffered greatly in recent years. I hope you could treat him well. He is all alone now. Sensing Elder Yu's intent to continue discussing Tingxi, Qianqian hastily interrupted. Elder Yu, please stop. I will treat him well. He is my beast husband, and I will care for him, so you need not worry. Hearing this, Elder Yu's eyes immediately reddened. Qianqian felt a headache coming on. No wonder Tingxi often had tears in his eyes. His habits reflected those of the one who raised him. As Tingxi walked, he provoked the guards, inciting their anger and hardening their fists. Among the guards, the fifth-level beastman coldly observed him, thinking that if it weren't for the king's orders against killing him, he would relish the opportunity to send him to the beast god. Tingxi moved through the forest like a wraith, evading detection, leaving the guards utterly bewildered. Unable to endure any longer, the fourth-level beastman initiated an attack. Tingxi suddenly plunged into the depths of the thicket, dodging the assault. The group followed the traces left intentionally by Tingxi to arrive at Yuan. The fourth-level beastman, seeing no escape for Tingxi, taunted, "No way out? Let's see how you run now. Men, go and capture him. Remember, alive." The guards rushed forward. But Tingxi had deceived them all. His supernatural ability was not merely at the first level. His power was healing-based, enabling him to identify the most vulnerable and lethal points on the beastmen's bodies. His attacks pierced like slender, sharp needles, causing all the guards attempting to encircle him to collapse in agony, soon rendered incapacitated. The fourth-level beastman's expression darkened. This Tingxi did not conform to the first-level expectations. He could not underestimate him. He signaled for all guards to retreat and collectively attack Tingxi. The fifth-level beastman, hidden among the crowd, smirked disdainfully. So what if he were not first level? Daring to show off in front of a fifth-level beastman was foolish. Concentrating all his energy, he prepared to ambush Tingxi, intending to severely injure him. After all, the king only commanded him to capture him alive, and as long as he was not dead, the mission would be deemed complete. He wondered why, despite the prolonged skirmish, Tingxi had not revealed any hidden allies. While keeping a vigilant watch, he activated his powers, determined to bring back the king's desired prize. Qianyi observed from the shadows, noting Tingxi's ease in the situation. It was no surprise. To infiltrate enemy territory alone, he must have a means of support. Just as Tingxi incapacitated another wave of guards, the fourth-level beastman made his move. He transformed his water powers into two water dragons, roaring towards Tingxi's abdomen. Tingxi swiftly dodged, but was caught off guard when the water dragons turned back and charged at him again. The surrounding guards launched another wave of attacks. Feigning vulnerability, Tingxi appeared to be at a disadvantage. Qianyi casually tossed aside some grass nearby, intending to join the fray. Unexpectedly, a blade-like water attack shot past him at high speed, aimed at Tingxi's thigh. Qianyi quickly conjured a fiery barrier to intercept it. Thankfully, his powers arrived just in time, preventing the blade from striking Tingxi, instead hitting the guards surrounding him. "Who dares to interfere?" roared the fifth-level beastman. Qianyi leaped from the tree, transforming into his beast form and landing beside Tingxi. Tingxi said, "Thanks for that." Qianyi replied, "No need. It is better to thank me after we eliminate them." Tingxi smirked, agreed. Upon hearing their exchange, the fifth-level beastman scoffed coldly. "With just the two of you beastmen, do you think you can defeat us? It won't be that easy." The fourth-level beastman signaled the remaining 5 guards to step back and follow his lead. The fifth-level beastman once again launched an attack against Tingxi and Qianyi. Tingxi's abilities struck like needles, while Qianyi set his attacks ablaze. They evaded the fifth-level beastman's assault, systematically knocking down all the guards beside them, and in no time, their bodies were engulfed in flames, reduced to charred remains. Tingxi cast a surprised glance at him and remarked, "Xuanya, your extraordinary ability is quite impressive." Xuanya smiled knowingly and replied, "Yours is commendable as well." Their mutual compliments incited the wrath of the fifth-tier beastman, who seethed, "You shall pay for your arrogance. Soon, you will meet the beast god." Tingshi scoffed. "Do you truly believe you can kill me? I fear that will not bode well for your king." The fifth-tier beastman turned to the fourth-tier beastman beside him and commanded, "Assist me. Let us subdue them both." The fourth-tier beastman hesitated, responding, "My lord, if we kill him, we shall face dire consequences. The king will execute us." The fifth-tier beastman glared fiercely. "If you keep silent, who will know?" Observing their idle chatter, Qianqian seized the opportunity and launched a fireball at them. The fifth-tier beastman retreated hastily, shoving the fourth-tier beastman aside. Tingshi now understood that Qianqian was indeed a fourth tier, and his own powers were temporarily suppressed to that level. With two fourth tiers working together, victory was assured. Thus, he declared, "Let us first eliminate that fourth tier. Elder Yu, lacking extraordinary abilities but possessing keen hearing, discern the sound of wood being chopped above." He urgently advised Qianqian, "We must act swiftly. They are approaching. You must hide, and I shall keep watch outside." Qianqian, momentarily stunned, insisted, "No. Elder Yu, we must leave together." Elder Yu shook his head resolutely. "I have lived a long life. Were it not for the kindness of Tingshi's parents, I would not be here now. As long as you remember my words, I shall have no regrets even in death." Qianqian's brows furrowed deeper. "Elder Yu, do not speak of such things. While they remain above, we must enter the secret passage." Elder Yu pushed her into Tingshi's room, urging, "Young one, the passage leads beyond the island. You must go quickly." Qianqian pleaded, "Elder Yu, if you do not come in, I shall not go." Elder Yu, growing anxious, replied, "Opening the secret passage will take time. Hurry, I shall follow." Qianqian, uncertain, demanded, "Elder Yu, swear to the beast god that you are not deceiving me." Elder Yu swore a fierce oath, invoking dire curses that momentarily convinced Qianqian of his sincerity. As Qianqian began to unlock the passage, Elder Yu had already positioned himself outside, awaiting the arrival of the intruders. His oath was merely a ruse. He intended to pave the final path for Tingshi, exchanging his life for Qianqian's guilt, ensuring that regardless of Tingshi's future actions, she would treat him well out of gratitude for Elder Yu's sacrifice. The fourth-tier beastmen, initially intending to retreat, discovered an indistinct footprint on the ground, prompting them to pry up the floorboards. To their astonishment, they found something beneath. Observing the sluggishness of the individuals below, one could not resist unleashing their extraordinary powers to strike the floor, causing everyone to tumble downwards. Chapter 34. The Division of Forces. Qianqian, struggling with a key as heavy as a brick, approached Tingshi's bedside. The bed was covered with a thick, complete hide. With great effort, she lifted it and, upon inspecting the floorboards, discerned a hollow area in the center. She swiftly removed the boards, revealing a stone keyhole before her. Aligning the key with the lock, she twisted it, but remained unyielding. Astonished, she exclaimed, "No way. This heavy key cannot be stuck." Doubtful, she summoned all her strength. Yet the key still did not budge. Her palms reddened from the friction, and Qianqian's frustration grew. She used both hands and feet to twist the key. Outside, Elder Yu heard the approaching footsteps of a group drawing nearer. Tension gripped him as he sat by the pond, feigning a fishing stance with his rod. Although he was unafraid of death, having lost all his friends and family, he still felt a pang of anxiety. After taking several deep breaths, he relaxed, closing his eyes as if asleep. Upon their descent, the fourth-tier beastmen discovered a path ahead and, disregarding their bruised bodies, commanded everyone to proceed. After 10 minutes of walking, they spotted an old man fishing by the pond, seemingly asleep with his eyes closed. The fourth-tier beastman frowned and whispered to his confidant, "Go inquire if there's an issue." He mimicked a beheading gesture, and his subordinate nodded, approaching. "Hey, old man, do you live here? Are your family around? May we have a bowl of water to quench our thirst?" His voice was not low, yet the old man remained silent, not even lifting his head. Frustrated, he exclaimed, "You deaf old man, can you not hear me?" Finally, Elder Yu opened his eyes, looking confused as he asked, "Guard, what is the matter?" He pretended to clean his ears, feigning attentiveness. The guard stepped closer and shouted, "Old man, we are thirsty and wish to borrow a bowl of water. Is that convenient?" Elder Yu glanced at the men behind the guard and respectfully replied, "Guard, please send one person for water. My home is small and cannot accommodate so many." The guard assessed the frail, trembling beast man before him, estimating his advanced age and lack of extraordinary abilities. He returned to the fourth-tier beast man and reported, "My lord, shall we send someone for water?" The fourth-tier beast man surveyed his surroundings, noting the absence of other beastmen's dwellings, with only the old man's home standing out suspiciously. He suspected the old man might be harboring Tingshi. Thus, he waved his hand and commanded, "Come, all of you, let us go together." The guards moved toward Elder Yu's home. Anxious, Elder Yu feared whether Qianqian had managed to open the secret passage. He intercepted the guards, imploring, "Guard, please send one person for water." His voice boomed, catching Qianqian's attention inside. She too felt urgency, doubting whether the keyhole was faulty. No matter how hard she tried, it would not open. Gritting her teeth, she used all her strength, and finally, with a series of clicks, the key began to turn. Her face lit up with joy as she inhaled deeply, twisting it to the point of resistance. With a click, the lock finally opened. Qianqian's eyes brightened, watching as a staircase leading into darkness slowly revealed itself. She glanced at the door just as a loud crash echoed. The door was kicked in, and a throng of people surged inside. Elder Yu, distraught, lamented over the ruined door, exclaiming, "Oh dear, how can you bully an old man with no family like this? The door is broken. Who will I find to fix it?" The fourth-tier beast man surveyed the room, noting numerous chambers. He commanded, "You all split up and search every room. Hurry!" Elder Yu, alarmed, immediately knelt before the fourth-tier beast man, pleading, "My lord, what wrong have I done to warrant a search of my home?" The fourth-tier beast man replied coldly, "Our king seeks another. With so many rooms, someone may be hidden here. Your deafness has prevented you from noticing. We shall assist you in searching, lest disaster befalls you without understanding." Elder Yu, pale with fear, followed two guards, warning, "You may search, but do not damage my belongings." The guards, hearing this, shoved him to the ground, admonishing, "Step aside. Do not waste our time." Elder Yu, feeling anxious, grabbed hold of the two guards heading toward Xuanya's room. The fourth-tier beastman pushed them aside and kicked open the door, brandishing a knife made from fish bones, recklessly searching and slashing at all potential hiding spots. Elder Yu, heartbroken, struggled to rise, lamenting loudly, "What a calamity! My possessions! My lord, please be careful." Qianqian had already laid down the bedboard and animal skins, and she cautiously descended the dark staircase, pressing herself against the wall. As she walked, a sense of hesitation stirred within her. Would Elder Yu be in danger above? What would happen if she descended? Her conscience grew increasingly uneasy. Meanwhile, Tingshi was relentlessly attacking the fourth-level beastman with her extraordinary abilities, while Qianyi faced off against a fifth-level beastman. The fifth-level beastman, with a disdainful lift of his chin, remarked that those deemed worthy by the king must not perish. Yet he considered the number of lives he would need to extinguish to achieve victory inconsequential. "A mere fourth level. How commendable your courage." Qianyi coldly replied, "Enough with the idle chatter. Attack." The abilities of the merfolk predominantly belonged to the water element, whereas Qianyi wielded fire abilities, which naturally repelled the former. Moreover, the adversary before him was a level higher. Fortunately, Qianyi's speed was remarkable, allowing him to evade many lethal strikes with agility. The fifth-level beastman grew increasingly agitated. How could a fourth-level beastman evade so many of his attacks? Each strike was imbued with a murderous intent, rapidly depleting his energy, especially with his female master absent. He glanced at Qianyi, who also appeared fatigued, clearly suffering from severe energy depletion. Out of the corner of his eye, he observed his loyal subordinates engaged in a fierce struggle, which further solidified his resolve to eliminate Qianyi swiftly. Otherwise, Tingshi's subordinates would likely struggle to withstand the onslaught. Seizing the moment of the beastman's distraction, Qianyi swiftly consumed all the vegetables from his leather pouch. The fifth-level beastman, incredulous, exclaimed, "You are cheating." "Cheating?" Wang is scoffed, neither confirming nor denying the accusation. "What of it?" His energy began to restore gradually, and he once more launched an attack against the fifth-level beastman. Tingxi, glancing over, mimicked Qianyi and stuffed vegetables into her mouth, swallowing them down. The fourth-level beastman was alarmed, exclaiming, "How could they have energy replenishment? My lord, should we flee?" Taking advantage of Tingxi's moment of consumption, he swiftly approached the fifth-level beastman's back and spoke. Chapter 35. Quickly go and save her. The fifth-level beastman furrowed his brow, his eyes narrowing with malevolence. "I am a fifth level. They are merely fourth level. Our chances of victory are substantial. It is not easy to encounter them. Who knows when we might find another opportunity?" The fourth-level beastman surveyed the corpses of the guards scattered on the ground, faltering, "But we have no allies now. I might not be able to defeat Tingxi," he murmured. The fifth-level beastman, incensed, retorted, "Do not bolster other spirits while undermining your own. Hold on. I will eliminate that Black Panther and come to assist you." The fourth-level beastman had no choice but to launch another attack against Tingxi, who was processing her energy conversion. The two became entangled once more, but with the energy replenishment, Tingxi gradually gained the upper hand, while the fourth-level beastman found himself increasingly beleaguered. Qianqian kept his gaze firmly fixed on the fifth-level beastman, though they were elements at odds. His transformation into beast form granted him superior speed and striking power compared to his human form, coupled with the energy from the vegetables slowly converting within him. He felt he was nearing the threshold of the fifth level. The fifth-level beastman, a merman, could only fully harness his strength underwater, on land. His transformation into beast form yielded little advantage, hence he remained in human form. With a sudden burst of speed, Qianyi charged forward, intending to strike the beastman down with his claws. The fifth-level beastman, perceiving the rapid approach, quickly conjured a water-based shield with his abilities and positioned himself to create a sharp blade, aiming to thrust it into the heart of this formidable Black Panther. In the realm of martial arts, only speed can overcome, Qianyi mused, perceiving the fifth-level beastman's assault as sluggish, far too slow for him to evade. With a light leap, he effortlessly dodged. However, this feint was merely a ruse. As he evaded, he transformed his fire abilities into a massive blade, striking directly at the fifth-level beastman. The fifth-level beastman, initially confident in his impending victory, was taken aback as a blade of searing fire descended upon him. He could only concentrate all his energy into his palms, forming a water wall to withstand the blow, exhausting his strength in the process. This attack drained all his energy, and Qianyi, feeling momentarily fatigued, called out to Tingxi, "Quick, lend me your energy." Tingxi immediately sent forth a strand of her energy towards his heart. The fifth-level beastman, unable to fend off the four hands of his adversaries, could not evade the attack. A strand as fine as a hair pierced through his heart. Qianyi observed the energy strike through the beastman's body, leaving a trail of crimson in its wake as it crashed into the tree trunk behind him. The fifth-level beastman stared in disbelief at the small wound that had appeared at his heart. His defensive barrier crumbled instantaneously, and he slowly collapsed to the ground, a crimson stain appearing at the corner of his mouth, his eyes wide in disbelief as he took his last breath. The fourth-level beastman, witnessing his leader slain by a fourth-level adversary, realized they were outnumbered. With only one of him against two, he thought it prudent to flee without delay. He promptly unleashed two attacks towards Qianyi and Tingxi. At that moment, Qianyi found himself unable to evade, but Tingxi swiftly pushed him aside and pursued the fourth-level beastman. Qianyi exhaled in relief as he observed the panicking beastman, who, in a frenzied attempt to attack, was swiftly dispatched by Tingxi. A wave of relief washed over him. After the fierce battle, both felt utterly exhausted. Yet, they could not afford to rest. Qianyi and Tingxi hurriedly disposed of all the bodies into the cannibal abyss. Once completed, they immediately raced towards Elder Yu's residence. Elder Yu, watching them fail to find the target, finally breathed a sigh of relief. The fourth-level beastman, filled with suspicion yet lacking evidence, waved his hand and declared, "Let us go check the vicinity." As Elder Yu observed them swarm out the door, he waited until they had departed for some time before hastening to Tingxi's chamber. Lifting the wooden boards, he retrieved a luminous pearl from the leather pouch, only to find a hand gripping his wrist tightly, rendering him immobile. Elder Yu gasped in shock as he recognized the owner of the hand, the very fourth-level beastman. Even if he wished to sacrifice his life, he preferred to remain alive long enough to see the young master have offspring. A flicker of panic flashed in his eyes, quickly replaced by confusion. "My lord, why have you returned? I went to my cellar to fetch something. Could you please let go?" The fourth-level beastman wore a chilling smile. "The cellar? Does your cellar lie beneath the bedboard?" Elder Yu stammered. Yes, indeed. "My lord, would you care to join me to see?" The fourth-level beastman, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, commanded, "Speak. Who is concealed below? If you do not comply, I shall kill you instantly." He gripped Elder Yu's neck tightly, lifting him off the ground. The luminous pearl fell from Elder Yu's grasp. Struggling against the hands constricting his throat, his breathing was obstructed, and his face turned crimson as he struggled to speak. "And my lord, I do not know what you are talking about. This below is my—" Before he could finish the word cellar, the fourth-level beastman snapped his neck. Then, as if discarding trash, he tossed Elder Yu's lifeless body to the doorstep, blood beginning to seep from the back of his head. The fourth-level beastman, wary of a trick, pointed to two guards and commanded, "You two, take the luminous pearl and venture below to scout the path." The two guards promptly picked up the pearl and descended the staircase. After traversing several dozen steps, they called out, "My lord, there is a secret passage below." A smirk crept onto the fourth-level beastman's face. It seemed Tingshi had indeed deceived them, concealing herself within. It appeared the credit for this would ultimately fall upon him. He swiftly ordered, "Everyone listen. 2 of you guard the entrance, and the rest follow me down." "Yes." One by one, they proceeded toward the staircase. Tingshi suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest, causing her to gasp for breath, her heart racing. He quickened his pace and urged Qianyi, "Hurry. I have an ominous premonition that the matriarch and the others are in trouble." Upon hearing this, Qianyi, disregarding the exhaustion from his own energy depletion, transformed into human form and closely followed Tingshi. After 10 minutes of hurried travel, he discovered the front door of their home ajar, and his heart raced to his throat. Could it be that they were truly in peril? A wave of fear crept over him, enveloping his entire being. Furrowing his brow, Qianyi said, "Don't dwell on it. Let us go take a look." Tingexi nodded, and the two of them cautiously approached the small courtyard. Upon entering the room, Tingshi was confronted with the sight of Elder Yu lying in a pool of blood, his eyes wide open, staring lifelessly in the direction of his room. Qianyi's brow knitted in concern. Could the matriarch be in danger? She quickly moved closer, but the two guards in the room heard their footsteps and rushed at them with fishbone knives. With a flick of his powers, she dispatched them swiftly, their bodies collapsing to the ground. He knelt beside Elder Yu, channeling his energy into the elderess body. When he saw no response, he cut his own wrist with his powers, allowing droplets of blood to fall into Elder Yu's mouth. Slowly, Elder Yu opened his eyes, his lips moving as he uttered, "Do not blame her. Go save her." After saying this, he closed his eyes for the last time. Chapter 36. Discovery. Qianyi anxiously inquired, "What did Elder Yu say? Is Qianqian all right?" He bombarded She with questions. She carefully leaned Elder Yu against the wall and replied, "We need to head to the secret passage." Qianyi nodded, and She rose to approach his bed, but did not descend immediately. Qianyi, frowning, urged, "Aren't we leaving yet? Don't you want to save the matriarch? Remember, if she dies, we won't survive either." He pushed past Shi, intent on descending. Shi quickly grasped his arm and said, "No, your powers are depleted, and you're injured. We don't know the enemy's situation. I can hold on a bit longer. Let me treat you so you can recover quickly and assist me. Besides, I refuse to die here. We must remain vigilant." Qianyi retorted, "Have you lost your mind? The matriarch is defenseless. If we delay, by the time we catch up, she will be a corpse." After seeing Elder Yu's lifeless body, a moment of stupor passed over Shi, but he quickly regained clarity. "All right, let us move quickly." Qianyi pushed him aside, leaping down the stairs first and sprinting ahead. Shi bit his lip and promptly followed. Qianqian hesitated as she opened the secret passage, unsure whether to leave Elder Yu behind. A sense of unease washed over her. Yet if she stayed, her distinctive appearance would likely lead to her capture. The Merman King's forces could exploit her to ensnare Ting, Shi, and Qianyi. With this thought, she steeled herself and descended, yearning to escape. But the darkness made it impossible to see the path. Perhaps Elder Yu had forgotten she was female. The way was obscured in the shadows. She had no choice but to feel her way along the wall, one step at a time. Fortunately, the staircase was only 5 stories high. After climbing for what felt like an eternity, she was somewhat breathless but dared not stop. The guard behind her would likely be unable to contain her. A bitter smile crept across her face. She did not kill Bo Run, yet he perished because of her. She felt sorrow, both for herself and for him. Not pausing for a moment, she lost track of time until she finally saw a glimmer of light at the passage's end. She spotted a flat expanse of ground and, fueled by a sudden surge of energy, sprinted towards the seemingly attainable brightness. Her breaths came in sharp gasps. Her heart raced violently. The air pressed against her chest, making each breath painful. Yet she could not stop. Her life was a debt owed to others. Time slipped away, and she felt the ache in her feet, despite wearing the soft leather shoes crafted by Qianyi. Surely, blisters were forming. She reckoned she had been running for over an hour. At last, she reached the mouth of the passage, revealing a vast expanse of azure sea. Gasping for breath, she leaned against the wall of the passage, swallowing hard to ease her sore throat and lungs. In her mind, she questioned the system. "Do you think I will die here?" The system's youthful voice replied, "Rest assured. Host, Ting Shi and Qianyi are close behind. You just need to withstand the guard's attacks a little longer. You will not perish." Qianqian surveyed the beach, noting the towering coconut trees and the vast stretch of sand, but there was not a single beastman in sight. There were no places to hide. She sighed. "Are you suggesting I jump into the sea or climb a tree?" The system quickly urged, "Host, run. They are closing in. Climb the coconut tree. Don't be foolish. They are mermen. Jumping into the sea will not help." Qianqian felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth, took a deep breath, and sprinted to the tallest coconut tree. Looking up, she gasped. It was nearly 2 stories high. There was no time to hesitate. She rubbed her hands against the edge of her leather skirt, using both feet to climb with agility, finally reaching the base of the tree, where coconuts clustered. With caution, she avoided the coconuts and slowly ascended, gently settling atop one. A gust of wind swayed the tree, causing her to grip the trunk tightly, silently lamenting her fate. A group of guards soon emerged from the passage. The 4th-tier beastman scanned the surroundings, noticing the absence of anyone in the water, only a few coconut trees, and his brow furrowed deeply. Where could she have gone? "You lot, search the sea. The rest of you, search the area with me. That injured person cannot have moved quickly." "Yes, my lord." The guard sprang into action at his command. Qianqian held her breath, inching closer to the tree trunk to minimize her presence. The 4th-tier beastman circled the base of the tree with the guards, finding nothing amiss. The surrounding beach was barren. Anyone appearing would be easily spotted. He scratched his head, puzzled. Where on earth did she go? One guard suggested, "The king is after Ting Shi. She is likely in the sea." "My lord, why don't we rest a moment and wait for our comrades to return with news?" The 4th-tier beastman nodded and playfully smacked the guard's head. "Rest? We've barely been running. You are not permitted to rest. Dive into the sea and search for her." The guard rubbed his sore head, feeling aggrieved as he ran towards the water. The 4th-tier beastman instructed the remaining guards, "Search the beach." The guards complied, leaving him alone beneath the coconut tree. Qianqian peered down cautiously, immediately retracting her head, cursing inwardly. Why did he have to sit under my tree? Startled, she pondered whether to drop a few coconuts on him. Yet she quickly dismissed the thought. A 4th-tier male beastman would not be frightened by coconuts. And even if they harmed him, he would not perish. She sighed internally, silently praying for Qianyi and Ting Shi to arrive soon. Time passed slowly. It must be around 2 in the afternoon. Qianqian felt the sun beating down on her, sweat trickling down her brow. A drop of sweat plopped onto the 4th-tier beastman's forehead. He looked up in confusion, spotting a piece of leather contrasting sharply with the coconut tree. He patted the trunk, causing Qianqian to feel it shake violently, as the sound of coconuts crashing echoed. The fourth-tier ability Orc evaded the falling fruits and finally discerned the figure above. Qianqian awkwardly pressed her foot against the tree trunk and peered down. My lord. I'm merely picking coconuts. Do you believe me? The fourth-tier ability Orc suddenly recalled the image given by the Merfolk King. This dark-skinned female was none other than the female master of Tingshi. He revealed a broad smile. What do you think? Chapter 37. Yearning for the Empress's embrace, Qianqian chuckled awkwardly. My lord, I simply passed by, feeling thirsty, and decided to pick a coconut to drink. The fourth-tier ability Orc coldly laughed. The female master of Tingshi? If you don't come down soon, I may have to come up and fetch you. Qianqian quickly shook her head, swallowing hard as she said, My lord, I don't know anyone named Ting or whatever. You must have mistaken me for someone else. Seeing her reluctance to descend, the fourth-tier ability Orc impatiently declared, If you refuse to come down, do not blame me. With a single strike, he severed the coconut tree, causing Qianqian to plummet to the ground at an alarming speed. She closed her eyes and inwardly shouted, It's over, it's over. If I fall, I'll either be dead or crippled. At that moment, Qianyi and Tingshi had just arrived at the exit of the secret passage. Qianyi immediately transformed into his beast form, becoming her cushion. Qianqian felt the ground beneath her soften, unlike the hard earth, and opened her eyes. It was Qianyi. She felt a mix of joy and grievance. Why did it take you so long to arrive? This man is bullying me. She pointed at the fourth-tier ability Orc. Seeing Qianyi catch Qianqian, Tingshi sighed in relief. The fourth-tier ability Orc intended to startle the female before catching her, as he didn't wish to suffer backlash, and she was still of use. However, upon seeing Tingshi, he became extraordinarily excited, sensing that the king's reward was beckoning him. Tingshi furrowed his brows and fixed his gaze on the fourth-tier ability Orc, stating with certainty, You killed Elder Yu. The fourth-tier ability Orc replied, Oh, are you referring to that old fool with poor hearing? He was too much of a nuisance, lacking any self-awareness while attempting to obstruct our work. He brought this upon himself. A profound, murderous intent surged within Tingshi's eyes as he began to gather his abilities, staring at him as if he were a corpse. You deserve to die. A barrage of ability attacks surged from Tingshi's hands towards the fourth-tier ability Orc. Sensing the incoming abilities, the Orc dodged while remaining vigilant. You are fourth tier? Tingshi responded with an ability attack of his own. Qianqian watched as they exchanged blows. Noting that Qianyi had reverted to his human form, his face pale and weary. Concerned, she asked, Qianyi, are you all right? Do you need to replenish your energy? Qianyi nodded. I'm fine. Qianqian, quickly give me some energy. No sooner had he spoken than all the guards searching the vicinity rushed over. Qianqian hurriedly retrieved 2 handfuls of vegetables from her space and said, Hurry and eat. They're all for you. I have more. Ask me if you need more. Qianyi stuffed 1 handful of vegetables into his mouth, gesturing for Qianqian to keep the other for Tingshi. She accepted it. Qianyi felt that recovering his ability energy was sufficient. The Merfolk Guard were likely of the lowest second tier and the highest third tier abilities. As they approached, they unleashed their abilities, striking towards Qianyi. They dared not attack Qianqian, as she was a female, and they feared backlash from injuring her. The fourth tier ability Orc glanced at his subordinates, who were hesitating in their attacks, and shouted, Let loose. Otherwise, you will not return home today. This was a death command. Qianqian initially intended to shield Qianyi, but became a liability instead. Even as his abilities gradually recovered, facing so many attackers alone was indeed perilous. She had no choice but to silently step back a meter, fearing that she might hinder Qianyi and Tingshi. Once she moved away, the guards unleashed their water-based abilities towards Qianyi. Qianyi evaded with remarkable speed, resembling a slippery loach. Qianqian felt relieved. She glanced towards Tingshi, observing the fourth-tier ability Orc attacking him from various cunning angles. Tingshi's abilities seemed to be dwindling, and he was struggling to maintain his power. She contemplated tossing a lettuce to him, but hesitated, fearing it might disrupt his focus, leaving her in a state of indecision. Suddenly, an attack flew past Qianyi, heading straight for Tingxi's back. Tingxi, fatigued, failed to evade, thinking it would not cause him much pain. Qianqian's body acted before her mind, and she intercepted the attack. With a piercing sound, the ability struck her shoulder, and blood gushed forth. Qianyi turned, furious. "How dare you harm my female master?" His ability level instantly surged to intermediate 5th tier. The guard who struck Qianqian staggered back, experiencing backlash. Tingxi saw the 4th tier ability Orc's gaze shift past him to Qianyi. His female master clutched her shoulder, biting her lip tightly, silent. He instantly lost interest in entangling with the 4th tier ability Orc. The Orc slowly looked down at his heart, feeling a hand lodged in his chest. Blood surging from his throat and trickling down his chin. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground. Qianqian turned to Tingxi, who hurried toward her. Supporting her, "Female master, let me see your injury." Qianyi, now at 5th tier, saw the remaining guards scatter in disarray upon witnessing their leader's demise. And he swiftly dispatched them all. After dealing with them, he quickly approached Qianqian. Qianqian had not anticipated such a severe injury. It truly hurt. She recalled how, in the past, even a small cut would leave her in tears for quite a while. Tears welled in her eyes as she shook her head. "I'm fine. It just hurts a bit." Tingxi immediately channeled his dwindling energy into her body, and Qianqian felt the wound on her shoulder, healing rapidly. She regarded Tingxi with newfound admiration, realizing that his healing abilities could both save and kill. How impressive. Once Tingxi sensed that Qianqian's wounds had healed, he withdrew his hands, surprised at her willingness to save him, leading to a shift in his feelings towards her. Qianqian noticed his fatigued expression and understood what was happening. She quickly pulled out a handful of vegetables from her leather pouch. "Here, quickly replenish your energy." Tingxi took it without hesitation, stuffing a handful into his mouth. Qianyi supported Qianqian's shoulders, examining her closely. "Qianqian, do you feel any discomfort? Why'd you go to block that?" "It worried me greatly. Promise me you won't act recklessly again, all right?" Before she could respond, he enveloped her in a warm embrace. Tingxi watched this unfold, suddenly feeling that the vegetables in his mouth had lost their flavor. He too yearned to hold the female master. Qianqian was caught in a bear hug, sensing a slight tremor in Qianyi's body, as if he were frightened. She patted his back to comfort him. "I'm not foolish enough to seek death. Don't worry." "Qianyi, congratulations on your advancement." Qianyi lowered his head, unable to resist kissing Qianqian's lips. Qianqian froze, as did Tingxi. Tingxi felt particularly superfluous at that moment and swallowed the vegetables in his mouth with difficulty. His tone tinged with unrecognized discontent. "Qianyi, the merfolk still need to be dealt with." Reluctantly, Qianyi released Qianqian, saying, "Tingxi and I will handle it and return shortly." Chapter 38. Dealing with Aftermath. Qianqian nodded, watching them head towards the sea. Then she touched her lips, recalling the soft sensation. Now realizing, she internally exclaimed, "Ah, my first kiss just like that is gone? So hasty." However, thinking of Qianyi's handsome face, she found it somewhat acceptable. The pace remained disconcertingly swift, akin to a mere surface skim. Yet within her heart, she found herself yearning for more. Hearing Tsing's acknowledgement that they had not crossed certain lines, she recognized their innocence. He was her beast husband, and she sensed that Qianqian bore no marks of a male beast man. However, it was evident that he wished to grow closer to her in the future. Reflecting on the titillating scenes he had once witnessed, he pondered whether the mistress would appreciate such things. Qianyi felt a pang of regret. How could he have acted impulsively, succumbing to a moment of uncontrolled passion? He raked his fingers through his hair in frustration, wondering if Qianqian held any resentment towards him. Would this affect his standing in her eyes? She had not appeared angry moments ago. The trio harbored disparate thoughts. Tsing felt a tinge of irritation towards Qianyi for reasons he could not quite articulate, yet he chose not to voice it. Together, they dispatched all the sentinels from the sea, subsequently disposing of or incinerating the corpses on the beach. Qianqian frowned as she observed their grim task, sighing internally. Refraining from killing them would only result in their own demise later. She would gradually acclimate to this harsh reality. Once they had completed their grim duty and cleansed the blood from their bodies, they approached Qianqian. She inquired, "Do we need to replenish our energy?" In unison, Qianyi and Tsing replied, "No need." This inexplicable harmony prompted them to share a glance before turning away. Tsing expressed his desire to attend to the affairs of Elder Yu. Qianyi nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us return." The thought of Elder Yu's death weighed heavily on Qianqian's chest, leaving her in distress as she silently followed behind the two. The three retraced their steps through the secret passage, an oppressive silence hanging in the air. Tsing naturally felt sorrow. He was now the sole beast man of his tribe. Deprived of the title of Young Master, an Elder Yu, who had no extraordinary abilities and had lived a life devoid of kin, had been a figure he cherished more than his own parents. He regarded the elder as a beloved grandfather, yet the calamity had been brought upon by his own actions. He held no grudge against Qianqian. Instead, he chastised himself for his inability to protect his family and kin, harboring a fierce desire to confront the Sea King. He needed to secure what belonged to him, for he bore responsibility for the misfortunes that had transpired. Occasionally, Qianqian stole glances at Tsing, noting his downcast demeanor and silence, which suggested deep melancholy. In her mind, she queried the system. Will Tsing undergo a direct transformation into darkness? The system reassured her. "Do not worry, my dear host. His darkening value remains unchanged." Relieved, Qianqian secretly wished Tsing would unleash his frustrations upon her or even strike her, for her heart was heavy with guilt. Qianyi sensed the peculiar atmosphere between the two and broke the silence first. "Tsing, what are your plans moving forward?" Tsing, pulled from his self-reproach, replied, "As per our original plan, if I cannot slay the Sea King within a month, I will accompany you." Qianqian pondered and asked, "Should we remain here? If someone discovers our hiding place, they may return swiftly." Tsing paused before responding. "Let us first attend to Elder Yu's affairs. Then we can discuss further, if that is acceptable." Qianqian nodded eagerly, of course. Once again, silence enveloped them. The passage was lengthy, and Qianqian felt fatigue creeping in, yet she refrained from voicing it. Qianyi glanced down at her small, sullen face, unable to discern her expression, but sensing her discontent and weariness. He stepped closer and whispered, "Your feet must be tired. Allow me to carry you." He squatted down, inviting her to climb onto his back. Tsing, suddenly aware of Qianqian's pallor, recognized her exhaustion and noted her diminished speech, perhaps mourning the loss of Elder Yu. Qianqian hesitated, casting another glance at Tsing. Instantly, he felt guilty for not considering the mistress's feelings and immediately offered, "Mistress, if you prefer not to have Qianyi carry you, I can do so instead." Without hesitation, Qianqian climbed onto Qianyi's back, and he felt a sudden warmth envelop him. He lifted her gently, chiding Tsing, "Who do you look down upon?" Tsing, bewildered, wondered how he had become the target of such disdain. Qianyi strode confidently ahead, with Qianqian comfortably nestled on his back. She found his frame broad and sturdy, and her fatigue compelled her to wrap her arms around his neck, resting her head against him. The sensation of her softness against his back sent a shiver through him, invigorating his steps. Unburdened by her slow pace, the trio swiftly returned to Tsing's chamber. Just before reaching the staircase, Qianqian requested Qianyi to set her down. Understanding her difficulty in seeing the path, he took her hand. Tsing observed their intertwined fingers, musing that Qianyi had previously wished to end their bond. Why then was he now so affectionate, particularly towards the mistress? It was indeed bothersome. Unaware of Tsing's thoughts, Qianyi led Qianqian to the entrance of the secret passage. She had braced herself for the sight of Tsing's room in disarray, with Elder Yu peacefully resting against the wall. His eyes were closed, yet his expression was serene, as if in slumber. However, the nearly dry blood on the ground served as a grim reminder that this kind-hearted elder had sacrificed himself to buy her time. Tears welled in her eyes, while Tsing's own orbs reddened, though he did not weep. He had witnessed far too much loss, the deaths of loved ones, until numbness had taken hold. Seeing Qianqian's shoulders tremble with suppressed sorrow, Qianyi embraced her gently, his voice soothing. Qianqian, let your tears flow freely. Elder Yu would never blame you. He had already prepared for this outcome. Unable to contain herself, Qianqian sobbed aloud. Sing felt a pang of sadness. Yet upon hearing Qianyi's words, he felt a twinge of frustration. How could Qianyi articulate everything he had wished to express? Feeling somewhat agitated, he approached Elder Yu and, utilizing his abilities, healed all of the Elder's wounds before lifting him to clean his body and dress him in a fresh beast hide skirt, ensuring he could depart with dignity. After a while of weeping, Qianqian noticed Qianyi's absence and, with tear-filled eyes, asked, Qianyi, where has Sing gone? Chapter 39. Pink Pearl. Qianyi wiped her tears, replying, he has gone to dress Elder Yu in clean garments. Qianqian nodded, her voice choked. Sing must have endured so much. Her heart ached for him and for those innocently lost, despite their unfamiliarity. Voigne, observing Harem ancholi, remarqued. Sing is stronger than you realize, and with vengeance yet to be claimed, the burden upon him is substantial. Qianqian rubbed her eyes. Her nose tinged with the onset of tears, and she could not suppress the flow. Qianyi noticed and reached out to wipe them away. Taken aback, Qianqian felt a wave of embarrassment. In this time, there were no tissues, and she typically used leaves for such purposes. Qianyi seemed oblivious to her discomfort and, upon hearing approaching footsteps, announced, Qianqian, Sing is ready. Let us bid farewell to Elder Yu one last time. Qianqian quickly nodded and made her way towards the hall. Sing, cradling Elder Yu, addressed them. In our merfolk tradition, we wish to return to our roots after death. Our ashes are scattered into the sea. Therefore, Qianyi, I ask you to assist me in cremating his body. Qianyi nodded in response. Certainly, it shall be done. Qianqian then inquired, is there anything I can do to help? Sing replied, there are many flowers planted behind the small courtyard, his favorites from his lifetime. Mistress, would you assist me in gathering some? Qianqian eagerly affirmed, of course, I shall return promptly. Qianqian hurried to the backyard and was delighted to find a small patch of vibrant blue flowers in full bloom. She was unsure of their name, but their beauty was undeniable. Gathering a large bouquet, she returned to the hall. Upon seeing her with the flowers, Tingshi immediately rose and once again lifted the deceased body of Elder Yu from the chair. He walked ahead, followed closely by Qianyi and Qianqian. After approximately 20 minutes, they finally arrived at the shore of a vast ocean. Tingshi gently placed Elder Yu's body on the ground and tidied his disheveled hair. Once he had done so, Qianqian laid the freshly picked flowers on his chest. Tingshi then began to sing a melody that Qianqian could not comprehend, yet it resonated with profound sorrow. Tears streamed down her cheeks once more. Tingshi, his own eyes brimming with tears, stubbornly held them back and spoke to Qianyi. Let's begin. Qianyi nodded and bowed respectfully to Elder Yu, with Qianqian following suit, as did Tingshi. In that moment, the flame in Qianyi's hand transformed into a great fireball, swiftly engulfing Elder Yu's body. Minutes later, Tingshi collected the ashes and placed them into a leather pouch. He walked to the edge of the sea and scattered the contents into the water. A gust of wind swept by, and Qianqian felt as though she could see Elder Yu waving goodbye to them. Her heart ached, and tears fell from her eyes, each drop creating small pits in the sand. Tingshi appeared lost in thought. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, Qianqian approached and embraced Tingshi. Her voice trembling with guilt. Tingshi, scold me if you must. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, he wouldn't have died. Tingshi, with a bittersweet smile, gently touched her swollen eyes and replied, Mistress, I have never blamed you. Elder Yu made his own choice. Do not carry the weight of guilt. I only blame myself for being powerless. This embrace brought him warmth and a sense of safety, captivating him entirely. He held Qianqian tightly, and this time, his tears truly fell. As Qianqian sobbed uncontrollably, the system cheerfully announced, Congratulations, host. Tingshi's darkening value has decreased by 20 points, now standing at 78. This is a joyous occasion. Host, you are remarkable. Mo Qianqian's tears seemed to cease suddenly, and she retorted, inappropriate system. Can't you see the atmosphere? Can't you see Tingxi is crying? The system replied with an injured tone. Host, don't you enjoy my real-time updates? Mo Qianqian sighed. System, context matters. The system innocently responded, understood, host. Mo Qianqian silently praised her own acting skills, as Tingxi remained oblivious to her unusual behavior, burying his head in her neck, letting his tears fall. Suddenly, Mo Qianqian felt something land on her. She focused her gaze and gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief as pink pearls adorned the ground. The creator of these pearls, Tingxi, continued to weep, and soon dozens of pearls had fallen, each the size of a thumb, shimmering with a colorful aura. Stunned, Mo Qianqian struggled to find her voice, never realizing that the mere folk produced pearls. How exquisite! Her sorrow dissipated, replaced by a contemplative bite of her lip, pondering whether to interrupt Tingxi. As he continued to cry, she worried about his well-being. Qianyi, observing Mo Qianqian and Tingxi in their embrace, felt a pang of bitterness, akin to the sour fruits favored by pregnant females in their world. He could not see Mo Qianqian's face and remained unaware of her expressions. Noticing the ground strewn with the fallen pink pearls, he cleared his throat and asked, Tingxi, are you all right? Tingxi paused, rubbed his eyes, and lifted his head. Qianqian, upon seeing his reddened eyes, felt a rush of sympathy mixed with an inexplicable thrill. His purple eyes, now clearer from the tears, bore a hint of redness at the corners, and it struck her that he appeared ravaged by emotion. This strange excitement surged within her, a feeling she knew she ought not to have. Yet, she found it impossible to suppress. Could it be that a man's tears are a woman's stimulant? She had never thought so before, but now Mo Qianqian found this notion to be a truth. Especially for a handsome man, it only amplified her feelings. Tingxi, noticing Mo Qianqian's dazed expression, playfully pinched her cheek. Mistress, your expression is quite foolish. Mo Qianqian snapped back to reality and dryly asked, do the tears of the merfolk turn into pearls when they cry? Tingxi, seeing her curiosity, replied eagerly, yes, mistress. Do you like pearls? Qianqian nodded vigorously. I love them. Tingxi smiled, gathering the pearl from the ground. Mistress here, I rarely cry, and I have not kept the pearls from before. So please take these to play with. Qianyi felt a twinge of irritation, wondering if he had become invisible. Did they truly ignore his presence? Especially Tingxi, who offered no words in return and lingered beside the mistress. Mo Qianqian, oblivious to Qianyi's silent frustration, gazed at the pink pearls in her hands and exclaimed, Tingxi, your pearls are stunning. Tingxi, flattered by her praise, shyly responded, Mistress, I'm glad you like them. He wouldn't disclose that, in the eyes of ordinary merfolk, pearls were merely worthless trinkets. However, his pearls possessed beauty-enhancing properties and could heal minor wounds. Qianyi, feeling increasingly overlooked, gritted his teeth and asked, Qianqian, are you hungry? Shall I prepare a meal for you? At last, Mo Qianqian's attention shifted from the pearls to his face. Yes, Qianyi. Tingxi, you must be hungry as well? Interrupted by Qianyi, Tingxi felt a wave of discontent wash over him, muttering, yes, I am hungry. Mistress, I feel a bit tired. Could you support me a little? He gazed at Mo Qianqian with a pitiful expression. Chapter 40. I will return. Mo Qianqian, seeing his tear-streaked eyes, felt an overwhelming surge of maternal affection. Of course. Tingxi, lean on me as we walk. Tingxi's lips curled into a smile as he sensed a shift in Mo Qianqian's feelings toward him, an emotion he did not dislike, but rather yearned to draw closer to her. At that moment, Qianyi could no longer contain himself. Tingxi, I can carry you. Don't tire the mistress. Look at how exhausted she is. Tingxi turned to Mo Qianqian, who immediately shook her head. No, no, no. I'm not tired at all. A fleeting glint of pride crossed Tingxi's eyes. Upon hearing Mo Qianqian's words, Qianyi relented, feeling somewhat aggrieved as he turned and walked ahead. Qianqian blinked in surprise. Qianyi, is he upset again? Men can be more sensitive than women. Tingxi, noticing Qianyi's sulking demeanor, felt a surge of joy, as the gloom of Elder Yu's departure seemed to lighten. He rested his head on Qianqian's shoulder, intertwining his fingers with hers. The mistress smelled delightful, and her hand felt so soft, he cherished it deeply. Gently, Qianqian patted his head. "Let us go home, Tingshi." Tingshi replied softly, and they walked closely together. After a while, Qianqian felt her shoulder growing weary and asked, "Tingshi, are you feeling better?" Having been lost in Qianqian's delicate fragrance, Tingshi snapped back to reality at her question. Observing her slightly fatigued face, he said, "I'm fine now. Let us go." "Mistress, are you tired? I could carry you." Qianqian shook her head. "No, where has Qianyi gone? We should hurry back." Tingshi held her hand tightly, looking down at her with an unrecognized softness in his eyes. "Let us go." Qianyi, walking ahead, quickened his pace, becoming increasingly frustrated and aggrieved. He had only suggested carrying Tingshi to ensure the mistress could rest better, yet she showed no appreciation. He certainly wouldn't reveal the bitterness in his heart. Once his anger subsided, he realized that Qianqian and Tingshi had not followed. With a sigh, he turned into the woods, determined to hunt some fresh game, hoping to treat Qianqian to a splendid meal. Qianqian and Tingshi finally arrived at the small courtyard, finding Qianyi absent. She suspected he had gone hunting. The room was in disarray. Tingshi promptly stepped forward to clean up the bloodstains, tidying up the items that the guards had scattered and moving the broken things into another room. Observing his flurry of activity, Qianqian quickly inquired, "Tingshi, do you need any help?" Tingshi looked at her in confusion, as it was uncommon for a female lord to engage in such labor in their society. He replied, "My lady, please sit and rest. Allow us to handle these tasks." Each time Qianqian attempted to assist, she was gently deterred by Tingshi, so she settled into a chair, lost in thought. After approximately 2 hours, Qianyi returned with a freshly cleaned game. Tingshi had also finished tidying up, and together they entered the kitchen to prepare roasted meat, which they then placed on the table. Qianqian gazed at the golden, crispy whole lamb, swallowing hard. Even without seasoning, it emitted a tantalizing aroma, and her stomach audibly grumbled. Tingshi and Qianyi couldn't help but chuckle. They immediately took a bone knife and swiftly cut a slice, presenting it before Qianqian. She beamed at the delectable pieces of meat, saying, "I didn't know you made this. I have some seasoning here that we can dip it in." She then retrieved several handfuls of fresh lettuce from her space, adding, "If you tire of the meat, you can munch on this." Tingshi widened his eyes slightly at the reddish-brown powder before him, wondering if it was truly edible. He glanced at Qianyi, who had already begun to eat, skillfully tearing the meat with his hands, dipping it into the seasoning, and wrapping it in a leaf before popping it into his mouth. His expression suggested it was quite delightful. Qianqian, while eating, encouraged Tingshi, "You should try it. It's delicious. Unfortunately, I couldn't find more varied seasoning." Her lips glistened with a hint of grease, appearing soft and inviting. Qianyi discreetly pressed his lips together. Imitating Qianqian and Qianyi, Tingshi stuffed a piece in his mouth, and the extraordinary flavor exploded in his mouth, making him realize just how delightful it was. The more he chewed, the better it became. He exclaimed, "My lady, I had no idea what kind of bitter life I led before. This flavor is simply exquisite, so delicious." He couldn't stop himself, a light sheen of sweat forming on his forehead as he continued to eat. Observing his enthusiasm, Qianyi quickly sliced another piece of roasted meat and placed it in front of Qianqian. She smiled brightly at him, her expression radiant. "Thank you, Qianyi." Realizing that he had inadvertently allowed Qianyi to demonstrate his goodwill in front of the lady, Tingshi felt a mix of embarrassment and delight. The food was undeniably scrumptious, and he was so captivated that it was his first time losing himself in such enjoyment. Qianqian noticed Tingshi had stopped and asked, "Tingshi, are you full?" He replied, "Not yet." She smiled, "I will be full after this piece. The rest is for you both." Upon hearing this, Tingshi and Qianyi swiftly finished the entire roasted lamb on the table. Qianqian was taken aback, realizing they had been accompanying her at a leisurely pace. After satisfying their hunger, Tingshi and Qianyi cleaned up and settled down in the hall. Tingshi spoke first, My lady, Qianyi, I plan to rest here for 3 days before infiltrating the Mermaid King's palace. Qianyi furrowed his brow and asked, The Mermaid King is currently searching for you everywhere. Once you leave, you may encounter fishing nets. Are you mentally prepared for this? Tingshi nodded and replied, I intend to kill him as soon as possible and leave this place to return home with you. Qianqian hesitated. I may not be of much help. Accompanying you might hinder your efforts. Qianyi interjected. How could that be? Qianqian, having you by our side is the best outcome. If the Mermaid King were to capture you, we would be severely restricted. Tingshi agreed, stating, Qianyi is right. My lady, you will follow Qianyi while I venture alone to the palace. Both Qianyi and Qianqian were taken aback. Wan ye kuishinit, Tingyi. Are you certain you can manage alone? Qianqian displayed her disapproval, yet lacked a better alternative, remaining silent. Tingshi firmly nodded, glancing at Qianqian and Qianyi as he said, During my months in the palace, I have gathered ample information about the situation there, and I possess a significant advantage. If you recklessly accompany me, it may hinder my actions. Observing his confident demeanor, yet recalling his prior injuries, Qianqian felt skeptical, asking, Is it truly feasible? Only Qianyi remarked, That is acceptable. Someone must protect Qianqian. How will you notify us if something goes awry? Tingshi furrowed his brow in contemplation before responding, I will go that night. If I have not returned by morning, you should come and find me. Qianyi's perspective starkly contrasted with Qianqian's. He believed Tingshi must have confidence to venture alone, especially since he had survived in the palace for so long, implying he had his own means of safety, of which Qianqian was unaware. Meanwhile, Qianqian remained oblivious to these thoughts, her worried gaze fixed upon Tingshi. He reassured her, My lady, I will certainly return. Chapter 41. He has lost his mind, Qianqian sighed. All right, I will temporarily trust you. If anything happens, Qianyi will come to your rescue. Qianyi nodded in agreement. Tingshi acknowledged her words, and a silence enveloped the hall once more. Qianyi then turned to Qianqian, asking, Shall I prepare some bathing water for you? Qianqian smiled. Yes, thank you, Qianyi. Within the Mermaid King's palace. The Mermaid King glared at the guards kneeling before him, his expression grim. Where is he? Did you fail to capture him? The guards below trembled in fear, too anxious to speak. The Mermaid King could no longer contain his ire, exclaiming, You sent so many people, yet you couldn't even catch an injured, powerless merman beast. What use are you to me? A bunch of useless fools. His gaze swept across the room and noticed that one fifth-tier beastman was missing, prompting him to question. Li Dazhuang, where is he? Why is he absent? The guards exchanged glances, and one male beastman spoke up, Lord Li. We heard today that someone found a lead on that individual, and he hurriedly took his subordinates to follow up. However, we are unaware of their destination. The Mermaid King's spirits lifted, his anger dissipating significantly. Did anyone see where he went? You all need to investigate immediately. By tomorrow, I must know where he is. Otherwise, none of you shall return to face me. Now get out of my sight. The guards hastily departed, leaving the Mermaid King alone in the hall. He crushed the shell cup in his hand into powder, his eyes darkening. Tingshi, you shall not escape. Wish to live a peaceful life? Not on my watch. That night, Qianqian found it hard to sleep, haunted by the first sight of a beastman's death. Nightmares plagued her, and her body was drenched in sweat, soaking her beast skin skirt. Meanwhile, Tingshi and Qianyi, who refused to leave her room, lay sprawled across the table. Qianyi, sensitive to Qianqian's unease, opened his eyes, his brow furrowed. Before Tingshi could react, Qianyi moved closer, firmly grasping Qianqian's hand. Startled awake by the sensation of falling in her dream, she opened her eyes to find a handsome face looming over her, filled with concern. Qianqian, did you have a nightmare? Qianqian wiped the sweat from her forehead, responding, Yes, I'm fine. Upon seeing her awake, Tingshi immediately approached. My lady, may I join you in bed? Is that all right? Qianqian paused, and Qianyi frowned. We can all sleep together. Tingshi, holding one of Qianqian's hands, looked at her with pleading eyes. Actually, I can't sleep either. Qianqian's heart softened. All right. You both can come up. There's enough space on the bed. She glanced outside. The sky remained dark, indicating dawn was still far off. Tingshi gleefully climbed in a bed beside her, saying, "My lady, let us sleep." Qianyi, who had suggested the three of them share the bed, hadn't anticipated Tingshi's boldness. Qianqian observed that Qianyi remained silent, so she turned and patted a spot beside her, saying, "Qianyi, you should sleep here." Qianyi promptly climbed up. The night pearl emitted a faint glow, which Qianqian had instructed them to place on the table. Perhaps it was merely a psychological effect. But this time, Qianqian quickly drifted into a dreamless slumber, sleeping soundly through the night. Meanwhile, Qianyi and Tingshi suffered in silence. The delicate fragrance of their female master lingered around them, causing their bodies to stir uncontrollably with excitement, which they struggled to suppress. The next morning, Qianqian awoke refreshed. While Qianyi and Tingshi sported dark circles under their eyes. Qianqian paused, then asked, "Did you two have trouble sleeping?" Qianyi and Tingshi exchanged glances, deftly changing the subject as they busied themselves preparing breakfast. Early in the morning, the Merman King rose to attend to state affairs and to keep a close watch on Tingshi's movements. People came and went in waves. Just as his patience was nearing its limit, a fourth-tier guard orc brought in a seemingly ordinary male orc. The fourth-tier guard knelt before the Merman King, pulling the orc down to kneel as well, saying, "Your Majesty, we have found a clue. This person has heard that the entire island is searching for someone. He has a strong impression of the orcs, who frequently purchase from him, and has directed Lordly." The Merman King replied coldly, "Oh, pray tell." The small merchant, upon encountering the Merman King in the palace for the first time, felt his demeanor was far colder and more imposing than during their encounters in the streets. Nervously, he said, "Your Majesty, I directed the previous Lordly, but he has yet to return. Many of the noble master's female companions have sought me out. I suspect they are looking for that heinous Tingshi." Indeed, the Merman King attributed all unfounded crimes to Tingshi. The entire island bore a particular disdain for him, wishing to capture him and deliver him to the palace for execution. The Merman King addressed the small merchant. "Do you know what I despise the most?" The merchant, bewildered, asked, "Your Majesty, please just say it. I do not understand." The Merman King lightly tapped the table and ominously remarked, "If you deceive me, you will meet the beast god forthwith." The merchant felt a chill run down his spine, panic rising as he repeatedly bowed. "I dare not, Your Majesty. I can lead the esteemed lords together, if that pleases you." The Merman King clapped his hands, commanding, "Bring a team of guards. Accompany me now." At that moment, Qianqian, Tingshi, and Qianyi were blissfully unaware, completely oblivious to the fact that the Merman King had swiftly discovered their hiding place. Qianqian was currently watching Tingshi and Qianyi feed each other moves in their training. It appeared they had begun to trust her. She noted their extraordinary abilities, one at the 5th tier, the other at the 4th tier, a significant improvement from their initial levels. According to the system, 2nd and 3rd tier beastmen were commonplace in the beast realm, while 4th and 5th tiers were quite rare. The 12th tier was akin to the existence of a beast god. As they engaged in their fervent duel, Qianqian found herself growing bored. She idly conversed with the system. "System, don't I still have 2 beast husbands? Where are they now? What's their corruption value?" Just as the system was about to respond, its reception signal surged, and it exclaimed, "Ah, host, we should leave at once. The Merman King has dispatched a team of guards and is on his way here. Our location has been compromised." Qianqian gasped. "So soon?" "This Merman King is incredibly efficient. It hasn't even been 2 days. He is relentless in his pursuit of Tingshi." In Chapter 42, Early Warning, Qianqian contemplated how to ensure Tingshi and Qianyi could depart safely without suspecting her intentions. After all, she possessed a system that occasionally allowed her to foresee reality, but they did not share this advantage. If she spoke too freely, they would undoubtedly doubt her. If Tingshi believed she had led the guards to them, causing Elder Yu's demise, the corruption value she had painstakingly reduced would likely spike, resulting in her immediate downfall. Qianqian stroked her delicate chin, pondering for a while before formulating a plan. She called to the engrossed Tingshi and Qianyi. Stop fighting for a moment and come here. I need to discuss something with you. Upon hearing her, Ting Shi and Qianyi immediately ceased their sparring and obediently approached Qianqian. She looked at them earnestly and said, "We have eliminated numerous guards. The Merman King is undoubtedly on high alert. Furthermore, do you recall Elder Yu mentioning that he encountered guards while out shopping? Since we have not yet found that individual, it is highly likely he will return with reinforcements or lead new guards here." Qianyi and Ting Shi exchanged glances, recalling Elder Yu's previous words. Ting Xi inquired, "Your Majesty, what are you suggesting?" Qianqian responded, "If they send someone to capture you today, what do you intend to do?" Qianyi gazed at him. Ting Shi replied earnestly, "You should use the secret passage. I will pretend to be captured and infiltrate the Merman King's palace to catch him off guard." Qianqian's eyes widened. "Ting Shi, that seems far too perilous. It would be wiser for us to escape together through the secret passage." Qianyi furrowed his brow. "Ting Shi, what are your odds of success?" Qianqian felt helpless, realizing that Qianyi was in agreement with Ting Shi's plan. If it failed, Ting Shi could perish. And what of her own safety? Sensing Qianqian's disapproval, Ting Shi assured her, "The Merman King despises me because my family annihilated his, but he would not kill me. He is more inclined to torment me. You have seen my abilities, so do not worry. Besides, I can disguise myself as someone without any powers." Wang Yin nodded. He could also suppress his abilities, though it came with significant side effects. For instance, he had previously sustained severe injuries from over-suppressing his powers, leaving an opening for Qianqian's beast husband. However, Ting Shi's unique abilities, with their impressive recovery and healing nature, rendered such side effects negligible in his case. Qianqian observed Xian Ye's approval of the plan and hesitated, concerned about issuing commands that might backfire. Is this truly a wise course of action? Ting Shi gently ruffled her hair. "Your Majesty, please trust me. I am quite resilient and will not perish easily. I assure you." Qianqian sighed and asked, "Do you know what tier the Merman King is?" Ting Shi replied, "4th tier, the same as I." Such confidence at the same tier? Qianqian helplessly rubbed her forehead. Qianyi patted her shoulder. "Do not worry. I am here too." Just as Qianqian was about to respond, Qianyi's ears perked up. A group of people is approaching. They might be the guards. Qianqian thought to herself, "They are quite swift. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." Ting Shi also heard, urgently saying, "You two should hide in the secret passage. After I deal with them, you can emerge. The guards will believe all 3 of us here are dead and will have no reason to suspect anyone else." Qianyi nodded and grasped Qianqian's hand tightly. "Qianqian, let us go." Qianqian glanced back at Ting Shi, who winked confidently at her. With a resigned sigh, she reassured herself that the antagonist would not fall so quickly. Perhaps she had resources she was unaware of. They swiftly entered the secret passage, Qianqian watching as Xian Yi held the night pearl, both crouching on the steps. Ting Shi entered the hall and promptly closed the door. A group of guards, led by the small merchant, arrived at a seemingly uninhabited house. The merchant bowed and said, "My lord, this is the place. I was curious and followed that old man here. I saw him stop at this house." One of the guards approached and inspected the interior, which was empty, but the door showed signs of recent repairs. He drew forth the fishbone blade and, channeling his extraordinary abilities, struck down with great force. With a cacophony of splintering wood, a multitude of wooden planks fell to the ground. Peering down, he discovered that indeed there was an issue below. He then gestured to his subordinates to dismantle all the wooden planks above, and everyone leapt down. The small vendor, eager to return home, was also dragged down by the guards. They swiftly exited the passage and, after walking for a while, arrived at a courtyard beside a pond. He whispered, "You several, go and see if anyone resides within." "Yes." The selected guards immediately ascended, not bothering to knock, but rather rudely kicking the door open with a resounding crash. Inside the hall, Ting Shi observed the guards outside with a look of panic. They had seen his portrait and recognized him. One guard immediately shouted, "Sir, the criminal is here." The guard, addressed as Sir, was a 5th-tier extraordinary beastman. He commanded his men to encircle the small courtyard while he led a few guards along with the trembling, small vendor, whose legs shook like a sieve. The vendor was filled with fear, sensing an ominous premonition that he was about to face dire consequences. Had he known he should not have been greedy for the king's reward, he would not have been dragged here, unable to escape. Regret gnawed at his insides. The fifth-tier extraordinary beastman cast a sidelong glance at him. He strode purposefully towards the courtyard where Ting Shi was, prompting Ting Shi to flee towards the backyard. However, he was caught red-handed by the guard stationed there. In a fit of anger, he shouted at the fifth-tier extraordinary beastman, "What are you arresting me for? What have I done wrong?" The beastman snorted derisively. "So, you're Ting Shi? You appear rather weak. It is no wonder you have offended our king. Comply. Do not attempt to escape, and I might make your fate a tad more bearable." Ting Shi feigned a struggle for a time, but after realizing escape was futile, he deflated. The fifth-tier extraordinary beastman glanced at him with disdain, perplexed as to why the king would go to such lengths to have an unremarkable male beastman captured. Utterly absurd. Once he made his move, the so-called heinous beastman would surely submit to him. Ting Shi pretended to glare defiantly at him. The fifth-tier extraordinary beastman relaxed completely, believing this beastman to be a fool. Ting Shi relished the performance, aware that the man before him considered him a simpleton. He noticed a small vendor nearby, quaking uncontrollably. It was he. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Had it not been for him, Elder Yu would not have risked his life to buy time for the female master to escape. He was determined to kill him, though he did not require Elder Yu's sacrifice to delay time. Nonetheless, Elder Yu had ultimately died for him. The trembling vendor suddenly felt a chill run up his spine. Chapter 43. The heart of the mermaid. He cautiously glanced around, ensuring no one was watching him. At that moment, the fifth-tier extraordinary beastman commanded, "Let us go." "Take him back." The guards proceeded out of the building. Summoning his courage, the vendor asked, "Sir, now that the person has been apprehended, may I return home? I have elders and children who need my care." The fifth-tier extraordinary beastman waved him off, indicating he should leave, and then turned to walk away at a brisk pace. Soon breaking into a run. Inside, Qianqian heard their footsteps fade and said to Qianqian, "Qianqian, let us go upstairs, they have left." Qianqian nodded, and Qianqian pried open the wooden planks above them, and together they exited the secret passage. Ting Shi was being dragged along, wearing an expression of utter despair. The fifth-tier extraordinary beastman occasionally glanced at him, noticing he made no attempt to struggle or cause any trouble, and quickened his pace, eager to return for his reward. The group successfully returned to the palace. Upon hearing the news of Ting Shi's capture, the Mermaid King felt it was quite peculiar and inquired, "Were there no others present when they apprehended him?" The messenger shook his head and replied, "Sir did not inform me. Would you like to summon him, Your Majesty?" "Bring him here." "Yes." The fifth-tier extraordinary beastman personally escorted Ting Shi into the palace. The Mermaid King stared down at Ting Shi, who steadfastly refused to kneel, ordering the fifth-tier extraordinary beastman to break his legs. He then waved his hand, dismissing him with the promise of a reward to be delivered later, and the fifth-tier extraordinary beastman exited in excitement. Ting Shi, in agony and drenched in sweat, bit his lip, suppressing any sound. The Mermaid King descended from his lofty throne. Approaching him step by step, he grasped Ting Shi's chin, looking down upon him. "It seems your female master has sold you out once again." He laughed heartily, his voice brimming with delight. "How does it feel to have escaped only to be recaptured, Ting Shi?" He taunted, locking eyes with him. Ting Shi bit the Mermaid King fiercely, spitting defiantly. "Who said she abandoned me? She went back to summon reinforcements." "Reinforcements? With you?" The Mermaid King erupted into manic laughter. "A mermaid tribe's heir, completely decimated, seeks help?" His gaze turned icy, as if laced with venom, eager to witness the pain in Ting Shi's eyes. Ting Xi retorted, "The same goes for you. Were it not for the old fish king passing the throne to you, you would be in an even worse predicament." The Mermaid King scoffed. "Speak, where is the heart of the mermaid? Otherwise, I shall excavate this island, capturing your precious female master, and one named Qianqian as well." Ting Shi motioned for him to come closer. The Mermaid King, frowning, approached, perceiving this powerless male without extraordinary abilities as no threat. As he drew near, Tingshi spat in his face. Enraged, the mermaid king slapped Tingshi out the door, causing blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth. The mermaid king's voice rang out, ordering his imprisonment in the dungeon. Tingshi was immediately taken away by the guards. He found himself in the same cell as before, filled with various torture devices. The guards tossed him in and locked the door before departing. Tingshi surveyed his surroundings. This time, he was alone in the dungeon, and the guards paid him no heed. He then began to heal his injuries using his extraordinary abilities, and before long, his broken legs were restored. He waited, biding his time until the moment was ripe. Then he would break free from his cage and retrieve the heart of the mermaid from the forbidden grounds. The mermaid king could never have imagined that the heart of the mermaid was not in his possession, but rather within the confines of his own forbidden grounds. Ironically, the reason the mermaid king had become the ruler of this island was not through strength, but rather through devious means employed by their ancestors, who had secured this island firmly within their grasp. The heart of the mermaid had long since chosen its heir, who was none other than Ting's beastman father. His father had wished to pass the position on to him sooner. Unfortunately, he had been well protected by his entire clan and had never considered inheriting his father's legacy. He had little interest in the throne. As for the heart of the mermaid, which was of the 12th tier, he regarded it with disdain. He was a rare healing-type beastman, and absorbing the extraordinary abilities of others was an affront to him. Several hours later, as night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, the guards could no longer withstand their drowsiness and began to doze off. Tingshi swiftly manipulated the lock, reducing it to powder. He then swiftly eliminated the drowsy guard with a single strike. Disguised in the guard's clothing, he swaggered out of the cell. The guard at the door, still half asleep, reminded him, "The restroom is that way." Tingshi nodded and walked in the direction indicated, then took a detour and hastened away in the opposite direction. The moon hung round and ominously red, resembling blood. Tingshi cast a glance before confidently entering the forbidden grounds. The traps within the forbidden grounds seemed childish play to him, and he overcame them one by one. Upon reaching a cave, he determined its orientation based on the blood moon, pressing a spot in a corner, causing the cave door to rumble open. He raised his brows. Had it not been for the blood moon today, he would not have been able to open it. He strode into the cave with ease. At the apex of the cave, there existed a fist-sized opening through which the moonlight cascaded down onto the table. Tingshi rapped gently, and from one spot, a small box gradually materialized. The box opened automatically, revealing a heart, red as crystal, pulsating as if newly born. Under the crimson moonlight, its translucent beauty appeared even more enchanting, exuding an eerie allure. It beckoned to Tingshi, urging, "Hurry, consume it, consume it." By doing so, you shall attain the 12th level of extraordinary abilities, rivaling that of the beast god. Forget about any constraints of a female master. They shall vanish in an instant. Kulme, partake, for the freedom you desire lies before you. Tingshi stared at it impassively. Was this truly the heart of a being with 12th level powers? What had it just uttered about freedom? Was freedom attainable without a female master? What nonsense! He would rather kneel at Qianqian's feet, barking like a dog, than absorb this vile heart. It was simply too bizarre. The more he gazed at it, the more discomfort surged within him. The lingering soul of this heart seemed to mock him, its descendant, as if he were mad. He desired no freedom. He wished to be a dog. Despite harboring no affection for this so-called descendant, it was nonetheless the key to his existence, and he had to coax it into consuming the heart. It resumed its insistent whispers. With the 12th level powers, becoming anyone's dog is a trivial matter, effortlessly attainable. Consume it, and your wishes shall be fulfilled. Hearing its thoughts, Tingshi slowly extended his hand. The heart of the mermaid grew increasingly red, as if it might bleed. Before it could continue its tempting discourse, Tingshi used his powers to crush it into a fine powder. The remnants of the soul within faded away, bewildered at its failure after such prolonged scheming. It was unwilling to accept this outcome, but was powerless to change it. Tingshi flicked his hand to rid himself of the powder, exclaiming, "What a nuisance! It's sticky and disgusting." Chapter 44. Out of control after successfully cleansing the heart of the malevolent beast. Tingshi departed from the forbidden grounds behind the palace of the Mermaid King. For many years, it had been the root of their grievances. Initially, he had intended to utilize it, but upon witnessing the heart's continuous temptations, he felt compelled to destroy it. And indeed, he had done so. Now, only the Mermaid King and the merchant remained. Once he dealt with them, he would soon return to the side of his female master. Qianqian and Qianyi remained within their modest courtyard. She observed Qianyi labor diligently, attending to her every need with utmost care, and she thought to herself how splendid it was to be a female in the beast realm. Aside from the constant threat posed by the darkening values they bore, which loomed over her life, everything felt quite favorable. She gazed intently at Qianyi, noting that his darkening values had stabilized at 30 since their last decline, remaining unchanged even when she had him do things he disliked. However, the most pressing concern was Tingshi, so she chose not to delve deeper into why Qianyi's values hadn't decreased. Sensing Qianqian's gaze upon him, Qianyi exerted himself even more, polishing the table to a brilliant shine. With her chin resting on her hand, Qianqian fidgeted with the cups on the table. When Qianyi noticed her attention had shifted away, he turned to see her lost in thought and promptly asked, "Qianqian, are you worried about Tingshi?" Qianqian nodded. "I am quite concerned. I cannot sleep, so you need not stay with me. Tomorrow morning, you are to seek out Tingshi, are you not?" After cleaning his hands, Qianyi replied, "Qianqian, Tingshi is actually more formidable than you realize. Although he is slightly inferior to me, he is more than capable of self-preservation. We can rest easy while awaiting his return." Qianqian acknowledged him with a nod, lowering her gaze. Qianyi, seeing her spirit waning, remarked, "I can manage a night without sleep, but you are female and need rest. Otherwise, you will tire easily." Qianyi believed that females in the beast realm appeared fragile, unable to bear the effects of consuming too much raw, cold food. Without sufficient rest, they could not endure. Had it not been for the beast god providing them with male beastmen as energy sources, their plight would be even more difficult. Without spatial value, they would surely descend to the lowest tier in the beast realm, living lives subject to humiliation. Qianqian looked up at Qianyi, seeing the concern in his eyes, and nodded. "I shall take my rest. You should do the same." With that, she headed towards her room, and Qianyi hurriedly followed, saying, "Qianqian, I will accompany you to protect you." Finally, with Tingshi, that pesky fellow, absent, he wished to grow closer to his female master. Qianqian replied, "Accompany me? Are you not afraid of losing sleep?" Qianyi quickly assured her, "I will not. I can control myself." Qianqian paused, pondering control. What did he mean by that? Seeing her confusion, Qianyi immediately clarified, "Qianqian, rest assured, I will not force you into anything you dislike." Qianqian nodded. "Let's go inside and rest a while." Qianyi's heart raced, beating faster than usual. For this time, he had taken the initiative, and Qianqian had consented. He noticed her preoccupation with Tingshi, which stirred feelings of unease within him. Though Tingshi appeared foolish, he could act cute and obedient, while he himself lacked such talents and could not win Qianqian's affection as easily. Qianqian laid down on the bed, patting a vacant space beside her. "Qianyi, come up." Qianyi obediently climbed up beside her. They gazed at each other, and after a moment's thought, a pair of short, round black ears sprouted atop his head. Qianqian stared in surprise as Qianyi lowered his head, saying, "Qianqian, I recall you like this. Let me offer you a touch." Qianqian's excitement surged as she reached out to stroke his ears. The familiar fluffy texture, radiating warmth, delighted her, and she became increasingly animated in her petting. Qianyi felt a tingling sensation spreading from his ears throughout his body, unable to suppress a sound of impatience. Then, in a deep, slightly trembling voice, he murmured, "Qianqian, please do not rub so hard on my ears." Qianqian froze, adjusting her touch to a gentler caress. Qianyi felt as if he were floating, his body light, experiencing a sensation he had never known before. His gaze deepened, drawing closer to her, before he took her hand in his. Qianqian, puzzled, asked, "What is it, Qianyi? Did I hurt your ears?" His eyes seemed intoxicated, and with soft, moderately plump lips he pressed against hers. Qianqian's eyes widened, unsure where to place her hands. Qianyi pulled her into his embrace, whispering tenderly, "Close your eyes." Qianqian obediently closed her eyes, finding no aversion to Qianyi's closeness. Their kiss deepened, and Qianqian pushed him gently, managing to say, "Qianyi, I can hardly breathe." Qianyi opened his eyes, his golden pupils sparkling brightly as he gently instructed, "Breathe." He then guided her on how to breathe properly. As Qianqian engaged in this intimate act for the first time, she felt somewhat clumsy, but after a few lessons from Qianyi, she began to find her rhythm, even taking the lead. She sensed something pressing against her, feeling a bit shy as she said, "Qianyi, please don't. Wuan yese, passen intensifit." And Qianqian noticed his arousal growing warm. Overcome with trepidation, she exclaimed, "Qianyi." He halted, grasping her hand and breathing heavily. "Qianqian, I will guard you from outside." He quickly disentangled himself from her, taking a few deep breaths as he sat by the door, having narrowly avoided losing control. Qianqian rubbed her forehead, attempting to steady her breath. She was not yet prepared. After departing the forbidden grounds, Tingshi made his way stealthily towards the Mermaid King's chamber. The chamber was now patrolled by several guards, ceaselessly watching over the vicinity, observing their relentless vigilance around the Mermaid King. Tingshi casually picked up a stone from the ground and tossed it into the dark expanse across from him. The sound emitted startled them, prompting shouts of, "Who is there?" The guard dispatched one of their teams to patrol, while two teams remained on standby. Tingshi tossed two stones in different directions. The guards, remaining vigilant, kept one team stationed. Without hesitation, Tingshi utilized his skills to silently shoot an arrow through the heart of the stationary guard. The guard swayed slightly before collapsing. Tingshi successfully infiltrated the residence of the Sea King. Upon entering, he beheld a curtain of pearls, shimmering in purple hues. Cautiously, he parted the pearls and stepped into the Sea King's chamber. His eyes fell upon a grand bed, fashioned from a colossal purple shell, where a figure lay with their back to him. He stealthily approached, intending to deliver a fatal blow with his fishbone dagger. In a flash, as he struck, the figure on the bed brandished a fishbone dagger, blocking his attack. Chapter 45. Revenge. The figure on the bed was none other than the Sea King. Frowning, he recognized Tingshi and exclaimed, "It's you." Alert, he rolled off the bed. Tingshi swiftly unleashed his energy attack towards the Sea King. As the Sea King dodged, he shouted, "Help! Someone come quickly!" Tingshi maintained a composed expression, launching a flurry of rapid attacks. The Sea King, undeterred, retaliated, and the two engaged in combat. Outside the chamber, the guards, having heard the Sea King's call, quickly assembled. Observing this, Tingshi feigned an escape. The Sea King, filled with glee, declared, "You think you can flee so easily? I didn't realize you were at the 4th tier. You've been biding your time beside me for this moment. But it's too late to escape now." He launched an attack, attempting to pursue Tingshi, who, leveraging his abilities, cleave a hole in the wall and dashed outside. The Sea King relentlessly pursued, with the guards closely trailing behind. Tingshi dashed into an abandoned courtyard, hiding behind a pillar, planning to ambush the approaching Sea King. He could have easily dispatched the Sea King in one strike, but after enduring such a lengthy ordeal, he sought to collect some interest. The courtyard, uninhabited and cloaked in dust and cobwebs, prompted the Sea King to hesitate as he entered, glancing back at his guards who were not far behind. He swiftly made his way inside. Although the courtyard was dim, it did not hinder his vision. Cautiously, he approached, taunting, "Tingshi, I see you. Why don't you come out? If you don't, once I catch you, I will make you wish you were never born." Tingshi held his breath, concealing his presence, a smirk playing on his lips. Did he think he could intimidate him? Not a chance. The Sea King remained acutely aware, knowing that Tingshi sought to kill him. He assessed that Tingshi was of the intermediate 4th tier, while he himself was of the advanced 4th tier, granting him a distinct advantage, especially with his guards behind him. He advanced, calculating his approach meticulously. Yet, fate had other plans. Tingshi's healing abilities could both mend and end lives, and his control over his powers was precise. Tingshi concentrated all his energy into his palm, and at the moment the Sea King drew near, he sprang into action, unleashing a flurry of energy needles, targeting all vital areas. The Sea King immediately conjured a water-based shield to protect himself, but it was too late. A needle, as fine as a hair, pierced through the top of his head and into his body. With a cry of pain, the Sea King writhed on the ground, and Tingshi seized the opportunity to flee the courtyard. Just then, the Sea King's guards arrived, witnessing their master rolling in agony. The Sea King felt as though his head might explode. His mouth trembled uncontrollably, his body convulsed as if possessed. Realizing his guards were at a loss, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Go fetch the shaman." The guards, finally understanding their duty, dispatched 2 swift ones to summon the shaman. Tingshi had already made his way to the abode of a small vendor, where he swiftly executed his plan. As dawn broke, Qianqian heard footsteps and promptly stood at the entrance of Qianqian's room, making his way to the hall. Tingshi opened the door to find Qianqian and inquired, "Where is the mistress?" Qianqian, appearing slightly uneasy, replied, "She just fell asleep. Let her rest a bit longer. She was worried about you last night and hardly slept." Tingshi responded, "All right, once the mistress wakes, we shall leave this place swiftly." Qianqian scrutinized him and noted he bore no injuries, asking, "Everything went smoothly?" Tingshi nodded, seated himself, and drank several cups of water before stating, "The Sea King shaman cannot counter my energy attack. Within 3 days, he will surely meet his demise." Qianqian raised an eyebrow. "Impressive, Tingshi. I was just thinking of seeking you out." Tingshi grinned. "I am an exceptional being among the beastmen of the merfolk, endowed with extraordinary abilities. There's no need to envy me." Qianqian scoffed. "Who envies you? A stinky fish. Your beast form lacks any grandeur, and you're always sulking like a scheming fish." Tingshi chuckled at Qianqian's dark expression. "Let us exit through the secret passage today, and we can choose to return the way we came or take a different route." Qianqian was surprised. "There's another route? I've never heard of it. What is the path like?" Tingshi proudly declared, "Ah, you people think you're so clever, but you can't compare to me." Qianqian turned to leave, but Tingshi grabbed him. "Wait, the route I chose is very safe. The last time I passed through, I encountered no danger at all. It's the best way for us and the mistress to return." Qianqian, feeling relieved, replied, "Once Qianqian wakes, you can tell her." "Absolutely," Tingshi agreed eagerly. Qianqian, feeling exhausted, awoke to sunlight streaming through the window. She quickly rose, muttering to herself, "How did I sleep so deeply? The day is already broken. I wonder if Tingshi is all right, and if Qianqian is going to fetch him." She hurriedly donned her shoes and made her way to the hall. Suddenly, she heard voices from the kitchen and approached to find Tingshi and Qianqian preparing lunch. A radiant smile spread across her face. "Tingshi, you're back. Wonderful. Are you hurt? Let me see." Tingshi chuckled. "Mistress, me perfectly fine. Not a scratch on me." Qianqian joyfully embraced him. "Thank goodness. That is such a relief." Qianqian, feeling a twinge of jealousy, lowered his head and continued working quietly. Qianqian shot him a glance and, with a bright smile, asked, "What delicious dishes are you making?" Qianqian, a slight smile on his lips, replied, "Qianqian, you should step outside for a bit. We'll have everything ready shortly." Qianqian happily exited, planning to freshen up before dining. Once she had washed up, she returned to find Tingshi and Qianqian had set the food on the table. A feast of roasted meat, though she couldn't identify the beast it came from. As usual, she brought out her seasonings and a few leaves of vegetables. After the meal, Qianqian inquired, "Tingshi, has the Sea King perished?" Tingshi shook his head. "Not yet." Qianqian furrowed her brow. "Tingshi, why didn't you wake me sooner? What if he sends someone again? Can we still use the secret passage?" Seeing her serious expression, Tingshi couldn't help but chuckle. "Mistress, he has been struck by my energy. He will die within 3 days. He won't have time to pursue us." Qianqian sighed in relief. "Tingshi, you should finish your sentences in one go. If it weren't for my strong heart, you'd eventually scare me to death." Tingshi grinned. "Let us head home today." Chapter 46. Is it poisonous? Qianqian smiled and asked, "All right, when shall we return home?" Tingshi cast a glance at Qianqian and replied, "We discussed it and decided to take a short rest before heading back." Qianqian nodded. "That sounds good." It's better to return early for peace of mind. Otherwise, if the Sea King suddenly goes mad and seeks us out, it would be quite troublesome. In this place, Qianqian and Xian Yi had little to pack. Tingxi returned to his room and quickly tidied up the items he had hidden in the shadows before rejoining them in the hall. Upon seeing him, Xian Yi inquired, "You previously mentioned an alternative route. Where does it lead, and how long will it take?" Qianqian settled onto a chair to observe them. Tingxi responded, "We will take the secret passage, traverse that stretch of sea, then through a dense forest, followed by a vast prairie. We should reach home in less than half a day, approximately 4 days." Qianqian raised an eyebrow and asked, "Tingxi, you know the way, correct?" Tingxi earnestly patted his chest, affirming, "Absolutely." After resting for a brief while, the trio made their way towards the secret passage. Before they departed, Tingxi instructed Xian Yi to set the small courtyard ablaze and then follow them. Qianqian walked at a leisurely pace, and Tingxi, aware that she was female and could not see well in the dark, instinctively crouched down to offer her a ride. Without hesitation, she climbed onto his back. Though she walked slowly, they moved swiftly and steadily, even while carrying her. After traveling for a while, Xian Yi caught up with them. Soon, they arrived at the vast blue sea that Qianqian had seen earlier. Gazing at the seemingly endless expanse, she questioned, "Tingxi, this sea looks immense. How long will it take to swim across?" Having avenged his grievances, Tingxi appeared considerably more relaxed, his smile becoming more frequent. He replied, "Mistress, fear not. We can reach the forest in a day's swim." Qianqian gasped in surprise. "What? A day? Tingxi, do you realize how daunting that sounds?" Xian Yi frowned slightly and stated, "I have no issue with it. You can carry mistress while swimming. It is a skill that your merfolk excel in. Indeed, as the saying goes, like a fish in water." Tingxi, being a merman, could swim far faster than he could walk on land. Qianqian tilted her head to look at Tingxi's sunlit face and said, "Then I shall not be shy. Tingxi, carry me." With an exuberant grin, Tingxi responded, "Mistress, when I transform, hold on tight." Qianqian nodded, "All right, but do not swim too fast." She genuinely feared that his exuberance would propel him to swim at lightning speed, or that she might slip off due to his slick mermaid form. Tingxi and Xian Yi promptly transformed into their beast forms. Qianqian had previously seen Xian Yi's beast form, and she had glimpsed Tingxi's last time when he was severely injured, his body marred, and his scales dull. Now, upon transforming, Tingxi's smooth scales radiated a pinkish glow under the sun, shimmering with iridescent hues, far more vibrant than his pink pearls. His long pink hair flowed luxuriously, glistening as if polished, and a faint pink dust on his face enhanced his exquisite allure. Noticing Qianqian's mesmerized expression, Tingxi asked, "Mistress, do you like my beast form?" Seeing his proud demeanor, with an unmistakable glimmer of anticipation in his eyes, she earnestly nodded, "It is beautiful. I declare you the most handsome merman beast in this sea." Tingxi joyfully swam a few circles in the water before returning to the shallows, exclaiming, "Mistress, come over. We are setting off." Qianqian hurriedly approached him, climbing onto his back and grasping his fin. Seeing that Qianqian had not spared him a glance, Xian Yi felt a tinge of grievance and called out, "Qianqian, wait for us." Both Qianqian and Tingxi turned to look at him simultaneously. After speaking, he rushed over to envelop Qianqian in a protective barrier of fire elemental energy to maintain her body temperature, saying, "Swimming for a day is too long. The water temperature is not as warm as on land. This is safer." Qianqian nodded vigorously. "Thank you, Xian Yi. You are so considerate." Tingxi, who was less considerate, merely smirked, thinking Xian Yi appeared somewhat foolish yet surprisingly astute at times. Xian Yi urged Tingxi, "All right, let's hurry and set off." Tingxi swiftly turned and ventured ahead to scout the path. Xian Yi closely followed behind. The daytime sea breeze was calm, with the weather and sunlight just right, and Qianqian did not feel cold. As night fell, however, she sensed that the deep sea resembled a ferocious beast, watching them intently, and the water turned slightly cooler. Fortunately, she had Xian Yi's protective barrier. She felt a twinge of fear about potential dangers lurking beneath the surface. Qianyi observed her silhouette and suggested, Tingxi, let's rest on the nearby island for a while. Qianqian may be tired. Upon hearing this, Tingxi immediately swam towards the small island, being cautious to conserve his strength, as he feared swimming too fast might exhaust Mo Qianqian. He swam at a much slower pace than usual. Upon reaching the island, he allowed Mo Qianqian to disembark first and transform back into his human form. Qianyi leaped ashore and reverted to his original form, his concerned gaze fixed on Mo Qianqian. Qianqian, are you tired? Would you like something to eat? Monta Qianqian nodded, feeling indeed a bit fatigued, but hesitant to speak up for fear of hindering their progress. Seeing her expression, Tingxi felt guilty and said, Mistress, if you're tired, just tell us. We are not in a hurry. Mo Qianqian smiled gently. All right, I will remember to do so next time. Tingxi then dove into the deep sea and caught several prickly fish, tossing them onto the shore. Meanwhile, Qianyi was drying Mo Qianqian's clothes and hair. After quickly cleaning the fish, Tingxi called out, Qianyi, are you done? The prickly fish needs to be roasted for a while. Qianyi swiftly dried Mo Qianqian before heading over. Mo Qianqian quickly retrieved some fresh vegetables from her space and offered, You have swum for half a day and expended a lot of energy. Eat something to replenish yourselves. Qianyi accepted the offering and passed some to Tingxi. The shore was barren, devoid of branches, only an expanse of desolation with a tangle of low vines and weeds. Mo Qianqian watched as Qianyi quickly roasted the fish, and from her space, she produced some water to drink, consuming most of it before offering some to Qianyi and Tingxi. In the darkness on the shore, Mo Qianqian ate the fish illuminated by Qianyi's energy light. Tingxi watched Qianyi grill the fish beside her. Though he could eat the prickly fish raw, as large fish consumed smaller ones, he wanted to savor and evaluate Qianyi's culinary skills to learn how to prepare roasted fish for Mo Qianqian in the future. He thought to himself that females generally do not fare well with raw food, lest they fall ill. Capturing a female's heart necessitates capturing her stomach. As Mo Qianqian was deeply engrossed in her meal, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her ankle, causing her to drop the fish she was holding. Ouch! I think I've been bitten, she exclaimed. Qianyi shot a glare at Tingxi, his eyes filled with reproach for allowing Mo Qianqian to get hurt while so close to her. Tingxi, feeling a bit guilty, immediately grasped Mo Qianqian's foot, revealing 2 small puncture wounds oozing blood. He expressed concern. Mistress, does it hurt? You were bitten by a snake. Mo Qianqian dryly inquired, Is it poisonous? Chapter 47. Her beast husband Tingxi quickly utilized his powers to heal Mo Qianqian. She felt a cool sensation at the wound, and soon the bleeding ceased. Tingxi reassured her, Mistress, all is well. This snake is non-venomous, and your wound is healed without scarring. Mo Qianqian shifted her ankle, wiping away the dried blood. The pain had vanished. She sighed in relief. It's good that it's not poisonous. It was quite frightening when it suddenly lunged to bite. Qianyi glanced at her foot and confirmed it was indeed healed. He no longer blamed Tingxi, instead presenting a prickly fish to him. Here, this is yours. Enjoy. Tingxi joyfully replied. Qianyi, thank you. He blew on the fish, savoring it heartily. Mo Qianqian bent down to pick up the fish that had fallen to the ground, intending to clean it before eating. Suddenly, a fair, slender hand swiftly snatched it away and offered her a freshly roasted fish. Qianqian, eat this, the other one is dirty. Mo Qianqian smiled. It's all right. It's still edible. Qianyi, having already devoured the retrieved fish, consumed it swiftly and cleanly. Mo Qianqian was momentarily taken aback, then began to nibble on the fish in her hand. As she savored the fish, she queried the system in her mind. You mentioned that Tingxi possesses healing abilities. Could he possibly cure the poison within me? The system promptly responded, Host, that is not feasible. You witnessed how he utilized his powers to heal your wounds earlier, yet you gained nothing in return. Mo Qianqian sighed. How long must I endure this dark skin? System, when will my fair complexion return? The system chuckled and suggested, Host, has not Tingxi's darkening value decreased significantly? Your points are now ample enough to exchange for an antidote. Mo Qianqian exclaimed joyfully, Really? I must redeem it upon my return. Qianyi and Ting, she sensed her excitement and exchanged puzzled glances. Cleared her throat, Qianqian stated, "Ahem, I am full now. Shall we proceed?" In unison, Qianyi and Ting, she stuffed the remaining vegetables into their mouths, saying, "Yes, let's finish this before we depart." Monta Qianqian nodded, indicating that they need not rush and could take their time. After a while, the trio set off again. The sea, a source of concern for Qianqian, appeared formidable. Yet nothing untoward occurred. As she rode upon Ting Shi's back, listening to the sound of the waves, she inadvertently drifted into slumber. Sensing her relaxed grip, Ting Shi swam cautiously, wary of any waves that might jostle her off. Qianyi swiftly positioned himself alongside Ting Shi, acting as a safeguard for them. When Qianqian awoke once more, they had already reached the shore. Her bee-skin skirt and hair were dry, evidently dried by Qianyi's efforts. Ting Shi was nowhere to be seen. Qianyi was resting with his eyes closed, his long eyelashes resembling delicate brushes, an arm possessively wrapped around her waist. She stirred, attempting to escape his embrace, prompting him to open his eyes and say, "Qianqian, you are awake." Qianqian replied, "Where is Ting Shi?" Wuanya Poulet had collusive, murmuring. He went to the depths of the sea to catch some delectable, prickly beasts just a moment ago. "Qianqian, will you stay with me a little longer?" Snuggling into his arms, she agreed. All right. Time passed, and eventually, Ting Shi emerged from the depths of the ocean, bringing with him an assortment of delightful snacks, certain to please the female master. He also caught a few prickly beasts for himself and Qianyi to enjoy. With a cheerful expression, he gazed towards the shore, only to find Qianqian nestled in Qianyi's embrace, seemingly asleep. His mood soured immediately. His tail splashed the water's surface with a loud sound, causing Qianqian to sit up abruptly and look towards the noise. Ting Shi's smile returned as he exclaimed, "Female master, look at the little treasures I have caught for you." As he spoke, he transformed into human form and placed a pile of items on the shore. Qianqian's eyes widened at the sight of the lively sea shrimp, fish, and sea cucumbers. With a beaming smile, she exclaimed, "Ting Shi, I love all of these. Let's roast them and eat." Qianyi cast a glance at Ting Shi, thinking, this fish truly excels. Ting Shi chuckled, "Of course, female master. I believe you will enjoy them. I caught quite a few, ample enough for you to sample." Qianqian turned to Qianyi with eager anticipation. Qianyi stood up and began to process the catch alongside Ting Shi. Soon afterward, they commenced roasting the food. After their meal, the trio made their way towards the dense forest. This time, only Qianyi transformed into his beast form, carrying Qianqian as they followed Ting Shi. Ting Shi zigzagged left and right, and soon Qianyi realized that he, along with Ting Shi, had lost their way. Irritated, he remarked, "We have traversed this path already. That direction is incorrect. We have been there before." Qianqian placed her hand on her forehead and said, "Ting Shi, are you directionally challenged?" Ting Xi replied sheepishly, "Female master, I have forgotten that route," his voice trailing off. Qianyi was left speechless. Qianqian grimaced, pondering their predicament. The jungle was neither too large nor too small, and even if they were not in haste to return home, they could not afford to wander aimlessly. Ting Shi closed his eyes, clenched his fists, and declared, "Let me think about which path to take." He then opened his eyes. "This way, we must go this way. It cannot be wrong." Qianqian fell helpless, and Qianyi was at a loss. In the vast jungle, devoid of any beastmen, they had no one to ask for directions. Adopting a philosophy of a dead horse is better than a live horse. Qianqian said nothing and silently allowed herself to be carried on Qianyi's back as they continued on their way. As they walked, a sudden loud noise erupted ahead, followed by sparks flying in all directions. The three of them instinctively frowned. Qianqian suggested, "Shall we change our direction?" Ting Shi hesitated, "But that is our necessary route. Taking a detour would lead us further away." Qianyi declared, "You stay here. I'll go take a look." Qianqian was reluctant, but had no better solution. If anything seems amiss, Qianyi, return quickly and avoid confrontation. Ting Shi's expression hardened. "I will protect the female master. You need not worry." Qianyi set Qianqian down and dashed forward. Qianqian and Ting, she anxiously awaited his return. After a while, Xianyi returned, and Qianqian was surprised to see him with a plump chicken in his mouth. What happened? Why did you bring that back? Xianyi explained. When I arrived, I saw this clucking beast with its tail burnt, yet still alive. The female seems to enjoy eating this, so I brought it back. There is no danger ahead. We can continue our journey. Ting, she took the unconscious chicken from his mouth and assessed it, saying, we can roast it for the female master tonight. It looks quite appetizing. At that moment, the system called out within Qianqian's mind. Host, you cannot eat it. It is your beast husband, Qianqian. Chapter 48. Waiting for opportunities, Qianqian was momentarily stunned, incredulously asking, System, are you serious? The system promptly affirmed, absolutely certain, he is indeed your beast husband, Qianqian. Qianqian sighed internally, wondering, how did he turn into a chicken? Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a scruffy chicken. It was said that her villainous beast husbands were all charming and beautiful, yet this chicken, though plump, was rather unattractive. Surely it was not his true form? Qianqian feigned enthusiasm. Tingshi, I find it rather cute. Can we take it back to the tribe and keep it? She feared that should Qianqian perish, her own fate would be sealed as well. Fabricating a reason, she persuaded Ting Shi and Xianyi to take it in for now, hoping to mend their relationship later and reduce his darkening value. Inquiring about his darkening value, she asked, System, what is Qianqian's current darkening value? The system replied, 60. Qianqian nodded to herself. 60 was relatively low, not too bad. If they put in some effort, it could certainly decrease further. Wanye, noticing her unwavering gaze on the unattractive chicken, couldn't help but comment, Qianqian, if you truly like it, you may keep it. Tingshi expressed skepticism about her taste, saying, Female master, it is a male and rather ugly. How about I catch some prettier bees for you to play with? Qianqian quickly cradled Qianqian in her arms, declaring, I want this one. I shall keep it. Tingshi raised an eyebrow, conceding, all right, if the female master likes it, we will keep it. Choosing not to argue further, seeing that they had both accepted her decision, Qianqian stated, let us continue onward. The group traversed the grasslands without incident, returning to the jungle outside her cave. Qianqian fixed her gaze on the still sleeping Qianqian and asked the system, he won't die, will he? He hasn't woken up after so many days. The system reassured her, Host, he is not dead. Feeding him some energy-rich vegetables will help him awaken more quickly. Qianqian had no choice but to comply. As they approached her dwelling, Xianyi and Ting, she heard footsteps drawing near. They remained vigilant, urging Qianqian to enter the cave first. Without suspicion, she stepped inside and began to retrieve vegetables from her space, tearing them apart and mixing them with water to feed Qianqian. Ting Shi and Xuanya stood at the entrance, awaiting the approach of the unfriendly beastmen. Ma Qianqian called from within the cave, urging you two, why not come inside and rest for a while? Ting Shi replied on behalf of both himself and Xuanya, we are not weary, Muju. You should rest first. I will go hunting shortly. As Ting Shi and Xuanya returned to the forest, they had already suppressed their cultivation levels, appearing to the ordinary beastmen as mere beings with only 1 or 2 levels of ability. Xuanya sniffed the air, detecting a foul odor, and remarked to Ting Shi, return to safeguard Muju. An old acquaintance of mine has arrived. A cold smile curled upon his lips. Ting Shi raised an eyebrow, sensing animosity, and promptly nodded, making his way back to the cave. 3 snake beastmen lurked stealthily behind Ma Qianqian's cave. Previously, they had believed that Xuanya and that ugly female had perished, anxiously fretting for several days. The tribe was engaged in autumn hunting, leaving them too occupied to validate their conjectures. By the time they realized they had not incurred the beast goddess wrath, they were certain that Ma Qianqian had survived. Their inquiries with Ma Shanshan further confirmed this fact. However, they had visited several times only to find Ma Qianqian absent from the cave, unaware of her whereabouts. Occasionally, they would sneak a glance. To their surprise, today they finally caught sight of her. Xuanya appeared directly before them, asking, are you surprised to see that I'm not dead? The three snake beastmen, seeing his cultivation level was merely second tier, grew emboldened. One of the snake beastmen leered. It has been quite a while. You have become even more beautiful, Qianqian. You excite me just by looking at you. Another snake beastman flicked his tongue and inquired. Where's Ma Qianqian? Let her come out and entertain me. The last snake beastman smirked. Qianqian, do you intend to clean up for us? Not wishing to engage in battle here for fear of damaging Ma Qianqian's cave, Qianqian coldly retorted, let us speak in the woods ahead. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into his beast form and dashed into the forest. The three snake beastmen were elated, thinking they would enjoy Qianqian, yet before seeking amusement with the ugly female Ma Qianqian. They believed Qianqian, was showing weakness, and Ma Qianqian must have returned and was hiding in the cave. Qianqian turned to them, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Three flames shot towards the faces of the snake beastmen. The trio dismissed the flames, batting them away with their tails. The scent of charred flesh filled the air, prompting them to exclaim in shock, Qianqian, your ability. The only response they received was an increasingly ferocious and violent torrent of flames from Qianqian. The three snake beastmen scrambled in panic, but Qianqian had no intention of letting them escape so easily. He longed to eliminate these repugnant creatures. Realizing that they could not evade him, the three snake beastmen scattered in different directions. Qianqian sneered, did I permit you to leave? The renowned speed of the Black Panther was unmatched. With a swift strike of his claws at the snake's vital point, the snake beastman was rendered immobile. The other two, attempting to flee, were obstructed by his fireballs. Though his face remained exquisitely beautiful, undeniably feminine, at this moment he resembled a divine harbinger of death, a true god of slaughter. The three snake beastmen, realizing their inescapable fate, cried out for mercy. Please, Qianqian, spare me. I acknowledge my wrongs. It is all our fault. I beg you. One snake beastman even offered, if you spare me, I will serve you like a beast. Serve like a beast? Qianqian's lips curled into a slight smile. In the next moment, the snake beastman who had proposed servitude was cleaved into several pieces by Qianqian's sharp claws, dead beyond recovery. The remaining two, witnessing their comrade's demise, pleaded even louder. Moments later, one of the snake beastmen felt a suspicious warmth beneath him. Qianqian cast a disdainful glance at the puddle and swiftly dispatched him, sending him to meet the beast god. The last snake beastman, realizing that pleas for mercy were futile, desperately exclaimed, Qianqian, do not kill me. Do you not wish to know how to neutralize the poison on Ma Qianqian? Fearing Qianqian would doubt him, he added, and her spatial abilities, do you not want to know how to restore them? Who destroyed her space? You would not wish to remain ignorant, would you? Spare my life, and I shall disclose everything to you. I swear to the beast god. Qianqian regarded the quivering figure before him, filled with a desperate yearning to live, and hesitated. I feel that you are not worth preserving, even for the sake of your miserable life. Qianqian did not believe that an ordinary beastman could possess such knowledge, even with the use of their abilities. They could not extract anything useful, let alone this useless snake before him. The snake beastman, sensing Qianqian's skepticism, abandoned his pleas and suddenly spat a mouthful of venom, reeking with a foul stench toward Qianqian's face. Qianqian had anticipated this move and easily dodged the attack. The snake beastman then used the bodies of his fallen comrades as projectiles against Qianqian. Qianqian's expression darkened as he declared, do you truly believe you can leave here alive today? His cold tone was akin to a death knell. The snake beastman disregarded Qianqian's words. His mind was consumed with a singular thought: escape, flee quickly, and distance himself from the terrifying Black Panther. Qianqian fixed his gaze on the direction the beastman fled, sneering coldly. In the next instant, just as the snake beastman thought he had found a chance at survival, he was engulfed by a dense inferno. Qianqian then incinerated all the snake beastman's corpses until nothing remained but ash, carried away by the wind. He transformed back into his human form and strode towards the cave. Chapter 49. The heart's desire of Ma Qianqian remained oblivious to the events transpiring outside. After feeding Fengxian a piece of crushed lettuce, she placed him at the foot of her bed. She glanced over and remarked, Muzhu, This Gagada beast seems a bit dirty. Should I get a bath? Ma Qianqian noticed Feng Xin's singed rear and lackluster fur, responding, that would be good. Just then, Xuanye returned from outside and saw Ting Shi carrying the Gagada beast. He questioned, where are you going? Did he intend to devour Ma Qianqian's newly acquired pet? Ting Shi, sensing the underlying meaning in Xuanye's gaze, replied, to give it a bath. Xuanye turned to Ma Qianqian, who was seated on a chair, and asked, Shallow, I'm going hunting. Do you have anything in particular you wish to eat? Ma Qianqian shook her head. No, Xuanye. Whatever you catch will suffice. I am not picky. Xuanye nodded and departed the cave. Suddenly, Ma Qianqian recalled the grains she had asked Xuanye to gather earlier and hurried to check the corner of the cave. Fortunately, the temperature was not yet high enough for the grains to sprout. They were still edible. She planned to cook a pot of rice tonight, having lacked a staple food for too long. Thankfully, she had vegetables to eat, or she feared that a diet solely of meat would lead to constipation. Placing the grains on a large leaf, she carried them to the entrance to shell them. Ting Shi was washing the Gagada beast in the river when he looked up and saw Ma Qianqian working diligently. He thought, this cannot do. He hastily rinsed Feng Xin in the water and then vigorously shook him dry. Poor Feng Xin, having just absorbed the energy Ma Qianqian had provided, was on the verge of awakening when Ting Shi's vigorous shaking caused him to faint from exhaustion. Ting Shi rushed over to Ma Qianqian, exclaiming, Muzhu, you cannot do this yourself. Allow me. You should sit inside and rest to avoid tiring yourself. Ma Qianqian smiled and replied, I wish to prepare the grains tonight. They need to be shelled first. Otherwise, cooking will be inconvenient. You are all busy, so I can manage. It is not much work. Ting Shi insisted. Shoving the chicken into her hands, Muzhu, you dry the Gagada beast's feathers. I will handle this task. Ma Qianqian glanced at the Feng Xin in her hands and acquiesced, saying, all right, but do not crush them too finely. Ting Shi responded affirmatively. As Ma Qianqian prepared to return to the cave, a voice called from afar, Sister, sister, are you home? Ma Qianqian frowned slightly. Her half-sister had arrived, and Mo Shan, as before, arrived at the entrance of her cave accompanied by two beastly husbands. She donned a professional smile, striving to exude warmth. Sister, we have visited your home several times, but have not seen you. Where have you been these days? Both the matriarch and I have been quite worried about you. Mo Qianqian replied with a blank expression, speak your mind, or release your gas quickly. After their previous confrontation, she truly did not expect Mo Shan to possess such audacity, approaching her with feigned familiarity while pretending as if nothing had happened, exhibiting an air of sisterly affection. Seeing Mo Qianqian trample on the facade she wore, the smile on her face nearly faltered. She stepped forward to grasp Mo Qianqian's hand, only to have it swatted away. If you don't speak soon, I will have Ting Shi drive you away. It was then that Mo Shan discovered that one of Mo Qianqian's beastly husbands had returned. However, upon noticing that Ting Shi's abilities were only at the first level, disdain and triumph flickered in her eyes. After all this time, he was still a useless waste, not comparable to her newly matched husbands. She said, Qianqian, are you still holding a grudge against me? I am here at the chieftain's request to invite you and your husbands to participate in the female family group competition. Mo Qianqian frowned impatiently. I will not participate. My husbands are busy outside and cannot attend. Mo Shan, anxious, exclaimed, how can you not participate? This is an essential event for every female with a beastly husband in the tribe. Mo Qianqian touched her nose and replied, I am not interested. If you have nothing else, please leave. Oh, even if you have other matters, do not come. I do not wish to see you. Montauk Shan, undeterred by Mo Qianqian's disinterest, still asked boldly, when will your other husbands return? The event is in 10 days. Mo Qianqian dug in her ears and turned to return to the cave, shutting the door behind her. Mo Shan, feeling humiliated, huffed softly and left with her two husbands. Once they departed, Mo Qianqian opened the door. Ting Shi looked up at her and asked, Mistress, are we really not going? Mo Qianqian, confused, inquired, what will happen if we do not go? Ting Xi expects it. The top 3 families in the competition will receive rewards. Mo Qianqian scoffed. What kind of reward could be so impressive? Ting Shi chuckled in response. Not particularly. I heard the rewards are uncertain, possibly a new treasure for the tribe or an additional follower. Qianqian, taken aback, asked, "What is a follower?" Her almond-shaped eyes widened slightly, making Tingshi find her adorable. He replied, "Well, it means you can obtain a male beast man of a lower rank than a husband. Their abilities typically do not fall short of genuine husbands, yet their treatment is vastly different." Qianqian was momentarily stunned. "I do not need a suitor. Having you all is sufficient." What a joke. She had yet to manage her darkened values, and now another suitor. She had neither the heart nor the fortune to enjoy that. Noticing Qianqian's lack of greedy longing for a suitor, she felt inexplicably pleased. His smile radiated warmth, and in that instant, Qianqian was taken aback by his sunny and handsome appearance. She gazed at Tingshi and thought to herself, the former owner of this body certainly enjoyed a lavish life. She did not desire it, but if it came to her, she would gladly accept it. Truly, aside from the last husband and Qianqian, she had yet to see her true form. The 3 current husbands were all to her liking. In the 50th chapter, knowing that there is a tiger on the mountain, Qianqian and she chatted amiably and soon finished preparing the millet. At that moment, Qianyi returned from hunting. He carried several clucking beasts, heading towards the riverbank to prepare for roasting. Qianqian glanced at him and asked Tingshi, "Can you cook?" "You simply need to rinse the rice in a wooden bucket or stone pot and add sufficient water to cook it well." Tingshi looked perplexed, as he thought Qianqian intended to roast it. He had heard that millet was a favorite among the bird beastmen, while other beastmen found it troublesome and never consumed it, let alone cooked it. Seeing his confusion, Qianqian immediately began to demonstrate. She attentively watched and learned, as Qianqian explained how much water was appropriate. After she finished, Qianyi had also cleaned his prey. This day marked the first time Qianqian enjoyed a staple food since her arrival in this world. She felt quite satisfied. While Qianyi and she relished the novelty, planning to gather more when they had the time. The following morning, Qianqian was awakened by a sound from outside. Rubbing her eyes, she approached the door and saw a middle-aged male beast man, approximately in his 50s, earnestly speaking to Tingshi and Qianyi. The middle-aged beast man was tall and robust, with a square face, and his abilities appeared to be a level higher than Qianyi's, whom she knew to be at the 5th level. He noticed Qianqian at the door and attempted to bypass Tingshi and Qianyi to speak with her. Qianqian furrowed her brow and inquired of the system, "Who is he?" The system replied, "Host. He is the newly appointed chieftain of your tribe. The previous chieftain was your biological father." Qianqian responded with an "Oh," asking, "What is his relationship with my late father?" The system continued, according to the records. "It is quite good. His status in the tribe is only secondary to the shaman." Qianqian promptly made a decision, stepping forward to greet him. "Chieftain, good morning. What brings you here?" The chieftain felt a sense of relief. He had watched over his brother's little girl as she grew up. Once a delicate child, she had suddenly turned dark all over at the age of 10, prompting her beastman father to urgently seek the shaman's help. To his surprise, the shaman found no illness but declared Qianqian to be in excellent health. Days later, her biological father perished at the claws of a strange beast during a collective hunting event. Shortly after, he, with his formidable abilities, was elected chieftain by the tribe's beastmen. Although Qianqian's father's death was not his fault, he still felt a twinge of guilt seeing her endure hardships throughout her life. He responded, "Qianqian, why did you not participate in the family group event?" Qianqian paused, realizing this was the reason for his visit. She replied, "I have 2 husbands who are still away, so I fear we cannot participate on time." She crafted a seemingly respectable excuse to decline the chieftain's invitation. The chieftain stated, "I can postpone the event. Do you know what the reward is for the first place?" Qianqian followed his lead, asking, "What is the reward?" The chieftain smiled mysteriously, speaking softly, "Xian Ling Chao," which is said to have the power to heal completely destroyed spaces. Upon hearing this, Tingshi and Qianyi were taken aback. Qianqian had mentioned that her space was recovering well, but they were aware of the truth. Qianqian felt a surge of surprise. Could the chieftain be scheming to ensnare her? Everyone in the tribe knew of her destroyed space. Moreover, the most crucial point was that she had no idea who had ruined her space. Perhaps someone had been lurking in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to bring her down. And if she were to fall, no one would know or might merely suspect it was self-inflicted. Although the system indicated her space could be restored once the dark values of her husband's reached zero, it felt like an eternity. If there was a new method, she would not mind trying, even if it might be a trap. She smiled slightly and said, "It seems I must go after all. Once I gather my husbands back home, you will be the first to know, chieftain." The chieftain nodded in satisfaction. The Xianling Chow they had stumbled upon was a valuable item, witnessed by many, resulting from their collective effort. He could not keep it to himself. As chieftain, he could not openly give it to Mo Qianqian, as it would be unfair to the others in the tribe. He would allow her and her husbands to participate, and if they were fortunate enough to win, it would be the best outcome. In an effort to enhance their relationship, he had heard rumors about Mo Qianqian's interactions with her beast husbands, which he had only partially believed. The word was that their relationship was quite poor, with her often testing her husband's patience. However, she had yet to dissolve their match. He found himself perplexed. Was she truly that difficult? Upon visiting today, he observed that their relationship appeared to be rather harmonious, which brought him some relief. Mo Qianqian seemed to be a decent person, her temperament markedly more composed than before. After exchanging pleasantries, the chieftain turned to leave. Once he departed, Tingshi and Xuanya spoke in unison, asking if she truly intended to participate. Qianqian replied earnestly, acknowledging that they were aware her space had been destroyed and that Mo Shanshan's visit yesterday was likely due to this situation. It felt like a trap. However, on one hand, it could expose the person behind Mo Shanshan, and on the other, if the Xianling grass proved effective, she would not be a loss. Tingshi and Xuanya nodded in agreement. Xuanya questioned, with the event commencing in 10 days, how they would summon the others scattered across various locations back to their side, which was an urgent issue needing resolution. Mo Qianqian nodded in agreement, asking whom they thought she should approach first among the beast husbands. Tingshi raised an eyebrow, suggesting that Bai's tribe was the closest. Xuanya shook his head, reminding her that Long Chengfeng's tribe was nearer to theirs. Afraid of being exposed, Mo Qianqian hurriedly inquired within her mind, asking the system who Long Chengfeng was. The system swiftly responded, revealing that Long Chengfeng was a dragon beast man with a current ability level of 6, residing in the dark submerged dragon tribe. With this information, Mo Qianqian felt more assured, asking how long it would take to reach him and if other beast husbands, like Bai, were far away. Xuanya considered and estimated that Bai's tribe was about 2 days' journey from Long Chengfeng's. Thus, a round trip would take an astonishing 10 days. Qianqian, resting her chin thoughtfully in her palm, remarked that since Bai had mentioned he was in a hurry to return, their sudden visit might disrupt his affairs. They should first seek out Long Chengfeng instead. Tingshi had no objections. Xuanya then pointed out that dragon beast men were reclusive and elusive, asking if she had any tokens from him. Mo Qianqian was momentarily taken aback, having no idea about such tokens. Just as she was about to consult the system, it interjected excitedly, indicating she did have one hidden beneath the bed in the cave. Qianqian sighed internally, realizing that the original Mo Qianqian seemed to have equally disliked all her beast husbands, carelessly discarding tokens. It was fortunate she had not thrown it too far, otherwise, she would have had no idea where to retrieve it. She informed Tingshi and Xuanya that she recalled the token's location under the bed, and the three of them searched diligently until they finally uncovered a black scale covered in dust and spider webs. Mo Qianqian felt a bit embarrassed, while Xuanya and Tingshi pretended not to notice. Xuanya cleaned the scale and handed it to her, stating it was a protective heart scale given by Long Chengfeng and advised her to keep it safe for self-defense. Mo Qianqian was pleasantly surprised to receive such a thoughtful gift, pondering if Long Chengfeng was genuinely kind-hearted despite knowing that the original her had not held him in high regard, perhaps out of concern for her well-being. However, the original Mo Qianqian had indeed neglected to utilize this token before her demise, discarding it as if it were refuse, likely never recalling its significance. The heart scale, about the size of a small bucket lid, glimmered with a dark sheen once cleaned, reflecting light much like the current Qianqian. She decided to place it on her bedside, intending to wear it close to her heart when she stepped out, safeguarding her fragile heart. After a light meal, Qianqian stowed away some water and essential supplies into her space. Xuanye, familiar with the dark submerged dragon tribe, cautioned her that the dragon beastmen had peculiar temperaments and advised her to proceed with caution upon arrival. Qianqian nodded, acknowledging Xuanye's knowledge and agreeing to heed his advice. Tingxi, having never visited that tribe, questioned whether their journey would pose any dangers. Xuanye reassured her that they would pass through several smaller tribes inhabited by beastmen, and as long as they did not provoke them, they would not face aggression. Tingxi felt relieved by this assurance. Qianqian then inquired if they needed to carry anything that could be stored in her space. Xuanye and Tingxi exchanged a glance before responding that they had nothing to bring. Qianqian noted their camaraderie and smiled, suggesting they set off immediately to arrive earlier and participate in the event. No sooner had she spoken than Xuanye transformed into his beast form, inviting her to mount. Tingxi realized he felt somewhat envious of Xuanye's beastly form, as it not only made travel more convenient, but also allowed for closer interaction with the female master. Suddenly recalling the heart scale and the unconscious Feng Exine, she announced she needed to retrieve something. Xuanye and Tingxi patiently waited by the door. Monta Qianqian emerged, handing Feng Exine to Tingxi, expressing concern that no one was home and fearing he might starve. It would be better to take him along. Tingxi nodded in agreement. Observing Missouri Qianqian place the heart scale into her chest in front of them, she declared they were ready to depart. Witnessing this, Tingxi could not help but feel his own scale was rather trivial in comparison, and he internally reassured himself that his pearl was also cherished by the female master and served its purposes well. Xuanye glanced at his beast claws, noting their length and sharpness, contemplating whether he could break off a small segment to fashion a dagger for Qianqian, as his claws grew quickly. However, time was of the essence, and he decided to postpone this idea until their return. True to Xuanye's words, their journey proceeded without incident, and the small tribes they passed posed no challenges. Qianqian remarked that they were just a day away from the submerged dragon tribe. Xuanye suggested they find a place to rest before continuing. Tingxi silently followed behind them. The trio arrived at the outskirts of a tribe known as the Dudu Beastmen and settled nearby. Tingxi volunteered to hunt for some simple game, while Xuanye remained close to protect Qianqian. Qianqian surveyed the surroundings, noting the picturesque scenery of the tribe, nestled amid mountains and waters, quite convenient. Xuanye looked toward the nearby river, stating he would fetch some water. The river was only about 100 meters from where they rested, well within Xuanye's sight. Qianqian casually chose a stone to sit upon. From her left, she heard laughter as several female beastmen, accompanied by a few boisterous male beastmen, filled the air with their voices. Curiosity piqued, she glanced over. Xuanye quickly filled his container with water and rushed back, positioning himself protectively beside Qianqian, akin to a loyal bodyguard. As they drew closer, Qianqian realized they were indeed members of the Dudu Beastmen tribe, and the group appeared to be around her age. For the first time, she noted that beastmen could look quite peculiar. Apart from their physique, they were hard to assess. She lowered her gaze, wishing to avoid their stares. However, among them, several females spotted Xuanye and exclaimed in delight, drawing nearer. One of the female beastmen, captivated, exclaimed, "Wow, look, there's a remarkably handsome male beastman here. And he is a virgin beast." Xuanye frowned slightly, while Qianqian glanced up at him. Then, a rough voice echoed from the group. "That female beastman is stunning too. She is a virgin beast." For the first time, being deemed beautiful by unfamiliar beastmen left Qianqian unsure of their intentions. Adhering to the principle of not striking those who smile, she awkwardly greeted them with a smile. In the next moment, the group rushed forward, their expressions filled with eagerness and joy as they fixated on Xuanye's face. One female beastman, infatuated, implored, "You're so wonderful. You don't have a female master, do you? Come back to our tribe with us. I will cherish you dearly." A few moments later, The female orc realized that Qianyi did not respond and immediately grasped his hand. Qianyi's expression froze. He had never encountered such a situation before. In the past, the female orcs of his tribe deemed him insufficiently valiant and kept their distance. Qianqian's face darkened, more so than a charred pot. Her man, whom she had never won over, was being taken advantage of by other females right in front of her. It was an affront to her dignity. And just as she stood to confront the situation, several male orcs encircled her. They began to cast flirtatious glances at Qianqian, showcasing their impressive musculature while exclaiming, "Little female, look at me, I'm formidable, choose me." After one had spoken, another male orc pushed him aside and declared, "I am the strongest, choose me." They dared not approach Qianqian too closely, fearing her reaction, yet the sight of their exaggerated expressions was truly painful to behold. Especially after having seen her own orc husbands, comparing them to these males was utterly disheartening. Qianyi would not casually engage with a female. He adopted a haughty demeanor and stated, "Let go. I have a female master." "What? That cannot be." Some female orcs expressed disappointment. Another female orc retorted, "Impossible. Even if you do, you must not be favored by her. Otherwise, why are you still a bachelor?" Upon hearing this, the eyes of the other female orcs ignited with desire, as if they wished to devour him whole. Qianqian wiped her eyes, feeling as though they had been tainted. "I have a beast husband. It's him." Chapter 52. Do not approach, you two males. When the female orcs heard this, they fell silent for a few seconds before bursting into laughter. One of the female orcs remarked, "Do you not dislike each other? Why not give us a chance? Dissolve your match and let this handsome male orc be with us, shall we?" The male orcs immediately cast scornful glances at Qianyi. He felt helpless. He had once considered it, but now it was impossible to dissolve the match. Qianqian smiled gently and replied, "I will not dissolve the match. I like him." As soon as she spoke, Qianyi's face lit up with joy as he turned to her and exclaimed, "Qianqian, is that true? I like you too." For the first time, Qianqian was publicly confessed to, and her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, though the darkness concealed it from view. She nodded, feeling a bit shy, and said, "Did you all hear that? We like each other. You have no chance, so do not even think about it." As soon as she finished speaking, the system in her mind announced, "Congratulations, host. Qianyi's darkening value has decreased by 10 points. The current value stands at 10. Victory is but a step away. Host, keep it up." Qianqian looked up at Qianyi and smiled brilliantly. He immediately took her hand and declared, "I only like her, my female master. As long as she does not dissolve our match, I am willing to be her beast husband for life, unwavering." Oh my, how romantic, how envious. When will I have such a handsome beast husband? The male orcs, witnessing the heartfelt exchange, felt dejected and walked away. At that moment, Tingshi approached from a distance, cradling Qianqian in his arms and carrying a Paji beast in his hand. Seeing a group of females surrounding Qianqian and Qian, Yi piqued his curiosity. He immediately approached and said, "Master, look what I brought back." He proudly raised the plump rabbit in his hand, grinning broadly. His radiant smile captivated the female orcs, who instinctively overlooked the fact that Tingshi addressed Qianqian as master. They excitedly jumped over to him and said, "Wow, you are quite impressive. Our tribe is nearby. Come and enjoy some delicious food, shall we?" Tingshi glanced at Qianqian, who shook her head. Immediately, he adopted a serious expression and replied, "No, my master does not agree. You are not of age. There is no rush to find beast husbands. The beast god will match every adult female with 5 beast husbands." The female orcs felt somewhat disheartened, lamenting the fact that they had finally encountered such handsome male orcs, only to find them all taken. Yet, some remained hopeful and suggested, "If she no longer wants you, you can come to the Doo tribe to find us." Tingshi, without even glancing at them, approached Qianqian and stated, "My master will not abandon me." "Master, do you agree?" Qianqian solemnly affirmed. The female orcs then reluctantly turned back, glancing over their shoulders several times. Once they had departed, Qianqian said, "Let's leave this place quickly. The orcs here are rather strange. Qianqian nodded in agreement. Their gazes are quite intimidating. Ting Shi, still holding the rabbit, said, I will clean the prey. We shall depart shortly. He then handed the still sleeping Feng Xin to Qianyi. After a while, the three of them moved far away to prepare their food. Qianqian again tore vegetable leaves and fed them to Feng Xin, who felt a warm energy spreading through his belly, slowly mending his injuries. However, his eyelids felt unbearably heavy, preventing him from opening his eyes to see who had rescued him. He could smell a comforting and enticing scent, though the manner of feeding was a bit too rough. Qianqian gently patted his beak, internally fretting, why isn't he awake yet? After resting for a while, the trio resumed their journey. This time, they did not pause, significantly shortening their travel time. As night fell, they finally arrived at the Qianlong tribe. Qianqian gazed at the precarious cave, dwelling high in the air, nestled among the clouds, and sighed in frustration. How long would it take them to climb up there? They could not fly. Oh, but Qianqian glanced at Feng Xin and Ting Shi's arms. They had someone who could fly, albeit temporarily of no use. Gritting their teeth, the three of them assumed climbing positions, preparing to ascend. At that moment, a male orc curiously stared at them and inquired, Who are you looking for? Ting Shi immediately asked, Are you a member of the Qianlong tribe? We wish to find a friend. The male orc scrutinized them and replied, Who are you looking for? Our Qianlong tribe does not allow entry without a token. Qianqian promptly pulled out the heart guard scale from her chest and said, We have a token. Please take a look. Upon seeing it, the male orc recognized it as the chief's heart guard scale and wondered how it ended up in the hands of a dark-skinned female. He hesitated, contemplating whether to let them in. The heart guard scale was typically given to a female master, yet the chief had not mentioned acquiring one upon his return, merely stating he had gone for a trip. He returned the scale to Qianqian and said, I will inquire. Please wait here. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a silver dragon and swiftly soared to the cave above. Qianqian widened her eyes and remarked, To ascend, one must fly. We truly would not know how long it would take to climb up. What if the dragon orc cannot transform? She was quite curious. Qianyi remained silent, unperturbed by the matter. Ting Shi looked up at the cave above with keen interest and commented, Indeed, it is very secure. Meanwhile, the little silver dragon arrived inside the cave and transformed back into human form, making his way to the chief's quarters. He was the designated male orc responsible for welcoming visitors. Upon reaching the entrance of Long Chung Feng's cave, he knocked and announced, Chief, there are visitors seeking you. Long Chung Feng, nestled among his newly acquired gemstones and precious metals, was enjoying a peaceful slumber when a knock disturbed his rest. He opened the door with a frown and asked, Who is seeking me? What token do you have? The little silver dragon responded, Chief, I have already returned it to her. She possesses your heart guard scale. I would not mistake the aura on it. Heart guard scale? Long Chung Feng pondered for a moment before replying, It is her, that dark-skinned oddity. Does she mention what matter she seeks me for? The little silver dragon replied, No, but she is accompanied by 2 male orcs whose abilities are at the first and second levels. Such weakness. Long Chung Feng expressed his disdain, stating, Those 2 males need not be summoned. The little silver dragon complied and turned to leave. Qianqian inquired in her mind, System, what is Long Chung Feng's corruption value? The system responded, 50 points. Qianqian curled her lips. His corruption value was indeed the lowest compared to other beastmen, and he even gifted her protective scales, suggesting he was a good beastman. Chapter 53. Who are you really? Qianqian and her companions waited below for quite some time when the little silver dragon descended. Qianqian observed that he had not transformed into human form and addressed her. Please come up. Qianqian glanced at them and beckoned. Come over. Just as Qianyi and Ting Shi were about to take a few steps forward, the little silver dragon flicked its tail and declared, They cannot come up. Only you may. Qianqian and the others were momentarily stunned. Why? We came together, Qianqian questioned. The little silver dragon replied impatiently, This is what the chief commanded. If you have any objections, take them up with him. Do not trouble me, a mere gatekeeper. Qianqian hesitated, glancing at Ting, Shi, and Qianyi, pondering whether she should ascend alone. Qianyi advised, Qianqian, you go up first. We will wait for you here. Ting Shi echoed, Mistress, you should go ahead. Without further ado, Qianqian climbed onto the back of the little silver dragon, gripping its horns. The little silver dragon felt her hold tighten and began to soar through the clouds. Qianqian marveled as he effortlessly lifted off the ground. In less than 10 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of a cave. After flying inside, the little silver dragon transformed into human form and said, Please follow me. Qianqian nodded in response. After walking for a while, the little silver dragon knocked on a cave door. Soon after, footsteps grew increasingly audible. The door creaked open, revealing a male beast man of similar height to Ting Shi, with a lean physique, broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and 8 well-defined abdominal muscles, forming an impressive inverted triangle shape. His proportions were quite striking. Qianqian looked up at his face, adorned with thick brows and large eyes, exuding a heroic aura, embodying the quintessential handsome man. He was indeed quite handsome, with a sculpted physique. Qianqian smiled and greeted, Long Qingfeng, it has been a while. Long Qingfeng regarded the perpetually inscrutable Qianqian, his brows barely furrowing in a barely audible manner. Her scent has changed. He approached her and asked, Mistress, what brings you to see me? Did you not previously say that you did not wish to see me, and that if you desired to meet, you must exchange a sacred item of the Dragon Clan? Qianqian felt 3 dark lines cross her forehead, internally exclaiming, Not me. Yet she replied, No need for an exchange. I have changed my mind. Our tribe as chief mentioned participating in family group activities, so I came to invite you home. Home, Long Qingfeng thought with a cold smirk inwardly. He maintained a composed demeanor and replied, Mistress, that is out of the question. I must fulfill my promises. Come, I will take you there now. Without allowing her a chance to protest, he seized Qianqian's wrist and strode in another direction. Qianqian was momentarily dazed. Long Qingfeng, where are you taking me? Long Qingfeng turned his head slightly, eyes lowered as he regarded her. To find the sacred item. It is not far, merely half a day's journey. Huh? Qianqian was a loss for words, repeatedly saying, No, let us do it next time. There are matters to attend to. And Qianyi and Ting, she are waiting for us below. If you truly wish to go, it would be better to bring them along for a greater chance of success. Long Qingfeng expressed his discontent. Bring them along? Their 1 or 2 levels of abilities cannot compare to my 3rd level. Qianqian was puzzled. Indeed, his current abilities were 3rd level. But had not the system indicated he was 6th level? Why was it now 3rd level? The system, with its survival instincts heightened. Host. He is 6th level, indeed. He is suppressing his abilities while carrying you. Oh, so this is how we shall play? Qianqian smiled at Long Qingfeng. Fine, I shall listen to you. Half a day is sufficient. Just have your people inform Qianyi and the others. Long Qingfeng showed a hint of surprise in his eyes, pausing his steps. Did she agree so readily? Was she not afraid of being deceived? Qianqian prompted, Why have you stopped? Long Qingfeng replied, I will have someone notify Ting Shi and the others. Qianqian then watched as he retrieved a thin piece of beast skin from his belt, inscribing several characters that she could not comprehend. Infusing it with a trace of his abilities, the beast skin transformed into a small origami crane, which circled them before flying out of the cave. It was Qianqian's first encounter with such a communication method, and she found it quite effective. Long Qingfeng instructed, Mistress, upon exiting this cave, I will take you to fly. Qianqian responded, Loathed. After all, Long Qingfeng was her match, and she was not concerned for her safety. Perhaps he wished to allow her to endure some hardships, to rectify the grievances he felt towards the original host. Since she had taken over the original body, she was prepared to face the trials that came her way. Long Qingfeng observed Qianqian's behavior, which was a stark contrast to her former self. Previously, she had been impulsive, capricious, and often compelled them to undertake actions that compromised their dignity. Now, aside from her unmistakably identical face, no other female beastman in the entire beast realm resembled her. He was led to doubt the authenticity of the Qianqian before him. Yet, Bound by the contract from the beast god, he felt that this individual was indeed Qianqian. It was all quite peculiar. He intended to retrieve the sacred item before reuniting with Ting, Shi, and Xianyi. None of the beastmen among them held any affection for Qianqian. They were all merely yielding to the contract, compelled to obey her commands. The two soon reached another cave entrance. Long Qingfeng immediately transformed back into his beast form and instructed Qianqian, "Mistress, climb on." Qianqian noted that his size had increased significantly since she last saw him, now appearing even more imposing and majestic. At that moment, she truly wished to tell the system, "This is what one calls majesty." Qianqian mounted his back, gripping his horns. Long Qingfeng let out a dragon's roar, echoing throughout the mountains. Qianqian exclaimed, "Long Qingfeng, your beast form is magnificent." Hearing Qianqian's genuine praise for the first time nearly caused him to lose his balance in midair, utterly astonished. Long Qingfeng replied softly, "Mistress, if you like it, then that is good. I am about to soar into the clouds, so hold on tight." With that, he swiftly ascended, moving faster than Ting Shi. Qianqian found herself amidst the clouds, an exhilarating experience. Yet, the next moment, her joy dissipated as the cold wind invaded her chest and nostrils, causing her teeth to chatter uncontrollably. Long Qingfeng, it's so cold, so very cold." Only then did Long Qingfeng seem to realize and enveloped her in a protective barrier. Qianqian felt a significant improvement. "Thank you, Qingfeng." Internally, she mused, was he doing this on purpose? High altitudes are perilous. She nearly froze to death. Long Qingfeng, upon hearing her gratitude, was astonished that this dark and slender little female would express thanks, especially towards her beast man. A strange feeling amplified within him. He dove downward, flying out of the clouds, his voice cold and hard. "Who are you really? You are not Qianqian." Qianqian internally panicked, but maintained her composure. "Who else could I be? I am Qianqian. Qianqian is me. Do you not sense the bond of our contract?" Chapter 54, Human Sandbag. Listening to Qianqian's calm tone, Long Qingfeng blinked his lantern-like eyes. He temporarily set aside the question of whether the Qianqian before him was authentic and focused on finding the sacred item. Her arrival was quite timely, as he had originally planned to rest and retrieve it soon. Qianqian pondered various questions he might pose, or the worst-case scenario where he might suddenly drop her. Unexpectedly, he remained silent, as if he had not heard her at all. Qianqian, mustering her courage, stated, "Long Qingfeng, if you wish to dissolve our bond, simply agree to one condition, and I shall set you free." Long Qingfeng felt a sense of astonishment deep within him. To be honest, matching with a female master held no benefits for him. His previous female master was Qianqian's elder sister, and he had suppressed his own powers at that time, leading the proud and arrogant Qianqian to terminate the match in just a couple of days. Now, her sister wished to dissolve their match as well. He casually inquired, "What are the conditions?" Qianqian replied, "Make me happy and satisfied, and the match can be dissolved." Long Qingfeng retorted, "Based on your mood? What if you think I'm doing exceptionally well and you are reluctant to end the match? Wouldn't that put me at a disadvantage?" This question left Qianqian momentarily speechless. The other beastmen were not as sensitive and suspicious as he was. He observed that she appeared quite mature and composed, indirectly indicating that Long Qingfeng was indeed clever and capable of posing counter-questions. After pondering for a moment, Qianqian responded, "I have the same requirement for my other beastmen. You can choose not to agree and continue being my beastman. I think you have a splendid beast form. You would make a striking mount." With no better option at hand, Qianqian decided to engage in playful banter rather than concocting a convoluted excuse. Even if he refused, her low corruption value did not guarantee her safety. Upon hearing this, Long Qingfeng felt a surge of anger and declared, as a proud member of the Dragon Clan, "I cannot accept being relegated to the status of a mount." Qianqian chuckled, clearly seeking such a response. She smiled and said, "Don't be angry. My request is quite simple. I won't ask you to commit any heinous acts, so rest assured." Long Qingfeng chose not to elaborate further. Qianqian remained perched on his back, and as silence enveloped them, fatigue soon overcame her, leading her to doze off. Hearing her steady breathing from above, Long Chingfeng's eyes twitched slightly. The little female certainly possessed considerable audacity. Bound by their contract, he could not allow her to perish, and perhaps a bit of hardship would do her good. A wicked smile crept across his lips, unnoticed by anyone. Long Chingfeng arrived before a massive cavern, soaring in the air for a brief moment before gradually descending. Qianqian remained blissfully unaware, lost in her slumber. In the blink of an eye, Long Chingfeng transformed into human form, showing no inclination towards gentle treatment, and playfully patted her face. Female master, we've arrived. Qianqian let out a tremendous yawn, opened her eyes, and said, "Ah, so soon? Is it in this cave before us?" Long Chingfeng nodded and strode toward the entrance. Qianqian followed closely behind. The cavern was particularly vast and spacious, with numerous pathways branching out in various directions. Long Chingfeng approached the multitude of paths, turned to Qianqian, and declared, "Female master, let us proceed this way." Startled by his sudden turn, she nearly bumped into him and quickly took a step back, saying, "All right, you go ahead." Long Chingfeng shook his head and insisted, "No, female master, you lead the way." Qianqian furrowed her brow, casting him a dubious glance. Her eyes filled with questions. "Are you certain?" Long Chingfeng gently nudged her forward, reassuringly saying, "With me here, female master, there is no need for fear." Qianqian felt a headache coming on. It was precisely his presence that frightened her. Nevertheless, she knew Long Chingfeng would not take this opportunity to harm her, as she still possessed her protective heart scales. Summoning her courage, she walked ahead. "Long Chingfeng, if I encounter any trouble, you will rescue me, right?" Long Chingfeng solemnly replied, "Of course." Qianqian felt somewhat relieved. Treading cautiously, she ventured forth. It was broad daylight, and the cave was sufficiently illuminated for her to see the path beneath her feet. As she surveyed her surroundings, she inwardly scoffed. It was desolate. Not a soul in sight. Could there truly be a sacred artifact? Was Long Chingfeng merely deceiving her for his amusement? Meanwhile, Tingxi and Xuanye received a message from Long Chingfeng, instructing them to wait in place as he would bring the female master down. After several hours of waiting, Tingxi could no longer contain his impatience and whispered to Xuanye, "Let us sneak up the mountain. The female master has been gone too long, and I'm a bit worried." Xuanye replied, "Let us go and see how Qianqian is faring up there." The two circumvented the small silver dragon, planning to ascend from the opposite side of the mountain. Just as Qianqian thought the cave was empty and devoid of any sacred artifact, a group of beastmen emerged from various corners. Long Chingfeng regarded them with indifference. Qianqian instinctively hid behind him. One of the beastmen, an elder with a long white beard, shouted, "Long Chingfeng, why are you here again? The sacred artifact we have guarded for generations is not for you. If you don't leave, don't blame us for being rude." Long Chingfeng responded with a smile. "Elder Yin, how do you intend to be rude to us?" The beastman called Elder Yin was a fire dragon with a fiery temper. "You little brat, don't think that just because you've become the chieftain, you can act with impunity. Our tribe's sacred artifact is off limits. Even if I have to risk everything today, I won't let you come any closer." His furious glare was fixed on Long Chingfeng, clearly eager to fight. Long Chingfeng grasped Qianqian, pulling her in front of him, and proclaimed, "Elder Yin, the sacred artifact is desired by my esteemed female master. Don't blame me. At your age, you really shouldn't let your anger get the better of you." "You." Elder Yin pointed a finger at him and shot a glare at Qianqian. He realized that Long Chingfeng hadn't been quiet for long, and his return was due to the orders of his female master. However, since females were not permitted to engage in combat, Elder Yin suppressed his desire to berate Qianqian and said, "You are Long Chingfeng's female master? My clan has guarded the sacred artifact for generations. Don't even think about it. It is of no use to you, a mere female." Qianqian replied earnestly, "Elder Yin, you are correct. We will leave now." "Right now, yes?" Chingfeng. Before she could finish her sentence, Long Chengfeng swiftly lifted Mo Qianqian and flew in a particular direction, the direction of the sacred artifact. Elder Yin was startled. Quick, stop them. He then unleashed a powerful attack. Long Chengfeng soared rapidly, causing Mo Qianqian to sway back and forth, feeling nauseous. The attacks aimed at them became increasingly dense. Long Chengfeng set Mo Qianqian down, and the attacks immediately veered in another direction. One of the attacks grazed her hair, severing a small lock. Mo Qianqian seethed inwardly. He was certainly no noble beast man. He was a black-hearted beast. Chapter 55. He fell unconscious. Mo Qianqian was forced to act as a human shield. The group led by Elder Yin dared not unleash their powers freely, fearful that she might perish on the spot, as the backlash would obliterate them as well. Long Chengfeng had not anticipated that Mo Qianqian would prove so useful. He cheerfully remarked, "Female master, just endure a little longer. I'll be quick. The sacred artifact is just ahead." Indeed, he was effortlessly drawing closer to the sacred artifact while using Mo Qianqian as a human shield. Elder Yan's eyes were nearly bulging out of their sockets. "Stop, Long Chengfeng. If you dare touch that sacred artifact, I'll immediately annihilate your tribe." Long Chengfeng seized a nearly transparent dragon horn that floated above a table, emanating a gentle glow. Once he had it in hand, he swiftly carried Mo Qianqian out of the cave. Mo Qianqian, gasping for breath, was tossed onto his back before he transformed into his beast form and soared into the sky. Looking down at the ground, she saw Elder Yin and his group, tiny like ants. Clutched in her hand was the sacred artifact Long Chengfeng had just snatched. She could sense his exhilaration, yet, as the makeshift human shield, she found it difficult to smile. Seeing the red-haired Elder Yin made her feel a twinge of sadness. "Long Chengfeng, why did you take their tribe's sacred artifact? Aren't you afraid they will come after us?" Long Chengfeng replied with a grin. "I like it. They would never be able to harm anyone from our tribe." Mo Qianqian retorted, "You are quite confident." Long Chengfeng responded, "Of course." Observing his fearless demeanor, Mo Qianqian contemplated and inquired, "What do you intend to do with this sacred artifact? It doesn't seem particularly special." She lifted it with one hand, examining it closely. Elder Yin and his group of orcs, who were also dragons, why did they not soar into the sky to engage in a battle with the dragons? Could it be that the so-called sacred relic they possess is merely a sham? The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed, yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts. After all, he had just treated her as a human punching bag, and she had not scolded him, which was already a display of considerable restraint. In truth, when Long Chengfeng acquired the sacred relic, he had already discerned its authenticity. His purpose for coming today was merely to assist Elder Yin in staging a performance. As a member of the Dragon Clan, the orcs had a remarkably poor reproductive capability, even if the beast god matched them with a female mate. If she did not conceive or refuse to allow her offspring to remain within the orc clan, it would be utterly futile. Elder Yan's family had safeguarded the sacred relic for generations, yet the number of orcs dwindled, unable to compete with the thriving clan of Long Chengfeng. In fact, Elder Yin wished to bestow the relic upon him, but alas, the relic could not leave their clan, hence the charade to deter other predatory orcs from targeting them. The saying goes that a man without guilt may suffer due to his treasures. They could no longer bear such risks. Mo Qianqian remained oblivious to the underlying circumstances, as did the system. The two continued to fly until nightfall, at which point Mo Qianqian remarked, "The sacred relic has been acquired. You shall return home with me tomorrow." Long Chengfeng readily acquiesced. Upon their arrival at the cave, the concealed presences of Tingxi and Xuanya sprang forth from the cliff. Long Chengfeng furrowed his brow upon seeing them, exclaiming, "What are you doing here? Did I not say I would bring back the female mate? Do you not trust me?" Tingxi exchanged glances with Xuanya. Tingxi replied, "It is not that we distrust you. We were merely concerned for the female mate. Now that we see she is unharmed, we feel much more at ease." Long Chengfeng snorted and seized the sacred relic from Mo Qianqian's grasp before turning to leave. Mo Qianqian was momentarily taken aback, but soon followed, waving for Tingxi and Xuanya to join them. Since they were already here, Tingxi and Xuanya were also curious to discover what Long Chengfeng was up to. Long Chengfeng strode to his cave, opened the door, and said, "Come in." Mo, Qianqian, Tingxi, and Xuanya promptly entered. Long Chengfeng casually tossed the sacred relic onto the table and addressed Mo Qianqian. "I can accompany you back, but the orcs of my clan will not follow." In the realm of beasts, once a male orc successfully matched with a female, some would treat the orcs of their clan as part of the dowry and live in the female's clan. Mo Qianqian, upon hearing this, felt indifferent. She had no desire to care for numerous orcs. She immediately responded, "That is perfectly fine. We shall return early, and by the way, we need to find Hubai to join us." Long Chengfeng had no objections. His cave was spacious, and after leading them to his bedroom, he began to summon the orcs of his clan. Mo Qianqian gazed in astonishment at the shimmering treasures scattered across the floor of his room, including various brilliant gemstones and unidentifiable luminous jade stones. It became evident that dragons had a penchant for collecting shiny objects, and Long Chengfeng's bed was strewn with a myriad of colorful stones, suggesting that he might have used them for comfort. Tingxi, holding Fengxin, occasionally picked up a few stones out of curiosity. Meanwhile, Xuanya stood with his arms crossed, seemingly disinterested in the glittering array before him. Mo Qianqian lost interest after a while and took a seat. Noticing the slightly lethargic Fengxin, she said to Tingxi, "Tingxi, hand him over to me. He hasn't eaten all day. He must be hungry. Look, his fur has become even grayer." She then retrieved several vegetables from her space, distributing some to each of them, saying, "You have all worked hard today. Replenish your energy." Initially, they had thought that Mo Qianqian had forgotten about them, feeling somewhat aggrieved. However, the vegetables in their hands instantly lifted their spirits. Once Long Chengfeng had finished relaying all the necessary information, he entered the room. Observing the harmonious interaction between Mo Qianqian and the others, which was a stark contrast to their previous enmity, his suspicions about her deepened. Had she poisoned them? Why did they seem to depend on her? Hadn't they once wished to eliminate her? Mo Qianqian was oblivious to his thoughts and asked upon his entrance, "Where shall we stay tonight?" Long Chengfeng replied, "There is no rush. We shall discuss it after dinner." With that, he led them to another cave for a meal. After returning, he inquired, "Has Hubai been in contact with you?" Mo Qianqian responded, "He contacted me before leaving my home, but I lost track of him afterward. I wonder how he is faring now." Xuanya had been unconscious at the time and was unaware of Hubai's situation. Only hearing Mo Qianqian mention that something had occurred in his clan that required his swift return. Tingxi had no chance of knowing about Hubai either, having only met him during the initial matching with Mo Qianqian. Long Chengfeng, upon realizing they were uninformed, shared what he knew. "I heard that Hubai's clan is in turmoil. He returned to intervene and was gravely injured, falling into unconsciousness." "What?" Monta Qianqian exclaimed in surprise. "Is it serious? Is he still in their clan?" She pressed. Mo Qianqian was very concerned for Hubai, but she was even more anxious about whether his darkening value had increased because of this. If he were injured and she went to rescue him, it would undoubtedly reduce some of his dark value, right? Currently, he had the highest score of 80, while Xuanya had the lowest. The others were not too far apart. Moreover, Tingxi was a healing type orc. Given the current circumstances, he was perfectly suited to assist Hubai. Mo Qianqian thought to herself that Hubai was somewhat fortunate in this regard. Long Chengfeng replied, "I've only heard this from others. Whether it is true requires our personal investigation." Mo Qianqian nodded and inquired, "What caused the turmoil in their clan?" Long Chengfeng glanced at her and replied, "I heard that the female mate asked him to retrieve something." Mo Qianqian facepalmed, realizing it was once again due to her. Long Chengfeng observed her subtle expressions, noting that she was indeed different from her former self, convinced that this body had undergone a transformation. However, her current demeanor was satisfactory enough for him. He was temporarily disinclined to dissolve their matching, as it was rare for a female to agree not to bring her entire clan of orcs along with her. Recalling Mo Qianqian, he found it somewhat amusing how easily he had deceived her. He had no desire for a dim-witted female mate. His gaze drifted as he suddenly noticed the creature Tingxi was holding, which had a familiar scent, yet he could not immediately place it. Tingxi, noticing Long Chengfeng's gaze linger on the creature, said, "Long Chengfeng, Do you find it interesting? It is the female mate's newly acquired pet. With that, he lifted Fengxian by the scruff of its neck. Qianqian approached and took Fengxian away, having just fed him, chastising Tingxi for bullying the creature. She shot a reproachful look at Tingxi. Tingxi chuckled and said, "Female mate is unconscious and cannot feel pain." Xuanya, eyeing the creature in Qianqian's arms, noted it was male and said, "Qianqian, hand it over to me. Don't tire yourself." Before Qianqian could respond, he had taken it into his embrace. Long Qingfeng mused to himself, surely Qianqian does not recognize that creature? Yet, despite his contemplation, he could not recall whose sin it was and ultimately dismissed the thought. Long Qingfeng gazed at Qianqian's dark face and remarked, "Female mate, with the turmoil in Hubai's clan, we must infiltrate. Your face is too dark. Why not remain at my clan until we return?" Qianqian shook her head vigorously. How could she not go? The very reason she had ventured out was to find them. If this opportunity could reduce the dark value, how could she let it slip by? Thus, she asserted, "My space can provide energy for him, and if any of you expend too much of your abilities, I can assist from the side." Long Qingfeng raised an eyebrow. Her reasoning was indeed difficult to refute. However, he had never utilized her spatial production before. Did she truly possess it? Moreover, he had occasionally gathered information about her and heard that her space had been destroyed. Perhaps it had been restored unbeknownst to him. Deep within his heart, he harbored doubts. Immediately, he feigned a somewhat weakened demeanor and spoke, "Siju, today I venture to retrieve the sacred artifact, depleting a considerable amount of my extraordinary powers. Might you grant me some energy replenishment?" Without a moment's hesitation, Qianqian produced a handful of vegetables from her spatial realm and handed them over, saying, "Here, take this." Long Qingfeng pretended to be delighted as he accepted them with gratitude. Initially, he elegantly nibbled at one, but as he sensed the energy coursing through him, he began to devour them more rapidly, eventually shoving a handful into his mouth. He could feel the energy gradually coalescing in his abdomen, swiftly coursing through all the depleted meridians. The energy was remarkably pure, surpassing that of his third-tier spatial extraordinary abilities by a significant margin. Internally, he was astounded, but chose not to reveal it. Observing him consume the energy-laden vegetables, Qianqian smiled gently and said, "Don't rush. I have more." She then added, "By the way, if I disguise myself, should I be able to enter the Hubai tribe?" Xuanya gazed down at her. While he was adept at disguises, he was at a loss regarding Qianqian's dark skin. When it had sought Tingxi, they had merely adorned her with white pearls, while her attire had concealed her other features. However, that would not suffice for entering Hubai's tribe. Qianqian had already conceived a solution. She had consulted the system in her mind, and her points were sufficient to exchange for an antidote. It was time to restore her beauty. Tingxi pondered for a moment and suggested, "Siju, strike me a few times." Qianqian, perplexed by his reasoning, asked why. Tingxi replied, "My pearls can cover your entire body, but you need to hit me several times. Otherwise, I won't be able to cry." Xuanya chuckled, having longed to teach the lad a lesson. He proposed, "Tingxi, allow me to take over. Don't hurt Qianqian's hand, and I promise I'll deliver a punch that will make you cry for a long time." Tingxi retorted, "Haha, Xuanya, don't jest. Your joke is far from amusing." Qianqian smiled, saying, "No need. I will disguise myself for a while. You all wait here for me." Long Qingfeng, uncertain of her intentions, quickly said, "Siju, the bedroom is yours. We will step outside to wait." Qianqian thought this arrangement agreeable and nodded in response. Once everyone except Qianqian had exited the bedroom, Long Qingfeng was the last to leave, thoughtfully closing the door behind him. Qianqian then entered her spatial realm, approached the area for exchanging materials, selected the antidote, and pressed the exchange button. Soon, an antidote materialized in her hand, its packaging even of edible quality. She took the antidote and swallowed it. Half an hour later, she opened the bedroom door. Long Qingfeng felt a gust of wind as the door slowly swung open, revealing a petite figure with skin akin to exquisite mutton fat jade. Soft and delicate, her complexion a rosy white. Her features were finely crafted, with long, curled eyelashes framing a pair of large, watery, light brown eyes resembling grapes. She was breathtaking. Long Chengfeng felt his long silent heart pounding rapidly. Xuanyin, Tingxi, especially the latter, were utterly astonished. Was her Cizhu truly this beautiful? He stepped forward joyfully, exclaiming, Cizhu, your disguise is simply stunning. I no longer wish for you to visit the Hubei tribe. I don't want other male beastmen to see your face. Ma Qianqian glanced at Xuanya, the beastman who had confessed to her not long after their acquaintance, now gazing at her with a dazed expression and a silly grin. Although his beautiful face was not diminished by hers, she felt an immense sense of satisfaction within her. There were no mirrors inside, but upon seeing her entirely clean to black, she opened the door. Their gazes led her to believe that her original form must have been quite splendid. Long Chengfeng immediately approached her and took her hand, stating, Cizhu, I concur with Tingxi. You must not go to the Hubei tribe. It is far too dangerous. Xuanya, noticing everyone gathered around Ma Qianqian, unwilling to be outdone, stepped closer and said, Indeed, Qianqian, your appearance is far too conspicuous for the outside world. The moment you arrive, all the male beastmen of their tribe will undoubtedly focus their attention on you. Chapter 57. Disappeared. Ma Qianqian touched her face, wondering if their compliments were perhaps a tad exaggerated. She felt the urge to look in a mirror. However, how could they possibly ask her not to go? She gazed earnestly at them and declared, I wish to go. Please allow me to. Tingxi shot her a troubled glance and said, Cizhu, you could also simply send what the spatial realm produces. That would suffice. Xuanya, seeing the stubbornness and determination in her eyes, stated, I will help Qianqian disguise herself. I guarantee she will blend in seamlessly. Long Chengfeng regarded him, realizing that this Black Panther was genuinely concerned for Ma Qianqian. Although he had been somewhat smitten by her beauty moments ago, he was not the type of beastman to be easily swayed by appearances. He lowered his head to Ma Qianqian and said, If you truly wish to go, I can bring you in boldly. Ma Qianqian's eyes sparkled with joy as she asked, Are you serious? You can really take me in? Upon hearing Long Chengfeng's words, Tingxi and Xuanya exchanged glances. Had he not just suggested sneaking in? Now that he had seen the stunning Cizhu, had he changed his mind? Truly a lecherous dragon. Unaware of the labels Tingxi and Xuanya had placed upon him, he solemnly replied, The tribe where Hubei resides has a decent relationship with my tribe. It is entirely normal for me to take a shaman to visit him in times of peril. You will pretend to be my tribe's shaman, accompanying me. Ma Qianqian nodded vigorously. That sounds excellent. Long Chengfeng, your plan is feasible. Xuanya hastily inquired, And what about Tingxi and me? Are we to sneak in? Long Chengfeng shook his index finger. No, you two will disguise yourselves as my guards and accompany us inside. Tingxi and Xuanya exchanged glances. This was indeed the best plan available. They had no objections. That evening, Long Chengfeng relinquished the bedroom to Ma Qianqian, gathering a pile of gemstones in the living room, intending to transform into his beast form and rest for the night. Xuanya, with Ma Qianqian's consent, slept in a chair within the bedroom, as did Tingxi. At dawn, Ma Qianqian and her companions prepared and set off for the Hubei tribe. This time, Long Chengfeng generously allowed Tingxi and Xuanya to ride on his transformed dragon form. Disdaining their slow pace, he preferred to carry them aloft, ensuring they would reach their destination within a day. As Ma Qianqian mounted, Long Chengfeng immediately enveloped her in a protective barrier, a stark contrast to his previous reluctance to do so. Tingxi privately derided him as a lecherous dragon, the oldest among them. Xuanya, intending to place a barrier around her, found himself preempted by Long Chengfeng and slowly withdrew his hand, feigning interest in the scenery. As for Fengxin, Ma Qianqian instructed Long Chengfeng to have someone look after her until their return. Midway through their flight, Ma Qianqian, feeling ravenous, turned to Long Chengfeng and asked, Do you need something to eat? Let's land and replenish our energy. I am absolutely famished. Xuanya eagerly added, Long Chengfeng, let us land quickly. A meal won't take much time. Tingxi concurred. Indeed, you've been flying for a while. Your extraordinary powers must have been depleted. Although Long Chengfeng did not feel fatigued, having flown to the Hubei tribe in one go previously, his Cizhu was hungry, and offering him energy was a mutually beneficial situation. So he readily agreed. After landing and enjoying a meal, the four resumed their flight. They continued until engulfed in complete darkness, finally arriving at a tribe known as the Jiu-Wei-Ling-Hu, where Hu Bai resided. As the name suggests, the Jiu-Wei-Ling-Hu tribe was inhabited by spirit fox beastmen, revered for their 9 tails. This indicated that Hu Bai held a significant position within the tribe. Ma Qianqian observed 2 piles of flames at the entrance, with 2 male beastmen vigilant at the threshold. Lone Chengfeng, now in human form, approached and announced, not long ago, I received a message from young master Hu Bai requesting a shaman to visit him. Today, I have brought the shaman and 2 guards to honor our appointment. I kindly ask for your cooperation. 2 male orcs recognized Long Chengfeng. They glanced at Mo Qianqian and the others with a look of discomfort. It's not that we don't want to let you through, Chief Long, they explained. Recently, there's been considerable unrest in our clan, and we are under orders not to allow any orcs to enter or exit freely. Please return. Long Chengfeng furrowed his brow and inquired, how is young master Hu Bai's condition? The 2 sentinels exchanged glances and replied, he is well, Chief Long. Please go back. Once again, they issued him a dismissal. With a sigh, Long Chengfeng turned to leave. They moved to a location away from the view of the sentinels of the Jiu-Wei-Ling-Hu tribe. Long Chengfeng remarked, it seems that Hu Bai's severe injury is most likely true. Mo Qianqian urged, we must hurry to rescue him. Qianyi suggested, let us sneak in. Ting, she added. Indeed, under the cover of darkness, their vigilance appears quite lax, making it easy for us to enter. Long Chengfeng nodded in agreement, saying, I know where Hu Bai's room is. Follow me. He then instructed, stay close, mistress. If anything goes awry, heed my command and run swiftly. His words made Mo Qianqian a bit anxious. Are the Jiu-Wei foxes that formidable? Long Chengfeng replied, in terms of combat strength, they cannot match me. However, they excel at stealthily utilizing their perplexing abilities, which grow stronger with their cultivation. Having witnessed Hu Bai's ability to control other orcs beyond his level, Mo Qianqian fully concurred. She then added, I lack such formidable abilities. If I fall victim to their tricks, you must immediately knock me unconscious and carry me away. The 3 orcs nodded in unison, as they had the same intention. After some discussion, Long Chengfeng led Mo Qianqian and the others through an entrance that was devoid of sentinels. Mo Qianqian was carried inside. Once on solid ground, Long Chengfeng did not set her down. Mo Qianqian looked up at him, puzzled by his chin. Sensing her gaze, he quickly whispered, you make noise when you walk, so carrying you is more convenient. Mo Qianqian found some logic in his reasoning, yet sensed something amiss. Ting Xi scolded, lecherous dragon. Qianyi clenched his fist, pondering how this lustful dragon could be even more shameless than Ting Shi. Long Chengfeng noticed that Mo Qianqian believed him, feeling a slight relief in his heart. The 4 of them progressed cautiously until they arrived at a cave that appeared to be the largest and most splendid. Long Chengfeng signaled to Ting Shi and Qianyi with a single hand. Ting Shi quietly used a thread of his abilities to effortlessly unlock the cave door. Qianyi stood beside him as the door swung open. Ting Shi stealthily entered, followed closely by the others. Long Chengfeng pointed to Hu Bai's room, prompting Ting Shi and Qianyi to approach the entrance. Ting Shi opened the door once more. Upon focusing their gaze, they found the bed empty, devoid of Hu Bai's presence. Chapter 58. The chief goes missing. Mo Qianqian gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. Long Chengfeng, Ting Shi, and Qian immediately retreated from the room. Just as they were about to leave entirely, Hu Bai emerged from an unseen corner, clutching his chest, his complexion pale, and expressed his confusion. Why are you here? He had been hiding in the shadows since they entered, only recognizing them once he saw their figures. Mo Qianqian assessed him from head to toe, jumping down from Long Chengfeng's arms. Concerned for Hu Bai, she said, you're injured. Let Ting Shi treat you. Hu Bai suppressed the urge to cough, replying, Mo Qianqian, what are you doing here? At his words, Mo Qianqian felt a wave of grievance wash over her. It was evident she had come to save him. Ting Shi and Qianyi disapproved of Hu Bai's immediate reproach towards Mo Qianqian. Ting Shi retorted, of course. The mistress came to save you. You should be more appreciative. Qianyi added, Qianqian risks danger to see you. How can you blame her? Long Chungfeng quickly interjected. Hu Bai, how is the situation in your tribe? Do you require our assistance? Hu Bai sighed and glanced at Mo Qianqian, saying, Our tribe is embroiled in severe internal strife. What can a helpless female orc like you do to help? Your presence only adds to my burden. Seeing Hu Bai looking somewhat irritated, yet noting that his darkening value had not risen, Mo Qianqian softened her tone. I'm worried about you. Besides, isn't it true that Chungfeng and the others are here to protect me? We managed to enter without difficulty. Your tribe's defenses are ineffective. Hu Bai felt an urge to flick her forehead in disbelief at her naivety. Long Chungfeng reiterated, They cannot assist. I can. You know my abilities. He spoke carefully, not wishing to reveal too much to Mo Qianqian, harboring doubts about her complete trustworthiness. Hu Bai nodded towards him, saying, I have a good relationship with your tribe. If you intervene, it may complicate matters further. His implication was clear. He wished for Long Chungfeng to maintain neutrality to avoid unnecessary consequences. Mo Qianqian could no longer remain silent. She declared resolutely, You are my beast husband, and they are also my beast husbands. There is nothing wrong with helping one another. Why are you hesitating? Unity brings strength, and disunity brings downfall. If we assist you in stabilizing your position within the tribe and restoring order, wouldn't it be better for managing the Jiawei Linghu tribe in the future? Without waiting for Hu Bai to retort, she added, Rest assured, I do not demand allegiance from all your tribesmen. They may remain where they are. There is no need for them to follow me back to my tribe. Most male orcs who held high status in the beast world were reluctant to merge their hard-won tribes into the territory of the beast god's match-female tribe. However, they were also powerless to resist the beast god's command to dissolve their matches. Thus, they employed various means to compel their female partners to annul the matches and return to their original tribes. Mo Qianqian's words awakened Hu Bai, who frowned deeply. You truly would not force my tribe to submit to you? Mo Qianqian affirmed earnestly. No, nor would Chungfeng. I keep my promises. Hu Bai, what other concerns do you have? Share them, and we shall resolve them together. Once we have, we must return to the tribe to participate in the family group activities. Understanding dawned on Hu Bai as he asked, Do you genuinely wish to partake in the family group activities? Mo Qianqian looked at them sincerely. I must confess something. My spatial abilities have indeed been destroyed and are not fully restored. The first prize in the tribe's family group activities is said to be a mystical herb that can heal my space. She spoke earnestly. Though I suspect it may be false, I still wish to give it a try. Xian Yi was the first to learn of her spatial destruction, and he observed her long, curled lashes concealing her emotions, feeling an inexplicable pang of sorrow in his heart for Mo Qianqian. Hu Bai was the second to learn of her plight, so he believed her words. She looked at Mo Qianqian in shock and concern, tears brimming in her eyes. Mistress, why didn't you tell me sooner? Long Chungfeng was taken aback by Mo Qianqian's resilience. Hu Bai conceded, All right, help me, and I will explain the situation. From Hu Bai, they learned that he was the eldest son of the tribe's chief and had a half-brother close in age. His brother's mother wished for the chief to hand over the tribe to him, ensuring more support when it came time for his match. Naturally, the chief could not agree, feeling indebted to Hu Bai's mother. Originally, the chief intended to transfer his position to Hu Bai once he had stabilized with the new female leader, but unexpectedly, he had vanished without a trace. As for Hu Bai's mother, she suffered harm while accompanying the chief, leaving her spatial abilities permanently stuck at level 2, unable to advance. In her desperation, she annulled all her matches, not wanting to delay anyone. The reluctant beast husbands became her followers, while Hu Bai's father chose to leave decisively, unwilling to jeopardize his own cultivation abilities. Unexpectedly, in the second year, Hu Bai's female parent gave birth to Hu Bai and returned him, leading to a separation that ensured they would never meet again. Nevertheless, Hu Bai's female parent continued to have her followers provide spatial resources to Hu Bai on a monthly basis. Ma Qianqian and Xuan Ye found the chief's disappearance suspicious. Hu Bai shared their sentiments. Thus, he sought to uncover the chief's whereabouts while aspiring to ascend to the position of chief himself. He believed that his brother was unfit for the role and had never envied his brother's complete maternal affection. Conversely, his brother held a different perspective, throughout his upbringing, he regarded Hu Bai as exceptionally intelligent and strikingly handsome, garnering attention within the tribe, thus posing a constant threat to him as he grew up in Hu Bai's shadow. Now, he merely desired a tribe to rely on, convinced that he was justified in his aspirations. Consequently, the two brothers began to vie for the position of chief. One of Hu Bai's confidants was bribed by his brother, leading to Hu Bai being caught off guard and injured. Tingshi gently patted his shoulder, saying, "Do not worry. The position of chief will undoubtedly be yours. Allow me to treat you. Relax a little to let my abilities flow in." Hu Bai nodded and extended his hand while Ma Qianqian and the others observed quietly. After half an hour, Tingshi's complexion paled, and, feeling somewhat fatigued, she lowered her hands, stating, "All done. Replenish your energy, and you shall be well by tomorrow." Upon seeing this, Ma Qianqian immediately produced several vegetables and placed them in Tingshi's palm, saying, "You must be exhausted. Replenish your energy and take a moment to rest." Tingshi nodded and moved to sit on another chair. Ma Qianqian then placed a few more vegetables in front of Hu Bai, urging, "You should also replenish your energy." Hu Bai promptly took the vegetables and, without a word, stuffed them into his mouth. The energy from Ma Qianqian's vegetables far surpassed that from the spatial resources provided by his female parent. Ma Qianqian exhaled in relief. Tomorrow they would assist in the struggle for the chief's position. Chapter 59. She is your sister-in-law early in the morning. Ma Qianqian and the others were awakened by an urgent knock on the door. At that moment, Ma Qianqian was sleeping in Hu Bai's bed, while the others found corners in her room to rest. The room was not particularly small, but it felt cramped when they all transformed into their beast forms. So they remained in their human forms. Upon hearing the knocking, Ma Qianqian opened her eyes to look at Hu Bai, who had already awakened upon hearing the footsteps. Hu Bai and Xuanye's ears twitched. Hu Bai scoffed, "My brother and his companions have arrived, perhaps to see if I am dead." Xuanye remarked, "There are quite a few of them. Do you need us to come out together?" Tingshi and Long Chengfeng stood up simultaneously. Ma Qianqian inquired, "Is it appropriate for us to suddenly appear before them?" Hu Bai stood up and replied, "It's fine. Let us go out and see what my dear brother is up to early in the morning." Thus, led by Hu Bai, Long Chengfeng and Xuanye followed, with Tingshi holding Ma Qianqian's hand as they approached the door. Hu Bai abruptly opened the door, nearly causing a male beast man to tumble to the ground. Hu Bai sneered, "Hu Jin, your people have been well taught. They enter and bow deeply to us." Hu Jin shot a glare at the beast man in front of him. Smirking at Hu Bai, "I brought people to check if you're indeed dead. I heard you were injured by your subordinate a few days ago." He scrutinized Hu Bai, frowning. "It seems there has been a misunderstanding. You appear to be able to live for decades." Hu Bai glanced at the 10 or so male beastmen behind him, all possessing abilities no lower than the second tier. With a smirk, he replied, "Hu Jin, have you brought so many people to see me? Or are you here to celebrate my ascension to the position of chief in advance?" Hu Jin was infuriated. "The chief position belongs to us. You shall not have it. Otherwise, do not blame me for turning against you." He then looked behind Hu Bai, commenting, "Quite impressive. You've quickly summoned reinforcements. Long Chief, it has been a while. I advise you to return to your tribe soon. I have heard that Elder Yin has taken a group of beastmen to your home." Hu Jin harbored disdain in his heart. The male beastmen behind Hu Bai were unfamiliar, and their abilities were merely at the first or second tier, with Long Chengfeng being the only third tier, which posed some threat. He himself was at the fourth tier. His brother's abilities had not improved in years, still at the second tier. He was determined to win this battle and was confident in his victory. The disdain in his eyes did not escape Hu Bai's notice. Hu Bai retorted, "My guests. What qualifications do you have to make them leave? If you do not leave now, I shall beat you." Hu Jin laughed heartily. "My dear brother, do you think your second tier is invincible in the beast world?" "Ha ha ha." Ma Qianqian found his words particularly grating and wanted to scold him. But Tingshi stopped her with a gentle shake of her head. Taking a deep breath, Ma Qianqian calmed herself. Long Chengfeng looked down at Hu Jin and stated, "In my eyes, aside from the former chief, the only one capable of solidifying the chief position in the Jiuweiling Hu tribe is Hu Bai. You do not deserve to hold that position." Enraged, Hu Jin shouted, "How dare you say I am unworthy? You all come at me." Let them see whether I am worthy. He believed that only the strongest would be the leader. For the sake of the Jiu Ling Hu tribe's development, how could he possibly relinquish the position to his weaker brother? Moreover, a mysterious individual had promised that his new female master could provide him with everything he desired, as long as he secured the position of chief. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Hu Bai coldly chuckled, "The space here is too narrow. Let us step outside to compete." Hu Jin, seeing Hu Bai, who had always been on the defensive, take the initiative to accept the provocation for the first time, ordered his men to exit. Ma Qianqian followed them outside. She had not asked Xuanya to disguise himself today. Ting Shi and Xuanya seemed to have accepted Ma Qianqian's pristine appearance simultaneously. Only Long Qingfeng initially wondered why they reacted this way to Ma Qianqian's transformation. Hu Bai quite liked Ma Qianqian's current appearance. Although her dark skin did not raise suspicion among the beastmen, upon closer inspection, it was clear that her features remained unchanged regardless of whether her skin was black or white. Hu Jin crossed his arms, watching as the individuals behind Hu Bai emerged. Upon seeing Ma Qianqian, his eyes nearly bulged out. Hu Bai had hidden a stunning female within. He sensed the unique scent that only a female could possess, and Ma Qianqian's fragrance instantly captivated him. He grinned widely and struck what he believed to be a charming pose, saying, "Beautiful lady, how about following me? My brother is not capable." Not capable? Ma Qianqian, Xuanya, Ting Shi, and Long Qingfeng all turned in unison to look at Hu Bai. Hu Bai genuinely wanted to strangle this nominal brother on the spot. He rolled his eyes and cursed. "Hu Jin, keep your eyes clean. That is your sister-in-law, my female master, and I am very capable." The last 3 words were forced out through gritted teeth, a matter of his dignity. Hu Jin questioned, "Didn't you say your female master was so ugly that she could shock the heavens and weep for the ghosts?" Hu Bai could not help but glare at him. "Let us fight now. I see you are itching for it." His gaze lingered reluctantly as it fell away from Ma Qianqian. He completely ignored the expressions of Ma Qianqian and her beastly companions, who were gritting their teeth. At that moment, they all harbored a singular thought: to teach a lesson to this audacious scoundrel who dared to covet their sister-in-law. Hu Jin's group had already made their way to the most spacious area of the tribe, the Beastman Square. Hu Jin, unfazed, chuckled, "Once I win, she will belong to me." He cast one last determined glance at Ma Qianqian. The Beastman Square soon attracted a crowd of beastmen, excluding Ma Qianqian and her companions. Seeing so many spectators, Hu Jin felt exhilarated and announced, "Today is a splendid day. I, Hu Jin, and Hu Bai, along with our respective supporters, shall battle here. Should I emerge victorious, the position of chief will be mine." Hu Bai, observing that the tribe's beastmen had gathered, declared, "If I win, Hu Jin must be expelled from the Jiu Ling Hu tribe, and all those beastmen by his side shall be expelled as well, never to return." Playing such a high-stakes game? Hu Jin raised an eyebrow, finding it to his liking. He then added, "Yes. If he loses, the same shall apply, and the prize will be that beautiful lady beside him. Winning means she is mine, and the position of chief as well." Arrogant, truly too arrogant. Beside Ma Qianqian was Ting Shi, who had already glared numerous times at the male beastmen around her, their eyes filled with an overwhelming desire to approach Ma Qianqian recklessly. His eyes were beginning to feel sore from the intensity of his glares. Ma Qianqian could sense that since she arrived at the square, she had seemingly become the center of attention. Many female beastmen gazed at her with eyes brimming with jealousy and resentment, as their own beast husbands were also casting glances her way. How infuriating! Ting Shi, unable to endure any longer, pulled Ma Qianqian into his embrace, shielding her from all prying eyes. Meanwhile, Hu Bai, Xuanya, and Long Qingfeng had already positioned themselves at the center of the Beastman Square, their respective factions poised and ready, waiting for a signal to commence. Chapter 60. A stubborn breed. Ma Qianqian, petite in stature, could only see Hu Bai and the others at the center of the square after being enveloped by Ting Shi. She felt somewhat helpless. However, after restoring her skin and using the soap she had exchanged for earlier, she had unwittingly attracted the attention of many male beastmen. It was quite uncomfortable for her to be under such scrutiny, as it made her feel a prickling sensation all over. In her mind, she queried the system. System? Is this a bit too extravagant for me right now? The system replied, not at all, host. Your original form is quite remarkable. If it weren't for her less than pleasant temperament, she would be considered a rare beauty in the beast world. You will get used to it in time, and there are benefits to it, which you will understand later. Hith. Ma Qianqian was speechless. The system, which had initially been rather sluggish, was now much more sprightly, having learned to be coy. However, she was currently more focused on the matters concerning Hu Bai and the others. An elderly shaman emerged from the crowd, appearing even older than the shaman from Ma Qianqian's tribe. She trembled as she slowly made her way to the center of the Beastman Square. With a heavy heart, she addressed the crowd. Children, I have watched you grow up. Must you cause such a ruckus? Why can't you coexist peacefully? Upon hearing this, Hu Jin sneered. This old hag, thinking she can use her status in the tribe to stop me? How utterly despicable. I have finally seized a good opportunity while my Beastman father is missing. What does she think she is? He retorted, Shaman, I advise you to keep your distance. Fists and feet are unpredictable. If you injure your old limbs, don't blame us. The shaman angrily pointed at him, trembling with fury. How dare you? If you are so confident, don't come crying to me if you get hurt. Hu Jin rolled his eyes and spat, get lost. Who will want to plead with you, you old crone? Go away. Hu Bai furrowed his brows and said, Shaman, you are advanced in years. Please move away. We need to settle our personal grievances, or the tribe will be torn apart. Hu Jin, incensed, retorted, I think it's you who should step back. Useless second-tier beastman. You think you deserve the chieftain-s position? Our Jiao Weiling Hu tribe will inevitably fall. Hu Bai, disinterested in further banter, stated now, let us each swear an oath to the beast god and begin at once. Hu Jin and his accompanying beastmen immediately raised 3 fingers to swear. Hu Bai followed suit. Xuanye and Long Qingfeng were not members of the Jiao Weiling Hu tribe. Thus they did not swear. However, Hu Jin was unwilling to let them off. Those 2 behind you and that fish below must also swear. If you lose, they cannot cause a ruckus or assist you in reclaiming the chieftain-s position. Tingshi glanced at him in disbelief. How cowardly. He dared to rob, yet feared being robbed himself. Did he truly believe that swearing an oath would be effective? Hu Bai turned to Xuanye and Long Qingfeng, then looked at Ma Qianqian. She gently nodded. Seeing the female leader's approval, Tingshi and Hu Bai readily swore their oaths. Hu Jin was quite pleased. Hu Bai smirked coldly. Brother, let me have a taste of you first. Hu Jin was more than willing. Long Qingfeng and Xuanye began to move as well, although their cultivation appeared lower. In actual combat, they were undoubtedly far more formidable than the beastmen Hu Jin had brought along. Hu Bai initiated the attack with his unique abilities. The Jiao Weiling Hu beastmen's power was to confuse, which ultimately derived from spiritual energy, allowing them to manipulate their opponents and turn them into puppets. Hu Jin looked down on Hu Bai's abilities, so lowly, how audacious. He thought he could make Long Qingfeng fight him. Unexpectedly, he was the one stepping into his own demise. Inwardly sneering, he resolved to indulge Hu Bai's wish to perish. The 2 sides began to clash. Tingshi found the spectacle dull and turned to Ma Qianqian, asking, my lady, are you tired? Would you like to sit on my lap for a while? Ma Qianqian shook her head. I am not tired. They will win. It's a pity we cannot eat sunflower seeds. It lacks a certain flavor. Tingshi, curious, inquired, what are sunflower seeds? Can they be eaten? Ma Qianqian smiled at him, seeing the curiosity in his eyes. Yes, they are delicious. When we have some free time, I will go into the forest to find some and make them for you. They are quite fragrant and can alleviate boredom. Tingxi's curiosity grew. My lady, where did you learn about this? Ma Qianqian responded, Tingxi, I heard it from the beast god in a dream. Would you believe it? Tingxi's face displayed shock. Could it be that the lady was so extraordinary as to communicate with the beast god? Ma Qianqian found his expression amusing. She hoped to create more culinary delights in the future, using this as an excuse. Meanwhile, the members of the Jiao Weiling Hu tribe remained fixated on the center of the Beastman Square, where Hu Bai and his comrades were engaged in combat. They genuinely admired Hu Bai, the young master, but his abilities were far too low. They worried that if he were to ascend to the chieftaincy, and other tribes were to invade, could he defend them? Hu Jin, while not particularly likable, had made remarkable strides in his abilities over the years, surpassing Hubei by 2 tiers, showcasing great potential. Thus, they were eager to witness who would emerge victorious today. Qianqian observed Hubei and the others in combat, noting their ease in handling the situation, occasionally feigning mistakes to tease Hu Jin, causing her to stifle a laugh. Hubei skillfully manipulated his abilities, completely controlling Hu Jin's body. Hu Jin found himself unable to move, panic rising within him. How could Hubei, with only second-tier abilities, so effortlessly control him? Hubei's gaze turned cold. Hu Jin, do you submit? Hu Jin, unable to move but still able to speak, replied defiantly, I do not submit. Let me go. Hubei, unwilling to use his own hands, controlled Hu Jin's body to strike his own face several times. Hu Jin's face instantly swelled. He glared furiously. Hubei, you are hitting yourself. Are you jealous of my looks? Hubei watched him with a mocking smile. You may think you are handsome, but in truth, you are ugly. No sooner had he spoken than Hu Jin's fist began to strike his own abdomen uncontrollably. The force was so great that he immediately spat blood. The beastmen of the Jiao Weiling Hu tribe gasped in shock. It seemed they had underestimated Hubei's abilities. His prowess was more than sufficient to claim the position of chieftain. A second-tier beastman could easily dominate a fourth-tier opponent, and should he continue to grow stronger, his abilities would become formidable. Unbeknownst to them, the hearts of the tribe members had shifted completely in favor of Hubei. Qianqian pondered whether Hubei had suppressed his powers. Thus, she asked the system, Can you detect Hubei's abilities now? The system responded cheerfully, Host. Hubei's abilities are at the 5th tier, but he has been inexplicably suppressed to the 2nd tier. Qianqian felt helpless. Tingxi stared at her face in a daze, occasionally breaking into a silly smile. Xuanye and Long Qingfeng had already incapacitated all the beastmen Hubei had brought. Only Hu Jin remained stubborn, bleeding but refusing to concede. Just as Hubei prepared to personally subdue him, a familiar voice rang out. Stop. Chapter 61. Turning the tables, Qianqian turned her gaze toward the source of the voice. The scene unfolds with a middle-aged male beastman, whose appearance bears a striking resemblance to Hubei. She softly inquires of Ting Shi. Who is he? A relative of Hubei? Ting Xi, having never encountered Hubei's family, promptly replies, Mistress, I have not seen them before, but he does resemble Hubei quite a bit. Perhaps your guess is indeed accurate. Observing the situation, Hubei relaxes his clenched fists and addresses the beastman. Father, where have you been? Inwardly, Hu Jin breathes a sigh of relief. With his father present, he would not be expelled from the tribe. The middle-aged male beastman strides towards Hubei, his brow furrowed. How could you leave your brother in such a state? Hubei, taken aback by the accusatory tone, retorts, You should be asking him. During your absence, he conspired with a dozen others to turn the tribe into chaos, even aspiring to become chieftain. The middle-aged beastman turns to Hu Jin. Is this true? Hu Jin? Please explain. Hu Jin glares at Hubei. Quickly retract your powers. Hubei remains unmoved. There is no need to release my powers to speak. Hu Jin, enraged, exclaims, You, Father, he is slandering me. I did not. The nearby beastmen, witnessing Hu Jin's actions, feel embarrassed. Thankfully, they have chosen Hubei as the next chieftain. Otherwise, having such a childish, spineless, and untrustworthy beastman like Hu Jin in power would be detrimental to their future. One male beastman can no longer contain himself. Chieftain, Hubei and Hu Jin swore an oath to the beast god, declaring that the loser in the arena would never return to the tribe. Hu Jin, filled with bitterness, retorts, You lie. He has lost today, and thus he can never return. All promises of good fortune will elude him. I now regret my previous overconfidence. I believed Hubei concealed his powers to exact revenge on me. Unaware of Hu Jin's thoughts, Hubei sees that he remains obstinate. He addresses the middle-aged beastman. Chieftain, Hu Jin has lost. Please fulfill the oath they made and expel him and his followers. The middle-aged beastman hesitates. Hubei, he is after all your brother. Hubei casts a sidelong glance at Hu Jin. A foolish brother is better off gone. He is no longer my brother from this day forth. Most of the surrounding beastmen begin to voice their opinions. Chieftain, a bet is a bet. Hu Jin has lost. Indeed, you cannot shield him simply because he is your son. Yes, chieftain, your actions will dishearten the tribe and undermine your authority. Hu Jin furiously shouts, silence. What are you saying? You are all forcing me out, aren't you? If so, I shall leave. I will take my leave. Hu Bai, still holding on to his powers, is urged by Hu Jin. Hu Bai, will you not retract your powers? Seeing Hu Jin in a fit of rage, Hu Bai finally releases him. He strides over to the fallen beastmen, kicking them a few times. Get up! Get up! What are you playing dead for? We have lost. Stop sleeping and hurry up. The beastmen on the ground feel quite wronged. They have families and partners in the tribe and regret having allied with the wrong person, silently blaming Hu Jin. Yet they dare not voice their grievances. After all of them struggle to their feet, Hu Jin addresses the middle-aged beastman. Father, I can no longer visit you. I am unworthy. He turns away without a glance back, and those under his command leave the tribe in defeat. Thus, the farce comes to an end. The middle-aged beastman gestures for the others to disperse and return to their homes. Once the crowd begins to thin, he notices a strange male beastman holding a beautiful female who does not appear to belong to their tribe. Hu Bai observes his father's gaze directed towards Qianqian and explains, Father, that female beastman is my partner. Her name is Qianqian. The middle-aged beastman has a favorable impression of Qianqian and nods with a smile. Qianqian reciprocates with a nod and a smile. She feels a bit like a shy bride meeting her in-laws, but then she remembers that in this beastly world, she is the mistress and head of the household. It is Hu Bai's family that should be nervous. Thus, her initial anxiety dissipates. The middle-aged beastman, named Hu Wang, turns to Xian Yi beside Long Chengfeng and asks, Is he your friend? Hu Bai replies, He is the mate of my mistress, accompanying us here. With his father back, Hu Bai adds, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Hu Wang, surprised, responds, What urgent matter could it be? Please invite your mistress in for a meal before departing, if you would. Hu Wang thinks to himself that it is a rare occasion for Hu Bai's partner to visit. How could he let her leave on an empty stomach? Hu Bai seems oblivious to this, treating his partner too casually. Noticing Hu Bai's lips pressed into a thin line, clearly unwilling to continue the conversation, Hu Wang turns to Qianqian. Qianqian, would you be able to stay for a meal before you leave? It is the first visit of the mistress of our nine-tailed spirit fox tribe. Considering your haste, it will only take a moment. Qianqian glances at Hu Bai, who evidently still harbors grievances towards his father. She promptly replies, Of course, Chieftain Hu, I can spare some time for a family meal. However, we must leave after dinner. We will have to wait until next time to visit you again. Hu Wang, delighted, exclaims, Wonderful. Qianqian, please wait. I will prepare a meal that is both quick and delicious, so it won't take long. He then pats Hu Bai's shoulder, saying, Take your mistress and friends to explore our tribe. Once the meal is ready, I will call for you. He then hurriedly departs. Seeing Hu Bai's stern expression, Qianqian approaches him. Hu Bai, we have come all this way to your tribe. You should show us around. Ting Shi chimes in, Yes, Hu Bai. Your tribe is so vast and beautiful. Take us to see it. Xian Yi and Long Chengfeng remain silent, observing Hu Bai, with everyone watching him. Hu Bai finally offers a feigned smile. Since the mistress has come to visit, it is indeed a matter of courtesy. Since no one is in a hurry, I shall show you around. Noticing his insincere demeanor, Qianqian draws closer and takes his arm, her smile radiant. Hu Bai, you won't have much time to return home, so cherish it. Hu Bai gazes intently at her smiling face, feeling his gloom lighten considerably. Ultimately, he smiles at everyone and declares, Very well, follow me. I shall lead the way. Chapter 62. Enemies in the Shadows. The nine-tailed spirit fox tribe, where Hu Bai resides, is a medium-sized tribe, not lacking in beastmen, situated in a favorable location amidst mountains and rivers. Most importantly, the members of the spirit fox tribe are strikingly beautiful. Qianqian gazes at this and that, feeling utterly captivated. It is no wonder Hu Bai is so good-looking. Particularly enchanting are the spirit fox cubs, mere months old, with their fluffy ears and 3 plump tails. Their round faces and sparkling eyes evoking an overwhelming desire to cuddle them. Qianqian beams with joy. thinking that Hu Bai's future offspring will undoubtedly be exceptionally beautiful as well. However, she wonders if, after reducing his dark tendencies to zero, he will still choose to remain her mate. Hu Bai, noticing the sparkle in Qianqian's eyes and the myriad expressions on her face, is unconsciously drawn to her. Observing her frown, seemingly filled with regret, he asks, "Mistress, what troubles you? Do you wish to hold one of her cubs?" The others also look towards Qianqian. As female beastmen appear to have an innate fondness for cubs, especially the adorable ones, which Qianqian surely appreciates even more. With a slight smile, Qianqian looks up at Hu Bai. "Is that allowed? I would love to touch its tail and ears." Hu Bai glances at a female cub nearby, nods, and inquires with the adult female beastman holding it. Upon hearing that she is the mate of the tribe's young master, the adult female beams and hands a cub to Qianqian, young master's mate. "Feel free to pet her." Gently cradling the cub, Qianqian smiles. "Thank you. I will be careful." The adult female beastman laughs heartily. "No need to worry. The little one is quite sturdy." To be embraced by the young master's female companion is indeed a stroke of luck. The little cub nestled in her arms displayed remarkable courage, gazing intently at Qianqian with a sweet smile. Qianqian gently stroked the cub's small ears and then its large tail, marveling at the delightful texture, pondering whether the fox by show's form would be equally enchanting, considering it boasted 9 tails. She playfully engaged with the cub, eliciting joyous laughter from it. Witnessing this scene, Qianyi and the others were suddenly flooded with warm images of Qianqian with her own cub, igniting a longing within them. The thought of being with her cub seemed quite beautiful. Oblivious to their musings, Qianqian, concerned about inadvertently harming the cub with her strength, returned it to its mother. Seeing Qianqian's beaming smile, Hu Bai felt his spirits lift considerably. Just as he contemplated taking them to explore other locales, a beastman approached, informing him that the chieftain had invited them to dine together. Hu Bai then realized how swiftly time had passed. He responded to the beastman and led Qianqian and the others to the chieftain's abode. Qianqian's presence was not solely for the meal. She also aimed to ease any potential tension between Hu Bai and his father. Today, Hu Jin did not seem like a scheming male beastman, perhaps coerced by others. Though Hu Bai was irate, he acquiesced to the shared meal, likely having considered this. Hu Bai halted before an elegantly adorned cave entrance, his lips twitching as he endeavored to maintain a dignified smile. "Here we are. Let us enter together." Upon inspection, Qianqian noticed the entrance was embellished with a circle of vibrantly colored yet harmonious flowers, accompanied by various shades of fox fur, creating a visually appealing spectacle. Surely a meticulous arrangement by Hu Bai's father. As Hu Bai reached for the door, it swung open from within, revealing Hu Wang with a radiant smile, warmly beckoning. "Come in, the feast is ready." "Qianqian, please sit here." Qianqian observed the floor, which was woven into a carpet of assorted colored fox fur, soft underfoot and not prickly. Hu Bai's composed smile faltered completely at the sight of the carpet. His father had audaciously crafted a carpet from the fur shed by the entire tribe's foxes. Such extravagance was staggering. Long Qingfeng stole a glance at Hu Bai and chuckled, finding the scene rather charming. Could it be that their tribe planned to use discarded dragon scales to create carpets? She was astounded. Hu Bai's father truly knew how to win the favor of females, and he intended to seek advice from him later. Vuan Yifronit, aware that he did not possess such an abundance of seasonal fur for carpeting. Qianqian was ushered to the main seat by Hu Wang, who insisted she take her place despite her attempts to decline. She glanced at the table, laden with roasted meats from 3 different beasts, amounting to several hundred pounds. Hu Wang looked at Hu Bai, urging, "Quickly serve Qianqian. Why are you standing there in a daze?" Hu Bai, rendered speechless by the grandiosity of the spread, obediently picked up a bone knife and carved the most delectable and tender portions of the roasted meat, placing them into Qianqian's bowl. He then addressed the other beastmen. "Please help yourselves." Tink, Vi, Wanye, and Long Qingfeng immediately cut generous portions from the tastiest parts near them and presented them to Qianqian before beginning their meal. Qianqian stared at the 4 servings before her, each larger than her face, collectively weighing 10 pounds. Pinching the hem of her skirt and thinking, is she being treated like a pig? She cannot possibly finish all this. Beside her, Huang watched eagerly. Qianqian chuckled awkwardly. Chieftain, you should eat too. Huang nodded and began to partake. Hubai quickly remarked, if you cannot finish, you may give it to us. There's no need to force yourself. Qianqian nodded in agreement. After the meal, she whispered a few words to Hubai before leading Xianyi and the others outside, leaving the father and son to discuss matters concerning their tribe. Long Chengfeng observed and said to Qianqian, do you also suspect that Hu Jin has issues? Qianqian nodded. Yes, I suspect there are others behind him. Tingshi expressed surprise. Who could it be? I find Hu Jin a bit dim-witted. He shouldn't be chosen for such tasks. He is too foolish. Xianyi furrowed his brow, pondering. Qianqian, do you think the individuals behind him might be the same as those behind Shanshan, or perhaps part of the same group? Qianqian regarded him earnestly. It is highly possible, though we lack evidence. Long Chengfeng was unaware of the depth of Qianqian's entanglements with Shanshan, and curiously inquired, is Shanshan the same Shanshan, your sister? What's she done? Noting his confusion, She pulled him aside to explain the situation. Qianqian fixated on the cave entrance, lost in thought. Wanya aprurochit. Offering reassurance, Qianqian, do not fear. I am here. Qianqian responded with a soft as acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Huang questioned Hubai with skepticism. Hubai, are you suggesting your brother has made a deal with nefarious beastmen? Where's the evidence? Without it, how can we silence others and ensure their compliance? Chapter 63. He awoke. Hubai replied coldly. Chieftain Hu, do you truly believe I would fabricate accusations against Hu Jin? You are well aware of his character, lacking courage, brash in speech. Though he's one of our Fox tribe's beastmen, he is quite foolish. Upon hearing Hubai criticize Hu Jin, Huang felt displeased. Hu Jin is not malicious. I shall speak to him and urge him to return and apologize to you. Please forgive him. Hubai scoffed softly. Chieftain Hu, he has sworn an oath to the beast god. Whether I forgive him or not does not determine whether the beast god will impose divine retribution upon him upon his return. You should manage this. By the way, why have you been mysteriously absent for several days? We searched everywhere nearby, but found no sign of you. Huang, irked by Hubai's formal address of chieftain, instead of father, felt his paternal authority challenged. He coldly retorted, it's a private matter. You need not concern yourself. Focus on living well with your female companion. When I pass on the chieftainship, I will ensure someone summons you back. Hubai sighed internally. Father, please keep a close watch on Hu Jin. Prevent him from making mistakes, lest we regret it in the future. I am leaving. You best not remain absent for too long. I suspect our tribe is being watched. Please relay any urgent news to me. Huang acknowledged, understood. Hubai exited and turned to Qianqian and the others, inquiring, shall we head home now? Long Chengfeng interjected, let us first go to my tribe. Your belongings are still there, and we will return home last. Hubai nodded. Qianqian asked, then shall we ride back on Chengfeng's back? Or? Tingshi quickly responded, Chengfeng is faster. We must hurry. Xianyi was indifferent, believing his beast form was swift enough, jokingly noting that the slowest among them was the fish. He glanced at Tingshi before addressing Qianqian. Qianqian, if you feel uncomfortable riding on Long Chengfeng's back, you may sit on mine. Long Chengfeng, hearing this, decisively proclaimed, enough talk, ride on my back. All of you come aboard. He was confident that his back could comfortably accommodate dozens, deeming it spacious enough for Qianqian to feel at ease. He believed Xianyi was merely envious, seeking unnecessary attention. Hubai scrutinized Long Chengfeng, pondering what had transpired during his absence from Qianqian's side. What had caused Long Chengfeng to change, displaying tendencies of flattery. Suddenly, he recalled that when they had come to find him, Long Chengfeng had been carrying Qianqian. Gazing once more at Qianqian illuminated by moonlight, her fair complexion appeared ethereal, enhancing her beauty. It dawned on him that this infatuated dragon, Long Chengfeng, noticing their lack of objections, swiftly transformed into his beast form, allowing everyone to climb aboard. He quickly enveloped Qianqian in a protective barrier. Their group then soared into the sky, flying continuously until dawn, finally arriving at the Qianlong tribe. Qianqian observed that his complexion appeared satisfactory. However, considering the urgency of needing him to expedite their return home, she retrieved a head of lettuce from her spatial pouch and said, "Chengfeng, this is for you to replenish some energy." Long Chengfeng joyfully accepted it. Upon witnessing this, the little silver dragon approached and remarked, "Chieftain, your female master's pet has awakened." With that, he produced a featherless, bare-bottomed chicken from his leather pouch. Long Chengfeng took the chicken and, upon making eye contact with it, gently patted its head, exclaiming, "Oh, it's you, Fengxin. How on earth did you transform into this clucking creature?" Ha ha ha. Unable to contain his laughter, he doubled over, finding the transformation of the illustrious king of birds, possessing the bloodline of the phoenix, into a pet, especially one so comically bare, absurdly amusing. At that moment, Fengxin wished fervently to freeze his mouth with her ice abilities. His laughter was unbearably grating. She felt like a fallen phoenix, reduced to a mere clucking beast. Suddenly, she caught a whiff of a familiar and enticing scent emanating from a nearby female. Dismissing the hysterical Long Chengfeng, she turned to Qianqian and inquired, "Who is this beautiful female?" Qianyi replied, "It's been only a few months, Fengxin. Have you failed to recognize your female master?" "Your female master." The icy calmness on Fengxin's face began to crack. Qianqian saw disbelief and shock reflected in the chicken's eyes and wondered inwardly, is it truly that exaggerated? Merely grand palais. Hubai shot a disdainful glance at Fengxin. This proud phoenix had somehow become this pitiful creature, unable to revert to her true form. Xieshi turned away, his shoulders shaking, clearly unable to suppress his laughter any longer. Long Chengfeng finally laughed enough to wipe the tears from his eyes and asked, "Fengxin, what transpired in your tribe? What has happened to your body?" Fengxin covered her bare bottom with one wing and replied earnestly, "This is my personal matter and unfit for discussion. However, I have a request I hope you can grant, and I am open to any condition as long as it is within my capacity to fulfill." Long Chengfeng raised an eyebrow. "What is your request? Speak freely, and I shall see if I can comply." Fengxin replied seriously, "I am injured and require recuperation in your tribe's dragon nurturing pool. Rest assured, it will only take a few hours." Long Chengfeng frowned upon hearing this. "Are you serious? The dragon nurturing pool is a treasure of our Qianlong tribe. We cannot permit non-dragon beings to enter." Fengxin nodded, "Indeed. My tribe's nirvana pool is too restrictive, and in my current condition, I cannot access it." After a moment of contemplation, Long Chengfeng finally said, "Very well, I shall grant your request. However, we shall discuss the terms later." Fengxin felt considerably relieved. "All right, 3 conditions. You may specify as you wish." Long Chengfeng nodded. Qianqian, curious, asked, "What are they discussing?" "I don't understand." Hubai explained. "The dragon nurturing pool allows dragon eggs to hatch, while the nirvana pool enhances bloodline strength and fortifies the body." Qianqian suddenly comprehended. "Then you should hurry. We are running out of time." For the first time, Fengxin faced her female master in this peculiar form, realizing that it was the previously harsh female master who had saved her. Her emotions were complex. She could not fathom why Qianqian had treated them so poorly before, yet now appeared so nonchalant, despite having indeed rescued her. Sensing the complexity in Fengxin's gaze, Qianqian pulled another head of lettuce from her spatial pouch, saying, "Fengxin, take this. I don't know if you'll find it useful, but please accept it." Fengxin was unable to receive it in her current state. So Long Chengfeng took it on her behalf, stating, "There is no better energy supplement than that given by the female master. Fengxin, I shall escort you to the dragon nurturing pool." Fengxin quietly expressed her gratitude to Qianqian. After her response, Long Chengfeng transformed once more and carried Fengxin toward the higher cave. In Chapter 64, His Misfortune, Long Chengfeng brought Fengxin into the unique dragon nurturing pool cave of their dragon tribe, issuing a few instructions before departing. As soon as he left, Fengxin leaped into one of the smaller nurturing pools. The pool, enveloped in soothing mist and warmth, eased her body and mind. affirming that the dragon-nurturing pool truly deserved its esteemed reputation within the Qianlong tribe. She believed her current predicament was largely due to Qianqian, the wicked female master. After their pairing, Qianqian had devised various excuses to send them away, assigning each of them nearly impossible tasks, perhaps hoping they would fail and subsequently grovel for her forgiveness, humiliating them until she found amusement in their plight. Fengxian could not understand why the conflicts between her and Qianqian had caused them to bear the brunt of blame. They had done nothing wrong. Yet Qianqian relentlessly sought to punish them, refusing to dissolve their pairing. Thus, he resolved to avoid returning, even at the cost of failing his task, to escape the sight of her repugnant face. Without the spatial resources provided by a female master, and with his female parent no longer able to offer such support, he sought alternatives to grow his abilities without the spatial resources of female beastmen. Unexpectedly, he discovered a peculiar stone, entirely black, which he named the Spatial Stone. Utilizing the Spatial Stone, a special stone capable of shielding him from divine punishment, he constructed a stone house, dedicating himself to cultivating the abilities he had uncovered. The beastmen of the Hundred Birds tribe, much like the dragon tribe, possessed ancient and potent bloodlines, with their abilities typically aligned with fire. However, Fengxian was a rare ice elemental, leading her female parent and beastman father to doubt their lineage at her birth, for none in their clan exhibited abilities in this element. Observing this, her father consulted the retired elder chieftain of their tribe and learned that their ancestors had indeed produced ice elemental phoenixes, though they were often regarded as ominous and aberrant. Despite this, they could not mistreat her, for ill treatment would result in misfortune befalling those around them. Consequently, throughout her upbringing, she faced a duality of fear and resentment from those around her. Her growth was marked by solitude, with few friends and a reluctance to speak. Had it not been for the divine beast pairing her with the two sisters, Qianqian, she might have never ventured beyond the confines of the Hundred Birds tribe. The cultivation practices within the Spatial Stone House, perhaps aided by the stone itself, enabled her abilities to ascend to the 10th tier in mere months. She was elated, confident that few beastmen across the realm could boast such a level. However, her excitement waned within minutes as she noticed a shadow flitting outside her stone house. Rushing out in pursuit, she was suddenly struck by a massive bolt of purple lightning, which relentlessly pursued her wherever she fled. In a panic, she transformed into beast form and randomly chose a direction to escape, only to be struck down and rendered unconscious. Qianqian watched as Long Chengfeng returned and asked, "Does the dragon-nurturing pool truly benefit Fengxian? Should we offer protection of some sort?" Long Chengfeng, surprised by Qianqian's concern for Fengxian, quickly replied, "It should be beneficial. Otherwise, she would not have requested it. Female master, rest assured, it is quite safe and no protection is necessary. Everyone must be weary. Let's have a meal and rest for a while." Qianqian had no objections to his arrangement, nor did the others. After their meal, they began to rest. Later that evening, after dining, Long Chengfeng stated, "It has been several hours. I will check on Fengxian in the dragon-nurturing pool." Qianqian was aware that certain areas within their tribe might restrict entry to outsiders, so she refrained from making any requests this time. The others silently awaited in Long Chengfeng's room. In her mind, Qianqian inquired, "System, could you confirm that Feng Xian's current darkening value is 50, Ting Shi's is 78, Xian Ye's is 10, Long Chengfeng's is 50, and Hu Bai's is 80? The system replied, "Indeed, host." Qianqian pondered, "Ting Shi's been performing quite well lately. Why is his darkening value still so high? How peculiar." She continued, "I can't understand Hu Bai's lack of trust, given his elevated darkening value. But Ting Shi, has he perhaps done some good deed behind my back?" The system responded, "Currently, we have not detected a reason for his darkening value being higher than Hu Bai's. I recommend that the host first reset Xian Ye's darkening value to 0. You may encounter unexpected benefits." Qianqian was taken aback. Could it be that resetting Xian Ye's darkening value would yield a high-level surprise box from the system? Feeling a surge of excitement, she replied, "All right, I will do my best. By the way, What level is Feng Xian's current ability? The system shook its head, suddenly realizing that Qianqian could not see her own image due to a lack of upgrades, and promptly stated he has been punished by the beast god, resulting in his ability being 0 for the short term. Qianqian exclaimed in shock. Ah? Will he recover in the future? The system answered earnestly, he will recover. His ability will likely be at the 6th level, similar to Long Chengfeng. Qianqian silently nodded in understanding. Tingshi idly fiddled with the stones collected by Long Chengfeng and then turned to Qianqian, asking, Mistress, do you like these stones? Are my pearls more beautiful than them? Qianqian raised an eyebrow in confusion. Of course, Tingshi's pearls are far more exquisite. Tingshi appeared quite satisfied. Xinyi approached, asking, Qianqian, are you bored waiting? You may touch my ears. He transformed his ears into leopard ears and lowered his head towards Qianqian's chest. Hubai silently stared at the two secretly competing creatures, feeling a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, internally lamenting, how dull. After a brief wait, Long Chengfeng finally arrived with Feng Xian, albeit a bit late. Qianqian's eyes widened as she gazed at Feng Xian entering the cave. He had silky, light blue long hair, light gray pupils, and stood tall at nearly 1.90 meters. Although he was shorter than Ting Shi and Long Chengfeng, his appearance was strikingly unique. His gaze was gentle yet distant, with sharp features that exuded an alluring, contradictory allure of abstinence and mystery. Noticing Qianqian staring at him intently, Feng Xian opened his mouth to utter a few words. Mistress, greetings. Qianqian nodded. You too. She and T anticipated Feng Xian to be so cold in demeanor. Feng Xian, likewise surprised by Qianqian's calm response, felt a jolt of astonishment within, though his stoic expression betrayed none of his emotions. Long Chengfeng interjected. Now that everyone is here, Mistress, shall we head home? Qianqian stood up, saying, Indeed, our tribe's family group activity is about to commence. The sooner we leave, the sooner we shall arrive. Hubai turned to Long Chengfeng, asking, Have you informed Feng Xian about the need to participate in the activity? Long Chengfeng glanced at Feng Xian, saying, Feng Xian, you can explain. In chapter 65, Blessed by the Beast God, Feng Xian lowered his eyelids, concealing his emotions. Mistress, my ability has vanished. I fear I cannot participate in the tribe's family group activity. Qianqian furrowed her brow and replied, It's all right. You need not do anything, just stay by our side. Feng Xian suddenly raised his head, wanting to ascertain the truth of her words. Was he planning to use him as a human punching bag, was she? Qianqian earnestly looked at him and said, My space has been destroyed, and the first prize for the family group activity is the Xianling grass, which has a high probability of restoring my space. However, every beast husband must participate, so you will need to attend as well. Feng Xian hesitated. Your space has been destroyed, but I will only hold you back. Indeed, only a small amount of vegetables could be provided for energy, which the tribe was unaware of. When asked, they could pretend it was produced by their mistress. Qianqian stated. Xinyi and the others nodded in agreement. Hubai, having witnessed the formidable beast capable of destroying Qianqian's space, deemed her approach quite appropriate. As for Ting Shi, he felt that since everyone else agreed, he naturally did not wish to stand out, hoping that no one would uncover his past. For he was the sole survivor of his entire family. Claiming that the space's output was a gift from his mistress would be a blatant lie. Qianqian then glanced at Long Chengfeng, saying, Feng Xian's ability is temporarily absent. Everyone should be accommodating and protect him, and, me as well. Is that acceptable? Long Chengfeng patted Feng Xian's shoulder, declaring, Do not worry. I will protect you. Feng Xian, unaccustomed to being safeguarded by a male beast, felt a bit awkward, replying, Then I must trouble you, Brother Long. Long Chengfeng chuckled. No worries. You have yet to fulfill my 3 conditions, so I must ensure your safety. Seeing that Feng Xian was now under Long Chengfeng's protection, Qianqian felt relieved and said, That sounds good. Let us tidy up and set off. This time, they rode on Long Chengfeng's beast form, for although Feng Xian could fly, he lacked the continuous stamina of his abilities for prolonged flight. The journey was swift. Whenever they felt hungry, They nibbled on the prepared food and water from Long Qingfeng's back. If they needed to relieve themselves, they could only descend, which would delay them by several minutes. So they continued onward. Within 2.5 days, they arrived at the tribe. Qianqian's tribe was a moderate size. But as more female beast husbands arrived, some female beasts brought their own tribe's beasts to marry into hers, leading to a gradual increase in valuable female beasts and hinting at a trend towards becoming a larger tribe. Upon landing, Qianqian felt a solid sense of grounding, believing that retrieving all the beast husbands from this outing was indeed worthwhile. The family group activity was scheduled for tomorrow, and she felt quite eager. After dismounting, Long Qingfeng transformed back into his human form, observing the cave and remarking, "Mistress, the cave is too small for all of us. Why not expand it a bit today?" Qianqian contemplated. Regardless of whether they wished to dissolve their pairing, they would reside here until their darkening values were reset. 6 individuals certainly required their own rooms, and she needed separate facilities for bathing and using the restroom. Thus, she replied, "All right, let's expand it a bit. Each person should have their own room, and create 2 smaller ones for me to use as a bathing area and restroom." After saying this, she handed Long Qingfeng a head of lettuce, saying, "You have worked hard today. Have some to replenish your energy." If no one had any objections, they should begin. Otherwise, it would be quite cramped if they all squeezed inside come nightfall. Tingxi's eyes sparkled with excitement, finally anticipating his own room. Hu Bai and the others felt a momentary daze, mistakenly believing that Qianqian would treat them as before, forcing them to stand outside the cave. To ensure their earnestness the next day, Qianqian solemnly stated, "I understand that most of you wish to dissolve our pairing. Therefore, as long as you can make me happy, I will certainly dissolve the pairing and grant you freedom." Tingxi and Xian Yi hurriedly exclaimed, "Mistress Qianqian, I do not wish to dissolve the pairing." Long Qingfeng, Hu Bai, and Feng Xian remained silent, exchanging contemplative glances with Qianqian. She assumed their silence signified agreement. Indeed, with many hands, the work was swift. Within 3 hours, the cave had expanded several times over, each room spacious, though only Qianqian's room contained a bed, as the others did not require one. The following day, Qianqian awoke early to find a spread of prepared food and freshly picked fruits on the table, which pleased her greatly as she went about her morning routine. After a quick breakfast, she and her companions made their way to the center of the tribe's beast plaza. Standing in the middle, surrounded by her 5 beast husbands forming a protective circle, Qianqian felt as though she was flanked by 5 stylish bodyguards. She stood on tiptoe to observe the beast plaza ahead, densely packed with beasts of various hair colors, seemingly gathered around a specific spot to register. Qianqian found herself unable to push through the throng and remarked, "There are so many people. Let's wait on the side for a moment." Xianyi responded, "Qianqian, I shall go register. You all wait here." Before Qianqian could react, he squeezed into the crowd. As she contemplated how long they might wait and felt a tinge of boredom, her gaze shifted to the distance where Qianqian, with a radiant smile, was entwined with a robust beastman, laughing joyfully, while 4 other beastmen quietly followed her. Turning her head, she decided not to look in Qianqian's direction. However, how could Qianqian let her off so easily? Upon her arrival, she immediately began searching for Qianqian's figure, scanning the crowd for quite some time without success. It was only when one of her beastmen tugged at her arm, directing her gaze elsewhere, that she finally spotted Qianqian. Qianqian had undergone a significant transformation. Her face and figure had become notably more rounded. But most striking of all was her unexpected fairness. She rubbed her eyes vigorously, hoping this was merely an illusion. Yet reality confirmed that Qianqian had indeed successfully detoxified and restored her original appearance. Qianqian, a mix of shock and anger, muttered to herself, "How can it be? Wasn't it said that no one could break the Lord's poison?" Yet at that moment, Qianqian stood there, her presence seemingly enhanced by a special filter bestowed by the beast god, undeniably captivating and exuding an inexplicable allure. She suddenly turned to her 5 beastmen and, unsurprisingly, noticed their eyes filled with unguarded fascination. Jealousy surged within her as she shouted, "What are you doing? Hurry and register. Look, is Qianqian really that beautiful? Can she compare to me?" As if abruptly awakened from stupor, her beastmen promptly responded, "My lady, do not fret. We shall go at once." Chapter 66. Before the competition event, Qianqian's 4 beastmen rushed to register, leaving only her remaining beastman beside her. Qianqian found it increasingly difficult to ignore Qianqian's fiery gaze, which frequently swept over her and her beastmen, predominantly fixated on her. Nevertheless, she had no intention of greeting Qianqian. Recognizing that her space and life were intricately linked to Qianqian, she had long ceased to regard her as kin and viewed her instead as a genuine adversary warranting vigilance. Qianyu was still in line, awaiting registration. Hubai noticed the situation and positioned himself to shield Qianqian's prying eyes. His imposing stature effectively obscured Qianqian from Qianqian's view. Unable to see Qianqian, Qianqian forced a disingenuous smile and approached Qianqian. Her smile was painfully obvious in its falseness as she enthusiastically exclaimed, "Oh, dear sister, it has been so long. How have you become so fair? I searched high and low just to find you here. I never anticipated the chief would truly invite you." Qianqian gestured for Hubai to step aside and replied, "I thought I smelled something unusual from afar. It turns out my sister has arrived." She let out a deliberately exaggerated laugh, laced with mockery. Qianqian's smile faltered, her expression darkening as venom flickered in her eyes. "Sister, do not blame me for not warning you. Fists and feet are blind. Your beastmen seem somewhat lacking in strength. Perhaps they could follow us and pick up some scraps later." With that, she attempted to turn and leave. Qianqian rolled her eyes and retorted, "Sister, perhaps you should take care of yourself instead. With such a strong odor, do you not bathe?" Qianqian could no longer contain her anger and shot Qianqian a few glances before departing with her beastman. Qianqian, indeed, detected the peculiar scent emanating from her. In the beast realm, both female and male beastmen tended to neglect personal hygiene, often carrying a distinct odor. However, Qianqian's scent was compounded by a lack of bathing, and her short beast-hide skirt revealed her long, curvaceous thighs, marred by noticeable stains that left Qianqian at a loss for words. Long Chengfeng and Hubai observed Qianqian's retreating figure with impassive expressions, internally mocking her. Did they need to follow her for scraps? Hearing she clench his fist, he remarked to Qianqian, "My lady, soon they will understand my prowess. How dare they look down upon beasts?" Upon arriving at the Beastman Square, Feng Xian kept his eyes cast downward, lost in thought. Qianqian smiled and said, "All right, we are counting on you. Let us avenge ourselves." Hubai and Long Chengfeng involuntarily lifted the corners of their lips in a subtle smile. Qianyi finished registering and approached, spotting Qianqian nearby. He hurried over to Qianqian and said, "Qianqian, that ugly female is coming to find you again." Upon hearing Qian, you refer to her as ugly, a term he once used for her, now directed at Qianqian. Qianqian found it somewhat amusing. "It's fine. We shall give her a taste of her own medicine later. By the way, when does it begin?" Qianyi, seeing she was unperturbed, replied, "Soon. Once everyone is registered, we will proceed to the event location together." Qianqian expressed her surprise. "Oh, not within the tribe?" Qianyi, observing her slightly widened eyes, found her cute and could not help but ruffle her hair, saying, "Qianqian, you have never participated before. Typically, such events are not held within the tribe." Hubai, Si, and Long Chengfeng gathered closer, while Feng Xian inched nearer as well. Qianyi addressed everyone. "Today's event will take place in the Anhe Forest. The family group that captures the most prey will be declared the winner. The chief has announced that the event will span 3 days. Today's venue is set there, while the locations for the next 2 days will be disclosed later." Qianqian nodded, initially thinking it was just a single day, only to realize there would be 3 days of competition. However, she wondered about the dangers of the Anhe Forest. The name itself sounded perilous. Hubai voiced her concern. "Is the Anhe Forest very dangerous? Are there many prey?" Qianyi replied, It is held every 3 years, and it is said that the dangers are not too high. It is a common site for tribal family group activities. She inquired, "What about the beastmen you observed registering earlier? What are their strengths?" Qianqian recounted his observations honestly. Qianqian's beastman is quite formidable, and there is another female beastman named Song Xiaoyan who also possesses decent strength. Long Chengfeng nodded. Having noted that Qianqian's beastmen were at most 5th tier, rendering them relatively unremarkable, he was unfamiliar with Song Xiaoyan. Feng Xan remained tight-lipped, not uttering a word. Qianqian was not overly concerned. Since it was not dangerous, there was little to fret about. Although her beastmen had suppressed their innate strengths, the highest among them, Long Chengfeng was merely at 3rd tier. Yet, she was well aware of their true capabilities and believed that winning these 3 contests would pose no challenge. Before long, they heard the chief's voice amplified by his powers, resonating clearly for all beastmen. "Now, everyone, follow me immediately to the Anhe forest. By sunset today, the family group that captures the most prey will be declared the first-place winner. If anyone can win first place today, tomorrow, and the day after, they will become the overall champions of this competition. The ranking will be determined based on scores, with rewards from the tribe for the top 3. The beastmen at the center of the square responded loudly, "Chief, we hear you." The chief gestured for silence before continuing. Those participating in this competition are new family groups matched in the last 3 years. The intent of this event is to foster unity and cooperation among you, providing an opportunity for training in collaborative combat. You must cherish this chance. "Yes," the beastmen replied in unison. The chief added, "Established family groups that have been matched for more than 3 years will not participate this time, but will serve as judges to score the new family groups. With that said, let's get moving." Leading the way, the chief and the beastmen set off, with Qianqian and the others following closely behind. Her mother was seen advising Qianqian, and perhaps due to their blood relation, she spotted Qianqian in the crowd with a single glance. The exquisite and delicate figure bore an uncanny resemblance to the charming and lovely Qianqian from her childhood. She shook her head, disbelieving it can't be her. With incredulity, she inquired, "Who is that female?" Pointing at Qianqian, whose silhouette was already fading from view, Qianqian directed her gaze towards her, her eyes brimming with jealousy that seemed ready to burst forth. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "She is Qianqian." Piao could hardly believe her ears. "Are you saying that the female who resembles the daughter of a beast god is Qianqian?" Upon hearing the praise from her mother, Qianqian could no longer contain herself and affirmed, "It is indeed her." Chapter 67. The emergence of strange beasts. Piao, momentarily taken aback, remarked, "How did she become so fair? Although she looks a bit better, she cannot compare to you, Qianqian. You are my most proud daughter." Only then did Qianqian detach herself from her feelings of envy towards Qianqian and replied, "Mother, no matter how beautiful she may be, her space has been destroyed, rendering her a useless female unworthy of your expectations." Piao affectionately patted Qianqian's hair and said, "You are right. Come, let us keep up, perform well today, and first place will undoubtedly be yours." Qianqian replied with a sweet smile, "All right, mother." Their beast husbands followed silently behind them. As Qianqian walked alongside the main group, a female beastman, approximately 1.8 meters tall, approached her. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. "Qianqian, what have you been eating? You become so fair. Quickly, tell me your secret." Qianqian, upon hearing this beastwoman call her name, thought for a moment, but could not recall who she was. She remembered the system mentioning that the original body was not well liked in the tribe, let alone having any female friends. What was going on with this person? Was she overly familiar? Qianqian, puzzled, asked, "Do we know each other?" The tall female beastman appeared taken aback, her expression tinged with sadness as she replied, "We met when we were young, but I just returned to the tribe with my mother this year." Qianqian smiled politely. I have a poor memory and don't recall." Next to the 1.8-meter tall female were 5 beastmen protecting her, clearly indicating that she was their female leader. She laughed heartily. "No worries. You look just as fair as you did back then. I recognized you at a glance." Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Song Xiaoyan, and these are my beast husbands. Ma Qianqian raised an eyebrow. So you are Song Xiaoyan. All eyes, including those of Ting Shi and others, were fixed on Song Xiaoyan, making her feel a bit awkward. Yes, what is the matter? Ma Qianqian shook her head and smiled. Nothing. However, I don't believe I have seen you in the tribe before. Song Xiaoyan waved her hand dismissively. Oh, my beast husbands and I often go hunting, so we're rarely in the tribe. This is probably the first time I've seen you in years. Ma Qianqian did not sense any malice from her and smiled gently. I feel the same. You must have quite the synergy with your team. This is my first time participating in such an event with my beast husband. Although Song Xiaoyan was tall, she was slim and muscular, with a complexion typical of female beast men, a lovely wheat color. Yet her face, in contrast to her height, was adorably sweet. She replied, "We have gone to the dark forest several times. It is quite safe, no need to fear. We are rather interested in the tribe's rewards, so we specifically returned to participate." Ma Qianqian nodded. Suddenly, having a friendly female beast man around left her at a loss for conversation, and she fell silent. However, Song Xiaoyan was quite the enthusiastic character, and Ma Qianqian and her husbands passively gained a wealth of useful knowledge about the dark forest. As the main group came to a halt, Song Xiaoyan also ceased her incessant chatter. Ma Qianqian sighed in relief. Song Xiaoyan was a good person, straightforward yet a bit too talkative for her liking. The chieftain spoke solemnly. "All right, we have now arrived at the dark forest. Do not be deceived by its current appearance as a mere ordinary forest. It transforms into a place of stark danger at night. Therefore, regardless of how much prey you have captured, do not linger. You must exit before sunset. Understood?" The beast responded in unison. Understood. As the female leader, Ma Qianqian was naturally one of the most important members. Thus, she was surrounded by Qianqian and the others as they entered the dark forest. This time, Song Xiaoyan did not follow, as they seemed to have other objectives within the dark forest. Ma Qianqian was indifferent. Song Xiaoyan and her group were formidable opponents, their practical experience far exceeding her own. For Ma Qianqian, hunting was actually her first experience since her arrival in this world. She had only consumed the edible beasts and had never encountered large strange beasts. Ting Shi was the closest to her, as his healing abilities were crucial in team operations, and the other was Feng Xin, whom Ma Qianqian had pulled into the center. Initially, he had walked at the back, but Ma Qianqian said to him, "Feng Xin, even if the dark forest isn't dangerous, you mustn't stray too far from me. Otherwise, it will be inconvenient for everyone to protect us." Feng Xin had no choice but to allow her to pull him into the protective circle. Ma Qianqian observed the beastmen as they scanned their surroundings, and she too could not help but inspect her surroundings. The dark forest appeared to be an ordinary, quiet forest. No, it was too quiet. A sense of unease crept into Ma Qianqian's heart. She whispered, "Do any of you feel that it's a bit too quiet since we entered?" Hubai smirked mischievously. "Are you scared, female leader?" Ma Qianqian touched her nose and replied, "Not really, I'm not too afraid." Qianqian moved a bit closer and said, "Don't worry. If danger arises, I will carry you away. I'm fast." Ting Shi quickly added, "Remember to bring me along. I can heal any injured beast." Long Chengfeng scoffed. "You fish, can you stop talking? What do you mean by injured? Aren't we all here?" Ting Shi shot him a sideways glance. "You're only at the 3rd tier. What good are you?" Long Chengfeng fell silent, for it seemed that apart from Hubai and Feng Xin, no one knew his true strength was at the 6th tier. Hubai said, "If real danger arises, Long Chengfeng and I will create a diversion, and you all should run ahead." Feng Xin added, "If you find me a burden, leave me behind to feed the strange beasts. I can accept that." When he spoke these words seriously, the surroundings fell silent for a few seconds. Ma Qianqian quickly said, "Feng Xin, when that time comes, run with me. I will not abandon any of you. I must reiterate, if we encounter insurmountable danger, flee at the first opportunity. Every escape counts. Understood?" They stared at her in a daze, and she reiterated, "This is an order. I am not joking with you." Qianqian felt deeply moved. Ting Shi's eyes glistened with tears. Long Chengfeng raised his eyebrows slightly. Hubai nodded, and Feng Xin pursed his lips. Ma Qianqian noted their silence, but did not mind. In the beast world, the closer they were, the more accurately she could command her husbands, as they generally could not resist the orders from their female leader. Qianqian felt the ground beneath her sway slightly and exclaimed, "Is it an earthquake? Why does it feel like my body is shaking?" Hu Bai and the others furrowed their brows. Something strange is about to emerge. Xuanye and Tingxi immediately shielded Qianqian behind them, while she tugged Fengxin closer to her side. Hu Bai and Long Chengfeng prepared defensively, sensing the direction of the tremors. Chapter 68. He seeks to rewrite history. Qianqian peered through the gap between them to the area, shaking the most, and quietly asked, "What kind of strange beast is it? The ground shakes as it walks." Hu Bai replied calmly, "It could be a horned beast." Long Chengfeng crossed his arms and gazed ahead. "I cannot discern the tier of the strange beast." Xuanye, standing to Qianqian's left front, stated, "It is likely no less than tier 4. As soon as he finished speaking, a creature weighing approximately 1,000 pounds appeared before Qianqian and the others. Tingxi clutched Qianqian and ran to a somewhat safer spot where they could still see the strange beast. Xuanye tossed Fengxin onto a towering tree that 3 people could not encircle with their arms, then returned to stand beside Long Chengfeng. Qianqian focused her gaze and observed that the so-called exotic beast bore a resemblance to a rhinoceros, with a long, sharp horn akin to that of a bull. And like a water buffalo, it possessed a pair of horns. Its eyes glowed a fiery red, reminiscent of a beast under a potent stimulant, akin to a heavy tank, as it charged headlong towards Long Chengfeng. In response, Long Chengfeng leaped into a tree. Upon witnessing this, Hu Bai remarked, "A 4th-tier exotic beast. Xianyi, you can handle this alone." With that, he jumped onto another tree. The 4th-tier beast missed its target, revving its metaphorical engine, intent on colliding with Xianyi, who remained oblivious to its approach. Xianyi immediately transformed into his beast form, not retreating nor evading, but instead launching a powerful claw strike against the 4th-tier beast. The creature's movements were sluggish, and it quickly bore deep, visible claw marks upon its visage. Qianqian observed as the rhinoceros-like beast descended into a frenzy, bellowing mindlessly as it careened toward Xianyi. With remarkable speed, Xianyi narrowly dodged each attack, seizing the opportunity to exploit the 4th-tier beast's weakness, landing a decisive blow. The weighty beast soon collapsed heavily onto the ground. Qianqian exclaimed in delight, "Xianyi, that was splendid." Listening to she felt a twinge of envy as she remarked, "Mistress, I am more capable than him." Qianqian offered a perfunctory response. Long Chengfeng and Hu Bai promptly descended from the trees, gazing at the fallen 4th-tier beast. Hu Bai commented, "It was slightly faster than I had anticipated." Long Chengfeng noted, "There is something glowing atop its head." Listening to she had already returned Qianqian to their original spot, leaving only Feng Xian perched in the tree. Qianqian praised, "Xianyi, well done." Long Chengfeng had unearthed a brownish-yellow stone for where the beast emitted light, inspecting it closely. Qianqian inquired curiously, "Is that the beast core? It appears rather exquisite." Hu Bai, having never encountered such an object within an exotic beast's body, looked quizzically at the stone in Long Chengfeng's hand, questioning, "Does this imply that its head has developed a bubble?" Feng Xian, sensing that if he remained silent, the group below would surely forget about him, observed that descending from the tree would take considerable time. He could only speak up, "I know what that is." All eyes turned towards him. At this moment, Xianyi remembered that he had left Feng Xian on high and, with a few agile leaps, brought Feng Xian down to the ground. Feng Xian glanced at the object in Long Chengfeng's hand and said, "It is a beast core. The higher the tier of the exotic beast, the greater the likelihood of producing a beast core." Long Chengfeng tossed the beast core to him and asked, "What is the use of a beast core?" Although he had a penchant for luminous stones and various gems, he did not collect such peculiar items. Feng Xian caught the beast core and examined it thoroughly, stating, "This is an earth-type beast core. Our male beastmen can absorb abilities of the same type." Listening to she expressed astonishment. "You mean it can be absorbed? Is that true?" Hu Bai also gazed at Feng Xian in disbelief. Xianyi displayed little interest. Being unrelated to earth-type abilities, it bore no significance for him. Long Chengfeng, however, became intrigued, asking, Will absorbing it enhance one's abilities? Are there any adverse effects? Qianqian replied, in the short term, absorption can rapidly increase one's abilities, but with prolonged use, toxins may accumulate in the body, creating a significant burden. Upon hearing the side effects, Long Chengfeng's interest waned. Then let's discard it. None among us possesses Earth-type abilities. Qianqian's eyes brightened as she queried, what if we extract the toxins from it? Upon hearing this, listening to she excitedly exclaimed, Qian, give it to me. No, I want all the beast cores you acquire next. I will experiment. If we can extract toxins from these cores, it will revolutionize the history of male beastmen being reliant on female beastmen's spatial products. It was the scent of freedom, and in an instant, Long Chengfeng and the others grasped the unspoken implications of listening to Shi's words. Qianqian also comprehended the weight of it. She felt torn, pondering whether this would provide other male beastmen with alternative paths, and whether the future landscape of their world would undergo profound changes. The thought was daunting, so she interrupted their musings, stating, we should secure this prey. With a wave of her hand, the fourth-tier beast was deposited into her spatial area. Hu Bai and the others expressed no objections, as they had indeed anticipated this course of action. Otherwise, the increasing number of captured creatures would be cumbersome to transport. Hu Bai remarked, there is a scent of blood here. It may attract other beasts. Should we remain here or continue deeper into the forest? Qian surveyed their surroundings, suggesting, let us wait a moment. Qianyi had reverted to his human form and, this time, took the initiative to lift Qianqian into a nearby tree. Listening to she silently cursed himself for being a step behind, resigning himself to bringing Qian up with him. The others also ascended nearby trees. After a 10-minute interval, sounds of rustling emerged from the jungle, as a horde of first- and second-tier exotic beasts emerged from the underbrush. Qianqian could not discern their species, as she had never encountered them in the animal realm, but she counted approximately 20 of them, upholding the notion that a family should remain united. Long Chengfeng unleashed his abilities with the swiftness of lightning, incapacitating them all. The beasts emitted bluish-purple currents, rendered unconscious, accompanied by the scent of charred flesh. However, the odor was somewhat unpleasant, prompting Qianqian to cover her nose as she remarked, it stinks. I will collect them. With a wave of her hand, the exotic beasts vanished from sight. After waiting for another 10 minutes and finding no other exotic beasts in the vicinity, they pressed further into the forest. Meanwhile, Qianqian excitedly declared, you led the fourth-tier beast away. They stand no chance against it. One of her beast husbands, named by Lien, replied, Mistress, the master instructed us not to act yet. He has other plans. Qianqian shot him a glare, retorting, do not forget, I am your mistress. I do not require your guidance in my decisions. Bai Lian could only apologize profusely, wary of saying more. Song Xiaoyan and her companions had reaped substantial rewards, having slain around 10 lower-tier exotic beasts. They continued deeper into the forest while avoiding Qianqian, fearing that her and her beast husband's lower abilities might pose unnecessary risks and hinder their progress. Chapter 69, A Prank Along the Way. Everyone except Qian employed their abilities, collectively eliminating approximately 100 exotic beasts. Qianqian observed that her beast companions had expended considerable energy, and she too had drained her powers, so she exchanged for several vegetables, distributing them among the group, while keeping a small handful for herself. Fang Xin, Astonitz, exclaimed upon receiving a handful from Qianqian. For me? I get some too? Qianqian nodded affirmatively. Yes, everyone gets a share. You still have injuries, so this will help you recover faster. The system's long-awaited announcement chimed in. Congratulations, host. Qian's corruption value has decreased by 5 points. The current value is 45 points. Qianqian paused momentarily while munching on the lettuce, then resumed her activity. 5 points was a commendable reduction. She glanced at listening to Shi and Hu Bai, the two beast husbands with the highest corruption values, pondering when their values might decrease even slightly, especially listening to Shi, whom she believed she treated well. Yet his corruption value remained steadfastly unchanged. Listening to Shi, noticing Qianqian's gaze, touched his face and inquired, "Is there something on my face?" Qianqian shook her head and continued nibbling on her vegetables. After a 5-minute rest, she quietly counted, estimating that the sun would set in approximately 2 hours. Clapping her hands, she announced, "I have stored about 100 exotic beasts in my space. Aside from that 4th-tier beast, the rest are all 1st and 2nd tier. I wonder if we can count a 4th-tier beast as just one?" Hubai responded, "One 4th-tier beast is equivalent to 21st-tier beasts. So, we have currently accounted for 120 exotic beasts." Long Chengfeng considered this number satisfactory, stating, "There is still some time left. Let us continue searching. Perhaps we can reach 200 exotic beasts." With that, Qianqian and her companions ventured deeper into the jungle. Suddenly, she spotted a familiar figure ahead, a female with a height of 1.80 meters. Who could it be if not Song Xiaoyan? Ma Qianqian exclaimed in surprise. "Song Xiaoyan, what a coincidence! How unexpected to see you here." Song Xiaoyan and her beastly husbands were equally astonished. She had clearly observed that their highest cultivation level was merely at the 3rd tier. Their audacity was remarkable to dare venture into the heart of the dark forest. Among her husbands, 3 were at the 4th tier, which was the only reason they could enter this perilous area. Meanwhile, Ma Qianqian and her companions had also made their way in, appearing invigorated and utterly unfazed. Her intuition hinted that this time, the first place might be elusive. Disregarding the odd sensation in her mind, she remarked, "Qianqian, what a coincidence. You must have captured quite a number of exotic beasts. As there are numerous 3rd-tier ones in the center, do take care." Ma Qianqian nodded in reply. "Thank you for your reminder." Observing the crowd lingering in the area, anticipating the emergence of the beasts, Ma Qianqian decisively stated, "You all continue. We shall explore over there." Upon hearing her suggestion, Xuanye and the others promptly headed in another direction. Song Xiaoyan sighed with relief once they vanished from sight. There aren't many exotic beasts here. It's better they leave to avoid any conflict that might make us seem like bullies. Her husbands responded with a smile. After approximately half an hour of searching, Ma Qianqian and her team finally encountered a horde of 3rd-tier exotic beasts, numbering around 100. Before she could speak, Tingxi swiftly picked her up and seated her safely alongside Fengxin. Hubai utilized his abilities to confuse dozens of beasts, inciting them to turn on each other. Xuanye encircled several beasts with his fire-based powers and transformed into his beast form, dispatching them with ease. Long Chengfeng unleashed his lightning powers, bringing down several with a single strike. Ma Qianqian felt their team was truly invincible, slaying any foe that crossed their path with relentless vigor. Once all the exotic beasts were vanquished, Tingxi led Ma Qianqian to gather their spoils. Upon emerging, aside from Fengxin, who had contributed significantly, Ma Qianqian sensed a newfound camaraderie with her husbands. Fengxin observed, after they secured their catch, "It's about time. Shall we head out?" Everyone looked up at the sun, which had lost its harsh glare, signaling the time to depart. They swiftly mounted Long Chengfeng in his beast form and soared toward the outskirts of the dark forest. As they neared the periphery, Tingxi, with keen eyes, spotted 6 figures on the ground resembling ants and remarked, "Hey, aren't those Ma Shanshan and her group?" Ma Qianqian glanced down and chuckled. Indeed, it was them. Hubai inquired, "My lady, would you like to go down and take a look?" Xuanye said, "I'll go teach them a lesson." Tingxi laughed. "That sounds good. I've long found them distasteful. My lady, leave Ma Shanshan to you while we handle the others." Ma Qianqian replied earnestly, "Let us not waste time now. We may have a chance to repay her in the upcoming competition." Long Chengfeng suddenly sneezed. A tremendous blast, laced with lightning, descended from above, showering Ma Shanshan and her companions with an unidentified mist while simultaneously delivering a jolt. Ma Shanshan wiped her face, feeling a strange stickiness, and upon sniffing it, tasted it, exclaiming, "What is this flavor? Why do I feel a peculiar tingling sensation all over?" Noticing that Ma Shanshan and her group seemed oblivious to their presence in the sky, Ma Qianqian called out playfully, "Ma Shanshan, hello there." Hearing the familiar voice, Ma Shanshan finally glanced upward, spotting the low-tier, stinky black dragon. She pointed angrily. What did you feed us? Ma Qianqian was puzzled. What did she eat? Hu grinned mischievously. My lady, guess. Xuan Ye could scarcely suppress a smile. Perhaps it's just a little snack from Long Qingfeng. Feng Xin, observing Long Qingfeng's mischievous nature, felt slightly nauseated but held back his words. Ma Qianqian understood. Should I tell her? She couldn't help but laugh, though it was indeed somewhat repulsive. Laughter echoed through the sky. Ma Shanshan was fuming on the ground, enraged at Ma Qianqian and her husbands. That fourth-tier beast had failed to annihilate them. She glared at one of her husbands, scolding. Didn't you lure the fourth-tier beast over? Why did they appear unscathed? The husband tasked with luring the fourth-tier beast explained. My lady, trust me, I did lead the fourth-tier beast here and saw it charge at them before I left. Ma Shanshan pointed an accusatory finger at him. If you didn't see them injured, why did you return? The husband lowered his head, afraid to rebut. Ma Qianqian and her companions gradually descended from the sky. The chieftain, relieved to see Ma Qianqian unharmed, felt a weight lift from his heart. As she walked ahead, her 5 beastly husbands followed closely behind. She noticed many judges tallying the catches of other families nearby. Approaching an available judge, she waved her hand casually. A clatter echoed as Ma Piao Piao stood up abruptly, eyes wide at the pile of exotic beasts on the ground. Chapter 70. She won. Everyone was captivated by Ma Qianqian's display. The ground was densely packed with exotic beasts, numbering approximately several hundred. Such a multitude. The astonishment in the eyes of the onlookers shifted between the heaps of beast corpses and Ma Qianqian and her husbands, who appeared impeccably clean, as if they had merely enjoyed a leisurely outing in the dark forest rather than engaged in a hunt. The chieftain nodded in approval, recognizing that their tally was the highest he had seen among all participating families, indicating Ma Qianqian's formidable prowess and suggesting they were likely to claim first place today. However, he also noted that Song Xiao Yin and Ma Shanshan's families exhibited considerable strength, necessitating a comparison once they all emerged. Ma Piao Piao appeared dazed, her mind seemingly short-circuited, fixated on the exotic beast corpses as she muttered. Impossible. How could they, with such low cultivation, defeat a fourth-tier beast? How is that even possible? She muttered to herself, unnoticed by all but her husband, who perceived her mental unraveling and hastily reassured her. My lady, our Shanshan hasn't emerged yet. It's not a foregone conclusion. Don't lose your composure. Ma Piao Piao grasped onto this reassurance, regaining her composure. You're right. Our Shanshan is the best. Ma Qianqian is nothing but dirt to be trampled underfoot. Her voice was neither too loud nor too soft, yet it reached many ears. Some beastmen looked at her with disdain, questioning why she was so biased towards her own daughter. Wouldn't it be better to have another talented daughter? Ma Qianqian overheard, but she was never truly Ma Qianqian. She held no affection for her adoptive mother or sister, often finding their thoughts amusing. As for their actions, if provoked, she would undoubtedly devise a way to eliminate them. Ma Qianqian wore a subtle smile, glancing over the crowd toward Ma Piao Piao. Receiving her gaze, Ma Piao Piao's anger flared up inexplicably, shouting, She is provoking me. That heartless wretch. The chieftain, hearing her outburst, shot her a warning glance, causing Ma Piao Piao to snap back to reality, lowering her head in trepidation. Internally, she cursed. If it weren't for the chieftain's reluctance to claim the chief's position, how dare he bully me? Xuanye, Ting Shi, and the others had already heard Ma Piao Piao's words, but as Ma Qianqian forbade them from taking action, they refrained from revealing their true powers in public. Thus, they felt somewhat stifled. Ma Qianqian instructed the judging beastmen to meticulously count the hull twice before announcing. The Ma Qianqian family group has captured a total of 220 exotic beasts during the first day's hunting activities. That fourth-tier beast was indeed worth its weight, equivalent to 20 of the others. As her words fell, the surrounding beastmen erupted in admiration. Wow, did I hear that correctly? Over 200 exotic beasts. How did they accomplish this with such low cultivation? Daring not to open her eyes, she hoped it was merely a figment of her imagination. What was this? A tale of a worthless individual rising to prominence? The whispers of the crowd reached Qianqian's ears. She then spoke, her voice tinged with grievance. "Chief, we encountered this fourth-tier beast on the outskirts." The chief's brow furrowed into a deep frown. "That seems unlikely. There are no fourth-tier beasts in the periphery of the Dark Forest, perhaps in the central region, but not here." Qianqian's eyes reddened with unshed tears. Her pitiful gaze fixed on the chief as she said, "I too find it hard to believe, but fortunately my beast husbands work together. Otherwise, we might have perished beneath its horns." The chief sensed their sincerity but lacked evidence to convince others, so he merely reassured them, "As long as you are uninjured, I will ensure this matter is investigated. The carcass of the beast will be handed over to the shaman to determine if someone has poisoned it to lure the beast to harm our tribe." Qianqian wiped away the forced tears at the corners of her eyes, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Chief, for seeking justice on our behalf." The onlooking beastmen, except for Piao and a few others, felt a pang of sympathy for her. Here was a female beastman whose space was destroyed, accompanied by a group of relatively weak beast husbands, participating in what was supposed to be a safe competition, only to find someone had maliciously plotted to use a beast to kill them. How utterly vile. Realizing the moment was ripe, Qianqian, fearing they might doubt the capabilities of Tingxi and her companions, added, "If not for our healer Tingxi's abilities, we would not have emerged unscathed." All eyes turned to Tingxi, who leaned against Feng Exen, her face pale, appearing almost unable to stand. The sympathy of the crowd surged anew. The prey they submitted had already been received by the panel of female beastmen, leaving traces of blood on the ground as proof of their existence. At that moment, Qianqian and her beast husbands unexpectedly encountered Song Xiaoyan at the forest's edge. Neither party showed any inclination to converse, and they exited the dark forest together. Upon seeing Qianqian, Piao rushed forward, grasping her shoulders, anxiously scrutinizing her. "My dear daughter, are you unhurt? Let your mother have a good look at you." Qianqian smiled, replying, "I'm fine, mother. We caught a lot of prey." Piao rejoiced. "How much?" Qianqian, casting a proud glance at Qianqian, smirked. 150. Song Xiaoyan scoffed, "Humph," and let her beast husbands pass them. Qianqian, infuriated, rolled her eyes at Song Xiaoyan. "How many did you catch?" So arrogant. In front of everyone, Song Xiaoyan waved her hand, revealing the carcasses of several hundred beasts on the ground. The panel of beastmen immediately began counting, announcing loudly. The Song Xiaoyan family group caught a total of 200 beasts on the first day of the hunting competition. Qianqian's eyes widened in disbelief. 200? How is that possible? You cheated. Song Xiaoyan shot her a sidelong glance, her words laced with scorn. Some beastmen, unable to match the skill of others, resort to slandering them. I see her strength lies not in abilities, but in her tongue. Qianqian couldn't help but chuckle. Song Xiaoyan was quite amusing. Noticing her laughter, Song Xiaoyan flashed her a sweet smile. Qianqian, seething with anger, could not refute, and in frustration, she waved her hand, revealing the carcasses before the crowd. Indeed, there were only 150, and for the first time, Piao felt disappointed in her daughter, who had not brought her any glory. The chief had already instructed the judges to record the number of prey caught by each participating family group. He amplified his voice using his abilities, ensuring every beastman could hear. On the first day of the hunting competition, first place goes to Qianqian, second to Song Xiaoyan, and third to Qianqian. Qianqian's eyes bulged in disbelief as she shouted, "Chief, surely you jest. How can Qianqian be first?" Qianqian had not witnessed the fourth-tier beast that Qianqian's group had hunted. The ground was barren, save for the carcasses she had laid down earlier. In Song Xiaoyan's hunting achievements, the fact that Qianqian had claimed first place was inconceivable. It was absolutely impossible. She knew her beast husbands well. They were merely mediocre males, nothing more than decorative flowers, useless in substance. She was convinced the absence of a fourth-tier beast meant her husbands had failed to follow her orders. The chief observed Qianqian's normally gentle demeanor transform into one of rage, a flicker of disdain crossing his features. His expression hardened, and his tone turned serious. Mo Qianqian. Do you suspect the judges and I conspired to favor Mo Qianqian, ensuring their victory? Mo Qianqian abruptly looked up at the chief, hastily denying, "No, I do not mean that. Please do not misunderstand, Chief." The chief scoffed. "You wouldn't dare. Tomorrow at 7 in the morning, all are to gather at the Beastman Plaza. You have all worked hard today. You are dismissed." The Beastmen began to disperse. Mo Qianqian did not spare Mo Qianqian a glance, turning to leave, with Xian Yi and the others closely following. Song Xiaoyan had initially intended to follow and chat, but after contemplating the exhausting day, she decided against it. Mo Qianqian was perplexed, unable to fathom how Mo Qianqian had secured first place. She had calculated everything, confident her team would easily claim second. Yet, despite all her planning, she had overlooked one Mo Qianqian. Mo Piapiao, observing the silent Mo Qianqian with downcast eyes, remarked, "Perhaps Mo Qianqian has encountered numerous opportunities. We underestimated her." After patting her shoulder with sincerity, she departed with her beast husbands. Mo Qianqian remained silent, her 5 beast husbands sensing the oppressive atmosphere. A tense calm reminiscent of the stillness before a storm, especially by Lian, who stole several glances at Mo Qianqian's expression. Mo Qianqian felt the day had passed swiftly, and joy often flourished at the expense of others' suffering. Imagining Mo Qianqian returning home in a fit of rage, likely unable to sleep, Mo Qianqian began to hum a tune. Xian Yi, Ting Shi, Long Chengfeng, Hu Bai, and Feng Xen were taken aback by Mo Qianqian singing. They had no idea she possessed such a lovely voice. Even if they could not comprehend the lyrics, they could sense her happiness, and smiles crept onto their faces. Mo Qianqian abruptly realized halfway through her song and clapped her hand over her mouth, saying, "I was just singing for fun." Hu Bai raised an eyebrow playfully. "Mistress, your voice is beautiful. Woanyan nodded earnestly. Lianyan sings beautifully." Ting Shi beamed. "Mistress, will you teach me how to sing?" Long Chengfeng chuckled. "Mistress, you are quite adorable." Mo Qianqian laughed, quickly adding, "Let us hurry and prepare dinner. I'm starving." A night passed without dreams. The next morning, after washing up, Mo Qianqian and her companions made their way to the Beastman Plaza. The plaza was already bustling with many people, all lined up, waiting for the chief to address them. Surrounded by Xian Yi and the others, Mo Qianqian found herself in one of the lines, with Mo Qianqian nearby, who shot her a piercing glare. Montauk Qianqian, noticing the dark circles under Mo Qianqian's eyes, felt a sense of satisfaction and rolled her eyes in response. Soon, the chief arrived at the center of the Beastman Plaza. His voice was steady and powerful, neither too fast nor too slow. "I see everyone is gathered. Let me explain today as competition. The activity will take place on Yinyang Mountain. The family group that can retrieve the Yanhua Xian Lian from the mountaintop within 2 hours will be declared the winner of this event. Of course, the quicker a family group retrieves the Yanhua Xian Lian, the greater their advantage. Like yesterday, there will be 3 rankings. It is important to note that intentionally attacking other family groups and causing harm will disqualify the offending group." Mo Qianqian pondered for a moment and turned to Long Chengfeng, saying, "This time, I'm counting on you, Chengfeng." Xian Yi pressed his lips together. "Qianqian, I run very fast." Mo Qianqian smiled. "You two are the main forces. Do your best." "Do your best? What does that mean?" Mo Qianqian observed the bewildered expressions of their beast husbands and replied, "Ah, it means you should strive earnestly with your extraordinary abilities to secure first place." Ting Shi nodded in partial understanding, while the others signified their comprehension. The chieftain then led everyone to Yanhuashan. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, he instructed the judges and the most reputable orcs of the tribe to position themselves at intervals, placing 2 orcs each until they reached the summit, in order to deter any cunning family groups from cheating. Mo Qianqian, Feng Xen, Ting Shi, and the chieftain remained at the foot of the mountain. As this event did not require full participation and selected beast husbands could be designated to compete, Mo Qianqian initially assumed Hu Bai would stay behind, but to her surprise, he volunteered to participate as well. She felt indifferent and readily agreed without a second thought. Mo Qianqian retained only one beast husband by her side, dispatching the others. Confident that her beasts, some capable of running, others flying, and even those that could burrow underground, would surely surpass Mo Qianqian's beasts, each of whom she believed possessed extraordinary abilities at least half a rank lower than her own. After contemplating throughout the night, she concluded that Mo Qianqian's victory was merely a stroke of luck, and she was determined not to be outdone in the forthcoming competition. Song Xiaoyan sent all 5 of her beast husbands out, believing that with the chieftain and others at the foot of the mountain, she was secure without the need for protection. The other family groups mostly retained their female leaders and a few beast husbands to guard the area. At the chieftain's command, the male orcs participating in the competition exerted all their strength, and with a swift sound, they vanished from sight. Mo Qianqian noticed that Xian Yi and Long Qingfeng immediately transformed into their beast forms, while Hubai leisurely trailed behind them. Tingxi remarked in disbelief. "What is the old fox doing? He hasn't even transformed." Feng Xian shared her perplexity. Mo Qianqian was unconcerned. Xian Yi and Long Qingfeng's speed was undeniable. But perhaps Hubai was merely bored and looking to wander? Mo Qianqian occasionally cast glances at Mo Qianqian, who, unable to contain herself, exclaimed, "Mo Qianqian, your eyes are distracting me." Mo Qianqian furrowed her brow and retorted, "You speak nonsense. Who's even looking at you?" Long Qingfeng reached the summit with ease, only to find that Xian Yi had arrived at the same time. Although it had not yet entered winter, a light layer of snow covered the peak. Everyone recognized the appearance of the Yanhua Xian Lian. Long Qingfeng landed and transformed back into human form. Extracting a cluster of fiery red Yanhua Xian Lian from the snow and carrying it in his mouth as he transformed back into his beast form and soared into the sky. Xian Yi also found some, plucking a few to carry back down the mountain. Just as he was sprinting down, he was abruptly halted by figures blocking his path. Long Qingfeng faced a similar barrier in the sky. Chapter 72. Who could it be? Upon Xian Yi's ascent, he noticed the tribe's dispatch personnel standing nearby, observing their ascent. But now they had vanished without a trace. It was evident that Mo Qianqian's beast husbands had likely incapacitated them and hidden them away. He deduced that they would not dare to harm the tribe's orcs indiscriminately. Long Qingfeng glanced down and saw that, like Xian Yi, he too had been intercepted. All the judges had seemingly disappeared, presumably hidden away by Mo Qianqian's beasts. Long Qingfeng focused on a male orc blocking his way, a giant rock resembling his own size, whom he recalled was called Peng Fei. Peng Fei looked down with disdain at Long Qingfeng, one of Mo Qianqian's former beast husbands. He appeared to be only a 3rd rank, while Peng Fei was at 5th rank, and he wondered why the female leader had sent him to obstruct him and create obstacles, aiming to seize the Yanhua Xian Lian from him. Such a waste of talent. Long Qingfeng recognized the contempt in Peng Fei's gaze. Holding the Yanhua Xian Lian beneath his tongue, he remarked, "Peng Fei, the chieftain forbids infighting among the tribe's orcs during the competition. Are you not aware?" Peng Fei coldly laughed. "No one has stipulated that one cannot seize another's Yanhua Xian Lian. You appear tough, so hand it over obediently, lest you suffer bodily harm." Long Qingfeng unleashed a surge of lightning from his claws, striking directly at the wings of the giant rock. Peng Fei dodged to the side, rapidly fanning his wings to unleash a barrage of sharp wind blades toward Long Qingfeng. Xian Yi confronted one of Mo Qianqian's beast husbands, Bai Lian, whose beast form was that of a robust tiger, appearing significantly larger than Xian Yi's beast form. Bai Lian's ability was at 4th rank. Since the previous incident where he had lured beasts to attack Xian Yi and his companions, he suspected they might be concealing their true prowess. A 4th rank beast, though cumbersome, possessed considerable strength. How could they emerge unscathed? He had refrained from sharing his suspicions with Mo Qianqian, knowing she would not believe him. As she had grown increasingly distant, he eyed Xian Yi warily. Xian Yi placed the Yanhua Xian Lian on the ground. "Come on, let me see your prowess," Bai Lian challenged. Without a word, Xian Yi responded with a fireball. Bai Lian, being an Earth-type ability user, effortlessly evaded Xian Yi's attack with an Earth Shift maneuver. The corner of Xian Yi's mouth curled slightly, fourth rank abilities were still insufficient. In the blink of an eye, Qianqian's beast form surged forward with a speed that Bai Lian could barely perceive, launching several claw strikes imbued with extraordinary power. Hu Bai observed Qianqian's two beast husbands, one an elephant type named Meng Ma, the other a ground pangolin named Li Yin, both at fourth rank. As they incapacitated the judges and concealed them within a narrow, abandoned cave, they clapped their hands and said, "All right, hurry and retrieve the Yanhua Exine Lian, or they will awaken soon." Hu Bai grinned mischievously. "Have you finished?" Meng Ma and Li Yin instinctively assumed it was Bai Lian speaking and replied, "Yes. Let's hurry down the mountain." As Hu Bai approached stealthily, they realized it was not Bai Lian. Unfortunately, it was too late for them to retaliate. They had already locked eyes with Hu Bai, who had ensnared their minds. Though they struggled momentarily, Hu Bai mused, "Is that all?" Their fourth rank abilities must have been accumulated through the resources of the space. Subsequently, Hu Bai commanded them to incapacitate each other and erase their memories of him before he delivered a few more blows to the judges in the cave, ensuring they would remain asleep longer, and then departed. Transforming into his beast form, his pristine white fur and 9 large, fluffy tails swayed behind him, his size comparable to Xian Ye's, yet imbued with an ethereal grace. As he approached, Xian Yi and Long Qingfeng were engaged in a fierce battle. Observing them, he noted they were still capable, merely toying with their opponents while he seized the opportunity to grasp the vibrant Yanhua Exenlian blooming atop the mountain and raced back toward the base. Xian Yi glanced over, determined not to be outdone by Hu Bai. He grew weary of continuing the fight with Bai Lian. Seizing the Yanhua Exenlian in his mouth, he bolted away. His rapid speed left Bai Lian unable to intercept him. Watching the airborne Long Qingfeng, he shouted, "Stop fighting and head down. Otherwise, they will win." Realizing Xian Yi had already fled, Peng Fei cursed Bai Lian for being useless. A second rank ability user could not even contain them. He resolved to inform Qianqian upon returning, urging her to dissolve the pairing. Such uselessness was unworthy of remaining by her side. Long Qingfeng, seeing Peng Fei attempting to escape and with Xian Yi and Hu Bai already gone, lost interest in continuing the battle. With a swift flick of his tail, he struck Peng Fei with a jolt of electricity, sending him spiraling away toward the base of the mountain. Stunned by the electric shock, Peng Fei fell heavily to the ground, creating a 2-meter-deep crater. Bai Lian stared in disbelief, having fainted, and thought to himself, what a useless creature, boasting 5th rank. Seeing that he was no longer in danger, Bai Lian decisively seized the Yanhua Exenlian and dashed toward the base, realizing he could not afford to fall behind now. Once they had all departed, Song Xiaoyan's 5 beast husbands arrived to witness the remnants of the skirmish and frowned. What transpired here? Another beast husband spotted the large crater on the ground and remarked, "Look there, it seems someone is down." They approached to find it was one of Qianqian's beast husbands. Seeing that he was out of danger, and with no judges nearby, they silently plucked the Yanhua Xinlian and made their way down mountain. Once they departed, the judges who had been left in the cave awoke. Upon noticing the 2 unconscious beastmen of Qianqian, they were filled with rage. Leaving a few individuals at the summit to continue judging, 3 of them bound Qianqian's beastmen, dragging them back to report to the chief. Qianqian remained in place, occasionally chatting with Tingxi, while noticing that Song Xiaoyan appeared somewhat lonely. She approached her to engage in conversation, with Tingxi and Fengxin nearby, guarding them. The more Qianqian waited, the more anxious she became, dispatching 4 individuals, none of whom returned. An hour had passed, and she wondered if they had succeeded. Growing increasingly impatient, she inadvertently glanced at Qianqian, who was laughing and chatting with Song Xiaoyan. Her radiant smile was exceedingly grating. In a venomous whisper, she muttered to herself, "Laugh all you want. The brighter your smile now, the more miserable your tears will be later." With a huff, she turned away, her gaze fixed on the path leading to the summit. At that moment, footsteps echoed from afar, growing ever closer. Qianqian's heart raced. Had they succeeded? Her expression was one of excitement, her eyes locked on the approaching figures. Mo Qianqian and the others also heard the noise. She wondered silently who it could be. Song Xiaoyan felt a twinge of anxiety, sensing that Mo Qianqian's group might be formidable competitors. Their previous success had left a lasting impression on her, and she pondered if they would achieve the same this time. Chapter 73. Failing to steal the chicken and losing the rice, Mo Qianqian spotted a pure white fox. Its 9 fluffy tails raised high, and with eyes as blue as the ocean, it glanced at her before darting towards the judges. The chief chuckled. Hubai, splendid. Your family group is the first in this event. Hubai placed the Yanhua Xinlian on the ground and transformed into human form in the blink of an eye. Walking over to Mo Qianqian, she stared at him in a daze. Hubai grinned playfully. My lady, are you so entranced by my beast form's beauty? Mo Qianqian snapped back to reality, nodding vigorously while shaking her head. I am not. Do not say such things. Hubai felt a swell of pride. After all, he was handsome, and his beast form was equally impressive. Amidst the crowd's gasps, Mo Qianqian and Hubai turned to see Xian Yi and Long Chengfeng returning with the Yanhua Xinlian. The chief glanced at Mo Qianqian and declared, the family group that returns first to the foot of the mountain while holding the Yanhua Xinlian is the winner. The returning beastmen will not be counted. Do you agree? Mo Qianqian replied, we are the first. Let the second and third places go to the others. The chief surveyed the crowd, noting no dissent, and proclaimed, indeed, you are the first. No other family group has returned yet. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Xiaoyan's 5 beastmen appeared before everyone. Qianqian, my beastmen are back. Song Xiaoyan exclaimed with excitement. Mo Qianqian smiled. Yes, congratulations. Song Xiaoyan beamed back. Congratulations to you too. After placing the Yanhua Xinlian on the ground, one of Song Xiaoyan's beastmen informed the chief, Chief, I discovered something very peculiar at the summit. The chief, intrigued, asked what happened. The beastman quickly glanced at Mo Qianqian and replied, Mo Qianqian's beastmen fainted up there. They were knocked out. The judges are missing. The chief's brows furrowed. Bring a few beastmen with me to the summit. We must find out who did this. He signaled several beastmen and began to ascend the mountain. The judges he had stationed at the summit recounted everything that had transpired. Mo Qianqian grew anxious. How could they be so careless as to get caught so quickly? Panic surged within her as she looked at the judges, who still had sleeping beastmen, and vehemently exclaimed, Chief, you must punish them for daring to act behind my back. This is outrageous. Her behavior was a blatant attempt to distance herself from the situation. The chief cast her a sidelong glance, and despite her inner turmoil, she forced herself to meet his gaze. With an impassive expression, he said, Wake them up and let us hear their explanation. Yes. The tribe's shaman approached, holding a green liquid. She applied a bit to the noses of Mo Qianqian's beastmen. The two of them abruptly woke, coughing and fanning themselves, exclaiming, What is this? It's so pungent. The next moment, they noticed the crowd's gaze upon them, especially the judges they had knocked out, and their hearts raced with anxiety. Seeing their panic, Mo Qianqian hurriedly interjected before they could speak. Chief, what are we waiting for? Quickly punish them. They acted against me, and I leave their fate in your hands. She then feigned heartache, casting a threatening look at Meng Ma and Lian. Do not blame me. Blame yourselves. The chief, displeased, shot her a glance. This is not your concern. You wait outside. He then instructed others to clarify the matter's details. Ultimately, he concluded, Mo Qianqian has mismanaged her beastmen, and your group's qualification for today's event is revoked. Each of your beastmen must apologize to the affected judges and seek their forgiveness. As for how to make amends, you shall negotiate among yourselves. Mo Qianqian was left speechless, unable to voice her grievances, and could only grit her teeth. Yes, chief, you are right. Meng Ma, Lian, do you understand? Meng Ma and Lian felt a twinge of disappointment towards Mo Qianqian, but dared not show it, directly apologizing to the judges and offering to accept any punishment they deemed fit. Meanwhile, Bai Lian hurriedly arrived at the foot of the mountain. Panting, he noticed a crowd gathered and placed the Yanhua Xinlian before one of the judges, who dismissively remarked, Your family group has been disqualified from today's event. What? On what grounds? Bai Lian protested. Observing that Mo Qianqian and Song Xiaoyan's beastmen were present, He thought they might still secure third place without losing too much face. He never expected their qualification to be revoked. The chief, hearing his words, instructed the crowd to disperse. And it was then by Lien realized that two of his companions had been caught red-handed. He looked dejectedly at Qianqian, who didn't even spare him a glance. Approaching her, she finally turned to him. With a sharp slap, Qianqian struck by Lien. The expressions of the surrounding beastmen were varied. The Qianqian, known for her gentleness and kindness, seemed drastically changed. Bai Lien knelt on the ground, head bowed, too ashamed to cover his face. Qianqian noticed his side profile swell instantly. Internally, she mused. Qianqian is truly a duplicitous and vicious female. The third-place finisher was a beastman whose name Qianqian could not recall. Their family group had achieved their first ranking, and their faces flushed with excitement. Not wishing to remain and watch the remaining beastmen compete, Qianqian informed the chief and left with Xianyi and the other beastmen. Song Xiaoyan also departed with her beastmen. Once they had all left, Qianqian, seeing that no one was paying attention to them, inquired, "Where's Peng Fei?" Bai Lien immediately replied, "He is at the summit." Qianqian's brow furrowed. "Is he dead? Why hasn't he come down?" Bai Lien shook his head. "No. He was knocked out by Long Chengfeng." Qianqian laughed in anger. "A fifth tier knocked out by a third tier? How ridiculous!" She gritted her teeth. "Go fetch him. Bring him home." Bai Lien hurriedly dashed up the mountain. Upon returning to the cave, Qianqian cheerfully announced, "You all worked hard today. Come, let me replenish your energy with some spatial produce." Tingxi and Fengxin did not exert themselves today and were reluctant to accept the vegetables from Qianqian. Amused, Qianqian remarked, "You two have been accompanying me. Have you not been protecting me down there? Hurry up and take them away, or I shall be quite upset." Reluctantly, the two accepted the vegetables she offered. Qianqian felt that the previous two competitions had gone smoothly, and she was confident that tomorrow's ranking would be assured. What would the event be tomorrow? She felt a sense of anticipation, as if the Xianlinko was within reach. Chapter 74. The Arena as dawn broke on the second day. Qianqian rose to wash and prepare. After breakfast, she and Xian Yi made their way once more to the center of the Orc Plaza in the tribe. They arrived early this time, and the plaza was not crowded with orcs. She spotted Song Xiaoyan and her orc husbands waiting nearby. Today was the final day of the competition, and the prospect of securing another first place filled Qianqian with excitement. After a brief wait, as nearly all the orcs of the tribe gathered, the chieftain announced, "Today's activity will consist of family groups competing against one another. 2 family groups will face off, and the match must end without harming any orc. Each family group must have all 5 members participate. The 3 winning groups will then compete in the final match, and the last group standing will be declared the victor." He emphasized, "We will draw lots to assign the corresponding matchups. Now, I ask the female leaders of each family group to come forward and draw lots. Those who draw the same symbol will be opponents." As soon as he finished speaking, an orc brought forth a small woven cage, which had only a small opening at the top, obscuring its contents. Qianqian surmised that this must be the drawing lots mechanism, and considering the absence of paper in their world, they might be drawing symbols on leaves. The female leaders of the participating family groups approached one by one to draw lots. Only 8 family groups were participating in this event, and Qianqian was the 5th to draw, quickly selecting a leaf shaped like a rabbit. After verification by the chieftain, they were assigned to their respective family group members for the competition. The Orc Plaza was divided in half, creating 2 arenas for simultaneous matches. As everyone prepared to begin, the chieftain stated, "Females in the orc world are weaker. As the husbands of these female leaders, you must always be vigilant in protecting your partners. Others will not spare you simply because your female leader is weak, nor will they pardon everyone if a husband's negligence results in death. Therefore, the purpose of this competition is to test the harmony among your family group members. Now, let the matches commence." Qianqian and her group would compete in the second round, so they watched as others battled in the arena. Once their turn arrived, they would face off against the individuals corresponding to their drawn symbols. The rabbit symbol in Qianqian's hand indicated a match with an orc she did not recognize. She glanced at them and the opposing female leader offered her a friendly smile, which Qianqian returned with a polite smile, focusing intently on the ongoing match. Qianqian's ranking from the previous day's activities had been nullified, and upon returning home, she had been scolded by her mother, Piao, for the first time in a long while. The disdain in her mother's words implied that she was embarrassed. Having always been proud, Qianqian angrily retorted, creating a rift in their mother-daughter relationship, leading to a silent Cold War between them. Even today, Piao had not come to watch the competition. Qianqian held Qianqian solely responsible for her humiliation, convinced that had it not been for her, she would never have lost, nor would she have faced such public disgrace. With a scowl, she glanced at the leaf pattern in her hand, sneering inwardly, Qianqian. Consider yourself fortunate not to have drawn against us. Soon, you will understand our prowess. She shot a glare at Qianqian over the heads of the nearby orcs. Qianqian responded with an eye roll. Qianqian had already replenished her energy with the help of her 5 orc husbands the previous night, and any injury she had sustained had been treated by the shaman, leaving her brimming with confidence and believing that first place today was hers to claim. As Qianqian watched the orcs on stage place their female leaders in safe areas, the matches began. The 4 family groups competing above were of average strength, around the 2nd or 3rd rank, and the outcome was quickly determined. The 2 victorious groups retreated to rest, awaiting the next stage of matches. When Qianqian ascended the arena with Xianyi and the others, she noted that the opponents' husbands matched their own in terms of apparent strength. However, Tingxi, being formidable, had suppressed his abilities to the 1st rank, leading the opposing team to believe that aside from Qianqian, Tingxi appeared to be the most formidable challenger. Qianqian was guided by Xianyi to another safe zone, where she observed the opposing female leader doing the same, so she settled down to watch the fight unfold. It must be said that even with their abilities suppressed, Xianyi and his companions were quite powerful within a few exchanges. One of the opposing husbands was kicked off the arena. The opponent expressed no grievances and, upon conceding, left decisively with their female leader. After Qianqian stepped down, she noticed that another match was ongoing with Qianqian's group, which was fiercely contested. She turned to Tingxi and asked, "Which of Qianqian's husbands do you think is the strongest?" Tingxi pointed to an orc named Niu Chong, stating, "I haven't faced him before, but he appears to be a high-ranking 5th level, likely the strongest in their team. However, he cannot defeat me." Qianqian smiled at him, saying, "Indeed, our Tingxi is quite impressive." Tingxi responded with a bright smile, "Of course, you should know who I am." Xianye's mouth twitched slightly. The boastful fish had begun to show off again. Long Chengfeng chuckled, "My lady, why not ask me?" Qianqian turned to him and said, "Long Chengfeng, I have confidence in you." Long Chengfeng's expression became one of surprise, internally reveling, "At least you have good taste." Fengxin glanced at Long Chengfeng, saying later, "I will stand with my lady. You all should be cautious." Long Chengfeng nodded in agreement. Hu Bai, observing Qianqian's group, remarked, "I wonder if her backer will show up this time." Xianyi pondered for a moment and replied, "Surely not, with the chieftain and so many orcs present. They wouldn't dare." Hu Bai shook his head, "It's hard to say." Qianqian frowned slightly and inquired, "With so many people here, what is the highest ability rank in our tribe?" Hu Bai scanned the area and replied, "Including the elders, the highest is 7th rank." Qianqian was taken aback. The chieftain was not the strongest? Why had that elder not sought the chieftain position? Hu Bai, sensing her curiosity, explained, "I've heard this elder prefers solitude and does not wish to be chieftain, as it requires interaction with too many orcs." Qianqian nodded in understanding. Qianqian's group was facing a tough battle against Song Xiaoyan's team. Song Xiaoyan's group coordinated well, and both sides were evenly matched, resulting in a prolonged struggle. After watching for a while, Qianqian asked, "Who do you think will win, Qianqian or Song Xiaoyan?" Xianyi analyzed. Song Xiaoyan's husband seems to have better synergy, and when his energy is depleted, he doesn't hesitate to retreat and replenish before rejoining the fight, giving him significant stamina. The other orcs agreed with Xianye's assessment. However, Hu Bai countered, I believe Song Xiaoyan's team will lose. Mo Qianqian, gazing at Hu Bai's handsome profile, challenged. Shall we make a bet? Hu Bai looked down at her and smiled. No bet. Chapter 75. A hidden blade. Mo Qianqian pouted, thinking, if you don't want to bet, then so be it. She was curious to see if his judgment was correct. 10 minutes later, Mo Qianqian's husband triumphed over Song Xiaoyan's. Song Xiaoyan had not anticipated their defeat. One of Mo Qianqian's husbands had attempted to sneak an attack on her, prompting her husband to rush to her aid, which created a gap in their formation that the opponents exploited. Regardless, they had indeed lost, and after conceding, Song Xiaoyan left the arena decisively. As she passed by Mo Qianqian, she whispered, "Be wary of Mo Qianqian," before hurrying away. Tingxi and Xian Yi exchanged curious glances as they observed her departure. While Hu Bai appeared contemplative, Long Qingfeng remained unfazed, and Feng Xin furrowed her brow slightly. Mo Qianqian smiled gently at Song Xiaoyan, indicating her understanding. After the failure of Song Xiaoyan's family group, the remaining groups were of mediocre strength, and soon the last three groups were determined. The excitement in Mo Qianqian's eyes was about to overflow. She finally faced off against Mo Qianqian and her companions. Mo Qianqian raised an eyebrow and addressed Xian Yi, Long Qingfeng, and Hu Bai. Can the three of you handle their numbers? Tingxi and Feng Xin stay by my side and refrain from intervening unless absolutely necessary. Xian Yi nodded. Qianqian, I am ready. Long Qingfeng and Hu Bai exchanged confident glances, affirming, so are we. Mo Qianqian smiled. Excellent. Let us proceed in this manner. Mo Qianqian stepped onto the arena and provocatively declared, Sister, do not worry. To spare the female beast from embarrassment, I have instructed my beast husbands to exercise restraint and not harm yours. Mo Qianqian, unwilling to partake in the sisterly charade, retorted, Mo Qianqian, you pretentious fool. If you continue with your prattle, I shall have my beast husband kick them out of the tribe. Mo Qianqian, puzzled by the term pretentious fool, understood that Mo Qianqian's words were far from complimentary. She noted that Mo Qianqian had become even more arrogant, seemingly indifferent to the gazes of all the beasts in the tribe, yet effortlessly drawing everyone's attention. How infuriating. Her expression darkened as she warned, Sister, be careful not to speak carelessly, lest you incur the wrath of the beast god. Otherwise, how could your space have been destroyed? Mo Qianqian took a comfortable seat on the arena and urged, let us defeat them swiftly and demonstrate our strength. Montauk Shanshan coldly laughed inwardly. Yesterday's loss was merely a stroke of luck for them. Today, she would not accept defeat. She settled into a safe area of the arena. Among Mo Shanshan's 5 beast husbands, only Peng Fei remained in human form, while Xian Yi and Hu Bai transformed into their beast forms. And Long Qingfeng maintained his human shape. Feng Xin was pulled down to sit beside Mo Qianqian, while Tingxi stood in front of her. Seeing that Mo Qianqian had only sent 3 beast husbands to face her 5, Mo Shanshan mocked, Mo Qianqian, how overconfident. At the sound of the judge's signal to begin, Hu Bai was the first to unleash his ability, swiftly incapacitating 2 of Mo Shanshan's beast husbands, forcing them to fight each other. The remaining 3 beast husbands saw Long Qingfeng unable to unleash his full strength in the arena, yet his lightning ability proved ferocious, leaving the previously dismissive beasts convulsing in shock, while Mo Qianqian marveled at the sight of their clearly defined bones illuminated by the lightning, exclaiming how impressive Long Qingfeng was. Xian Yi, unwilling to be outdone, engaged by Lian, the fierce tiger, and they clashed with mutual ferocity, interspersed with abilities that left by Lian at a disadvantage. The judges and ordinary beasts below were astonished. They had not anticipated that Mo Qianqian's 3 beast husbands would so swiftly control the situation with their 2nd and 3rd tier abilities, evidently demonstrating a substantial reserve of power, easily overpowering the 4th and 5th tier male beasts. The chief observed with keen insight. The abilities of Mo Qianqian's 3 beast husbands seemed to rival his own, and even he might not secure victory in this contest. He glanced at Tingxi behind Mo Qianqian, noting his 1st tier cultivation, but suspecting there was more to him than met the eye. As for the beast named Feng Xin, There was no discernible aura of ability, making it impossible to gauge his true capabilities. Delighted to see Qianyi and the others thriving, while Mo Shanshan's beast husbands were being overwhelmed. Mo Qianqian couldn't help but smile triumphantly at Mo Shanshan in the safe area, an unmistakable provocation. Unable to remain composed, Mo Shanshan called over two of her severely fatigued beast husbands, handing them space-produced items, 2 fist-sized fruits. Mo Qianqian immediately retrieved 3 heads of lettuce from her own space, tossing them to her 3 beast husbands. Mo Shanshan and all the beasts below were taken aback. Had not Mo Qianqian's space been destroyed? How could she still produce items? Tingxi, realizing their astonishment, shouted, "Mistress, please share some of the space-produced items for my mother." The beasts suddenly understood. It was not Mo Qianqian's own production, but rather that of her beast husband's female beasts. Mo Shanshan found this amusing and disdainfully glanced at Mo Qianqian, as if to say, "You have brought shame upon yourself in front of your beast husbands." Mo Qianqian dismissed her, cheerfully stating, "Mo Shanshan, you are insufferable. Hurry up and finish this. Once I claim the first prize, we shall discreetly." The remainder of her sentence was left unvoiced. Yet Qianyi and the others comprehended her intent. She wished to thrash Mo Shanshan's group once more in private, after consuming Mo Qianqian's space-produced items. The energy contained in the lettuce surged through their limbs, revitalizing them. Another one-sided beating ensued, leading to Mo Shanshan's beast husbands being successively kicked off the arena, leaving only Mo Shanshan standing. Mo Qianqian addressed her, "Do you wish for me to take action?" Enraged, Mo Shanshan leapt off the arena. The day's competition concluded, and once again, Mo Qianqian and her team secured first place. The chief gazed at her with pride, acknowledging her growth. She had learned to keep a low profile and conserve her strength. Surely, Mo Qianqian's father would be reassured, knowing she was well protected by 5 capable beast husbands. He ascended the arena, announcing, "Mo Qianqian's family group has achieved first place 3 times. Bring forth the rewards. I shall personally present them to her, as she is the first in many years to attain 3 first-place victories." The audience erupted in thunderous applause. Moved by the atmosphere, Mo Qianqian delivered a brief acceptance speech before personally receiving a beautifully crafted wooden box. As she slowly lifted the lid, an unforeseen incident occurred. A sharp, arrowhead-shaped stone shot out from the box, infused with 8th-tier energy, hurtling directly towards Mo Qianqian's heart. The chief gasped and swiftly used his abilities to deflect the projectile, though it only veered slightly off course. Mo Qianqian watched helplessly as the small arrow approached her chest. With a sickening sound, she heard the projectile penetrate her flesh. However, the anticipated excruciating pain did not materialize. She soon realized someone had shielded her. This person was none other than Qianyi. His speed was astonishing, leaving only an afterimage as he used his body to intercept the sudden lethal arrow meant for Mo Qianqian. Long Chengfeng and Hu Bai, standing at a distance, reacted too late. By the time they realized what had transpired, Qianyi had already lunged forward. The wooden box fell from Mo Qianqian's hand, revealing that it was completely empty of any celestial herbs. The chief's expression darkened as he beheld the vacant box, clearly recognizing that the contents had been swapped. A silence enveloped the center of the Beast Plaza for a few moments before chaos erupted, akin to oil splashing into boiling water, inciting a panic among the crowd. The chief shouted, "Do not scatter. Elders, quickly maintain order." What transpired? Hu Bai and Long Chengfeng scanned the area, spotting an unfamiliar male beast mingling with the fleeing crowd. Mo Qianqian steadied Qianyi, who was on the verge of collapsing, her face etched with alarm. "Qianyi, are you all right?" She noticed Qianye's lips had turned a dark shade of purple, and embedded in his back was an arrow made of an unknown stone, leaving only a small tail protruding, while blood seeped from the wound, transitioning from red to black. Qianyi's eyes fluttered, struggling to focus on Mo Qianqian's face. As he waved his hand weakly, "Qianqian, do not fear. I feel no pain, just a bit dizzy." With that, he fainted. Mo Qianqian grasped his hand, preventing it from falling. Without waiting for her to speak, Tingshi immediately took Qianye's hand and began channeling healing energy into him. Qianqian anxiously watched Qianye's face, occasionally glancing at Tingshi. Feng Xen, his brow furrowed, thought to himself that if he had pushed Qianqian away earlier, none of this would have happened. Although he had little personal connection with Qianyi, witnessing him collapse before him stirred an unsettling feeling within. The chieftain instructed the elders to soothe the panicked orcs while he, alongside Long Chengfeng and Hu Bai, pursued the direction in which the mysterious figure had fled. Among the crowd, Qianqian cast a distant glance at Qianqian on the arena, silently reflecting on her resilience and hoping she could evade danger once more. Without a trace of reluctance, she turned and departed with her beast husband. When Tingshi utilized his extraordinary abilities, he sensed the energy within Qianyi dissipating rapidly, as if it threatened to drain him completely. He concentrated the swiftly spreading toxin in one location, forcefully withdrew his hand, and sighed in relief, acknowledging that Qianyi had been poisoned. The toxin was peculiar, but it would not claim his life immediately. Qianqian, observing Tingshi's pallor and the abnormal gray hue spreading across Qianye's upper body, anxiously inquired, "Is Qianyi truly all right? He seems gravely affected." Tingshi nodded earnestly. "Fortunately, is not near the heart. Otherwise, the toxin would have already claimed his life. I have contained the toxin near his wound for now, so do not worry, my lady." Qianqian, looking at Qianye's face with a twinge of sorrow, lamented, "It's all my fault." Tingshi shook his head, "My lady. We must take Qianyi to the shaman." Feng Xin Sayin Nali. He had lost his abilities and never anticipated that an orc would dare to assassinate a female orc in broad daylight. Moreover, if the female orc were to perish, the assassin would equally face retribution. Did he not fear death? Nonetheless, he was grateful that Qianyi had intervened. Otherwise, they might have met the same fate as Qianqian. Qianqian turned to Tingshi. "All right, let us go quickly. Tingshi, carry Qianyi." Tingshi crouched down, but as Qianqian attempted to support Qianyi, she found him too heavy to manage. A pair of large hands gently lifted Qianyi onto Tingshi's back. Qianqian turned to see it was the quiet Feng Xian. After aiding Qianyi, Feng Xian noticed the stone embedded in Qianye's wound. His pupils constricted as he murmured, "This is a space stone." Tingshi had already hoisted Qianyi up, and Qianqian urged, "What is a space stone?" "Never mind that. We must find a shaman and see if she can help." Feng Xian quickly nodded. "Yes, let us find a shaman first." Tingshi and Qianqian made their way to the shaman's dwelling. Meanwhile, the chieftain, along with Hu Bai and Long Chengfeng, chased the elusive figure deep into the dense forest. The chieftain realized, to his dismay, that he was lagging significantly behind. Even after instructing his fellow chieftains to expedite their efforts, the duo was remarkably swift. Long Chengfeng's expression grew grave. The individual was remarkably fast. He was now exerting all his strength merely to catch a glimpse of the figure ahead. Hu Bai felt the strain. He was not known for his speed, and as he pursued, he observed that the figure seemed entirely at ease, showing no signs of distress, as if deliberately luring them in. The chieftain called out from behind, "Perhaps we should split up to pursue?" Hu Bai replied, "Chieftain, I fear he may not catch up." Long Chengfeng halted abruptly, and in the blink of an eye, the shadow before them vanished entirely. In the aftermath, Hu Bai and the others returned empty-handed. The chieftain informed them, "Someone has tampered with the Xianling Chao. The wooden box is empty." Hu Bai glanced at the chieftain and suggested, "Chieftain, we need to investigate who was responsible for guarding the Xianling Chao and who handled it last." The chieftain responded, "Indeed. I will return to investigate and inform you once I have news." With that, he hurried away. When Hu Bai and Long Chengfeng returned to the center of the orc square, Qianqian and her companions were already gone. Considering that Tingshi possessed healing abilities, they surmised that the group might have returned home and made their way back. Meanwhile, Qianqian and her companions arrived at the shaman's residence, with Feng Xian trailing behind. Qianqian knocked urgently on the door. Hearing the commotion, the shaman approached, running over while expressing her displeasure. "I heard you. You're going to break the door down." Upon opening the door, she was taken aback to find Qianqian and her group. her brows furrowed in concern. Qianqian urgently implored, "Shaman, please help Qianyi. He has been poisoned." The shaman, noticing that Tingshi was carrying someone, quickly instructed, "Come inside with me." The four of them entered the room together. The shaman directed Tingshi to lay Qianyi down. As she examined Qianyi's complexion, her expression shifted to alarm. "This is serious. What kind of poison is this? It's far too severe." Qianqian's anxiety deepened. "I don't know what kind of poison it is." "Shaman, you didn't see that person at the arena today? My other beast husbands went to pursue the one who poisoned him. I don't know if they succeeded." The shaman felt Qianyi's pulse and lifted his eyelids for inspection. Shaking her head, "The poison appears very dangerous. I cannot identify it. You may need to prepare for the worst." She sighed, gazing at Qianqian with pity. Qianqian remained silent and motioned for Tingshi to carry Qianyi toward their home. Throughout their journey, Qianqian was subdued, while Qian was at a loss for words. Tingshi maintained an unusual silence. The group encountered Hu Bai and Long Chengfeng along the way. Observing the expressions of the three, Hu Bai surmised that Qianyi might not survive. Breaking the silence, Long Chengfeng inquired, "My lady, how is Qianyi?" Qianqian lifted her gaze to meet his, asserting, "He will be fine. I will save him. His life is intertwined with mine, and no one shall take him from me." Upon uttering these words, her eyes reddened, glistening with unshed tears, evoking a profound sense of compassion in all who bore witness. Everyone present believed that Qianqian was struggling to accept the grim reality of Qianyi's grave injuries and did not truly believe she possessed the means to save him. Tingshi intended to carry Qianyi back to his own room, but was halted by Qianqian, who insisted that he be placed on her bed. Vowing to care for him herself, Tingshi sighed, reluctant to defy her wishes, believing that by caring for Qianyi for a few days, she might gradually come to accept the harsh truth of his impending demise. His healing powers could not cure the poison, but could sustain Qianyi's vital signs, and he resolved to provide treatment daily henceforth. After Tingshi emerged, Long Chengfeng and Hu Bai looked at him and inquired, "Mistress, is she all right?" Tingshi waved his hand and replied, "She seems perfectly calm." The group then settled onto the stone chairs in the hall, engaging in conversation. Qianqian asked, "Qianyi, is there truly no possibility of reviving him?" Tingshi responded, "My unique abilities can sustain his life, albeit in a perpetual slumber. If I cease to channel my powers, he shall perish within 3 days." Long Chengfeng gasped in shock. "That individual is ruthless. Just that single arrow would have surely killed a mistress. Yet he even coated it with poison." Hu Bai, with a solemn expression, remarked, "When Long Chengfeng and I pursued that person, we could not discern his cultivation level. It remains a mystery why he lured us there, and ultimately, he made no move." Long Chengfeng added, "With his high cultivation, he could have easily dispatched the mistress. Yet he chose not to." After a moment of contemplation, Qian spoke, "Do you remember when I transformed into a Gagada beast?" The three turned their gazes towards him. He lowered his eyelids and said, "During my training, I was interrupted by him. When I emerged, I was struck by divine punishment and transformed into an ordinary Gagada beast, devoid of any cultivation." Hu Bai looked at him and asked, "Do you believe that individual is the one who attempted to assassinate the mistress today?" Qian nodded. "It is highly likely." Tingshi, perplexed, interjected, "If that beast man is so formidable, why did he not eliminate us all? Surely he possesses great strength." His remark sparked a glimmer of insight in Hu Bai's eyes. He suggested perhaps he was unwilling or simply incapable. Long Chengfeng found this notion somewhat reasonable. Meanwhile, Qianqian was communicating with the system. She believed it worthwhile to exchange all her points for an antidote pill to save Qianyi. However, the system was less than agreeable. Qianqian expressed her dissatisfaction. "System, I'm the host here. Your suggestion is commendable, but I implore you to refrain from advising me further. If I do not save Qianyi, my conscience shall be troubled. Moreover, that individual has already attempted to kill me once. He can certainly do so again. If Qianyi dies, who else can save him?" The system fell silent, being merely an emotionless entity, its recommendations reflecting optimal solutions for the host's current situation. However, it was entirely normal for the host to disregard its counsel. Qianqian once again entered the space, approached the shelf of exchangeable items, and selected an antidote pill. Pressing the exchange button, a brown pill appeared in her palm, while the other items on the shelf, apart from the previously exchanged vegetables and soap, appeared dull and unselectable. Her points had dwindled to a conspicuous 0. Qianqian placed the pill into Qianye's mouth. She pried his mouth open, but he resisted swallowing. In desperation, she took a sip of water and used it to help him swallow the pill. Only then did Qianyi manage to ingest it. Qianqian wiped the droplet of water that had trickled from his mouth and asked, "System, when will Qianyi awaken?" The system replied curtly, "At this time tomorrow." A wave of relief washed over Qianqian. As long as he would awaken, that was sufficient. She kissed Qianye's forehead before exiting the room. Just as Qianyi regained consciousness, his fingers twitched. He caught a whiff of Qianqian's scent and felt the softness on his forehead. Though it was but a fleeting moment, his eyelids felt unbearably heavy, and regardless of how he struggled, he could not open his eyes. Upon Qianqian's exit, the 4 beast husbands turned their gazes toward her. She approached and seated herself, inquiring, "Who was the beast man that ambushed me today?" Long Qingfeng and Hubai replied in unison, "We do not know." Qianqian had anticipated such a response and did not press further. She produced several vegetables, stating, "You all worked hard today, especially you, Tingxi. Please eat and replenish your energy." Feng Xian gazed at the vegetables but did not take any. He truly wished to relinquish his match, but he felt a sense of guilt toward Qianqian and did not want to take from her space's produce. Observing that the others had taken some, but Feng Xian remained still, Qianqian, with her clear and innocent eyes, asked, "What is it, Feng Xian? Do you lack an appetite?" Chapter 78. It is unusual. Feng Xian, looking somewhat dejected, replied, "Mistress, I have not exerted myself these past few days. I do not wish to waste your space's output. It is more suitable for those who need it most." Qianqian paused briefly before stuffing the vegetables into his hand, saying, "I do not hold you accountable. Eat with peace of mind and quickly restore your cultivation. That is the best repayment you can offer me." After a moment's silence, she continued, "What level of ability did the beastman who ambushed me today possess?" Long Qingfeng, being the closest to that person, recalled and speculated above the 8th tier. Hubai concurred, stating, "In any case, it would not be below the 8th tier." Tingxi questioned, "Why do you think he would dare to attack publicly? Given his high cultivation level, even if he had come into the cave to kill us stealthily, we would have been utterly defenseless." Feng Xin Zipli, perhaps his abilities were temporarily elevated to the 8th tier. Qianqian found Feng Xian's conjecture quite plausible, yet she pondered why he did not choose to kill her discreetly. It seemed more convenient. She could not comprehend the logic guiding that individual. It was exceedingly peculiar. Hubai expressed, "I agree with Feng Xian's theory. Since that person was uninjured today, we do not know if he will return. So from this day forth, we must remain by the mistress's side without leaving her." Everyone agreed, except for Feng Xian. Just as he was about to speak, Long Qingfeng instructed, "For now, you should stay indoors and spend time with the mistress." Feng Xian nodded helplessly, realizing that apart from this solution, there were no better alternatives. The atmosphere grew somewhat heavy. Qianqian forced a smile, saying, "Let us prepare dinner. I am hungry." Lacking any abilities, Feng Xian relinquished the hunting duties to the other 4 men. With Qianyi absent, he automatically took on the role of preparing the meal, which had originally been a group decision to alternate. Qianqian returned in high spirits. While it was unfortunate that Qianqian did not perish on the spot, the removal of one of her beast husbands was a favorable outcome for her. The beast husbands had only secured 2nd place today. She did not scold them, but instead happily produced some of her space's output to help replenish their abilities. Lian, noticing her good mood, boldly inquired, "Mistress, about the individual who ambushed Qianqian." Upon hearing this, Qianqian glared. Lian, "Do not speak of things that should not be spoken of, nor ask questions that should not be asked. If you utter another word, I shall immediately sever our match." Lian, frightened, quickly apologized. Qianqian then spoke kindly to all the beast husbands, You only need to know that this person is here to assist us. No further discussion is necessary. The other beast husbands nodded in agreement. Upon returning, the chieftain immediately summoned the 5 elders. After inquiring, no one had noticed the contents of the wooden box containing the Qianqian chow had been swapped. The chieftain furrowed his brow, his expression grave. Are you suggesting that the wooden box remained in your possession, untouched by anyone else, and that no unfamiliar beastman approached you? The 5 elders nodded, exchanging glances. The chieftain further inquired, since the Qianqian chow is missing, what are the other rewards? Are they also absent? 2 of the elders produced 2 wooden boxes. The chieftain opened them at once, finding the contents intact within. He could not help but suspect there was a traitor within the tribe. His gaze swept over the 5 elders. The elder responsible for guarding the Qianqian chow suddenly realized, one day while I was bathing in the river, I placed a wooden box in a beast skin bag. That was the only time I did not keep a close watch. The chieftain raised an eyebrow, asking, when did this occur? The elder replied, yesterday. The chieftain pressed on, when you returned, did you overlook any other places you had not searched? The elder shook his head. No, I have searched everywhere. The chieftain sighed, very well, there is nothing more to be discussed here. You may return. The 5 elders departed from the chieftain's abode. The chieftain glanced at the rewards for 2nd and 3rd place, expressionless, as he closed the lid. To his dismay, the precious Xianlinko he had so painstakingly acquired had been stolen, and he was at a complete loss regarding the identity of the thief. He truly did not know how to face Qianqian. Having given others hope that he could not fulfill, it felt rather cruel. Upon realizing that all leads in this matter had come to a standstill, the chieftain sighed deeply after a prolonged silence. The following morning, Qianqian lay in bed, sensing a gentle gaze upon her, akin to a soft feather brushing against her face. Slowly, she opened her eyes to find Qian Yi gazing at her with serene tenderness. Qianqian parted her lips, and Qian Yi leaned in to kiss her. Concerned about the injury on his back, she wrapped her arms around his waist. They became immersed in a sweet and lingering kiss. After a while, Qianqian regained her voice, asking, Qian Yi, are you all right? Wan Yi replied softly, Villainous. I am well. His eyes were filled with gentleness as he focused on her eyes and pink lips. Unconsciously, she licked her lips and said, that's good. Let Tingshi help you remove the stone from your back. At that moment, a voice from the system chimed in. Congratulations, host. Qianya's corruption value is now 0. An additional reward of 100,000 points. Host, you are simply amazing. After being momentarily stunned, Qianqian said, Qian Yi, it's time to get up. They are waiting for us at the door. She hadn't anticipated that Qian Yi's corruption value would drop to 0. However, the unseen threat still loomed, leaving her feeling less than elated, knowing her life was perpetually at risk. Upon awakening, Qian Yi sensed Tingshi and the others waiting outside. When he kissed Qianqian, they surely heard it. Qianqian rose to open the door, and those outside immediately turned to look behind her. Qian Yi had actually awakened. They thought they had misheard. They were puzzled as to how Qianqian had managed this. Tingshi quickly stood up, brushing off the dust from her beastskin skirt, exclaiming, Qian Yi, come here. Let me see your injury. Qian Yi had fainted in an instant, unaware of the extent of his injuries. He was conscious enough to remember that Tingshi had carried him to see the shaman and that Qianqian had saved him. Tingshi used her abilities to examine his body and discovered that all toxins had indeed vanished. She expressed her astonishment and confusion, saying, Mistress, Qian Yi's poison has been cleared. If I remove the stone from the wound, he will just need some more treatment. Qian Yi felt surprisingly light, aside from a slight pain in his back. He had no other ailments. He responded, there's no need to trouble yourself so much. I can expel it using my cultivation. Just help me tend to the wound. Tingshi nodded. All right, let's go to the hall. Qian Yi and Qianqian joined them in the hall, concentrating on the injured area on his back. Qian Yi expelled the arrowhead-shaped stone with a swift motion, causing it to embed itself into the wall. Qianqian immediately extracted it, cleaned the marks, and remarked, this is a spatial stone. Tingshi curiously inquired about its purpose, stating, what use is a spatial stone? It looks no different from a stone by the roadside. Qianqian responded, This spatial stone is not the kind associated with female spaces. Its origins are unclear, but it can enhance cultivation. Most importantly, I discovered it seems capable of shielding against divine punishment from the beast gods. Think she exclaimed in surprise. Is it really that powerful? Qianqian also expressed her curiosity. Hubai took the stone from Feng Xian, examined it closely, but found nothing unusual, tossing it back into Feng Xian's palm. Long Chengfeng leaned in to observe and confirmed there was indeed nothing extraordinary about it. Seeing their skepticism, Feng Xian pointed at Tingxi, saying, "Why not use your abilities to pass through this spatial stone and then return to your body?" Tingxi obliged, and to her surprise, her cultivation felt more stable than before. She remarked, "It's a bit strange, but it works well. I wonder if using it excessively will have adverse effects on my body." She returned the spatial stone to Feng Xian, knowing she needed to guard Qianqian and investigate whether the beast cores would be beneficial for the male beastmen. Leaving little time to delve into the mysteries of the spatial stone, Feng Xian stored the spatial stone away. Long Chengfeng pondered and asked, "Feng Xian, what do you think your abilities will recover?" Although he had promised to protect Feng Xian, with the emergence of that mysterious beastman, he found himself stretched thin, needing to protect both Qianqian and Feng Xian. Feng Xian himself was uncertain about his recovery. He had visited the dragon nurturing pool with the intent of testing it, and unexpectedly, it had restored his human form, yet he remained curious about his cultivation. Qianqian, noticing his expression, said, "It's all right, Feng Xian. You can stay home with me." After they dispersed to attend to their own matters, Qianqian's consciousness entered the spatial realm. To her astonishment, she had accumulated 100,000 points. Along with Xian Ye's previous 10 points, she believed the resource exchange system would present even better items. Approaching the top tier of the transparent shelves, she saw various items priced in the thousands and tens of thousands of points, including 5 distinct beast cores corresponding to the abilities of her 5 beast husbands, each priced at 10,000 points, suitable for individuals to absorb without side effects, capable of leveling up 3 to 5 ranks. Excitement surged within Qianqian as the system materialized before her. Startled by its sudden appearance, she exclaimed, "Who are you?" Eyeing it warily. Before her floated a pink, fist-sized creature with facial features and wings. It pitifully exclaimed, "Host, it's me. This baby, Host, you are heartless. You are so mean." Qianqian paused for a moment, realizing its voice indeed resembled that of the system, though it was no longer in her mind, but here before her. The system hovered into her palm and stated, "The resource exchange system has upgraded because you cleared Xian Ye's corruption value. Host, do you think my new form is magnificent?" With hopeful eyes, it gazed at Qianqian, who found it rather adorable, utterly lacking in magnificence, and replied nonchalantly, "Yes, the system baby is the most magnificent." The system, satisfied, soared into the air, spinning joyfully. Then it flew to the top of the shelf, declaring, "These beast cores can elevate your beast husband's ranks to face the mysterious individual. The other 2 are for defense and offense, capable of withstanding attacks from 12th rank beastmen, with each costing 100,000. Be sure to think carefully before exchanging." Qianqian deliberated, torn between protecting herself and enhancing their abilities, lamenting her insufficient points to acquire everything. Yet, with only Xian Yi successfully conquered and the others still possessing high corruption values, the risks were considerable. After a moment of hesitation, she ultimately could not make a decision and exited the spatial realm. Upon emerging, she found only Long Chengfeng and Feng Xian in the cave. Casually she asked, "Where did they go?" Long Chengfeng, who was watching Feng Xian cook, replied, "They said they went out for a stroll." Qianqian held no suspicions and sat down, watching them work. Xian Yi was led into the forest by Tingxi and Hubai. Tingxi was the first to inquire, "Xian Yi, mistress saved you." Xian Yi affirmed, "Yes." "What of it?" Hubai remarked, "Don't you find Qianqian rather strange? She is not a shaman, yet produced life-saving medicine." Tingxi added, "I heard that she also saved you during your journey to the Wangshu Sea. Do you not harbor any doubts about her?" Wuan Yi replied earnestly, "All I know is that Qianqian has saved me twice. If it weren't for her, I might have perished long ago, regardless of whether she is the true Qianqian. I love her and will not dissolve our bond. Tingxi and Hu Bai exchanged glances, and Tingxi remarked, I understand. The mistress is indeed admirable. I too will not sever our match. However, I feel that she has changed entirely from the previous little female, feeling quite unfamiliar, and I worry that she might revert one day. Hu Bai has no intention of dissolving the match for the time being. Currently, Ma Qianqian's spatial production is generous, and she does not interfere with the affairs of his tribe, which pleases him greatly. He turned to Tingxi and inquired, have you made any progress in your research on that beast core? Speaking of the beast core, Xuanya became spirited. His fifth-tier ability could not be cultivated faster with Ma Qianqian's spatial production. If the beast core could enable him to swiftly enhance his abilities, that mysterious individual would pose no threat. Hu Bai also gazed at Tingxi, who shrugged his shoulders, indicating he had nothing to report. This outcome was within their expectations, and they did not appear overly disappointed. Just as they were about to return to the cave, some rustling was heard from the underbrush in a certain part of the forest. The three rushed over and discovered footprints on the ground. The person had already vanished. Xuanya frowned slightly, remarking, they move quite swiftly. Hu Bai scanned the surroundings and said, we should head back. We might be under constant surveillance. Tingxi quickly added, yes. Let us hurry home. Upon returning, Ma Qianqian smiled at them. You're back. The meal will be ready soon. Xuanya approached and took Ma Qianqian's hand, stating, we just discovered someone was watching us in the forest. Qianqian, from today onwards, I shall not leave your side. Tingxi also stepped forward and held her hand, saying, mistress, do not be afraid. I will protect you as well. Hu Bai remained speechless. Was their attachment to Ma Qianqian a bit excessive? They should focus on honing their abilities instead of risking everything. Feng Xin scoffed, uninterested. He would never engage in such petty rivalry for affection, as it would diminish his stature. Long Qingfeng felt a twinge of discomfort watching the two display their affection before Ma Qianqian, hands still tightly clasped. He declared, mistress, rest assured, if that person truly arrives, I will be the first to protect you. Hu Bai and Feng Xin exchanged glances, exasperated. Where had their self-respect gone? Ma Qianqian smiled softly, about to speak when a familiar voice echoed from outside the cave. Chapter 8. The followers Ma Qianqian recognized the voice of the chieftain and stood up, saying, the chieftain may have found a lead. Or perhaps he brings the fairy spirit grass. Hu Bai glanced outside the cave and remarked, I wouldn't bet on it. Xuanya said, let's go see. Ma Qianqian and the others emerged from the cave to find the chieftain, accompanied by two fifth-tier male beastmen. Ma Qianqian approached the chieftain, greeting him, Chieftain, do you have any leads? The chieftain sighed, Qianqian, I'm afraid we couldn't trace that person's origins. We can only confirm he is not from our tribe. Ma Qianqian and the others had already prepared for such an outcome. She comforted him, it's all right, I'm doing well. Chieftain, did you bring the fairy spirit grass? She scrutinized their hands and the beast skin bags. The chieftain replied helplessly. The elder responsible for guarding the fairy spirit grass said it was swapped out. He searched everywhere, but couldn't find it. Ma Qianqian was truly a loss for words, after working hard to secure 3 first-place wins. Losing the reward was one thing, but nearly losing her life was another. Had it not been for Xuanya, she might have perished on the spot. Noticing Ma Qianqian's silence, the chieftain proposed a remedy. Qianqian, these two are warriors from our tribe, 5th-tier beastmen, here to protect you temporarily. You may also keep them as your followers if you find them suitable. Just as Ma Qianqian was about to refuse, the chieftain pushed the 2 male beastmen forward, saying, please don't be hasty in your rejection. They volunteered, and I did not force them. Your situation is too perilous. It's best to keep them. The gazes of the 5 beastmen instantly converged on the 2 male beastmen. The chieftain was actually presenting them to their mistress. After a moment of struggle, Xuanya finally relented, saying, Qianqian, let them stay. Ma Qianqian turned to him, wanting to refuse, but Xuanya had already agreed. Feng Xin concurred, mistress, please accept them. Hu Bai crossed his arms, refraining from voicing his opinion. Tingxi felt a twinge of discomfort, fearing Ma Qianqian might agree, yet also realizing it would be unwise for her to refuse. Only Long Chengfeng stepped forward, addressing the two male beastmen. "Welcome to our ranks." Ma Qianqian was taken aback. Seeing that most had agreed, the chieftain quickly excused himself, claiming he had matters to attend to, and hurriedly left. Ma Qianqian regarded the two towering male beastmen. Approximately 6 feet tall, robust, and muscular, with relatively handsome faces, and pondered, where will they stay? The two male beastmen introduced themselves. "I am Da Zhuang, and he is Erzwang. I possess water abilities, while he has wind abilities. We have long admired you. The previous situation was quite dangerous, and we were concerned. So we sought the chieftain's assistance." Ma Qianqian was taken aback. It seemed she had unexpectedly gained 2 admirers, and judging by their appearance, they appeared to be brothers. After a moment of thought, she said earnestly, "Thank you. My situation is indeed perilous, but if you regret your decision now, it's not too late." Da Zhuang and Erzwang, sensing her reluctance, grew anxious. "Mistress, please don't reject us. We are unafraid, and we have never matched with any female." Implicitly, they indicated that Ma Qianqian could accept them, as they were untainted. Ma Qianqian was speechless. This was utterly absurd. She observed their earnest expressions and replied, "Da Zhuang, Erzwang, follow Long Chengfeng and heed his instructions." She looked up at Long Chengfeng and commanded. Long Chengfeng raised an eyebrow, surprised that Ma Qianqian had assigned him the task of guiding newcomers. Hu Bai, indifferent, led the way back to the cave. Long Chengfeng glanced at the two somewhat earnest male beastmen and instructed, "Follow me." The two trailed behind him into the cave. Tingshi cast a slightly aggrieved look at Ma Qianqian. She felt somewhat guilty, saying, "This was their choice. I can't be held responsible." Xuanya patted Tingshi firmly. "If you were stronger, the chieftain wouldn't have had the chance to present anyone to us." Tingshi rolled his eyes. "It's mutual." Xuanya, uninterested in further arguing, gently said to Ma Qianqian, "Having more people to protect you means greater safety. I don't mind." Xuanya's demeanor exuded the air of a primary consort, causing Tingshi's lips to twitch. He must be feeling quite aggrieved. With this thought, he felt a sense of relief. Xuanya was evidently closer to their mistress, having developed a more intimate relationship, while he had nothing with her. He immediately grasped Ma Qianqian's hand, intertwining their fingers. "Come, mistress, let us return home." Xuanya stared silently at their clasped hands, stepping forward to wrap his arm around Ma Qianqian's shoulders, signaling for them to head back. Ma Qianqian smiled helplessly. She was but one person and could not be divided. At this moment, her heart favored Xuanya the most. His dark aura had dissipated, and for her, this sense of security was more substantial than that provided by any other beastman. Meanwhile, Ma Qianqian was flatteringly attending to a snake beastman. If Ma Qianqian, Hu Bai, and Xuanya could see, they would recognize him as the beastman who had previously made a deal with Ma Qianqian. Ma Qianqian's 5 beastmen were already stationed at the cave entrance. Listening to the sounds emanating from Ma Qianqian and the snake beastman, the 5 displayed grim expressions. The snake beastman referred to himself as a follower, yet since their match, Ma Qianqian had treated him like a distinguished guest, speaking to him softly and tenderly, fearful of offending him. In contrast, they, as her beastmen, were looked down upon, receiving nothing but scorn and reprimands from Ma Qianqian. Any slight discontent on her part would bring them trouble. Some among them had questioned her about her preferential treatment towards the snake beastman, only to be met with her furious wrath, silencing them instantly. They later learned that the snake beastman had existed prior to their match with Ma Qianqian, and they would meet occasionally, with the first order of business being intimate activities. Initially, everyone had disapproved of their behavior, but after a few complaints, Ma Qianqian had threatened to dissolve their matches, leading them to eventually turn a blind eye. However, once the serpent beastman departed, Mo Qianqian felt an immense satisfaction and generously promised them superior spatial resources. On the day Mo Qianqian encountered danger, the unfamiliar male beastman who appeared was not him. This left Mo Qianqian's beast husband curious. Who exactly was the adult she spoke of, and how formidable could he be? If he was indeed so powerful, why did he not simply eliminate Mo Qianqian? After a brief exchange with the serpent beastman, he donned his leather skirt, disregarding her desire for a moment of intimacy, and swiftly left. Seeing him depart, Qianqian emerged and addressed her 5 beast husbands. I have heard that the chieftain has dispatched 2 fifth-tier beastmen to protect Qianqian. Who among you dares to slay them? How audacious to curry favor with her at such a critical juncture. It is utterly detestable. Chapter 81. Exchange. Upon hearing this, Peng Fei's eyes flickered as he remarked, Niu Chong, are you going or not? Niu Chong pondered for a moment and replied, Qianqian's beast husbands are rather uncanny. It is best to strike while they are absent. Bai Lian, feeling somewhat apprehensive, furrowed his brow and said, Isn't that unwise? What if the chieftain finds out? Meng Ma and Li Yin exchanged glances, aware that internal strife was prohibited within the tribe. If discovered by the chieftain, they could either be expelled or face severe penalties. Should they actually kill those 2, discovery would only lead to death. Qianqian shot a glare at Bai Lian and commanded Bai Lian to distract them, allowing Peng Fei and Niu Chong to act. If you refuse, return to your tribe at once. I do not wish to see you again. Bai Lian, frightened, immediately acquiesced, knowing that refusal would mean expulsion by Qianqian. The 3 conferred on a strategy, and Qianqian granted them a modicum of spatial resources, awaiting favorable news. Qianqian spent several days confined within the cave, either strolling by the river or feeling stifled with nowhere to go. They anticipated the mysterious figure would visit again. Having prepared for days, yet not a single shadow had appeared. This left Qianqian feeling as if suspended beneath a sword, both anxious and irate. If only she could exchange those beast cores to empower her husbands. When the figure finally arrived, a trap would not seem so bad. After all, a defense or attack of 100,000 might not suffice to defeat him. It would be wiser to reserve half to purchase beast cores for her husbands to ascend, and keep the remaining 50,000 for emergencies. With that thought, Qianqian made her decision, observing Long Chengfeng instructing Da Zhuang and Air Zhuang on her culinary preferences. She regretted having accepted them and felt compelled to send them away. In recent days, Da Zhuang and Air Zhuang had adhered to their duties, completing all tasks assigned to them, while Tingxi engaged in research with the previously obtained beast cores, though with little success. The thought of dismissing the 2 earnest beastmen troubled Qianqian, for they had not erred. Hu Bai, noticing her distressed expression, approached and quietly inquired, Mistress, what troubles you? At that moment, Qianqian could not conceive of an alternative solution. She glanced at Hu Bai, whose intellect she respected, and decided to involve him. Thus, she grasped his arm and stepped outside the cave, eyeing the 2 diligent brothers. Hu Bai, I regret accepting them. Can you help me persuade them to leave? Hu Bai raised an eyebrow. Mistress, you initially wanted them to stay. What will others think if you send them away after just a few days? Qianqian grew increasingly agitated. It is my fault. I should not have entangled them. They are decent individuals, but it is too perilous to keep them close. Hu Bai, with a knowing smile, probed further, Mistress, do you feel pity for them? Why not show some concern for me? His last remark, tinged with affection, made Qianqian question if she had misheard. She offered a harmless smile and replied, You are different. You are my beast husband. Upon hearing this, Hu Bai's previously gloomy mood brightened considerably. Mistress, I will assist you. Qianqian looked up, her clear and bright eyes reflecting his charmingly roguish face. Really? Hu Bai nodded with a smile. Mistress, you are truly delightful. Just wait and see. Gratefully, Qianqian expressed her thanks and reiterated her request for him to avoid using harsh words. Hu Bai assured her he would comply. Before long, Hu Bai summoned a Zhuang and Air Zhuang outside. Qianqian kept her distance, unable to discern their conversation. After exchanging a few words, the 2 departed, heads bowed and despondent. Hu Bai approached Qianqian with a smirk. Mistress, they have left. Qianqian exhaled in relief and thanked Hu Bai. They returned to the cave together. Long Chengfeng felt a sense of accomplishment from his recent teachings, and, noticing the absence of the 2 beastmen named Zhuang, inquired of Hu Bai, what did you send them off to do? Hu Bai cast a glance at Qianqian and replied, I sent them home. Long Chengfeng, Feng Xian, and Tingxi were astonished. Why? They were performing quite well. Qianqian could only respond, I do not wish to endanger others, nor do I desire any followers. Having you all is sufficient. Her words left everyone momentarily speechless. Qianyi, feeling a mix of remorse and understanding, said, Qianqian, it was my mistake. I should not have allowed you to take them in. Qianqian shook her head. I have considered it. It is safer for you to protect me. Moreover, I acquired these from my late father. She promptly exchanged for 5 beast cores from her spatial resource and presented them. Qianyi and the others stared at the differently colored beast cores in her hands, each imbued with tremendous energy, utterly taken aback. Fearing they might hesitate to use them, Qianqian emphasized, my father assured me that using these would not harm your bodies. Do you give them a try? No sooner had she spoken than Qian Yi eagerly selected a fire-type beast core. After a moment's hesitation, the others followed suit, each claiming the corresponding cores. Qianqian sighed in relief. Having invoked her father's name, they should not suspect her intentions too deeply. Hubai accepted his core, but did not absorb it immediately. Instead, he placed it in a leather pouch. She began to toy with his core, noting its superior purity and power compared to the one obtained for previous hunts. It seemed promising. He felt a surge of excitement. Long Chengfeng contemplated whether to try his hand at the rare lightning-type core, uncertain if he might fail and become as ineffective as Feng Xian. Feng Xian, unaware of Long Chengfeng's inner turmoil, would have countered had she known. He lacked any cultivation, yet he hoped to regain it by utilizing the core. Qianyi sat down and began to absorb the energy from his beast core. Qianqian and the others watched him, and she silently thought of Qianyi as a trusting, gentle giant. Unaware of Qianqian's thoughts, Qianyi felt the core's energy coursing through him, invigorating his limbs and filling him with strength. De Zhuang and Zhuang, feeling disheartened, did not blame Qianqian. They only lamented their own inadequacy and the prowess of the mysterious figure, who had advised them to diligently cultivate before considering becoming her followers, lest they cause her anxiety and guilt. With heavy hearts, the two sighed and made their way home. Bai Lian, observing their demeanor, quietly remarked, they have emerged. Niu Chong and Peng Fei immediately sprang forth, blocking their path. De Zhuang and Zhuang, taken aback, asked, do you need something? Chapter 82. Xianya's ascension. Niu Chong and Peng Fei exchanged glances, while Bai Lian, seeing no matter of his own, slipped away. Peng Fei surveyed De Zhuang and Zhuang with disdain. Where are you headed? De Zhuang and Zhuang, perplexed by his condescending gaze, felt their mood sour. They were all 5th-tier beastmen, and he was not significantly stronger than they. De Zhuang retorted, we are going home. If you have something to say, hurry up. Zhuang impatiently observed Shanshan's 2 beastmen, who, despite being from the same family, displayed a stark contrast in demeanor. It was baffling how they obstructed their path. Their impression of Shanshan was rather mediocre. They felt her beastman-esque abilities were commendable, yet she, a female beastman, seemed to hold them in disdain. Though generally appearing gentle and amiable, there were moments when they sensed her persistent contempt for the male beastmen of the tribe. It was unclear from where she derived her haughty confidence. Niu Chong then inquired, having come from Qianqian's home, do you not intend to return? De Zhuang and Zhuang, taken aback, retorted, how do you know? They had clandestinely approached the chieftain to recommend themselves as followers, never disclosing this to anyone, not even their female mother. Peng Fei addressed Niu Chong, saying, Brother Chong, why are you being so courteous to them? He then turned to De Zhuang and Zhuang, stating, I've been itching for a sparring match. You two seem suitable. Let us have a fight. De Zhuang and Zhuang gazed at Peng Fei in disbelief, replying in unison, not interested, we're leaving. Furious, Peng Fei declared that even if they had no intention of aiding Qianqian any longer, they would not escape today. He initiated an attack with his abilities against De Zhuang and Zhuang. The latter were caught off guard by the sudden aggression. They had intended to walk away, only to find the seemingly composed Niu Chong joining the fray as well. They had no choice but to switch from defense to offense, exclaiming amidst the brawl, hey, what do you want? We don't want to fight. Stop. Peng Fei and Yo Chong, seemingly deaf to their pleas, intensified their attacks. Although all four possessed abilities at the 5th tier, the clash was escalating beyond what one might expect. De Zhuang and Air Zhuang realized they needed to take the situation seriously to avoid injury. As the fight grew more frantic, Peng Fei and Yo Chong unleashed increasingly ferocious attacks, clearly intent on incapacitating them. De Zhuang shouted, "What is the meaning of this? Fighting is forbidden in the tribe. If you don't cease, don't blame me for being ruthless." Yo Chong calmly replied, "We are merely sparring. How is this fighting?" With that, he struck with force. Yet, it was evident that De Zhuang and Air Zhuang perceived their intentions were anything but benign, disregarding the tribe's established rules and unleashing their own attacks. Feeling the tide of battle shifting against them, Yo Chong and Peng Fei exchanged glances, signaling a retreat was in order. Peng Fei transformed into his beast form, his wings stirring the dust and debris towards De Zhuang and Air Zhuang, who instinctively raised their hands to shield themselves. Just then, Yo Chong commanded, "Let us go," as he leapt onto Peng Fei's back, ready to escape. However, as they soared into the air, a massive shadow loomed above them. Long Qingfeng grinned widely, a dragon claw firmly gripping Peng Fei's neck, while Yo Chong found himself ensnared by Hu Bai's enchanting abilities, rendered immobile. With a resounding thud, Long Qingfeng hurled the two to the ground, creating a large pit shaped like a giant rock. De Zhuang and Air Zhuang watched as Long Qingfeng landed alongside Hu Bai, now in human form. Their eyes gleamed with surprise as they exclaimed, "Did the female lord send you?" Hu Bai, with a flicker of irritation, shattered their hopes, replying, "No. We heard you're fighting and came to investigate." Instantly deflated, De Zhuang and Air Zhuang exchanged glances, muttering, "We're not leaving? Earlier, we intended to teach them a lesson." Hu Bai, noting their eagerness for confrontation, replied, "Very well. Let us all engage in a thorough sparring session." Having received a sharp blow from Long Qingfeng, Peng Fei's head buzzed painfully. As he regained his senses, he saw the four approaching him. "What do you want? Fighting is forbidden in the tribe. Be careful, or I'll report this to the chieftain." Yo Chong interjected, "Yes, don't do anything reckless." Before he could finish, the four fists were already upon them. Hu Bai swiftly restrained the two, leaving them to endure the blows passively. They cried out, pleading for mercy, admitting their faults and begging Long Qingfeng to cease. Observing their swollen faces resembling that of a chubby beast, Long Qingfeng withdrew his hand, repulsed by their appearance, certain their female mother and beastman father would never recognize them. Once Long Qingfeng halted, the others followed suit. De Zhuang and Air Zhuang contemplated. "We must train diligently and return stronger." Hu Bai dismissively replied, "All right, you all should head back. We need to prepare a meal for the female lord." With that, the four bid farewell, ignoring the two still sprawled on the ground. Once they departed, Peng Fei gingerly touched his face, exclaiming, "Ouch, that hurts." They hit hard. Yo Chong glanced at his bruised visage, retorting, "From now on, when you accompany me, you must remain silent. Your arrogance only invites more punishment. After all, despite being at the same 5th tier, you still lost." The two supported each other as they limped away. Qianqian, upon seeing Hu Bai and Long Qingfeng return, casually inquired, "Did you get into a fight?" They exchanged glances before Hu Bai replied, "Just dealing with a few unruly Zhiji beasts." Zhiji beasts? Oh, Qianqian recalled these were the rodents she was familiar with. She remarked, "How could they be out in broad daylight? You should hurry and absorb the beast cores." Xian Yi is almost finished. Following her gaze, they noticed Xian Yi's beast core was nearly dim, with only a trace of energy remaining. Once Xian Yi completely absorbed it, Ting Shi inquired while gazing at his face, "Xian Yi, how do you feel now?" Xian Yi opened his eyes, experiencing an unprecedented sense of vitality, realizing this was the sensation of being filled with energy. He stood, smiling, "I feel great. I want to go out and test my abilities." Qianqian too was eager to witness how much Xian Yi had progressed after absorbing the beast core. As Xian Yi exited the cave, a fire-based ability coalesced in his palm, forming a fire dragon. He raised his hand, and the fire dragon roared toward the stream. which instantly ceased to flow, only gradually resuming after several minutes. Chapter 83. The Unfortunate Duo. Qianqian beamed. Qianyi, have you reached the 8th tier of abilities? Qianyi turned to her, affirming, yes, Qianqian, I am now at the 8th tier. There is no need to fear the mysterious individual's arrival. Ting, she curiously asked, Qianyi, do you feel any discomfort? Shall I examine you? Qianyi, feeling exceptionally well, trusted Qianqian completely, believing she would never deceive him. Even if he were misled, it would be due to her ignorance of the situation. Everyone felt a surge of excitement upon witnessing Qianyi's transformation. He extended his hand toward Ting Shi, stating, please check me. Everyone is curious, and I feel fantastic. Ting Shi promptly utilized her abilities to thoroughly examine Qianyi, discovering his meridians had significantly thickened, brimming with energy, and found no abnormalities. Withdrawing her abilities, she reported to Qianqian and the others, the beast core is effective. I haven't detected any adverse effects on his body. Long Qingfeng, already at the 6th tier but eager to advance further, expressed his approval. Feng Xian eagerly added, Ting Shi, can you check me as well? I wish to absorb a beast core. His earnest gaze fixed on Ting Shi. Now all were in the same boat. In Ting, she hoped all the beastmen could withstand and even retaliate against the mysterious individual. The constant threat of a sharp blade hanging overhead was indeed distressing. He approached and used his extraordinary ability to inspect Feng Xian's body, discovering something peculiar. There appeared to be no internal issues. Yet it seemed as if some force was restraining him, preventing the manifestation of his powers. His brows furrowed, which made Feng Xian feel anxious. Was there no hope for him? Observing the expression on Ting Shi's face, Qianqian and the others exchanged glances between her and Feng Xian. At this moment, Ting Shi spoke, your powers are being restrained. Let me take a look at your Dantian. It might hurt a little, so bear with it and do not resist my ability. Feng Xian took a deep breath and replied, all right, go ahead. Ting Shi delved into his Dantian and discovered a rapidly spinning black vortex, which seemed fearful of her power and began to evade, trying to diminish its presence. How could Ting Shi allow it to escape? She transformed her abilities into a massive net and ensnared it instantaneously, then extracted it from Feng Xian's Dantian amidst the astonished gazes of Qianqian and the others. Hubai's pupils trembled slightly. What is this thing? After Ting Shi separated it from Feng Xian, it began to thrash violently within the net. Long Qingfeng scrutinized it closely and shook his head. I cannot discern what it is. Should we destroy it? Qianyi swiftly conjured a fireball to contain it. Fearing it might flee, he unleashed a lightning-based ability upon it. Qianqian likened the sound to that of striking glass, an unbearable sensation. Unfortunately, even when combined with fire and lightning, it was not obliterated. Once Ting Shi joined the fray, it began to slowly dissolve, transforming into a black stick before their astonished eyes. Qianqian was at a loss and inquired of the system, what is this thing? Will it suddenly betray us? The system replied promptly, host, take it. It has some connection to the beast god. It is not malevolent. Qianqian observed, this blackened fire stick is left behind. It should not be harmful, given its association with the beast god. Hearing Qianqian's confident tone, Hubai remained skeptical. The stick immediately levitated and rubbed against her foot like a devoted servant. Qianyi and Ting Shi instinctively reached to seize it, wondering how it could be more flirtatious than Long Qingfeng. Questioning its gender, it dared to rub against the female master before them, treating them as if they were mere beasts. Qianyi, possessing a slightly stronger ability, grasped the fire stick in his hand and looked down at Qianqian. Qianqian, its origins are unclear. May I keep it for safekeeping? Qianqian sensed a semblance of intelligence within the fire stick, trusting Qianyi to guard it. She replied, of course, Qianyi, you're the most suitable to safeguard this fire stick. Ever since the extraction of the black stick, Feng Xian felt his powers stirring within him and promptly sat cross-legged. Ting Shi watched him intently, remaining silent. 10 minutes later, Feng Xian wiped the sweat from his forehead and remarked, my powers have returned, though not to their previous strength. Qianqian expressed her relief. As long as you can recover, try absorbing the beast core. Qianqian was already considering that. The group returned to the cave, where Hu Bai and Xian Yi wished to continue providing protection, while Long Feng, Ting Shi, and Qianqian began to absorb the energy from the beast core. Peng Fei and Niu Chong feared that their current appearance would earn them a severe reprimand from Mo Shanshan, thus deciding to visit the shaman for some medicine to reduce the swelling before returning. Their limping figures attracted the attention of everyone in the tribe. Upon seeing them, whispers erupted, and no one dared to greet them. Embarrassed, they covered their faces with their hands, dragging their bodies towards the shaman's abode with all their might. The chief emerged from his door and, upon spotting the two sneaking figures, shouted, "Halt! Which tribe do you belong to?" Peng Fei and Niu Chong paused, reluctantly turning back to respond. "Chief, it is us. We are Mo Shanshan's beast husbands." Hearing their voices, the chief no longer suspected them. Frowning as he asked, "What happened to you? Your faces are so swollen." Peng Fei replied, "We were accidentally stung by a buzzing beast." Niu Chong simultaneously added, "We fell by accident." The chief, dismissing their presence, waved his hand as if shooing away something unsightly. "Quickly find the shaman. You are scaring the young ones of the tribe." Peng Fei and Niu Chong smiled obsequiously and continued on their way. Once they turned around, their faces, which resembled grimaces more than smiles, darkened. They walked in silence until they reached the shaman's home, where they knocked on the door only to be met by the shaman's apprentice, a young female who informed them she was out gathering herbs and did not know when she would return. Consequently, they had no choice but to retrace their steps. Upon returning to the cave, Mo Shanshan was startled by the two before her. "What hideous creatures are you?" "Gout!" Peng Fei, feeling wronged, exclaimed, "Mistress, it is me, Peng Fei." Mo Shanshan, suppressing her disgust, recognized him and turned to the other grotesque male beastman. "You must be Niu Chong?" Niu Chong maintained his composure. "Yes, mistress." Observing their appearance, Mo Shanshan, suspecting they had failed, uncertainly inquired, "Did you deal with those two?" Niu Chong lowered his head, his voice softening. "No." Montauk Shansan, picking up the whip that leaned against the cave door, unleashed a flurry of strikes upon them. After the whip was stained with blood, she finally cast it aside, panting from exhaustion as she collapsed into a chair. "Now, tell me what transpired." Chapter 84. Everyone advances. Peng Fei and Niu Chong were not severely injured internally. Their external wounds were more prominent. Hu Bai and Long Feng had merely inflicted some corporeal punishment. Now having endured Mo Shanshan's wrath, their bodies bore numerous injuries, appearing somewhat alarming. Yet the other beast husbands had grown accustomed to it. Mo Shanshan's three beast husbands approached nonchalantly, observing Peng Fei and Niu Chong kneeling on the ground. They understood that failure to complete a task would inevitably result in punishment, and while their appearances might be temporarily unappealing, it would not harm their essence. Just as Peng Fei intended to speak, Niu Chong shot him a warning glance. Although Peng Fei felt disgruntled, knowing Niu Chong's abilities surpassed his own, he lowered his head and remained silent. Niu Chong recounted the situation in detail, without embellishment. Montauk Shansan, who held the utmost trust and affection for him due to his high cultivation and obedience, pondered and asked, "Are you saying that Long Feng and Hu Bai incapacitated you with a single strike?" Niu Chong raised his head, his gaze somber. "Their cultivation must be above the 5th level. We are no match for them." Mo Shanshan, upon hearing this, found it even more perplexing. Mo Qianqian's space had been destroyed, and without her spatial resources, how could their cultivation be increasing? Had she overlooked something? She further inquired. "Indeed, Mo Qianqian's beast husbands are somewhat peculiar, but how could you not contend with the Zhuang and his brother?" This remark left Niu Chong feeling utterly humiliated. He found it impossible to refute. Peng Fei hastily declared, "It's because they had help." He cast a sidelong glance at Bai Lian, suggesting that had he not departed early, they might have succeeded sooner. Bai Lian was taken aback, realizing he had been dragged into the fray. He glanced at Mo Shanshan, noting the dissatisfaction brewing in her eyes, and with a sudden slip, he knelt at her feet. "Mistress, even with me, we would still be insufficient." Besides, I completed my task. Otherwise, how would I dare return to see you? He deftly shifted the blame back onto Peng Fei and Niu-chan. Mo Shanshan, witnessing their quarrel, sharply commanded, silence. As for my beast husbands, do not concern yourselves for now. Focus on your cultivation. Whoever advances first shall receive my spatial resources. As for them, I shall make arrangements. Mo Qianqian was taken aback, not expecting their absorption to extend until the following morning. The previous night, she had seen them still absorbing energy from the beast core, and feeling exhausted herself, she had washed up and gone to bed, assuming they would be at it for only an hour or two. To her astonishment, Hu Bai and Xian Ye prepared breakfast for her and the other beast husbands. Long Chengfeng emerged, brimming with vitality. Following was the exuberant Feng Qianqian. Subsequently, there emerged Ting Shi, albeit in a dejected manner. Mo Qianqian's gaze lingered on him for a few moments before she inquired, "Have you all ascended? How does it feel?" Long Chengfeng pondered for a moment before revealing his true cultivation level. "I am now at the 9th tier." A hint of joy illuminated Feng Qianqian's previously expressionless face. "I have reached the 8th tier." Ting Shi pouted in distress. "Mistress, I am currently at the 7th tier." Mo Qianqian nodded, acknowledging that while 7th tier was not particularly poor, it was indeed somewhat lower than the others. Hu Bai, rarely one to offer consolation, remarked, "Healing-type extraordinary beasts are scarce in the world. Ascending is quite challenging. Your 7th tier is commendable." Xian Yi also nodded in affirmation. He turned his gaze to Mo Qianqian, who responded with an encouraging smile. "Ting Shi, your healing ability is our trump card. Being at the 7th tier is already exceptional." Ting Shi then approached and shook Missouri Qianqian's hand, saying, "Mistress." Hu Bai took a step back, feeling a chill. This fish could be quite mushy at times. Xian Yi stepped forward to take Mo Qianqian's hand, gently pushing the affectionate Ting Shi aside. "Qianqian, I made your favorite breakfast. Come and eat." The others, feeling hungry as well, gathered around the table for a meal. After satisfying their appetites, Mo Qianqian turned to Hu Bai. "Hu Bai, when do you wish to absorb the beast core?" She understood Hu Bai's naturally suspicious disposition, which made him hesitant to absorb the beast core immediately. She could empathize with him. Hu Bai smiled now. With that, he retreated to his room. The others engaged in conversation in the hall, eventually discussing the mysterious individual. Mo Qianqian remarked, "I wonder when that person will arrive? You all have ascended, yet remains quiet outside these days." Ting, she suggested, "I believe it is crucial to ascertain whether there are others behind the mysterious individual." Long Chengfeng concurred. "Yes, if there are more than one. Their extraordinary powers may not be less than the 8th tier." Xian Yi cleared his throat. "Shall we temporarily suppress our cultivation levels?" Feng Xian nodded. "Xian Yi makes a valid point. Without knowing the enemy's depth, concealing our strength may catch them off guard." Mo Qianqian smiled. "It is good that you all have such thoughts. However, autumn is nearly over, and last winter was particularly harsh. Should we prepare some food?" The four of them looked at her. "Of course." "Ting," she exclaimed. "After waiting for so long, that person hasn't shown up. Shall we prepare food for winter?" There were no objections, and they awaited good news from Hu Bai's ascension. It was not until lunch was prepared that Hu Bai emerged from his room. Mo Qianqian felt that Hu Bai had transformed into a figure of allure. The moment she saw him, her mind seemed to short-circuit, and she involuntarily exclaimed, "Hu Bai, you look exceptionally handsome, and your physique is splendid." Once she realized what she had said, she quickly covered her mouth. Oh no. How did she let her true feelings slip out? Xian Ye's wounded gaze turned toward her, as if to accuse her. After all, he too was handsome and had a fine physique. Ting Shi looked at her with a pitiful expression, biting her lip. "Mistress, am I not handsome?" Long Chengfeng expressed his dissatisfaction with Hu Bai. "Hu Bai, you are truly cunning. Conceal your powers and do not charm the mistress. She cannot handle it." Feng Xian gazed at him with an unreadable expression. Hu Bai, unbothered, smiled casually. "The mistress is quite easy to tease. You merely spoke your heart, and I adore it." He took a seat, his increasingly captivating eyes fixed on Mo Qianqian. Internally, she berated herself for her waning composure. She had not only wanted to speak, but also to. Shaking her head, She forced a laugh. You all possess unique qualities. There is no need for comparison. Truly. She feigned a demeanor of a master of decorum. Hu Bai was in particularly high spirits, not only because he had ascended, but also because he held a special place in Mo Qianqian's heart. He smiled charmingly, like a gentle breeze under the moonlight, and stated leisurely, I am at the 10th tier. Chapter 85. A Bountiful Return. 10th tier. Mo Qianqian was taken aback by this revelation, her almond-shaped eyes wide in astonishment. The disparity between beasts was indeed vast. She had thought these beast husbands were all quite gifted, yet Hu Bai's extraordinary potential surpassed them all, indicating that his innate abilities exceeded many male beast men. Long Qingfeng suddenly felt that his 9th tier was less impressive. However, he reminded himself that his lightning-type ability was rare and possessed tremendous explosive power. Thus he considered himself still quite decent. Upon hearing this, Ting Shi immediately pouted. Hu Bai, what did you consume to ascend so swiftly? They all absorbed the same beast core energy. Why does everyone surpass her? There was a tinge of ungraciousness, yet she felt powerless. Xianyu was also taken aback that Hu Bai had reached the 10th tier. How many 10th tier beings existed in the entire beast world? Perhaps they could be counted on one hand? Feng Xian felt no jealousy. Hu Bai's ability was enchanting, making him particularly suited for combat. And they were ultimately the ones benefiting from this. Monta Qianqian beamed brightly. Congratulations, Hu Bai. Since everyone has ascended, shall we venture out to hunt today to celebrate? Ting, she raised her hand in agreement. The others voiced no objections. Mo Qianqian, having not ventured outside for a while, recalled her earlier desire to explore the forest for spices or fruits to create sauces or sun-dried goods, ensuring that winter would not be dull. In any case, the mysterious individual had not appeared, and even if they did, they now possessed the ability to defend themselves. She felt considerably more at ease, merely awaiting their revealing of themselves. Mo Qianqian packed some dry food and water into her storage space and set out with them. To avoid drawing attention, Xian Yi and the others suppressed their powers to the 4th or 5th tier. As soon as Xian Yi exited the cave, he transformed into his beast form, signaling Mo Qianqian to climb onto his back. Without hesitation, she did so. The group proceeded deeper into the forest. Mo Qianqian, perched on Xian Yi's back, observed as the others encircled them, clearing away any obstructive weeds and branches as they walked. Looking around at the autumn foliage, she noticed the trees and grasses had turned quite yellow, furrowing her brow. In such weather, there likely would be no fruits left, and she wondered if any grains had matured. Feng Xn, having learned from Ting Shi that the mistress enjoyed grains favored by Niao tribe, planned to search the forest, as they should be ripe by autumn, if the forest had any. Mo Qianqian, scanning the area from Xian Yi's back, suddenly spotted a persimmon tree almost bare of leaves, laden with fruit. She exclaimed, Xian Yi, stop. Look over there. All eyes followed her pointing finger. Was she referring to the slightly yellow fruit on the tree? Feng Xen, rarely taking the initiative, remarked, Mistress, those fruits are bitter and astringent. They are not palatable. Mo Qianqian smiled. No, they will taste good when ripe. Let me down, I will pick some. Upon hearing her intention to pick, Ting Shi immediately interjected. Mistress, do not worry. I will pick them for you. No need to come down. Like a monkey, she swiftly climbed up. As she picked, she asked, Who will catch them? Hu Bai, Long Qingfeng, and Feng Xian all extended their hands. Drop them. Ting Shi tossed down the fruits as she picked, and in no time, she had gathered dozens. Mo Qianqian joyfully placed the persimmons into her storage space. The group continued onward. Mo Qianqian was captivated by the cracked ground beneath her feet. Looking up at the traces, she discovered a large pumpkin. She pointed and shouted, Look at that. It's edible. This time, aside from Mo Qianqian, everyone looked over, puzzled by the somewhat withered vines bearing several large, yellow fruits, something no beast man had ever eaten. Xian Yi could not help but ask, Qianqian, can this really be eaten? He voiced the question shared by all the beast husbands. Mo Qianqian, her smile radiant, replied, It is edible. You can trust me. Ting Shi, filled with doubt, plucked several pumpkins and returned. With a flick of Qianqian's small hand, they vanished into the spatial realm. After walking for quite some time, without discovering any new food, Qianqian felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her. At that moment, everyone came to a halt. Noticing their silence, Qianqian quietly inquired, "Is something amiss here?" Tingshi leaned closer and replied, "There's prey, a whole group of it." Qianqian smiled, asking, "Can we capture them?" Tingshi answered affirmatively, "Yes." Fang Xin, having only recently regained his extraordinary abilities and itching to use them, softly declared, "Let me handle these prey." The others refrained from intervening. Monta Qianqian, curious as she had yet to witness his powers, observed as Feng Xian gathered countless icy blades in his palm, which shot forth like lightning. A group of around 30 do beasts fell to the ground without a struggle, all destined to meet the beast god. Qianqian took the opportunity to praise him. Feng Xian's lips curved upward, unable to suppress his delight. The group arranged the hunted prey neatly, and once again, Qianqian stored them in her space. 30 beasts were still far from sufficient for them. The long winter lay ahead, blanketed in snow. Some beastmen would hibernate while others had entered their mating season, making ample food and firewood to warm their cave essentials. Qianqian and her companions hunted until the sun dipped below the horizon, finally emerging from the thicket. The bounty from nature filled Qianqian with satisfaction, and with the food acquired, it was evident they could enjoy a comfortable winter. She felt a long-lost sense of ease in the beast world. Had it not been for the tasks at hand and the lurking dangers, she might have relished many joyful years with these handsome beast husbands. Upon reaching the stream near their dwelling, Tingshi and the others urged Qianqian to release the prey. They needed to clean the catch before storing it in the female leader's space to prevent spoilage. As Qianqian observed them tending to the prey, she busied herself by cracking open the pumpkins, delighting in the plump seeds within. Her greatest desire lay in those seeds. As for the pumpkins, they would not go to waste. Although Xuanye and the others preferred meat, they did not disdain vegetables, and a few pumpkins would be consumed in no time. Glancing back at the prey being cleaned, she noted that their household salt appeared to be running low. She intended to render some lard, which required salt, and thought it would be nice to preserve some of the catch for roasting. Just as she contemplated mentioning a trip to the sea or lake for salt, the bright voices of De Zhuang and Air Zhuang rang out. "Female leader, you're all here," De Zhuang said with a hearty grin. Qianqian looked up to see both of them, each holding a jar taller than themselves, obscured from view. She smiled slightly. "What do you have there?" Air Zhuang spoke first. "This is the salt we collected. We heard females cannot do without it, and since we figured you might not have time to gather any, we brought some for you." Chapter 86. Turning the tables, Qianqian's eyes sparkled with joy, her smile brightening her features, inadvertently captivating De Zhuang and Air Zhuang. Their singular thought echoed in their minds. The female leader was truly beautiful. Xuanye's expression turned slightly sour, though he remained silent. While it was good that Qianqian was popular, he desired her to be exclusively his, wishing to deter others from coveting her. The other beast husbands barely accepted this, and had it not been for De Zhuang and Air Zhuang not being true followers of the female leader, he might have tested their mettle. In the beast world, aside from contractual ties, one must engage in certain behaviors during mating seasons to become a genuine follower. Although Qianqian was pleased, she hesitated to accept their offering. It was clear that these two harbored feelings for her. While she appreciated their personalities, she was currently under the watchful eyes of a mysterious figure. Getting too close to them could be detrimental, as they might suffer the same fate as Elder Yu. With that thought, she refrained from reaching for the jars and instead adopted a serious expression, her smile fading. "De Zhuang, Air Zhuang, I'm not your female leader. You may call me by my name from now on. If I can exchange these for prey, I will accept them." Upon hearing this, De Zhuang and Air Zhuang panicked. "Female leader, no. Qianqian, do you not want us anymore? Have we done something wrong?" Qianqian shook her head firmly, stating, "You know I'm being targeted by a mysterious person. Your abilities cannot contend with that, so it is best to keep your distance. Goodbye." Noticing the hurt and disappointment on De Zhuang and Air Zhuang's honest faces, Interjected the Zhuang. Zhuang, have you prepared the food? The Dudu beast can be exchanged. The two exchange glances, placing the jars on the ground and opening them. This is sea salt, and we specifically collected fine salt. Can we trade it for one Dudu beast? Qianqian observed the slightly yellowish-white salt in the jar and responded, "Who buy?" Select the two largest Dudu beasts. Hubai promptly chose two substantial Dudu beasts and carried them over. Initially, De Zhuang and Zhuang feared Qianqian would refuse their salt, casually suggesting an exchange, but to their surprise, she insisted on giving them two Dudu beasts. Generally, male beastmen did not require salt. In fact, they had lied. The salt had been specifically gathered for their future female leader, fearing she would be unwilling to accept it. De Zhuang and Zhuang quickly stepped forward to receive the two Dudu beasts, not daring to say much as they hurriedly carried the pigs away. Qianqian couldn't help but chuckle at their retreating figures. Hubai mused silently. These two fools truly care for Qianqian. The salt they gathered is quite refined. Qianqian, contemplating the salt, instructed Hubai, "Please clean the two medium-sized Dudu beasts for me. I wish to rub them with salt." Hubai raised an eyebrow, asking, "What kind of method is this?" "Female leader, you need not do the work, just tell me how." Qianqian explained her intentions, and Hubai comprehended quickly, finishing the task in no time. Qianqian stored them in her space and continued processing the pumpkin seeds, relieved that the weather had been warm lately, allowing them to dry for a few days before consumption. As dawn broke, Qianqian and her companions ventured back into the forest, gathering ample firewood. During this outing, she also discovered potatoes and some special spices, lifting her spirits. For more than half a month, they enjoyed such tranquil days until one deep night. The first snowfall of winter began to fall gently. Qianqian curled up in her room, roused from her slumber by the cold. Despite the charcoal fire Xuanya had prepared for her, the bed felt like an ice block. For the first time, her usually restful sleep was disturbed, tossing and turning without rest. She donned her fur shoes and wrapped herself in a garment made from an unknown animal's fur that her 5 beast husbands had crafted for her, and made her way to the hall. Her movement stirred Xuanya and the others awake. Initially, they took turns guarding her door, but as time passed, Qianqian thought that since the mysterious person had yet to appear, perhaps they had not found an opportunity. She decided against having them guard her door. Even without standing watch at her room's entrance, they remained vigilant, refusing to fully slumber. Qianqian's room was centrally located, so she felt secure, knowing that if the mysterious figure entered, it would go unnoticed. Xuanya opened the door and stepped outside. He saw Qianqian blowing warm breath into her palms, rubbing her hands together. Concern etched in his eyes, he approached and sat down beside her. "Qianqian, are you cold?" Qianqian felt his warmth, akin to a portable heating bag, and instinctively moved closer. Xuanya's lips curled into a smile as he grasped her hands, his deep, magnetic voice resonating. "Is this better?" Qianqian's cheeks flushed, a rosy hue creeping to her ears as she shyly replied, "It's much better." Just as Xuanya was about to embrace her, Tingxi, Hubai, Long Qingfei, and Feng Xian entered the hall. For pairs of diverse and captivating eyes were fixed upon Qianqian. The subtle ambience that had just begun to emerge in the hall vanished in an instant. Qianyi felt a twinge of dissatisfaction within. Why did they all have to appear at once? Yet, what did it matter? Qianqian was closest to him, and the other beastmen, including Tingxi, did not even have the chance to share a tender moment with her. Qianqian felt a tad embarrassed under their gaze. She was not accustomed to being observed like an animal in a zoo. She gently attempted to withdraw her hand. However, Qianyi did not release her grip today. Her delicate little hand, soft as if lacking bones, and her smooth skin made him reluctant to let go. Thus, he boldly declared to everyone present, "Qianqian, I seem to have entered my mating season." He announced this in front of all, unable to contain the allure of her fragrant presence, which further ensnared him in desire. Qianqian froze in place, her mind turning into a muddled mess. Qianyi had entered his mating season as the female leader. Did that mean she had to take responsibility? What to do? During this time, they had mostly been in a state of uncertainty neither here nor there. And it was impossible for her to enter her mating season early. Qianqian, too, did not anticipate that the reason he had been suppressing his rationality was slowly crumbling, as if about to plunge into a realm he could not control. Hu Bai's bright face suddenly darkened. He thought to himself, why should Qianqian be the first to have an intimate opportunity with a female leader? Why not him? Tingxi rushed to Qianqian's side, squatting down and snatching her hand from Qianqian's grasp with a puppy-like expression of grievance. Female leader, I can take the second position. Long Chengfeng pretended to cough and said, female leader, I will take the third. Hu Bai's veins on the back of his hand subtly bulged. Female leader, I am at the 10th rank. It is said that the higher the cultivation level of the first beastman, the better the outcome of the union. Chapter 87. A visit. Even someone as obtuse as Qianqian sensed the turbulent undercurrents between them. At this moment, the aloof and expressionless Feng Xian broke the tension, saying, female leader, I have a method to resolve Qianqian's mating season. In an instant, all eyes turned towards Feng Xian. Unperturbed, Feng Xian looked at Qianqian and stated, my ability is ice-based. It would be easy to calm you down. After saying this, he gestured for Qianqian to step back from Qianqian. An icy mist emanated from his palm, enveloping Qianqian's head. Tingxi gripped Qianqian's hand tightly, his gaze fixed intently on Qianqian's face. Qianqian felt his heated body suddenly cool down, causing him to shiver, goosebumps rising all over him, followed by an enormous sneeze that he had never experienced before. Aki. Qianqian frowned slightly. She hoped Feng Xian would not cause Qianqian to catch a cold. It seemed she had never seen him as a fire-based ability user, with a face that had turned somewhat pale from a cold. In her heart, she thought that truly uniting with Qian, you would not be so bad. She genuinely liked him, but this was not the time for such thoughts. Her crisis had yet to be resolved, and she truly had no mood for those matters. Seeing that Qianqian did not reject Feng Xian's suggestion, Qianqian immediately understood her implication. Perhaps she did not like him? Coupled with Feng Xian's ability, his mood soured, feeling heavy in his chest, and he appeared somewhat listless. Feng Xian withdrew his ability and asked, Qianqian, how do you feel now? Qianqian replied with an expressionless face, much better. I should be able to endure it for a while. Noticing his poor mood, Qianqian said, Qianqian, if the mysterious person resolves this, would you still be willing to be my beast man? At that time, we could unite. She looked down at him with earnest and clear eyes. Qianqian's eyes brightened. Qianqian's words indicated her agreement. She did not dislike him. He had misunderstood. Instantly, his mood shifted from gloomy to bright. Tingxi, upon hearing this, anxiously tightened his grip on Qianqian's hand and asked, female leader, what about me? Second place? Qianqian couldn't help but smile wryly at his high level of jealousy. Promising him made her fear for her safety, so she evasively replied, we'll talk about it later. She then turned to Long Chengfeng, Hu Bai, and Feng Xian, saying, after we resolve that person, you can reconsider whether you wish to continue as my beastman. Matters of union can be discussed later. Upon hearing this, everyone fell into a contemplative silence. The cave was as quiet as a chicken, while outside, snowflakes danced, their sound crisp in the deep night. Hu Bai chuckled and remarked, female leader, that makes sense. The others nodded in agreement, expressing their consent to this notion. After all, if the female leader was unwilling, they could not act recklessly. Qianqian sighed with relief. These 5 beastmen, in terms of appearance and physique, were exceptional. Truth be told, she believed it would not be a loss to spend a night with them, as they were the finest males she had ever encountered in the beast world. Unfortunately, aside from Qianqian, who provided her with a sense of security, the dark tendencies of the others constantly reminded her to tread carefully to avoid endangering her life. Hu Bai surveyed the expressions of everyone present and slowly said, female leader, winter is long, and you are afraid of the cold. Why not sleep together for warmth? Qianqian's expression froze. Sleeping with a group of people? Her bed was not that big. In an instant, they seemed to see through her thoughts and laughed. We could take turns, how about that? Qianqian finally smiled and replied, all right, you may arrange it as you see fit. From that day forth, Qianqian and the others took turns each night to accompany Mo Qianqian, helping her endure the cold nights. The snow continued to fall heavily, and as Mo Qianqian looked out from the cave entrance, she saw the stream had frozen and the ground was blanketed in white snow. She couldn't help but wonder, would that person come again? It was utterly infuriating to be on edge. The snow was too heavy, and the tribespeople rarely ventured out, leaving Mo Qianqian feeling somewhat bored at home. She contemplated using stones to create a set of mahjong for Qianyi and the others, teaching them how to play. The fascinating game and its rules captivated them, and they played with great enthusiasm. Seeing them become somewhat addicted, Mo Qianqian sighed, "Don't play too late." Her winter hygiene relied on Qianyi melting the snow at the entrance into water, which was quite convenient. As for food, her space was stocked with provisions they had prepared earlier, allowing her to enjoy a variety of meals each day. Mo Qianqian had even exchanged points for eggs and discovered new ways to prepare them. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Mo Shanshan grew increasingly anxious in the cave. Why had the adults not dealt with Mo Qianqian and the others for so long? If she could fight, she would have captured Mo Qianqian long ago to torment her properly. Observing Mo Shanshan pacing back and forth in the cave, it seemed her mood had been particularly foul lately, often scolding them. Even the frequency of their intimate encounters had decreased significantly, leaving Niu Chong and the others feeling somewhat disgruntled. Mo Shanshan sat at the table and slammed her hand down forcefully, startling Bai Lian. Niu Chong, with a feigned understanding, inquired, "Female leader, is today's food unappetizing?" Mo Shanshan shot him an annoyed glare and replied, "You all have recently advanced to the 6th rank, at least 5th rank. You seem to have grown stronger. Why not go spar with Mo Qianqian? Perhaps, as her elder sister, I should give some space for the female leader to assist my poor little sister. It's so cold. My sister must be suffering, unable to eat or dress warmly. As an elder sister, I must show concern for her," Mo Shanshan muttered to herself. The snow outside fell heavily, and she had developed frostbite. She could not go herself for fear of catching a cold. Thus, she ordered Peng Fei, Lian, "Take these items and visit my sister for me," saying it's a gesture from the female leader. Both Peng Fei and Lian understood that the visit was merely a pretext. Testing Mo Qianqian's beastmen was her true intent. The two took the spoiled fruits that Mo Shanshan had given them and pushed open the cave door, stepping outside. Inside, Mo Qianqian and the others had just finished their meal and were playing mahjong to pass the time. She munched on sunflower seeds while observing their hands, occasionally offering guidance. It was a scene filled with harmony and affection. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside the cave. The voice was hurried, tinged with impatience. Mo Qianqian mused to herself. The mysterious individual could not possibly be so courteous. Who would seek her out in the dead of winter? Hearing that it was not his turn to play mahjong, Tingshi stood up and remarked, "Hey, who could it be at this hour?" "Mistress, I shall go answer the door. If it's someone unpleasant, may I throw them out?" Mo Qianqian, not pausing in her seed snacking, replied, "Yes, toss them far away, especially that beast man from Mo Shanshan's family." Upon hearing this, Tingshi's lips curled into a smile. The snow outside the cave had been cleared away by Qianyi, making it much more spacious. He easily opened the cave door, and to his surprise, it was indeed the familiar faces of Mo Shanshan's beastmen. Chapter 88. The arrival of the weasel. Tingshi leaned against the door, half of his body peeking outside, inspecting them with a scrutinizing gaze. "Oh, in this frigid winter, what brings you here instead of staying cozy in your caves?" Mo Qianqian paused her snacking, confirming their identities as Mo Shanshan's beastmen. The mysterious individual had yet to seek her out, and after such a lengthy wait, surely she could not remain idle any longer. Internally, she felt a mix of exasperation towards Mo Shanshan's antics. After being beaten last time, she seemed to have learned nothing, returning today like a weasel seeking to pay New Year's respects to a hen. Ill-intentioned indeed. Peng Fei observed that Tingshi had no intention of allowing them entry, and with annoyance, he shouted, "Shanshan is worried that Mo Qianqian will suffer this winter, so she specially sent us with the female's produce. Let us in quickly. Don't be ungrateful." Lian, silent beside him, secretly tried to peek through the gap to see the interior of the cave. Tingshi quickly caught his gaze and shot him a disdainful look. causing Li Yan's expression to darken. Then Tingshi scoffed, "Put away your rubbish and get lost. Don't waste my time." Infuriated, Peng Fei suppressed his anger, realizing the importance of their task, and forced a smile, saying through gritted teeth, "How can this be considered a waste? You let Mo Qianqian out. These are things her kind needs. They're essential." He tried to keep his voice loud enough for Mo Qianqian to hear. Naturally, Mo Qianqian heard him. Since they wished to test her, she decided to let them in. Winter was indeed dull, and she was rather keen on giving a piece of her mind. She called out to Tingshi, "Let them in." Tingshi shot the two a few disdainful glances before opening the cave door and stepping aside. Xianyi, Hubai, Long Qingfei, and Feng Xian neatly stacked the stone mahjong on a corner of the table. They all understood that Mo Qianqian's invitation was hardly benevolent. For the first time, Peng Fei and Li Yin entered Mo Qianqian's abode. They were surprised to find the cave not only clean and tidy, but also spacious, divided into several rooms. Filled with a fragrant scent they could not name. Quite pleasant indeed. Mo Qianqian sat gracefully in a chair, smiling at them. The light seemed to favor her, illuminating her face, which was pale yet flushed, exquisitely delicate, with long, smooth black hair cascading like a waterfall, unbound, lending her an air of vivacity. Li Yin and Peng Fei were momentarily mesmerized by her beauty, their thoughts racing. What is happening with Mo Qianqian? She has become even more enchanting, far surpassing their mistress. The others glared at them with evident disdain. Tingshi cleared his throat loudly. "Look, have you never seen a beauty before? Quickly put down your things and get out." The awe and infatuation in Peng Fei and Li Yan's eyes vanished in an instant, and recalling their mission, they provocatively remarked, "Tingshi, is your eyesight all right?" Peng Fei exaggeratedly scrutinized Tingshi with a contemptuous gaze. Tingshi's fists tightened, realizing they were indeed seeking a fight. Hu Bai's gaze fell on Peng Fei with a smirk. Peng Fei immediately felt a chill creep up his spine. Steadying his nerves, he reassured himself that he had ascended to the 6th level. While Hu Bai and Long Qingfeng were only at the 5th, there was nothing to fear. He shot a taunting look back at Hu Bai. Hu Bai smirked coldly, thinking that if it weren't for Mo Qianqian forbidding them from killing, they would have been dead long ago. Xianyi stood up, saying, "Peng Fei, Li Yin, I've recently practiced a few new moves. It's perfect timing that you are here. Let us spar." Feng Xian, eager to join, was interrupted by Tingshi, who said, "Perfect. I also want to find someone to spar with. Who among you wishes to practice with me?" He pointed disdainfully at Peng Fei and Li Yan. Li Yan's heart leapt with joy. This was exactly what they wanted. Peng Fei immediately replied, "Bring it on. Who's afraid? Let's go outside and fight." He tossed aside the rotten fruit in his hand and strode out of the room without looking back, with Li Yan following closely behind. Tingshi and Xianyi promptly followed them outside, while Mo Qianqian whispered, "Don't kill them." Tingshi and Xianyi nodded in acknowledgement. As Peng Fei saw the two emerge, still at the 2nd level of ability, he mockingly said, "Is it just you two?" repeatedly provoking Tingshi and Xianyi. Tingshi fixed his gaze on him, stating, "I will spar with you. The other one is for you, Xianyi." Xianyi replied with a cold expression, a bit weak, "Remember to hold back." Their casual conversation made Peng Fei and Li Yan's expressions grow increasingly sour. How could they be so audacious in front of those of the 2nd and 5th levels? They were determined to show them their true strength. Tingshi completely disregarded their chance to speak, unleashing his ability into fine needles, which were invisible in the snowfall. Peng Fei had no time to raise his defenses before he felt a sharp pain in his knee and collapsed before Tingshi. Tingshi smirked triumphantly. Oh dear. Unable to withstand such a grand gesture. With gifts comes more gifts. Brother Peng truly knows how to please a beast. "You." Peng Fei gasped, his knee throbbing as if it had been gouged out, making it difficult for him to stand. Li Yan was astonished. Tingshi's performance was hardly that of a 2nd level. How many levels was he truly? He could not even discern his level. Xianyi, seeing Li Yan distracted, hurled a fireball at him. Li Yan was alarmed. In moments, his beast-skin skirt was reduced to mere remnants covering only the necessary areas. Enraged, he shouted, "Xianyi, here, Wanya replied cheerfully." Li Yan felt humiliated. Such an insult could not go unpunished. He gathered all his fifth-level ability into his palm and launched it at Qianyi. Qianyi didn't even glance back, casually flicking his hand, redirecting the attack back at Li Yin. Astonished, he could not evade in time and was struck by a punch, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. In that instant, both Peng Fei and Li Yin sensed their overwhelming might. Peng Fei, unwilling to relent, shouted again. Li Yin hesitated, feeling that if they could push them to this extent with just one move, how could they only be at the second level? He refrained from advancing. But Peng Fei had already gathered his ability for another attack. Tingshi rolled his eyes, waving his hand as thousands of needles erupted forth, not only neutralizing Peng Fei's grand assault, but also piercing several of his most sensitive spots, leaving him sprawled on the ground. Li Yin retreated a few steps, while Qianyi remained unmoved, a fire dragon charging towards him. Li Yin exerted all his effort to form a shield with his ability, yet it was futile, and he was struck directly. Both fell to the ground, unable to rise from the pain. Feng Exant, noticing the rotten fruit on the table, wrapped it in his ability and sent it flying from the cave entrance, accurately striking them on the head. Mo Qianqian stood at the cave entrance, saying, Qianyi, Tingshi, come back. Upon hearing this, Qianyi and Tingshi turned without a second glance and returned to the cave. Chapter 89. A divided heart. Before Tingshi closed the door, he disdainfully gave them the middle finger. This was something Mo Qianqian had taught him. He had learned its meaning, and now it had finally come in handy. With a bang, he shut the door. Peng Fei and Li Yin exchanged glances, their brows furrowed, and Peng Fei questioned, what does that gesture mean? It seems exceedingly provocative. Li Yin covered his vital parts, feeling a bit too cool as the wind blew. He longed to return home to change into a bee-skin skirt. Fortunately, the heavy snow discouraged many from venturing outside. Otherwise, he would have embarrassed himself in front of the entire tribe. With a hint of anger, he remarked, look at Tingxi's expression. It clearly shows her disdain for us. That gesture undoubtedly conveys the same sentiment. Let us hurry back. My bee-skin skirt is about to fall off. Peng Fei glanced down and realized just how ragged he looked. He truly wished to rise, but the intermittent pain sapped his strength. After struggling for a while, he said, Li Yin, could you assist me a bit? I can't get up. Witnessing his harsh words met with a severe beating, Li Yin vowed to keep his distance in the future. Peng Fei's sharp tongue was indeed a perilous thing. Reluctantly, Li Yin helped Peng Fei toward Mo Shanshan's home. Tingshi and Qianyi had just given Mo Shanshan's beast husband a good thrashing and were in high spirits. Mo Qianqian, hoping to enjoy some sunflower seeds, was disheartened to find only a few left in her pocket and sighed. Qianyi, noticing her distress, asked, Qianqian, what's wrong? Mo Qianqian shook her head and replied, it's nothing, just a bit bored without any snacks. Silence enveloped the group. The female leader had a small appetite, and even the meat dishes were prepared in various ways under her guidance. As for snacks, they had no idea how to make them. Mo Qianqian suddenly recalled the potatoes and exclaimed, who would help me slice these potatoes into thin pieces? I can make snacks from them. Curious, Tingshi asked the leader, can potatoes really be made into snacks? Had it not been for the first time he had tasted potatoes cut into chunks and stewed with doo-doo beasts, he wouldn't have known that the odd-tasting raw ingredient was edible. Seeing their intrigued expressions, Mo Qianqian retrieved a dozen potatoes from her space, washed one, and demonstrated how to slice it as thinly as possible with a bone knife. Qianyi and Hubai immediately washed their hands and cut the potatoes into paper-thin slices. Mo Qianqian was quite pleased. Fortunately, she had refined a good amount of oil, ensuring plenty would remain after frying the potatoes. She instructed Qianyi to place a stone pot over the fire and poured in a jar of lard from her space, starting the frying process. The potatoes, likely due to the beast world, were quite hefty, totaling around 10 pounds. After frying the first batch herself, she let the others take over. Once the potatoes were fried, she coated them with various seasonings like cumin and chili, placing them into jars one by one. The frying lasted for an hour, and when she had them taste the snacks, the unique flavors left Tingshi, Hubai, and Feng Exant wide-eyed. Is this the same bland potato from before? Qianyi savored them eagerly, while Long Chung Fong tried every flavor. Mo Qianqian chuckled. Leave some for me. Ting Shi grinned. Leader, do you have more in your space? Let us make some more. They taste wonderful, and I can't stop eating. Mo Qianqian sighed. It's fine. You all enjoy. There's plenty left. Observing Mo Qianqian's expression, Xian Yi and the others found her utterly adorable. Hubai teased, Leader, that flavor is mine. It all belongs to me. Mo Qianqian, seeing it was her favorite flavor, reluctantly conceded, Fine, it's yours. Hubai couldn't help but laugh, and once again, Mo Qianqian was captivated by his handsome face. In stark contrast to the warm scene with Mo Qianqian, when Peng Fei and Li Yan returned to the cave. Battered and bruised, Mo Shanshan knew they had certainly failed, her face devoid of any smile, drawn long. Without hesitation, she seized a whip and struck the two again. Poor Peng Fei, having been beaten not long ago, found himself at the receiving end once more. However, this time was different. Ting Shi's abilities had yet to dissipate within him, and the pain made him grit his teeth, barely holding on. As Mo Shanshan struck him, he cried out in agony, tears and snot falling uncontrollably. Seeing his pitiful state pained Mo Shanshan, making her strike even harder. Lian also received blows. His lower half stained with blood, but he covered his vital parts, so it wasn't too painful. Once Mo Shan grew tired and her anger subsided. She inquired of Li Yin, You want to probe their strength? What did you feel? She refrained from questioning Peng Fei, as he had fainted from the pain, and she had never seen him lose consciousness before, thinking he was merely pretending. Li Yin replied with a furrowed brow. Xian Yi and Ting Shi are both at least 6th tier. Together, we are no match for them. Montauk Shan stood in shock, realizing that Mo Qianqian's space had improved. Otherwise, how could her beast husband's abilities have risen so rapidly? But no, she hastily shook her head. Mo Qianqian's space could not have improved. She had witnessed it herself. Yet, what was the explanation for her beast husband's abilities? Did she have an unknown backing all along? She began to pace, growing increasingly convinced of her thoughts. It seemed imperative to inform the elder in advance, allowing for better arrangements. Noticing Mo Shanshan had paused, and seeing Peng Fei foaming at the mouth, Li Yin, feeling a pang of sympathy, suggested, Leader, his condition doesn't look good. Should we seek the shaman? Mo Shanshan, irritated by his concern, retorted, Seek what? He is perfectly fine. He'll recover in a few days. None of you are to take him anywhere. All fell silent, not daring to utter another word, fearing Mo Shanshan's wrath. Just as she pondered how to contact the elder to warn him about Mo Qianqian, a figure appeared at the cave entrance. It was one of her followers. She approached him with feigned cheerfulness. With such heavy snow, what brings you here? Is it cold outside? Her gentle demeanor sharply contrasted with her earlier harshness, causing Niu Chong to feel the tension between her and that snake beast man acutely. Unbeknownst to Mo Shanshan, her beast husbands were gradually distancing themselves from her. At that moment, she was elated, instructing by Li Yin and the others to prepare a meal for him. Meanwhile, the snake beast man enjoyed his feast, with Mo Shanshan sitting on his lap, feeding him. He found that the frustration of being sent by the elder into such heavy snow evaporated entirely. With a wicked grin, he pinched Mo Shanshan's ample figure, eliciting peals of laughter from her. The two flirted playfully, while her 5 beast husbands stood by as mere background figures. Chapter 90. Seeking a healer after Mo Shanshan and her follower had their fill and engaged in deeper discussions. She sensed that the energy of her space had significantly increased. As she saw him prepare to don his beast skin skirt and depart, she swiftly grasped his hand, saying, Mo Qianqian's beast husbands are likely above 6th tier. Please inform the elder to proceed with caution. The snake beast man brushed her hand away and replied, This winter, the elder is preoccupied and cannot deal with Mo Qianqian for now. Advise your beast husbands to be clever. Don't throw their lives away. Upon entering, he had noticed Peng Fei's dire state. Even if he survived, another round of beatings might very well be fatal. He still needed her beast husbands as a cover. He couldn't afford for this foolish female to expose them all. Perceiving his displeasure, Mo Shanshan promptly replied, Understood. I want to let them trouble Mo Qianqian. Without another word, the snake beast man donned his skirt and left immediately. Once he departed, Mo Shan vented her frustrations by hitting the bed a few times, her hands stinging painfully, causing her to grimace. Mo Qianqian, enjoy your little life this winter. You want to get another chance. She laughed, her voice laced with resentment. Mo Qianqian and her 5 beast husbands spent their days nestled in the cave. Ever since Mo Shan's beast husbands had sought trouble a few days prior, the entire winter had taken on an unusual tranquility, as if the world had been reduced to just them and Mo Qianqian herself. The time Mo Qianqian spent with her beast husbands had significantly increased. Recently, Hubai seemed to have discovered her fondness for furry ears and tails, and when it was his turn to sleep beside her at night, he transformed these features, stirring a flutter of excitement within her. Yet he was not Qianyi, and despite her longing, Mo Qianqian lacked the audacity to touch him. This left Hubai somewhat astonished. Wasn't the female master particularly fond of petting the soft fur of small beasts? Why had she not reached out to him? Previously, she had allowed Qianyi to be the first to bond with her, which inexplicably left him feeling irked. He was unsure of his own feelings. He could not say he loved her, yet found her quite suitable. Her personality was amusing, and a genuine bond with her seemed quite appealing. Thus, he deliberately transformed part of himself, hoping to foster a deeper connection and encourage her to draw nearer to him. He did not wish to take the initiative, but rather wanted her to approach him step by step. In this way, their union would happen naturally. On this particular night, it was once again his turn to accompany Mo Qianqian to sleep. True to form, he manifested his ears and tail, snuggling into her warm bedding. Concerned she might be cold, he shifted closer to her, their breaths merely inches apart. Mo Qianqian bid him good night and soon drifted off to sleep. Hubai began to doubt his own allure. If Qianyi could captivate her, could he not? In the dim, yellow glow of the night pearl, he gazed at Mo Qianqian's rosy lips, a thought flickering in his mind. Her lips appeared so tempting. His body reacted faster than his mind, and he slowly leaned in. He cradled her delicate, fair chin and kissed her lips. The kiss was even more delightful than he had imagined, prompting him to deepen it, his large hand encircling her slender waist. In her slumber, Mo Qianqian felt as though her lips were ensnared by an octopus, struggling to breathe. She abruptly opened her eyes, only to be met by Hubai's handsome face, his thick eyelashes fluttering gently, revealing his intense focus. In the next moment, her sleepy mind fully awakened, realizing Hubai was secretly kissing her. Was she dreaming? She reached out to pinch Hubai's cheek. Only then did he open his eyes, meeting her doe-like, clear gaze, his voice hoarse with emotion. Female master, may I have you touch my ears? Just like Qianyi, without waiting for her response. He placed her hand on his ear and added, you may also touch my tail. Mo Qianqian was taken aback, pondering, has Hubai become aroused like Qianyi? She continued to stare at Hubai's face, yet her hand instinctively began to caress his ear. She thought to herself, I must admit, Hubai's ears are even more delightful to touch. Noticing her lack of resistance, Hubai softly inquired, his eyes reflecting a yearning he was unaware of. Female master. No, Qianqian, may I have a kiss? Mo Qianqian was momentarily stunned, her other hand already reaching for his forehead. Are you feverish? Or just aroused? Upon hearing this, Hubai's face shifted from red to green, then to pale as he replied, no, is that not allowed? Gazing at the exquisite handsome man, Mo Qianqian thought, of course, it is absolutely permissible. She leaned in, giving him a gentle peck before retreating. Hubai, unwilling to settle for such a fleeting kiss, swiftly pulled her slender waist against him without any space between them. A fervent kiss imbued with intense possessiveness ensued. Monta Qianqian reciprocated, encouraging him to kiss her with even greater passion. She caressed his abdominal and pectoral muscles, feeling immensely satisfied, thinking, just like Qianyi, this feels delightful. Hubai seized her wandering hand, their fingers intertwining. The kiss left Mo Qianqian dizzy. He exerted strength, positioning himself above her. Mo Qianqian felt a certain heat emanating from him, her rationality nearly slipping away. She gently pushed against Hubai's firm chest, yet his hand tightened around her. Breathing slightly erratically, he reassured her, Qianqian, do not worry. I still remember what you said before. Qian exhaled in relief, feeling a bit helpless. She wanted to indulge, but could not do so freely. Well, good things come to those who wait. If the mysterious person were resolved and his darkness diminished to zero, she hoped he would choose to remain. They continued their kiss until Qianqian felt her lips swelling, prompting her to push him away. Hubai, noticing, lingered his fingers on her lips and embraced her, saying, let us sleep a little longer. It's not yet dawn. Qian responded softly in his arms before drifting back to sleep. Peng Fei had been unconscious for several days, mumbling incoherently, yet he remained unresponsive. His face flushed with fever. Shan, who had never regarded him highly, reluctantly allowed Niu Chang and others to carry him out to seek medicine from the shaman. Niu Chang and Bai Lian took turns carrying Peng Fei to the shaman's dwelling. The snow was still falling heavily, covering the path in a thick blanket, making it difficult to walk. Fortunately, being robust male beastmen, they stumbled a few times but safely reached their destination. Bai Lian knocked on the door, which opened slowly. The shaman, seeing the snow covering their heads, glanced at Peng Fei, who was slumped over Niu Chang's back, and said, hurry inside. Chapter 91. Her confusion. The old shaman had not anticipated the severity of Peng Fei's fever, his lips unnaturally red and dry. She checked his forehead and asked discontentedly, how long has he been burning up? You only brought him now, after he is in such a state. Sayu. Niu Chang earnestly recalled, it's been half a month. The old shaman expressed her displeasure. So long. Why didn't you wait until he was dead to come? Bai Lian could not help but ask, shaman, is there still hope for him? The old shaman shot him a glare and then called for her successor, a small female, about 12 years old, instructing her to properly tend to Peng Fei's wounds. She glanced at the gaping wounds on Peng Fei, which were beginning to fester, her brow furrowing tightly as she turned to fetch medicinal ingredients. Bai Lian and Niu Chang were seeing this young female for the first time as the shaman's successor. She must possess some skills. They had heard that this young female had been rescued by the shaman while foraging for herbs, returning with numerous injuries. Afterward, she did not return to her original tribe. When questioned, she remained silent. The shaman had no choice but to keep her to care for him, and unexpectedly, she exhibited remarkable talent, quickly grasping the properties and uses of various herbs. The elderly shaman, having aged, decided to retain her in the tribe once she had clarified her intention to stay. Bai Lian and Niu Chang watched intently as she cleaned and applied ointment to Peng Fei's wounds, her movements fluid and efficient, her plain face adorned with seriousness and solemnity. After the old shaman provided the medicine and reiterated her instructions several times, she handed it over to them. They took the medicine and offered a substantial piece of some edible beast as payment for the treatment before carrying Peng Fei away once more. The shaman sighed after they left, shaking her head. Shan has gone a bit too far. After all, he is her beast husband, and she struck him quite hard. What she did not know was that the ability within Peng Fei was battling the force left by Ting Shi, causing the external wounds to appear particularly dreadful due to the lack of adequate spiritual resistance. As for the fever, it was a result of the inflamed wounds and would not be fatal. However, prolonged fever might lead to him becoming a simple-minded beastman. Qianqian was unaware of these matters. After Shi and Hubai arose, Xinyi and Ting, she immediately noticed a difference. Hubai had become somewhat clingy and indulgent towards Qianqian, contrasting with his previous pretense. Today, they witnessed a glimmer of genuine affection. How peculiar. Furthermore, Qianqian's rosy lips appeared slightly swollen. Xinyi could tell immediately what had transpired. He had not expected Hubai to become so intimate with Qianqian so swiftly, and even though he had mentally prepared himself, a heaviness still settled in his chest. Ting Shi's violet eyes deepened, and it seemed he should be more proactive, lest he be outpaced by Hubai, the duplicitous fox. Thus he stepped forward, took Qianqian's hand, and playfully pleaded, "Mistress, I prepared a delightful breakfast for you this morning. May I have a kiss? Such a bold display drew the attention of Qianyi, Hu Bai, Long Chengfeng, and Feng Xian. Ignoring their gazes, Ting Shi continued, "Is that all right, mistress?" Monta Qianqian, feeling all eyes upon her, shyly responded, "Ting Shi, what's gotten into you today?" It was rather unusual for him to seek a kiss publicly. Ting Xi persisted, "I don't care, mistress, please." Mo Qianqian, somewhat exasperated by his puppy-like expression, quickly pressed her lips against his. Ting Shi's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Casting a triumphant glance at everyone present, Long Chengfeng strode forward and said, "Mistress, good morning, I want one too." Mo Qianqian raised an eyebrow, perplexed by the sudden turn of events. Feng Xian's face flushed crimson. Unable to utter the words, he resigned himself to silence. After all, she wasn't really his mistress, so there was no rush. Hu Bai draped an arm around Mo Qianqian's shoulder and said, "Qianqian, don't mind them. Let's go have breakfast. You must be hungry." Mo Qianqian and Long Chengfeng were not close enough to share kisses, and her small grievances lingered, recalling the time she had been used as a human punching bag. Thus, she followed Hu Bai away. Meanwhile, Ting Shi stood rooted, realizing Hu Bai had already called her mistress Qianqian. After a brief moment of shock, he remembered he would accompany Mo Qianqian tonight, and his spirits lifted once more. The breakfast was savored with varied thoughts, except for Mo Qianqian, who relished every bite. Afterward, she opened the cave door, gazing at the wintry world outside. Qianyi approached, shielding her from the biting wind and snow, gently taking her hand. His palm was warm like a small furnace, comforting her slightly chilled fingers. She lifted her face, excitement bubbling within her. "Shall we have a snowball fight?" The anticipation in her eyes was nearly overflowing. Qianyi and the others found it difficult to refuse. They had long suspected something about Mo Qianqian had changed. She seemed different, yet they could not deny that the current Mo Qianqian was more agreeable than the previous one. Thus, Qianyi, Hu Bai, Long Chengfeng, Feng Xian, and Ting Shi began to mold snowballs the size of their fists, inspired by Mo Qianqian. She playfully tossed a snowball at Qianyi, who, seeing her joy, began to practice his aim. Ting Shi hurled a snowball at Hu Bai, driven by a hint of personal rivalry. Their playful skirmish turned fierce. Devoid of the gentleness they usually showed Mo Qianqian, as they energetically pelted each other. Mo Qianqian watched them with delight. Eventually, feeling fatigued, she began to build a snowman. Although lacking materials made it somewhat lackluster, Qianyi and the others, intrigued, joined her, crafting snowmen in their beastly forms. Mo Qianqian couldn't help but laugh at their bizarre creations, bending over in amusement. "What on earth have you made?" They bickered, insisting that their snowmen were the best, demanding her to choose the most appealing one. Mo Qianqian, chuckling, found it impossible to truthfully declare any of them beautiful. Holding her laughing belly, she lay down in the snow, prompting the others to mimic her. Snowflakes cascaded down, dusting her hair, face, and eyelashes in white. She reached out to catch a snowflake, softly murmuring, "How much longer can we enjoy days like this?" Detecting the sadness and confusion in her tone, Qianyi gazed at her intently, stating, "Qianqian, I will always be by your side." Ting Shi eagerly chimed in, "Mistress, me too." Mo Qianqian smiled at Ting Shi, thinking of his unchanged dark aura. "Oh, Ting Shi, if only your dark aura were a few points lower, perhaps I could believe you." Hu Bai, Long Chengfeng, and Feng Xian fell silent, uncertain of their steadfastness beside her. In the depths of the forest, a shadow lingered for a long time before vanishing unnoticed. Chapter 92. Did he cry? Mo Qianqian lingered outside for a while. But as her body grew cold from inactivity, she returned to the cave, followed by Qianyi and the others. Mo Qianqian sat idly in a chair, missing the system that had been silent for so long. Thus she inquired within her mind, System, baby, are you still there?" The system's cheerful voice replied, "Host, you finally remembered me. I thought you had forgotten." The drawn-out tone carried a hint of grievance. Mo Qianqian smiled gently. "How could I forget? Our bond of life and death is unbreakable. Forgetting you is impossible." The system expressed satisfaction, its tone brightening significantly. Host, a mysterious person appeared just now. Qianqian's expression shifted slightly, grateful she was seated. Otherwise, her beast companions might notice her unease. She sighed. Why didn't you mention it earlier? The system responded, Host, you likely cannot contend with him at present. To avoid alarming him, I refrain from saying so, and he bears no intent to kill. Qianqian exclaimed, What? Still not capable? Hubai has already reached tier 10. You say he has no murderous intent, yet I almost died. She continued, Does this mysterious person have any accomplices? What is their cultivation level? Do you have an image of him? The system answered, His cultivation is unknown, but it exceeds tier 10. As for accomplices, there's no need to worry. They cannot harm you. Unfortunately, I do not have an image. Qianqian sighed. Then what is the point of our ascension? We still cannot defeat him. Does he have any weaknesses? The system conducted another assessment, stating, He does have weaknesses, but they are randomly triggered. Qianqian retorted. Thank you for that enlightening information. Your words are indeed profound. Sensing her displeasure, the system earnestly advised, Host, do not lose hope. The dawn is just before you. Qianqian cut off the conversation, muttering, Forget it. Niu Chong and Bai Lian carried Peng Fei back to Qianqian's home, preparing a bowl of medicine to administer to him. Qianqian, observing with disdain, glanced at him once more before retreating to her room, too indifferent to linger. After consuming the medicine, Peng Fei's complexion improved significantly, and he soon regained consciousness. He looked at Niu Chong and Bai Lian, then turned to the others. Realizing that aside from her beast companions, she was absent, he coughed for a moment before asking, Mistress, is she not here? Niu Chong glanced toward her room. Peng Fei's eyes darkened. Though he had been feverish and dazed for days, he could still hear their conversations. He had not expected the mistress to be so callous, taking so long to seek a shaman. A chill settled in his heart, leading him to a decision. Once he healed, he wished to leave. Thus he said, Thank you. I feel much better and can get up today. Just then, Qianqian emerged from her room, her face marred by disdain. When will your wounds heal? The food has not been fresh lately. Implicitly, she was ordering him to hunt in the heavy snow. Few beastmen would venture out to hunt in winter unless they were completely out of provisions or if the mistress was pregnant and craving food. But neither was the case. Qianqian insisted on troubling him. Bai Lian attempted to speak up in support of her. Niu Chong, however, replied earnestly, Mistress, Peng Fei needs a few days of rest. If you desire something to eat, I can go find it. Qianqian raised an eyebrow. Adopting a domineering posture, Niu Chong, you cannot go to that place. Only Peng Fei can. Niu Chong furrowed his brow, perplexed by what place she meant that he could not go. Peng Fei's expression changed. Sending him to such a perilous place at the behest of the female master was undoubtedly akin to sending him to his death. He hesitated for a long while before stating, Female master, I will be well in 3 days. Qianqian reluctantly accepted this, having waited so many days. She could only endure a few more. Her impatience grew as she yearned for her desires. Qianqian remained in her room until they called her for dinner. That evening, after completing her evening rituals and climbing into bed, she noticed Ting. She had also joined her, due to her fastidious nature regarding cleanliness. Xian Yi and the others, like her, maintained a regular washing routine to avoid any unpleasant odors that might displease the female master. Qianqian kept her eyes closed, aware that it was Ting Shi. After a few moments of stillness, she drifted into slumber. Ting Shi, who had been contemplating how to initiate a kiss, felt somewhat aggrieved. Was the female master truly asleep already? He propped himself up, gazing at Qianqian's delicate and beautiful face, her rosy complexion radiating tranquility, and her soft pink lips appearing exceedingly supple. After pondering for a moment, he extended his slender finger to gently touch her lips, which were indeed softer than his. After a brief hesitation, he whispered in her ear, Female master, could you perhaps kiss me? In her dreams, Qianqian felt a tickling sensation in her ear, as though a pair of fiery eyes were fixated upon her. She opened her eyes to find Ting Shi looking at her with a pitiable expression. Qianqian rubbed her eyes, and before she could inquire about his earlier sentiment, Her lips were sealed by his kiss. She was momentarily taken aback. His tentative yet clumsy kiss stirred a reluctance to reject him. She thought to herself that, after all, he was a handsome young man. A kiss would not be to her detriment. Thus, she returned his kiss in a manner reminiscent of Hubei. This led to a more fervent response from Ting Shi, who seemed to lack a sense of security and was desperately seeking something. Qianqian speculated that perhaps his youthful loss of parents had left him feeling vulnerable. She then kissed him with increasing gentleness, as if soothing him, and soon he began to reciprocate. After a considerable time, Qianqian noticed a misty layer of tears in Ting Shi's dazed eyes, his lips slightly parted and rosy. She gently drew back, but he immediately tightened his embrace around her waist, pulling their bodies closer together, and she could feel the rapid beating of his heart. In the next moment, Ting Shi buried his head in the crook of her neck. Qianqian lightly patted his back, and he held her even more tightly. A warm tear fell onto her neck, soon feeling like a droplet of weight. Qianqian froze. Had she truly kissed him with tears? Had her kissing technique become so refined? Ting Shi himself was bewildered by his sudden tears, feeling a complex swirl of emotions, reluctant to face Qianqian. They remained in a silent embrace for a while until she began to pat his back again, slowly drifting off to sleep. When Ting Shi finally steadied his emotions and lifted his head to gaze at Qianqian, he was surprised to find she had fallen asleep. He couldn't help but mutter, "Ungrateful little female. How could she sleep without comforting him?" He planted a gentle kiss on her lips and joined her in slumber. When Qianqian awoke, she found herself alone in bed. Her curiosity piqued about why Ting Shi had cried the previous night. Chapter 93. Request for release after rising. Qianqian found that Xian Yi had already prepared warm water at a suitable temperature for her. The water, melted from snow, was not directly given to her to prevent her from falling ill due to her frail constitution. In a good mood, Qianqian accepted it and began her morning routine. Ting Shi occasionally stole glances at her, quickly averting his gaze when she noticed. Aware of his embarrassment, Qianqian decided against pressing him about his tears the night before. Perhaps he would share when he was ready. The mysterious figure had not appeared throughout the winter. Qianqian watched as the ice melted into flowing streams and tender green shoots emerged from the ground. The temperature rose quickly, and she had shed her heavy fur garments, donning instead the attire modified by her beast husbands, which accentuated her grace and beauty. Xian Yi and Ting Shi, upon seeing the flowing river, reminisced about the monotony of meat they had consumed all winter and turned to Qianqian, asking, "Shall we catch some prickly beasts?" Qianqian's eyes brightened as she replied, "Has the ice melted long enough to find them?" Feng Xian, Long, Chung Feng, and Hubei were inside tidying up, as some areas had begun to leak due to the melting snow and needed repairs to prevent excessive spring rains from adversely affecting the female master's health. Ting Shi flashed a radiant smile, revealing his sharp little tiger teeth. "Shallow, with me around, we will definitely catch prickly beasts." Qianqian responded to their enthusiasm with a smile, allowing them to proceed. Just then, a voice called out from above the cave entrance, "Shallow." Qianqian turned in surprise, exclaiming, "Xiaoyan, what brings you here?" Following her was a pair of beast husbands. She wore a sweet smile. "Being cooped up all winter has driven me to despair. Now that spring has finally arrived, I thought to come and chat with you." Qianqian smiled back, "All right, come down." Xiaoyan descended, with her two beast husbands standing guard at a respectful distance. Qianqian entered her room and fetched a small stool identical to the one she sat on, presenting it to her. "Here." Xiaoyan took the stool and looked at Ting Shi and the others as they tried to catch prickly beasts, asking, "Are they really trying to catch prickly beasts?" Qianqian nodded. "Yes, after eating meat every day, we wanted a change of flavor." Xiaoyan pouted. "Prickly beasts have too many spines. They are inconvenient to eat." Qianqian, who had a fondness for fish, smiled. "If you're afraid, they can catch a few smaller ones for you. They can be fried or pan-seared." A look of astonishment crossed Xiaoyan's sweet face, as she was perplexed by the idea that there were more than two ways to prepare prickly beasts, which were usually roasted or boiled. Seeing her confusion, Qianqian explained further, and Xiaoyan immediately became salivated. instructing her two beast husbands to catch fish from the river. As they chatted, Xiaoyan leaned closer to Mo Qianqian and whispered, "Shallow I am expecting little cubs." Mo Shan paused, then immediately congratulated her, even offering some of her cured meat. Before Xiaoyan departed, she advised, "Shallow, you have yet to bond with your beast husbands, correct? Once bonded, they will ascend faster, and you may experience an upgrade in your abilities. I was present when you were ambushed before, so I suggest you plan accordingly." Xiaoyan whispered this, as she did not believe Mo Qianqian's space had truly been destroyed, given the proof of the yields. Although she claimed those yields were given by the female mothers of her beast husbands, she was well aware of Ting Shi's family situation, having often traveled with her husbands. Upon hearing this, Mo Qianqian was taken aback, realizing that Xiaoyan was more astute than she had imagined. Fortunately, she bore no malice and seemed to treat her as a friend, which put Mo Qianqian at ease. As soon as Xiaoyan left, Mo Qianqian immediately inquired, "System, is what Xiaoyan said true? If I truly bond with my beast husbands, will not only my space upgrade, but their abilities also improve more rapidly?" The system promptly replied, "Yes, host. In principle, there is no error in this beast world's rules." Mo Qianqian frowned. "Then if I bond with them, will it indeed enhance both my space and abilities?" After a thorough examination, the system responded, "There is a piece of land within your space waiting to be activated, likely belonging to Qianyi. Since your space differs from that of other females, once the dark value reaches 0 and you bond with him, it will indeed allow him to ascend, and that piece of land can transform into fertile land." Mo Qianqian felt a surge of excitement. If this land is activated, does it mean I can plant things? Even if Qianyi and I part ways in the future, I can still cultivate? The system confirmed, "Yes, host." Mo Qianqian smiled skeptically at the system. "Why didn't you mention such an important matter before?" The system quickly transformed into a flying egg, hastily explaining, "Host, this baby just discovered it today. Upon upgrading, I discovered an increasing number of updates that were undetectable." Mo Qianqian rolled her eyes in exasperation, exclaiming, "System, you are utterly unreliable. I command you to immediately check all your updates." With a swish, the system darted away, leaving behind a promise. "Understood, host. Task will be completed." Mo Qianqian sighed. Having traversed into this realm for nearly half a year, this troublesome system had far too many issues. Were it not for its role in bringing her here, she would have seriously considered replacing it with a more dependable one. At that moment, Qianyi and Ting, she had already caught over a dozen large fish and were in the process of cleaning them. Once they finished, the two approached her. Mo Qianqian lavished them with compliments, which made their lips twitch in delight. Qianyi inquired earnestly, "Qianqian, what would you like to eat?" "Ting xi interdicted eagerly, Qianqian. Can we have something like fried potatoes?" Mo Qianqian replied, "That sounds great, but we're running low on beast oil." Hubai and the others had completed their tasks and emerged, coincidentally overhearing this. Hubai remarked, "That's simple. We'll go hunting tomorrow." Long Chengfeng confidently added, "Rest assured, we'll catch enough beasts." Feng Xian nodded slightly, affirming that capturing a few beasts would pose no challenge. Mo Qianqian smiled, "All right, I leave it to you." Mo Shanshan lay on her bed while 5 beastmen massaged her. After lying down for an entire winter, her body felt sore and uncomfortable. Yet she was grateful for her obedient beastmen. She scrutinized each of their faces in satisfaction. However, upon seeing Peng Fei, her gaze halted. Why did he appear so restless? She feigned a cough, prompting him to kneel instantly. Mo Shanshan kicked him in the chest, scolding, "What kind of dead beast face are you putting on?" Peng Fei opened his mouth hesitantly before finally uttering, "Mistress, I wish to terminate our match." Mo Shanshan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Peng Fei, repeat that. What do you want?" He closed his eyes, exclaiming loudly, "Mistress, I beg you to annul our match." Chapter 94. He can save. Mo Shanshan sprang to her feet and kicked his face in fury. Flames of anger blazed in her eyes. He actually dared to request the termination of their match. How preposterous that a lowly beast man would initiate such a suggestion left her utterly blindsided, shattering her pride into pieces. She placed her foot firmly on his face, grinding it down as she glared. "Say it again." Peng Fei opened his eyes. Truth be told, her foot on his face did not hurt, and her anger was predictable, considering her usual haughty demeanor, believing no male beastman was worthy of her. Suddenly, the visage of Qianqian flashed in his mind. Surely, she would never treat her beastman this way. With a bitter smile, he resolutely stated, "Mistress, it is I who is unworthy of you. I implore you to annul our match. There will be better beastmen to accompany you." Qianqian scoffed, acknowledging that indeed there would be better beastmen. But she could not tolerate a beastman she had always looked down upon suggesting the termination. After all, she was the mistress. Only she had the right to propose such a thing. What was Peng Fei to her? She spat in his face. Peng Fei remained still, his eyes locked onto hers, filled with a mix of pleading and pain. Qianqian's expression shifted from anger to disdain as she retorted, "Fine. Today, we shall go to the chief's house to annul our match in his presence. However, Peng Fei, let me tell you this. Leaving is easy, but returning will be difficult. A beastman who has had his match annulled will be looked down upon by your matriarch and family." Peng Fei stood up, lowering his head. "I understand. Thank you, mistress, for your consideration." Villainous, seeing Peng Fei on the verge of liberation, secretly wished to terminate his own match. Yet he feared Qianqian's wrath and lacked the courage to do so, only able to silently envy Peng Fei's escape from suffering. The group quietly shared a meal, and then Qianqian, surrounded by them, made her way to the chief's residence. Along the way, they encountered De Zhuang and Zhuang, both astonished by Peng Fei's relaxed demeanor, while Qianqian displayed her impatience, occasionally berating him. The tribe members were preoccupied with their own affairs and paid little heed to them. Once the 7 of them were headed toward the chief's house, Qianqian lifted her chin slightly, fixing her gaze on De Zhuang and Zhuang, puzzled as to why they were following. De Zhuang scratched his head, saying, "We are looking for the chief." Qianqian rolled her eyes. If they weren't specifically trailing her, then it was of no concern. With a huff, she turned and continued her path to the chief's home. Upon arrival, she knocked on the door. When the chief opened it, he was taken aback by the number of people before him and asked, with spring upon us, "Why are you not busy hunting or cleaning your homes? What brings you here?" Qianqian cut to the chase. "Chief, I have come today to annul my match with Peng Fei." The chief's brow furrowed. Qianqian was known for her lofty ambitions, having previously annulled the matches of 5 beastmen, and now she sought to do so for a 6th. His dissatisfaction with her grew, but he considered that if her next beastman possessed stronger abilities, it could enhance the tribe's strength. Thus he promptly agreed. With a wave of his hand, he allowed Qianqian and her companions to leave. De Zhuang and Zhuang stepped forward, saying, "Chief, Qianqian rejected us. Is there any way we can continue to be your followers?" The chief was taken aback. These 2 had volunteered to serve Qianqian, yet they had been dismissed after just 1 winter. He replied irritably, "Did you do something wrong? What was the reason for Qianqian sending you away?" De Zhuang quickly explained, "Chief, we were only there for a few days when the mistress said she feared for our safety and sent us back." Zhuang nodded emphatically beside him. The chief sighed, realizing he had not done enough for her. Although these 2 had decent abilities within the tribe, they would be no match for a mysterious individual. Sending them was merely a way to ease his conscience. In retrospect, it was a futile endeavor. After much contemplation, he shook his head. "There is no other way. You may return." The 2 wished to inquire further, but the chief slammed the door shut, nearly colliding with their noses. Dejected, they left empty-handed, reluctant to return to the tribe, and decided to hunt outside for something fresh for their matriarch. As they ventured into a dense forest, they noticed some grass rustling. Assuming it was prey, they stealthily approached, ready to strike. Upon closer inspection, however, they were shocked to discover it was Peng Fei. His face contorted in agony, he clutched at a wound on his neck, attempting to crawl. De Zhuang and Zhuang stared in disbelief as they noticed the excessive blood loss and the fatal injury on his neck. Recognizing familiar faces, Peng Fei's eyes lit up as he weakly pleaded, "Help me, before losing consciousness, leaving a trail of blood behind him. The Zhuang and Heir Zhuang quickly scanned their surroundings for any signs of others before hoisting him up. Lacking any medicine, and considering that this was the same person who had once attempted to kill them, they hesitated, should they help him or not. Exchanging glances, they decided to hastily bandage his neck wound and rushed him to the shaman's home. Upon arrival, the old shaman was taken aback, exclaiming, "Not him again." She quickly assessed his condition, shaking her head. "It's too late. Prepare for his final rites. By the way, where are Qianqian and the other beastmen?" Da Zhuang explained it. He just annulled his match with Qianqian. The shaman's suspicions were piqued. Such unfortunate events following the annulment made her wonder if there had been prior issues between Peng Fei and Qianqian. After a moment's contemplation, she remarked, "There is one person who can save him." De Zhuang and Heir Zhuang looked at each other, their faces brightening. "Who?" The old shaman's murky gaze fixed upon them as he spoke. Qianqian's beast husband, Peng Fei, possesses a remarkable healing ability. At that moment, as if experiencing a fleeting moment of clarity, Peng Fei stammered, "I can accept any condition," before losing consciousness again. De Zhuang and Heir Zhuang, unable to bear the thought of an action in the face of death, bid farewell to the shaman and promptly carried Peng Fei to Qianqian's abode. Inside, laughter and chatter resonated, the joyous sounds audible even from outside. Heir Zhuang approached the door and knocked, causing the merriment to cease. Qianye's deep voice inquired, "Who is it?" Heir Zhuang promptly replied, "Qianye, it is us." Qianqian expressed her surprise at their return. Ting Shi stood up, exclaiming, "I shall open the door." Upon swinging the door wide, she beheld the barely breathing Peng Fei on De Zhuang's back and questioned, "What has transpired? Why are you entangled with Qianqian's beast husband?" Chapter 95. The anxious one. De Zhuang responded, "He is no longer Qianqian's beast husband." Everyone was taken aback. Ting Shi reached out to check his neck. There was still a faint pulse, albeit weak. Since he was no longer associated with Qianqian, it was likely he had been pursued by someone else, possibly a mysterious figure. Consequently, Ting Shi channeled her healing energy into him, hoping to rouse him. Qianqian observed the scene without objection. Believing Ting, she shared her intentions. She then addressed De Zhuang, saying, "You all bring him inside. We have questions to ask." As Ting Shi withdrew her hand, Peng Fei regained consciousness. De Zhuang gently placed him in a recliner. Qianqian gazed at him intently. Seeing the collective scrutiny of Qianqian and her companions, Peng Fei's weak voice emerged. "If you can save me, I am willing to serve you. Repay your kindness." Ting Shi scoffed derisively. "We dare not use an enemy's beast husband as a servant." Qianyi cast a cold smirk in his direction. Hu Bai's expression was inscrutable, while Feng Xian maintained a stoic demeanor. Long Chengfeng added, "Unless you swear an oath to the beast god." Qianqian glanced at Long Chengfeng, contemplating the feasibility of this proposition. Ting Shi turned to Qianqian, asking, "Qianqian, do you wish to spare his life?" It was evident that everyone considered Qianqian's perspective paramount. Peng Fei acknowledged Qianqian's newfound beauty, yet he still perceived her as an ineffectual female. Had he been in a different circumstance, he would not willingly become her beast husband. Yet it was apparent that these individuals held Qianqian in high regard, even affectionately. Qianqian pondered before inquiring, "Who sent you to your demise?" Peng Fei. After a moment of confusion, he replied, "I only recall him being a serpent beastman, exceptionally powerful. I was ambushed as I intended to return to my tribe after entering the forest. The injury on my neck was inflicted at that moment." Montauk Qianqian nodded. Continuing her inquiry, "Why did he spare your life?" Peng Fei reflected on the serpent beastman's prior release of a toxic gas. Perhaps he had deemed him destined to die after all. He responded, "I do not know. I cannot see his face clearly. He sprayed venom at me, and I lost consciousness. When I awoke, I could not stand and crawled until I encountered a Zhuang and the others." Qianqian furrowed her brow, contemplating why the mysterious figure would allow Peng Fei to live when it would have been so simple to eliminate him. After much reflection, she remained perplexed. Peng Fei felt fresh blood trickling from his neck, fearing he might meet an untimely end. Unable to wait for Mo Qianqian's response, he declared, Mo Qianqian, I know Mo Shanshan's secret. If you can save me. Mo Qianqian and Hubai raised their eyebrows. Hubai, with a hint of amusement, urged, Speak. We're listening. Peng Fei divulged the peculiarities surrounding Mo Shanshan and her followers, information that Mo Qianqian and her companions were already aware of. However, De Zhuang and Air Zhuang stared incredulously, unable to fathom how a reputable female would associate with a serpent beast man. As Peng Fei perceived their disinterest, despair washed over him, and tears streamed down his face, leaving the others utterly astounded. The once arrogant and overconfident Peng Fei, a staunch follower of Mo Shanshan, now wept pathetically. Mo Qianqian felt no sympathy for him. After all, he had repeatedly opposed them and had resorted to lethal measures. De Zhuang and Air Zhuang, however, could not help but plead, Female, no, Mo Qianqian, can you save him? Tingshi rolled her eyes, retorting, Do you not recall nearly being killed last time? I advise against being too kind. De Zhuang and Air Zhuang fell silent, gazing imploringly at Mo Qianqian. Mo Qianqian was exasperated by these two simple-minded, well-meaning male beasts. Kindness without resolve only invites exploitation. Fortunately, these two were not her beast husbands. Otherwise, she would surely be driven to frustration. Tingnek seaside, Stalting. I have heard your Peng bird tribe possesses a treasure. If you swear to retrieve it, I shall save you. Peng Fei's will to survive surged to its zenith. His expression fraught with urgency as he exclaimed, I swear, I will retrieve it immediately. He then recited a lengthy oath, which sounded quite sincere. Mo Qianqian was unaware of what treasure the Peng bird tribe possessed, but she held a degree of trust in Ting Shi, thus refraining from intervening. Once Peng Fei completed his oath to the beast god and it took effect, Ting Shi promptly began to heal him. De Zhuang and Air Zhuang departed, reassured that Peng Fei would be fine. After Peng Fei was fully healed, Ting Shi's complexion appeared somewhat paler. She did not allow him to rest, but urged him to return to his tribe swiftly. Peng Fei transformed and hastened to his tribe. Mo Qianqian felt a twinge of pity for him and offered him a piece of lettuce, saying, Here, replenish your energy. Ting Shi swallowed the lettuce in one gulp before asking, Qianqian, do you not resent my unilateral decision? Mo Qianqian shook her head, replying, Even as your female lord, you possess the autonomy to choose whether to save or not. Besides, I trust you, Ting Shi. Ting Shi's eyes shimmered with gratitude. Qianqian, you are truly wonderful. Hubai interrupted their exchange, noting, The mysterious figure is likely monitoring us. Peng Fei may have been a test. Feng Xian interjected at the opportune moment. Indeed, his timing was rather fortuitous. Long Cheng Feng inquired, Is this serpent beast man the mysterious figure? Xianyi replied, It is highly probable. Monta Qianqian hesitated, beckoning Xianyi with her finger. His golden eyes glimmered with intrigue. It seemed that she was more candid with her body than her mind. He leaned in closer, whispering, Qianqian, what do you wish to convey? Mo Qianqian recalled Song Xiaoyan's words, considering it worthwhile to experiment with Xianyi. If successful, it would yield mutual benefits. She whispered in his ear. All the beast husbands perked up their ears. Subsequently, Xianyi's fair complexion flushed crimson from ear to chest. For male beasts, when female beasts confide so closely, they can typically discern the content of the conversation. Thus, Mo Qianqian's seemingly innocuous whisper resonated like thunder. The entirety of the group heard her words distinctly. Xianyi, may we unite? What she said next was drowned out by the fervor. Particularly as Xianyi was already in a state of heightened arousal, having restrained himself for so long. Mo Qianqian's words ignited a spark within him. Hubai was the first to voice dissent. Qianqian, no, female lord, this situation may not be suitable. Ting Shi also regarded Mo Qianqian with a hint of sadness. Qianqian, why the urgency? Chapter 96. More than 11 stages, Mo Qianqian's almond eyes widened slightly. She was not particularly anxious. Had it not been for the need to enhance her abilities, her spatial powers would likely have activated by now. Would she truly consider this course of action otherwise? Qianqian introspected, her heart affirming that even if the two could not unite, she desired to pursue this path. The mysterious figure seemed ever present. After all, tomorrow and unexpected events were uncertain. Why not seize the moment? She was indeed beginning to stir. Qianyi gazed at her face with increasing delight, his eyes sparkling as he asked, Qianqian, is it truly possible? Hu sighed. She cherished Qianyi dearly, and it was indeed something she would do to unite with him first. Even though he claimed his extraordinary abilities and talents were the strongest among the five of them, she still chose Qianyi as her first. To say it was not distressing would be a lie, yet he could roughly comprehend her feelings. She observed Qianqian's bashful yet expectant expression, and she too was willing. Long Feng felt a twinge of jealousy, but seeing the expressions of Shi and Hu instantly lifted his spirits. Indeed, his happiness flourished upon the suffering of others. Feng Xen, typically stoic, exhibited a slight, unusual twitch. Could she not glance at him? After all, he was the king of birds, bearing the bloodline of the phoenix. Qian gently nodded, saying, Qianyi, if it's you, then it is naturally possible. As for the others, after resolving the enigmatic being, you may ponder whether you truly wish to remain by my side. I hope those who choose to stay with me will do so resolutely. I will not haphazardly dissolve our bond until my last breath. Her voice, though soft, was unwavering. Hu Long Feng, and Feng Xen momentarily felt flustered. They had not anticipated Qianqian's clarity. They had indeed never been steadfast in their choice of her. She found himself at a loss. He had no family, no kin, and thus had to rely on Qianqian. In truth, he harbored genuine feelings, but he could not untangle them. Observing their collective silence, Qianyi pondered before speaking. Qianqian, who indeed possesses the strongest talent among us. If the goal is to enhance our abilities, selecting him will be the most prudent choice. Qianqian smiled, I understand. However, I do not wish to choose someone who cannot wholly dedicate themselves to me. Each person has their own stance. Moreover, I do not believe your talent is inferior to his. Upon hearing this, Qianyi felt deeply moved, yet anxious to avoid disappointing her. He hesitantly asked, Qianqian, have you made up your mind? Qianqian's expression was resolute as she extended her hand toward him, saying, yes, I'm certain. It was an undeniable fact that Qianyi held the top position, granting Qianqian absolute authority. After she spoke, the cave fell into a tranquil silence. Without uttering a word, Hu turned and walked towards the cave entrance, closing the door behind him. The others followed suit, leaving only Qianyi and Qianqian behind. Qianqian, with her clear gaze, addressed him, is there a better day than today? Qianyi enveloped her in his arms, responding with a kiss filled with possessive fervor. Qianqian felt her legs turn to jelly from his kiss, and upon noticing, Qianyi swept her off her feet, intending to return to their room. Qianqian heard her voice sounding different from her usual self, soft and delicate. Placing her hands against his chest, she suggested, Qianyi, let's take a bath first. Qianyi chuckled softly, replying, Qianqian, do not worry. We need not rush. We shall continue this evening. Qianqian's face flushed crimson. Feeling embarrassed for appearing so eager, she thought it was truly mortifying. Unable to contain herself, she covered her face with her hands. She had assumed that their companions had left to create space for them, not realizing her misunderstanding. Now, she was too flustered to look Qianyi in the eye. Observing her shyness and awkwardness, Qianyi kissed her hand gently, saying, Qianqian, I too find this quite difficult. With that, he took Qianqian in her room. Nestled in his embrace, she felt her cheeks burning, uncertain whether it was from embarrassment or awkwardness. As Qianyi laid her on the bed, he cradled her face and kissed her again. Qianqian sensed an increasing warmth enveloping her. Even the breath he exhaled upon her felt intoxicating. Qianyi's voice turned husky as he urged, Qianqian, help me. His heated hand guided Qianqian's delicate fingers to a certain place, eyes filled with yearning. Though bashful, Qianqian stubbornly complied, beginning to assist him. Just as they were on the verge of losing control, loud knocks echoed from outside the cave. Both Qianqian and Qianyi were startled, their rationality returning as the flush of their faces dissipated. Qianyi quickly donned his animal skin skirt and casually adjusted Qianqian's slightly disheveled attire. Qianqian, feeling a wave of anxiety, inquired what is happening. Could something have occurred? She had not removed her shoes and was eager to dash outside to see what was amiss, hoping it was not as dire as she feared. Qianye's intense desire had long since evaporated with the interruption, and now his expression darkened like a soot-covered pot, harboring deep-seated resentment for the enigmatic figure. Curse be it! Why did it come now of all times? It must have been intentional. Suppressing his inner turmoil, he gently reassured Qianqian, "Do not fear, Qianqian. I will go take a look. You stay here." It dawned on Qianqian that she was the female leader, and capturing her would be far easier than they anticipated. Thus, she nodded softly, "You go. I will wait for you." Qianyi strode outside the cave in under a minute. At that moment, a serpent beast man hovered mid-air, its elongated tongue mocking the four who lay sprawled on the ground, including Hubai. Upon spotting Qianyi, its green vertical pupils glinted with disdain. "After hiding for so long, you are willing to emerge? Your little female is in the chamber." There was no doubt in its tone. It was certain Qianqian was within the cave. Qianyi scanned the surroundings. Hubai was at the 10th rank, yet his confusion ability could not withstand even a single blow. The other beastmen were in worse condition, though they appeared less injured than Hubai. Among them, except for Ting Shi, who had transformed into beast form to better confront the enemies, the rest had exhausted their abilities. Witnessing their bloodied forms, Qianyi maintained a stoic facade as he lied. "What little female? I do not comprehend what you are saying." The serpent beast man lashed out with its massive tail, and fearing for the cave entrance, Qianyi swiftly transformed into beast form and darted in another direction. He exerted all his strength, yet still felt the sting as the tail struck his abdomen, leaving a deep gash visible to the bone. The serpent beast man sneered contemptuously. "Is this all? You are even inferior to that little fox. Pathetically fragile. Such a bore." Qianyi could not fathom that the serpent beastman's abilities were already at the 11th rank, perhaps even beyond. Chapter 97. A desperate escape. Qianyi was shocked to his core. He was indeed the mysterious figure. Moreover, his power was alarmingly high. Hubai and the others had not been able to withstand even a single attack. His strength was terrifying beyond measure. Qianyi's mind raced as he pondered how to ensure Qianqian's safe escape. Hubai covered his eyes, having been struck blind by the opponent's attack, uncertain whether it was temporary or permanent. He had never anticipated that his most cherished ability would be utterly futile in the face of such overwhelming power. His frustration was palpable. Long Chengfeng, being a dragon, shared a common ancestry with serpents. Yet he believed his dragon lineage to be far superior to that of the serpent beast man, along with his innate abilities. He too felt a sense of indignation. He gathered a massive ball of lightning in his dragon maw, his injured claws having broken halfway. Seizing the moment while the mysterious figure focused on Qianyi to strike unexpectedly, Feng Xian's beautiful phoenix tail was now half severed, oozing blood. Anger and resentment finally marred his typically expressionless countenance. Ting Shi, possessing the lowest abilities, had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Hubai, unable to see what Long Chengfeng was planning, would have undoubtedly intervened had he known. Different ranks of abilities could not possibly contend against one another, leaving no room for retaliation. Qianyi felt as though he were an ant on a hot skillet, anxious inside, though he concealed it well. The serpent beast man regarded them with disdain, as if observing mere insects. Their begrudging, resentful gazes filled him with exquisite delight. He feigned ignorance of Long Chengfeng's reckless actions and reiterated to Qianyi, "Now tell me, where's your little female?" "She's in the cave." Its menacing gaze bore into Qianyi. Qianyi coldly gazed at him and spoke, whether it be death or dismemberment. "I am at your disposal." The snake beast man laughed, and with his laughter came an astonishingly swift and fierce attack that surged directly towards Qianyi's face. Qianyi summoned a shield of fire, but it could not withstand the force. He exerted all his abilities to deflect the attack to his shoulder, for he did not wish to mar his own visage, which Qianqian still needed to see. Their bodies were thrust into the thicket, colliding with several towering trees before coming to a halt, crashing down onto the ground. The tremendous noise resonated clearly within the cave, reaching Qianqian's ears. In a state of urgency, Qianqian felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Unsure of how to proceed, she turned to the system and implored, "System, why are you so silent today? What should I do? He will eventually come inside. Am I to perish here? How maddening." The system swiftly replied, "Host, I am here. I was just analyzing data. We can utilize a shun move once, though the destination is uncertain." Qianqian exclaimed in delight, "That's wonderful. I wish to exchange it, regardless of where it leads. It is preferable to losing my life here. Is this feature available for everyone or just myself?" The system responded quickly, "Host. This time the shun, it can be used for everyone or just for yourself. Under normal circumstances, the location can be displaced thousands of miles away." As Qianqian listened, she delved into the system, selecting the option to exchange. Outside the cave, Long Qingfeng propelled a ball of lightning towards the mysterious man. The man's lips curled into a mocking smile, preparing to retaliate with Long Qingfeng's abilities against the five of them. But in an instant, the five individuals lying on the ground vanished. His pupils constricted in disbelief as he stared in astonishment, unable to fathom how they had disappeared in an instant. Had it not been for the bloodstains on the ground, he might have thought he was dreaming. Even he could not achieve such instantaneous disappearance. How could these low-tier ability users manage it? He leaped to his feet, instantly transforming into human form. Towering at 2 meters, his robust physique bore a sinister expression. He kicked open the door of the cave and strode inside with swagger. The air was imbued with a unique fragrance exclusive to females, and he inhaled deeply, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Little female, how intriguing, exceedingly intriguing. He had been convinced she was long dead until Qianqian informed him otherwise. Everything had taken a turn for the more interesting, and the snake beastman casually seated himself on a chair. He surveyed the cave, now immaculate and orderly, starkly contrasting with its initial state. Rubbing his chin, he mused that Qianqian, this female, could not have changed so drastically overnight. She was undoubtedly not the same person as before. With this realization, he exited the cave and departed. At this moment, Qianqian felt on the verge of madness. Thousands of miles away, there lay an island of ice. The auroras in the sky were indeed splendid, yet the cold was biting, nearly causing her teeth to chatter. She dragged along her 5 severely injured beastmen into this eerily strange little world. Suppressing the bone-chilling cold, she inquired, "System, where are we?" The system replied, "Host. During the shun, we encountered an unforeseen event and passed through an unknown wormhole, landing in a region outside of the beast realm." Qianqian's lips turned dark as she donned a beast hide from her space, feeling somewhat helpless. 2 individuals lay unconscious on the ground, Xianyi and Ting Shi, who unable to see his surroundings but detecting Qianqian's familiar scent, asked in astonishment, "Qianqian, how did you get out?" Feng Xian, possessing ice abilities, felt somewhat better in this frigid environment. Long Qingfeng appeared somewhat dazed, asking, "Mistress, where are we? What happened to that mysterious man?" Feng Xin Zet Ponde. "We have arrived in a peculiar place." He glanced at Qianqian, instinctively sensing her involvement. Qianqian forced a bitter smile. "I have no idea where this is." 3 pairs of eyes exchanged glances. Ultimately, Qianqian could only feign nonchalance, stating that she had used something from her beast father's mysterious hide bag, which he had instructed her to use in times of crisis. Who, somewhat skeptical, could not see Qianqian and groped his way closer to her. Qianqian grasped his hand and said to Long Qingfeng and Feng Xian, "Let's find a place to hide. I cannot endure this cold." As soon as she spoke, warmth surged through her palm. Hubai had transferred his abilities to her. Qianqian realized that in this place, Both spatial abilities and those of the beast men could still be utilized, which was a stroke of good fortune amidst their misfortune. She retrieved several heads of lettuce from her space, stating, "Let us eat some to replenish our abilities. Ting, she cannot heal us right now, so we must rely on ourselves." Feng Xian and Long Chengfeng each took a head. Mo Qianqian placed the last head of lettuce in Hu Bai's mouth, saying, "Hu Bai, you too." Mo Qianqian gazed into his beautiful blue eyes, which were hollow and staring blankly ahead. She looked at all the beast men. They were all gravely injured, yet they had managed to survive. As long as they had each other, Mo Qianqian felt that their situation was not so dire after all. After consuming the lettuce, Hu Bai and the other three transformed into human forms. Chapter 98. Adoration. Glistening shards of ice filled her vision, and Mo Qianqian entered a contemplative state as she surveyed her surroundings. They had arrived here at night, yet the vibrant auroras illuminated the area as if it were still daytime, draped in a beast hide that had not been fashioned into a skirt. Mo Qianqian appeared somewhat better, thanks to Hu Bai's abilities. Feng Xian and Long Chengfeng each carried an unconscious Xianyi and Ting Shi on their backs, while Mo Qianqian held Hu Bai's hand, guiding him as they traversed the eerily quiet, translucent white ground. The terrain was uneven, and they tread carefully. Mo Qianqian was too preoccupied to speak, maintaining a silence throughout the journey. Hu Bai, unable to see anyone's expressions, felt a weight in his heart. The two individuals on Feng Xian and Long Chengfeng's backs had sustained severe injuries and had exhausted their abilities, now in human form. Mo Qianqian trudged on, her feet growing numb, unable to discern whether it was from the cold or fatigue. Eventually, they arrived at a cave that had partially collapsed under the weight of the snow. Feng Xian broke the silence, saying, "Mistress, let us rest in the cave for a while." Mo Qianqian nodded, tightening her grip on Hu Bai's hand as they cautiously entered the cave. Once inside, the wind diminished considerably. There was only one exit at the cave's mouth, alleviating her concerns about a sudden beast attack. Feng Xian and Long Chengfeng laid Xianyi and Ting Shi against the cave wall. Mo Qianqian observed the dried blood on their wounds and approached, asking, "What do they need to wake up?" Although Feng Xian and Long Chengfeng were not healers, they could still assess injuries. Long Chengfeng, having sustained the lightest injury among them, channeled his abilities to check on Ting Shi, Xianyi, and Hu Bai. He then informed Mo Qianqian, the mysterious man held back. "Everyone is severely injured, but will not die. If they rest for a few days, they will recover gradually." Mo Qianqian exhaled in relief. Hu Bai understood that his blindness was temporary, having previously examined himself, so he was not surprised by Long Chengfeng's conclusion. Mo Qianqian rummaged through a corner of her space and unexpectedly found the ointment given by the shaman, taking it out to ask, "Long Chengfeng, is this ointment useful? Let us apply it to everyone." Long Chengfeng examined it closely, inhaling its scent with delight. "It will do. Mistress, this can stop the bleeding." He applied some to his own wound before passing it to Feng Xian. Feng Xian took it, applied it to his own wound, and then to the unconscious duo. Finally, it returned to Hu Bai's hands. Mo Qianqian pondered for a moment, then half-squatted before Hu Bai and said, "Your eyes are not in good condition. Allow me to assist you." Hu Bai opened his palm to reveal the medicine, and Mo Qianqian gently scooped some with her fingers, meticulously applying it around his eyes. Hu Bai could sense her delicate fragrance wafting toward him, causing his long lashes to tremble slightly. Observing the dried blood at the corners of his eyes, Mo Qianqian noted that it did not appear severe. He remained strikingly handsome. After a brief interval, she stepped back slightly and announced, "All done." She returned the ointment to her space. Within her spatial realm, she rummaged through her supplies and found some meat, eggs, and lettuce. The meat had been prepared earlier, while the latter two items had been obtained through the resource exchange system and could be used repeatedly. However, without a fire, she was at a loss as to how to cook. Mo Qianqian took out a few items, beginning to comprehend the meaning of a clever housewife cannot cook without rice. Long Chengfeng and Feng Xian exchanged glances. Being devoid of fire-related abilities, they were incapable of starting a fire. There was also no firewood in the vicinity. Bai could hear the sounds of Qianqian retrieving items and tilted his ear to inquire, Qianqian, how much food do we have left in the space? Qianqian sighed, there is food, but we lack fire. Long Qingfeng rose and said, Mistress, I will go look for some firewood nearby. Suddenly, Qianqian recalled that they could create fire by drilling wood, and quickly suggested, Qingfeng, please find some dry branches and twigs and bring them back. I know how to make a fire. Their gazes focused on her face. Qianqian smiled and added, you can do it. Once you return, I will teach you how to proceed. Long Qingfeng nodded and departed. The cave fell into silence, and Qianqian continued to sift through her space, bringing out several empty oil cans. With a slightly larger canister, it might be possible to cook something warm. Qianqian, noticing this, remarked to Qianqian, Mistress, are those the meats we pickled earlier? Let me cut them into smaller pieces. As a female, Qianqian could not tear into large chunks of meat like her male counterparts. She nodded. All right, I leave it to you. She then took out a bone knife and sliced several heads of lettuce into shreds. Hearing the sounds of their labor, Bai felt somewhat useless and could not help but ask, Qianqian, is there anything I can do? Qianqian looked up and replied, no need. You should rest well and aim to recover quickly. After a moment of silence, Bai began to meditate and restore his energy. The trio divided tasks clearly. Long Qingfeng consumed the lettuce provided by Qianqian, and his energy levels recovered to half, transforming into his beast form. He soared through the air a few times before noticing that there seemed to be trees below to the left, prompting him to descend. Upon landing, he indeed found a grove of trees covered in snow. Using his abilities, he swept through a portion and used his dragon tail to drag several of the largest dead trees before transforming back into his human form and flying toward the cave. As he approached the entrance, he landed and dropped the timber a short distance away. Qianqian and Qianqian had already prepared everything and immediately turned to look upon hearing the noise. Qianqian's eyes curved into a smile as she dashed outside, followed closely by Qianqian. Knowing that Long Qingfeng had returned, Bai remained still. With his impaired vision, he would only be a hindrance. So he preferred to stay in the cave and await their return. Long Qingfeng, now in human form, gazed at the dead trees on the ground and asked the approaching Qianqian mistress, what should we do with these? Qianqian praised him with a smile and instructed him to cut the branches down to half their size and trim the larger tree by half as well, signaling to Qianqian that they should bring the wood and shavings inside the cave. They were unfamiliar with the method of drilling wood to create fire, but they complied with her instructions. Qianqian then demonstrated using the small twigs to carve a small hole in the larger trunk and began to rub them together. When no flames emerged, she felt warmth emanating from her efforts. She instructed Long Qingfeng to follow her lead while guiding him from the side. Eventually, to Qianqian's astonishment, sparks finally ignited, and Qianqian blew gently to catch the wood shavings alight. Thus, the fire was kindled, and she watched as a substantial piece of frozen meat was added to the pot. Long Qingfeng gazed, momentarily entranced by the dancing flames. Realizing that fire could indeed be made without relying on abilities or tools, Qianqian was truly remarkable. Chapter 99. More capable than he appears, Qianqian smiled gently, having successfully resolved the issue of the fire. Next, she observed the cave structure, which was partially collapsed, should the wind and snow intensify. There might be a risk of further collapse. Resolutely, she decided to construct an ice house. After their meal, the atmosphere lightened considerably. Long Qingfeng approached Qianqian, who was gazing into the distance, and instinctively asked, Mistress, what shall we do next? Qianqian was busy cleaning the pots and utensils used for the meal. Bai held a wooden cup, crafted by Qianyi for each individual, ensuring everyone had their own cups and chopsticks. Qianyi and Ting, she had already been fed some soup made from the lettuce leaves to help them regain their strength. Qianqian raised her head and said earnestly, I wish to build an ice house. The cave is still not safe enough. Long Qingfeng expressed his surprise. Is the ice house made of ice blocks? Qianqian nodded. Indeed, we do not know how long winter lasts here, and the easiest resources to find nearby are these ice blocks. As for firewood, I will burden you with that for now. Long Qingfeng chuckled in response. It is no trouble. It is my duty. Shall we start building the ice house now? Mo Qianqian found his eagerness amusing and replied, No. Let's have a good night's rest today and discuss it tomorrow. Let's return to sleep. Long Qingfeng supported her as they both made their way back to the cave. The following day, Mo Qianqian awoke, dazzled by the bright sunlight, and found Feng Xian and Long Qingfeng already preparing breakfast outside the cave. Even Hu Bai had risen to help. She removed her heavy makeshift bee skin and draped it over Xian Yi and Ting Shi. Then she descended. Feng Xian hurriedly interjected, Mistress, breakfast is almost ready. The wind is strong here. You should go back inside. Mo Qianqian continued her steps, saying, It's fine. I just want to bask in the sun for a while. Soon, Feng Xian and Long Qingfeng brought breakfast into the cave. Mo Qianqian naturally took Hu Bai's hand as they walked back together. After they finished eating, Mo Qianqian began to sketch on the ground with charcoal, planning to construct the ice house that day. Feng Xian hesitated, then spoke, Mistress, may I express my concerns? What if the ice house is too cold or not sturdy enough? Mo Qianqian smiled brightly. Feng Xian, that is an excellent question. Let's try it first, shall we? Feng Si notet, zeluteng agerin. Though he still believed the cave was better, he wouldn't openly criticize Mo Qianqian. Long Qingfeng, having witnessed Mo Qianqian's prior skill, now held a measure of respect for her. After resting, the trio ventured nearby to gather ice blocks. Mo Qianqian remained behind to look after Ting Shi and Xian Yi, awaiting their return with the ice. The location for the ice house had been chosen, situated 500 meters in front of the cave. Well, they confirmed the ground was firm with a solid layer of ice below. After waiting for some time, Mo Qianqian heard Ting Shi calling out for mother. His expression one of distress. Her heart softened, and she grasped his hand, gradually calming him down. She tidied their disheveled hair and, gazing at their distinct, handsome faces, furrowed her brow, wondering when they would awaken. Just as she began to feel drowsy, Long Qingfeng and the others returned. Upon closer inspection, Mo Qianqian noticed that they had cut the ice blocks into remarkably precise shapes, as if measured with a ruler. What astonished her even more was that, despite Hu Bai's impaired vision, he had managed to cut a block of ice perfectly. He was indeed striving to prove his worth. Sensing Mo Qianqian's gaze upon him, Hu Bai smiled at her. Mo Qianqian was instantly enveloped by the warmth of spring, feeling as though the flowers were blooming around her. Hu Bai truly was dazzling, his charm blinding. Nevertheless, Mo Qianqian continued her inspection. Long Qingfeng was transporting ice blocks while Feng Xian was in charge of stacking them. Hu Bai, having no tasks at hand, wandered aside to bask in the sun, savoring the warmth on his face. Observing the efficient work of the two, Mo Qianqian approached Hu Bai and sat beside him. Hu Bai smiled and said, Qianqian, my eyesight is nearly restored. I can now see a few blurry shapes. With a playful glint in her eye, Qianqian leaned closer and asked, Can you see me clearly? Hu Bai sensed her proximity, enveloped by a delightful fragrance. Straining his eyes, he beheld a radiant and gentle face, with rosy lips that curled slightly upwards and bright, clean eyes framed by long, thick eyelashes. His Adam's apple bobbed as he lowered his head and pressed his lips against Mo Qianqian's. Just as she was about to push him away to check whether his vision had truly improved, he withdrew, his blue eyes deepening with intensity as he declared, Qianqian, my eyesight is better. Mo Qianqian's almond-shaped eyes widened with joy, and she exclaimed, That's wonderful, before leaping into his embrace. Hu Bai's lips curved into a broad smile as he held the petite female tightly. Feng Xian glanced over and noticed Mo Qianqian and Hu Bai locked in a close embrace, appearing very intimate. Long Qingfeng, noticing Feng Xian's halted movements, followed his gaze and realized that the two were now more emotionally intertwined than ever. Turning his head away, Long Qingfeng pondered the distance that had grown between him and Mo Qianqian. Their previous nights spent together in the cave had merely involved sleeping close. Yet he felt a stark contrast to the closeness Hu Bai and Feng Xian shared with the female lead. Realizing that Feng Xian felt similarly, Long Qingfeng found some solace in that. Meanwhile, Feng Xian furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that Qianqian was no ordinary female. He was drawn to her, yet feared that getting too close would lead to deeper feelings. He found himself increasingly concerned about her, especially now as she was affectionate with Hu Bai, causing a heaviness in his chest and a desire for greater intimacy with her. At that moment, Qianyi began to cough violently. Qianqian immediately pushed Hu Bai away, exclaiming, "Qianyi, I'll go check on him." Without a backward glance, she dashed off. Hu Bai's smile faded as he rose to his feet, watching Qianqian's determined figure retreat toward Qianyi. Feng Xian and Long Chengfeng exchanged knowing glances, a slight smile creeping onto their lips, realizing that they were not the only ones feeling disheartened. Reaching Qianyi, Qianqian scrutinized his body from head to toe, anxious for his well-being. Qianyi frowned, clutching his chest as he coughed heavily. Upon opening his eyes, he blinked in confusion for a few moments before meeting Qianqian's worried gaze. He reached out, caressing her face tenderly, and said, "Qianqian, you've lost weight." Seeing him awake, tears of joy streamed down Qianqian's cheeks, dripping onto the back of his hand as she replied, "I'm fine. You're awake. And that's wonderful." Qianyi managed a weak smile, glancing at the sleeping Ting Shi on the ground. "How can this lazy fish sleep more soundly than I?" Qianqian chuckled helplessly. "I don't know, Qianyi. I think Ting Shi might have been hurt too badly to wake up." Wang Yin nodded, his gaze drifting to Hu Bai, Feng Xian, and the others, who were stacking ice blocks several hundred meters away. Feng Xian used his abilities to firmly bind two ice blocks together, leaving no gaps in between. He asked in astonishment, "Are they building a house?" Qianqian smiled gently in response. "Yes, it's made of ice blocks." Struggling to lean against the wall for a better view, Qianyi felt discomfort, prompting Qianqian to assist him into a more comfortable position. Despite the pain coursing through his body, he found it bearable, though everything around him felt foreign. He recalled that the tribe's winter had passed. Where was he? What had transpired after he fainted? Noticing the furrow in his brow filled with unspoken questions, Qianqian briefly explained, echoing what she had heard from Hu Bai and the others. Qianyi listened quietly, offering no further comment. Ting Shi awakened on the third day after the ice house was built, equally bewildered by this icy world. Qianyi explained the situation to him. Harboring doubts about Qianqian's identity, she seemed unlike any female beastman from this realm. Yet her body undeniably belonged to Qianqian, and at times he felt a dissonance, battling the urge to draw closer to her. Qianqian gazed at the auroras outside as the snow danced in the air. The cave they had previously occupied had collapsed, fortifying the rear of their ice house as a natural barrier. The ice house, while not excessively large, featured a designated area for cooking, spacious enough to accommodate several individuals. Perhaps it was the shared experience of survival that had fostered a newfound tranquility among them. One night, after a system announcement, Qianqian was overjoyed to discover that all the beastmen's dark values had dropped to 0. Gazing at her restored space, she was elated, her score prominently displaying a 9 followed by a multitude of zeros, far more than she had ever seen in Chengdu. The fields within her space still appeared as unactivated, leaving her puzzled. At that moment, the system emerged, swirling around her. She noticed it had transformed into a small, youthful figure, adorned with a white halo above its head. Curiously, she reached out to touch the halo, causing it to leap several meters away, as if she were a predatory woman targeting innocent youth. Flushed, it gazed back at her host. "No seducing this baby." Qianqian rolled her eyes in disbelief. With 5 handsome beastmen at her disposal, why would she bother with an electronic pet? She asked earnestly, "System, why are all 5 plots of land in my space still awaiting activation? How can I activate them?" The little system's face turned an even deeper shade of red as it bashfully replied, "Host, you can unlock them instantly by merging with a beastman." Qianqian's eyes widened in surprise. "Is that true? I thought a dark value of 0 was sufficient. Why is merging still necessary?" The system struggled to explain, its record stating just that. Scratching its head, it offered an explanation it deemed reasonable. "Perhaps you are different from other females since you crossed over." Qianqian nodded, conceding. "Fine, merging it is." Here, with only a few of us, life is quite comfortable. We can hunt for food without worrying about mysterious individuals appearing. Truly a heavenly existence. It is time to prioritize merging. Then, turning to the system, which stood at knee-height, she inquired, "What benefits come from merging?" "Oh, and can my points be redeemed to return to the beast world?" The system eagerly responded, "Yes, host. Your points are sufficient. Once you merge and level up, you can return immediately." Seeing its excitement, Qianqian narrowed her eyes and said, "Can you ensure that your positioning is more accurate this time?" The system promptly positioned itself at eye level and raised 3 fingers. "Host, I promise, I swear this time will land precisely." Qianqian playfully flicked its forehead with her finger. "All right, I'll trust you one more time." She then turned her attention to the 5 beastmen in the room, clearing her throat and gazing earnestly at their faces. Instantly, Hubai and the others tensed, sensing the gravity of her impending words. Qianqian, noticing their inexplicable nervousness, chuckled softly and said, "You have all recovered from your injuries. In the past few days, I explored my space and discovered a beast skin pouch from my father containing items that can return us to our previous world. Before we leave, I'd like to ask if any of you wish to merge with me and become my beastmen, promising to remain by my side until death do us part. It is essential to clarify that for those among you who are unwilling, I can take you back to the beast world. There is no need to fear abandonment." As soon as the words fell, Qianyi and Ting, she immediately spoke in unison. "Qianqian, I am willing. I wish to be with you for a lifetime." After they spoke, they exchanged glances, inwardly cursing how this fellow seemed to share their thoughts, vying for the first position to unite with Qianqian. Hubai's expression was unexpectedly earnest. "Qianqian, I am willing to accompany you for a lifetime, unless you desire to dissolve the match." Long Chung Feng, not waiting for Feng Xian's reaction, eagerly interjected, "Mistress, no, Qianqian, I truly wish to be with you. Together forever." Feng Xian's face flushed crimson as he blurted out, "Qianqian, if you do not leave, I shall not abandon you. We shall rely on each other through life and death." Qianqian was taken aback, astonished that all of them were willing. Yet she felt a warm welcome towards their choice to spend their lives with her. Thus she graciously, without a hint of shyness, proclaimed, "Very well, I accept. Qianyi is the first to unite. You may discuss the next candidates." Hubai was not surprised to hear that Qianyi was first. He had come to terms with it. Conversely, Ting Shi pouted, nearly sticking out 2 miles. Qianyi patted his shoulder and said, "Ting Shi, if you are dissatisfied, you may challenge me to a duel." Deep down, Ting Shi had known that Qianqian would choose Qianyi as her first match. Yet he felt defeated by Qianqian. He looked at Qianqian with grievance and glared at Qianyi, saying, "I lost to Qianqian, not you." Qianqian found it somewhat amusing. Hubai stood up and addressed them. "Ting Shi Long, Chang Feng, Feng Xian, as males, let us settle this with our fists, not with our abilities. We shall determine the order of candidates for unification. Do you all agree?" Except for Qianqian and Qianyi. Everyone accepted this most straightforward and expedient approach. Hubai was the first to step out of the ice house, followed closely by Ting Shi, Feng Xian, and Long Chung Feng. Qianqian, unwilling to join, leaned against the window to watch the excitement. Qianyi gazed at her with a tender smile. Chapter 101. Soaking in a hot spring, Qianqian felt Qianyi's gentle gaze upon her and turned her head to meet his eyes. Qianyi wrapped his arms around her and said, "The nights here are quite long, especially in winter. When do you wish to unite?" Qianqian pondered seriously before responding. "In the evening? The sky showcases the aurora. It would be wonderful if this place had a hot spring." Qianqian blinked, feeling a tinge of regret. However, Qianyi took her casual remark to heart. Qianqian watched the brawl outside, stifling a yawn. Qianyi, observing her delicate features, gently suggested, "Qianqian, if you're tired, feel free to sleep. They will not settle the outcome quickly." Qianqian nodded and leaned against his shoulder, drifting off to sleep. The following day, upon awakening, Qianyi exchanged greetings with Hubai and stepped outside. Qian noticed their faces were fine. All clean and handsome, save for a few injuries, but they were merely superficial, allowing her to relax. Hubai turned to Qianqian and said, Qianqian, you are awake. Everyone is here. I will announce the results from yesterday's competitions. I rank first, Ting Shi second, Long Chengfeng third, and Feng Xian fourth. Qianqian blushed slightly and smiled. All right, I understand. She looked around and noticed Xian Yi was not present. Hubai informed her that he had gone out for an errand. It was not until noon that Xian Yi returned to the ice house. Qian was playing in the snow outside and greeted him upon his return. Xian Yi smiled at her and, drawing closer, said, Qian, I found a hot spring and built a small wooden house. It has a bed inside. Qian was momentarily stunned, her face uncontrollably flushing. She touched her face and softly replied, Yes. Let us go there tonight. Xian Yi, initially feeling a bit anxious, felt his heart race with excitement. His wishes were about to be fulfilled. After lunch and dinner, Xian Yi found little joy in his meals, having never realized how lengthy a few short hours could feel. Finally, night fell, and the aurora appeared once more. Xian Yi and Hubai exchanged greetings before transforming into their beast forms, carrying Qianqian on their backs. This small world was quite safe, negating the need for Hubai and the others to protect Qianqian closely. Qianqian felt the wind brushing past her ears, yet she felt no chill, as Xian Yi had already enveloped her in a protective barrier. Estimating the time, she calculated that Xian Yi ran for about an hour before finally reaching their destination. He allowed Qianqian to dismount and transform back into human form. Qianqian gazed at the sizable wooden house before her, silently admiring Xian Yi's craftsmanship. Taking her hand, Xian Yi opened the door to the wooden house. Qianqian was taken aback. A large window faced the sky, perfectly framing the aurora. Below was a newly dug hot spring pool, and a stone-carved bed lay a yard away, covered with thick animal skins unique to this world, appearing warm and soft. Her mouth fell open, and her eyes widened with joy as she exclaimed, Xian Yi, how did you manage this? It looks wonderful. I really like it here. Wuan Yi Simidet, Kade Sink had face, and replied, As long as you like it. After Qianqian closed the door, she tested the water temperature with her hand, finding it pleasantly warm. Without hesitation, she removed her animal skin skirt in front of Xian Yi. Xian Yi initially turned away, but suddenly recalled his intentions for the evening and gazed at Qianqian directly. Her alluring curves, the delicate waist, and her silky black hair cascading like a waterfall barely concealed her enticing form. Just her silhouette stirred Xian Yi's excitement. He felt his rationality waning. So he shed his own animal skin skirt and stepped into the hot spring, saying, Qian, let me wash you. His voice was husky, lacking its usual clarity. Qian sensed his closeness behind her. The pool was just the right size for two. She suppressed her anticipation and shyness. Retrieving soap from her spatial pocket and turning her body to place it in his large, strong hands. Xian Yi accepted it, suppressing his impulse to devour her. He began to wash her meticulously, from head to toe, leaving no area untouched. Qian thought he was calm, but a glance downward revealed that little Xian Yi had betrayed him. She looked at him and wondered if she could endure this. In truth, Xian Yi's mind was a chaotic whirlpool. He feared scaring Qian, his veins nearly bursting from restraint. After they helped each other, Xian Yi finally lost control. Qian felt a fiercely passionate kiss that made her realize, for the first time, that she was like a delicate flower battered by a storm. Overwhelmed by his advances, her body softening into a puddle, as she gradually lost her ability to resist, just as she felt herself slipping into the pool. A pair of large hands securely cradled her. Her long, fair legs wrapped around his lean waist. They kissed with abandon, and Qian was slowly guided by Xian Yi towards an unknown desire. Her anxious heart was gradually dismantled. The water in the pool rippled gently at first, then surged with splashes, becoming rhythmic waves that spread outward. Qian never imagined she could emit sounds that made her feel bashful. At that moment, Qianyi yearned to consume the little female before him, yet feared truly hurting her. Seeing the veins on his neck bulge, Qianqian sensed her body could accept him and softly whispered in his ear, "Qianyi, I can handle this." At that moment, the thread of rationality within Qianyi snapped, and he began to explore her with primal instincts. Qianqian realized she had overestimated herself. Just as she intended to speak and request Qianyi to pause and let her rest, she found herself lost in his kiss, unable to think. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and Qianqian's voice had grown hoarse from calling out for too long. She had never anticipated that Qianyi possessed such a plethora of techniques, akin to a seasoned veteran, leaving her feeling like a novice, merely enduring the onslaught. In her hazy state, she caught a glimpse of the splendid aurora, with meteors streaking across the sky, and she murmured, "What a beautiful meteor shower," before drifting into slumber. Qianyi gazed out the window, appreciating the enchanting night, though dawn was fast approaching. After completing his final move, he lifted Qianqian into his arms, tenderly kissed her forehead, dried the droplets of water from her body and hair, then carried her to bed, covering her with a thick hide as he succumbed to sleep. Qianqian awakened to the sun's radiant light, squinting her eyes to adjust before noticing the neatly draped hide skirt around her. She realized she was in an ice house, with Qianyi gazing at her affectionately. "Qianqian, you're awake. Are you hungry? Is there anything discomforting?" "Hu bai, ding si," and the others stared at Qianqian in unison. Chapter 102. The grand finale. Qianqian shook her head and smiled, replying, "I am a bit hungry. Not tired, and I feel perfectly fine." The 5 beastmen stood transfixed, gazing at her. Ever since her union with Qianyi, she had blossomed into an astonishing beauty, akin to a peony in full bloom, exuding charm. Noticing their dumbfounded expressions, Qianqian inquired, "What is wrong with you?" Qianyi and the others shook their heads in unison. Ting Shi, dissatisfied, remarked, "Qianqian, Qianyi has gone too far, making you sleep for a whole 5 days. If it weren't for my healing abilities, I wouldn't have noticed your swelling." Upon hearing this, Qianqian transformed into a teapot, her head nearly steaming. Qianyi coughed and said, "It was my first time not knowing my limits. Thank you, Ting Shi, for healing Qianqian." Ting Shi huffed, "No need for thanks. Qianqian is my mate. It's only right." Qianqian, seeing them calm down, asked, "Qianyi, have you advanced in your abilities?" Qianyi chuckled, "Indeed. I am now at the 12th tier." "What?" His words struck like thunder, shocking everyone. The 12th tier was the pinnacle of the beast realm, and Qianyi had advanced so swiftly after uniting with Qianqian. Qianqian felt exhilarated. She delved into her consciousness, discovering that the land belonging to Qianyi had been activated, and her space had risen by 3 levels, with a spiritual spring flowing within. With a radiant smile, she exclaimed, "I'm also at the 3rd tier space now." This revelation once again astonished everyone. They hadn't expected Qianqian to possess such immense potential, with her space upgrading and Qianyi advancing as well. This excitement stirred Hu Bai, who gazed at Qianqian with longing eyes, slightly pleading, "Qianqian, I am in 2nd place. When do you wish to?" Qianqian felt invigorated and cheerful, responding with a bright smile. "How about today?" Hu Bai, unable to suppress his delight, grinned widely. He considered that Qianyi and she had their union at night, so he asked, "Tonight? Is that all right, Qianqian?" Qianqian nodded in agreement. Under the blazing sun, Hu Bai sought Qianyi's approval regarding their destination, intending to ensure it met Qianqian's cleanliness standards. Afterward, he accompanied Qianyi to inspect the location, finding the hot spring pool to be pristine and filled with flowing water, which greatly pleased him, prompting him to praise Qianyi repeatedly. Upon returning, Qianyi informed the other beastmen of the location of the wooden cabin, allowing them to bathe and unite there, causing the initial discontent of the 3 beastmen to vanish. For the first time, Hu Bai discovered his eagerness for the night's arrival. As evening fell, he transformed into his beast form, carrying Qianqian to the small wooden cabin. After washing, they lay on the stone bed. Noticing Hu Bai's rare silence, lacking his usual teasing, Qianqian felt somewhat uneasy. Just as she was about to break the silence, Hubai's head turned from the ceiling, revealing a mischievous smile, his ears and tail having taken on their beastly forms. With a playful yelp, Qianqian pounced on him, playfully tussling. Only after she had her fun did Hubai lean in to kiss her. Qianqian felt his sincerity and affection beginning to reciprocate. Hubai's heart brimmed with joy and suppressed desire. As their kisses deepened, their yearnings intensified. Hubai's fiery gaze fixated unabashedly on Qianqian. She, no longer a novice, felt a blush creeping over her cheeks under his gaze. Hubai's deft hands skillfully untied the hide skirt from her body, shedding his own in the process. Kisses cascaded over Qianqian from head to toe, igniting a fiery sensation wherever he touched, filling her with longing. She held back from pleading, but Hubai, refusing to relent, teased her until she whispered, "Hubai, you're being excessive," before being silenced by his kiss. This kiss transformed into a fervent clash, fierce yet tender, as everything unfolded naturally. Qianqian felt his heat and intensity surging through her. Initially, she could tolerate it, but as he mastered the art, she found herself yielding. In what felt like an eternity, she ultimately succumbed to sleep. Hubai kissed her slightly swollen lips, wrapping her in his tail before drifting into slumber. Qianqian slept for 3 days, during which Hubai advanced to the 12th tier, and her space elevated by 1 level. That night, She was utterly captivated by Qianqian's kiss, his eyes shining brightly as he pleaded, "Qianqian, I beg you, help me." Qianqian finally found a sense of accomplishment with Shi. This time, she took the lead, though she was somewhat dissatisfied that she was still outmatched by Shi's innate skill. Together they reached a peak before falling asleep. She only slept for 2 days, and Shi advanced to the 10th tier, while her space ascended to the 5th level. That night, Long Chengfeng, displaying newfound seductive prowess, enthralled Qianqian, leaving her breathless and unable to contain herself. With some experience under her belt, she was still taught a lesson by Long Chengfeng, discovering that dragons, like snakes, possess duality. She slept for only 1 day, with Long Chengfeng ascending to the 11th tier. Her space, though not upgraded, transformed the spiritual spring from a pond into a flowing stream. In stark contrast to his daytime demeanor, Qianqian was fervent and proactive at night, showering Qianqian with beautiful and flirtatious words, leaving her utterly astonished. He was equally ardent in other aspects, prompting Qianqian to plead for mercy. She also slept for a day, with Qianqian reaching the 11th tier. Although her space did not upgrade, it was now filled with numerous livestock. After a fortnight of rest and consolidation, Qianqian accessed the resource exchange system, selecting teleportation, deducting over 100,000 points without a second thought. All she desired was to return and confront the mysterious individual and Qianqian. With the press of the exchange button, Qianqian and her companions vanished in an instant. They felt a whirlwind, and when they stabilized, they found themselves before their own cave. Qianqian tossed her fur coat into her space. Summer was fast approaching in the beast realm, and the heat was unbearable. Shortly after their return, the mysterious individual, Qianqian, and 4 beastmen appeared before their cave. As the snake beastman attempted to enter, Qianyi launched a fireball that sent him crashing through several trees. Qianqian and her 4 beastmen stood in shock, gaping at the cave. Qianyi and Hubai emerged, followed by Shi, Long Chengfeng, Qianqian, and finally, Qianqian. Qianqian strained to peer behind her, and Qianqian taunted, "Stop looking. There's no one else." Qianqian's eyes widened in disbelief. "How is this possible, you all?" The enigmatic figure soared through the air with an ecstatic laugh, his eyes gleaming not with fear, but with exhilaration. 12th rank. It has been far too long. Come and fight, quickly. I have not encountered anyone like myself in ages. As his aura fluctuated, it became glaringly evident to all that he was indeed of the 12th rank. Qianyi, Hubai, Long Chengfeng, and Qianqian transformed into their beast forms, while Shi remained in human form, observing from the ground, poised to deliver a finishing blow should the opportunity arise. Concerned about collapsing their own dwelling, Qianqian suggested, "Let us relocate to a different battleground." He swiftly ascended to the largest open space in the tribe, where there were fewer beasts, making it a suitable arena for their clash. Tingshi followed closely with Qianqian, and Shan trailed behind them as well. Upon their arrival, the entire tribe was roused from their slumber by the earth-shattering commotion, prompting them to gather and observe from a distance. The chieftain, recognizing the familiar silhouette in the sky, remarked, "Qianqian's beast companions have returned." "Oh, there she is. That figure seems somewhat familiar." De Zhuang and Air Zhuang excitedly rushed to Qianqian's side, noting how much more beautiful she had become in their absence. She was utterly captivating. Peng Fei, who had been stealthily observing near the tribe, sensed the unusual occurrence and dashed towards Qianqian. Shan, believing her charm had attracted Peng Fei, anticipated a reconciliation. To her dismay, he bypassed her entirely, bowing before Qianqian. Her gaze burned with jealousy and fury, as if wishing to carve away Qianqian's flesh. Qianqian was well aware of her scrutiny, as were the other females in the crowd. Yet what did it matter? Once the enigmatic figure was dealt with, Shan would meet her demise as well. The mysterious individual found himself encircled by Qianqian and the others. Despite having been struck numerous times, he defiantly shouted, "Come again! Come again!" His bones were gradually shattered by Qianqian and his companions until he finally succumbed and collapsed to the ground. Yet he still clung to life. Shan was taken aback by the prospect of his defeat. Her mind was in turmoil. What should she do? Should she flee? Tingshi unleashed a barrage of energy, sealing all his vital points. The chieftain approached, calling out, "Stop! He is the leader of the Snake Beastman tribe, Shimei." Everyone froze in astonishment. What business did the leader of the Snake Beastman tribe have in their territory? Qianqian, her expression icy, declared, "He has repeatedly conspired with Shan and her beast husbands to bring about my demise, to ruin my space, to take my life." "Chieftain, do you believe he deserves to die?" The chieftain was taken aback by her fervor. The father who once tormented Qianqian had now turned to harass her daughter. What a twisted and deranged individual. He took a step back, reluctant to reveal to Qianqian that her father had once sought the affection of Shimei, and could only respond with a stern face in that case. "He certainly cannot be spared. Do as you see fit. I must take my leave." Shan and her companions, too, would have to pay for their actions. With that, he turned and hurriedly departed, as though fearing Qianqian would seize him. Hearing this, Shan immediately contemplated escape, but Qianqian swiftly blocked her path, while the other beast husbands were similarly restrained by Hu Bai and the others. Realizing she could not flee, Shan unleashed a torrent of insults towards Qianqian. Unable to endure any longer, Qianqian retaliated with swift strikes, her palms stinging before she resorted to her fists. Piao rushed in, shrieking, "Qianqian, do not harm her. Do you hear? She is your biological sister." Qianqian scoffed coldly, "A sister who seeks my life? I have no need for her." With a forceful shove, she cast Piao aside and, in front of everyone, obliterated Shan's space, proclaiming, "I do not desire your life, but I shall take your space. I want you to endure as I once did." Shan, overwhelmed by this affront, descended into madness. Picking up a bone knife that had been carelessly discarded by another and ended her own life, resulting in the immediate demise of her unresponsive beast husbands. Montauk Piao, terrified, collapsed to her knees. Ignoring her, Qianqian approached Shimei, frowning as she inquired, "Why should I spare a fool like you? What grievance do you hold against me?" Shimei cackled maniacally, "To destroy that which cannot be possessed. This includes the one he cherishes most. Is that reason sufficient?" Qianqian, rendered speechless, turned to Qianqian, stating, "Eliminate him and cast him far away. I fear his madness may be contagious." Qianqian struck his vital point, causing him to fall limply to the ground, where he dimly perceived a radiant smile directed at him, realizing that perhaps he still harbored feelings for her. A decade later, Qianyi and the others bore children, resembling them closely. Observing them bustling about with their offspring, Qianqian lazily reclined on her bed, snacking, and said to the system, "The task is complete. Dear system, you may choose to depart or remain. I have resolved to spend my life here." The system, with a melancholic gaze, replied, "Host, I cannot bear to leave you." Qianqian smiled brightly, her eyes sparkling. "If you truly cannot bear to part with me, come for me once this body has perished." The system nodded earnestly, severing its bond with Qianqian. The end.